The sun blazed overhead, and the bluestone road of Shuanha Market at the foot of Hisu Sect's mountain was baked scorching hot. Yet despite the heat, the streets of Shuanha Market still seethed with noise, thronged with jostling crowds. It was all because 3 days later would be the annual day when Hisu Sect opened its gates to recruit disciples, and everyone had come hoping to try their luck. What if by some stroke of fortune they could step onto the immortal path? At this time, every year Shuanha Market was like New Year's, even livelier than New Year itself. Inside the auspicious tavern, Bai Chen's face was sallow as he stood in short, rough clothes, sweeping his gaze around the room. Very quickly, he locked onto a table with 3 youths dressed more or less the same as he was. He bought a bowl of wine from the waiter, then strode over to the 3 youths, slung an arm around the neck of the short, chubby youth on his left, and raised the wine bowl high. Brothers, for us to meet here in Shuanha Market is a stroke of fate. Today's drinks are on me. Bottoms up. Without caring what the suddenly headlocked, displeased chubby youth thought, he clinked bowls with him of his own accord, then drained his wine in one long gulp. Hey, who are you? The chubby youth frowned and shrugged his shoulders, trying to shake Bai Chen off. But a single shrug did nothing to dislodge him. Just as he was about to slam the table and stand up, he saw the other toss down a tael of silver and loudly call to the waiter. Waiter, bring more wine. The good stuff. Hearing Bai Chen's generous shout, the chubby youth, who had half risen from his seat, paused and slowly sat back down again. A broad smile bloomed on his plump face as he raised his own bowl to clink with Bai Chen's. Brother, how bold. If we all enter the sect in the future, we'll be fellow brothers. With someone treating, why be polite? Just drink. Come drink. Bai Chen kept his arm around the chubby youth as they drank together for about a minute, then bowl in hand, he shifted over to sit beside another youth. Sitting down, he naturally draped his arm over this youth's shoulder, as well, asking warmly, from your accents and clothes, I guess you're all from Ansu country too. I am as well. I'm from Ika town. What about you? The chubby youth, who had just been shoulder-locked, replied, we're all from Qingshi City. Oh, that explains it. Bai Chen laughed and nodded repeatedly. Qingshi City isn't far from our Ika town. No wonder your accents sounded so familiar to me. We're fellow countrymen after all. Then he shouted toward the tavern's waiter, waiter, more wine, and slice 2 jin of marinated beef for us. Right away. The waiter answered crisply, hurrying over with a wine pot and plates of beef. Seeing that Bai Chen had ordered beef as well, the youths exchanged glances and warmed up even more. After quite some time of clinking cups and calling each other brother, Bai Chen waved a hand, claiming he could not hold his liquor, settled the bill, and staggered out first. Once he had gone far enough, the smile faded from the chubby youth's face. He curled his lip. He doesn't even know if he can get into the sect, yet he spends money treating others. What a complete fool. The others chuckled and echoed, if not for that fool, we wouldn't be eating this well. Come on, there's still so much meat. Keep eating. The few of them burst into hearty laughter and continued to gorge themselves. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, whom they called a fool, cursed under his breath after leaving the tavern, a bunch of useless trash. He raked his fingers through his hair in agitation and let out a long sigh. What a damn ripoff. I spent 2 taels of silver and didn't get a single attribute above green quality. For a whole month, he had been panning for gold and dung like this every single day, and he was almost at his limit. Sighing, Bai Chen opened his system's personal status panel. Host Bai Chen. Age 16. Cultivation realm none. Spiritual roots metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Talent entries robust body, white, free from all illness, green. In this state, even if I manage to enter Hisu sect, it won't do. The glaring indication of 5 spiritual roots made him scratch his hair again in frustration. A month ago, Bai Chen had still been a corporate drone in the 21st century. Who could have guessed that after dozing off for no reason, he would open his eyes to find himself in this world? This was a world of cultivation called the Xianzang continent. The continent was divided into 6 great regions, and he was in the Tsangmang prefecture in the southwest. The person he had transmigrated into bore the same name as he did, but had not been blessed with good fortune. Though the family had possessed some wealth, his parents had died in an accident 2 years prior, and the estate they left behind had been seized by relatives under all sorts of pretexts. By the time he arrived in this body, only a large residence and a few plots of farmland still bore his name, everything else had been carved up. Thankfully, his physical aptitude was decent, and he possessed a green grade free from all illness talent, or else the original him might have died before Bai Chen ever crossed over. If the system had not activated with how miserably the original had been bullied by his relatives, Bai Chen would definitely have fought those so-called family members to the bitter end and taken back what was his. But his system had activated, and it was a talent entry copy system. Once a month, he could choose one person and copy a single talent entry from that person onto himself. Why would he still tangle with mere mortals then? Once he stepped onto the immortal path, those people would all be ants. It just so happened that the annual disciple recruitment of Hisu sect was drawing near. Copying a useful talent entry to gain smooth entry into the sect was the true priority. Bai Chen sold off his residence and fields, then took the silver to Shuanha Market at the foot of Hisu Sect's mountain to search for a target. With only one chance each month, he had to find the most suitable talent entry to copy. Ideally, it would be something like artifact forging, pill refining, or talisman crafting, skills that could earn spirit stones and support his future growth. Besides the monthly cooldown, the copying ability had another drawback: it could not directly display another person's talents. He had to rely on physical contact to probe the other party's attributes. Moreover, copying required uninterrupted contact for a full minute. Who would willingly let him cling to them for a whole minute without pulling away? To get close to all these people who had come from every corner of the land for the recruitment, without arousing suspicion, Bai Chen warmly struck up conversations with them, treating them to food and drink to build rapport. After eating another's food, one's mouth grows soft. Having enjoyed his hospitality, these people could hardly refuse when he slung an arm over their shoulders. Over the course of a month, he had spent almost all his silver and had only just managed to find a few people with green-grade talents. Among those with green-grade talents, only one even possessed 3 spiritual roots. The others did not have spiritual roots at all. And without exception, those green-grade talents were all physical attributes, such as powerful bones and muscles, immense strength, or thick skin and flesh. They were worlds apart from the artifact forging, pill refining, or talisman crafting he desired. 3 days from now would be the disciple recruitment ceremony of Hisu's sect, and he was already a lowly 5 spiritual root type that immortal sects did not particularly favor. If he could not acquire a cultivation-related talent as support, even if he entered Hisu's sect, he would likely only be assigned as a menial worker with no chance of coming into contact with those who possessed great talents. If it really won't work out, I'll just copy some talent at random first. Bai Chen muttered, brows knitted, sighing inwardly. No matter how good physical talents were, they still belonged to the realm of ordinary people. Whatever cultivation talent he could copy, having something would be better than having nothing. Bai Chen muttered under his breath, yet his gaze remained wary as it flicked from side to side while he circled the area a few times. Only after confirming that no one was paying him any particular attention did he head back toward the courtyard he had rented temporarily. Alone, and without any cultivation he had been spending lavishly lately in order to copy talents, there was no telling whether some ill-intentioned person might have set their sights on him. Better to be cautious than regretful. Since all his silver had gone into treating others to food and drink, he could only rent an especially remote, shabby little wooden hut on the very edge of Shuanha Market as a temporary place to stay. After he had walked for a while, a sudden quarrel erupted in a deep, narrow alley ahead. Bai Chen instinctively glanced in that direction. At the shadowed end of the alley, 3 men were hemming in a young girl. The one in the lead looked to be around 27 or 28, the other 2 slightly younger. All 3 wore dull gray, tight-fitting short jackets, the fabric stiff from repeated washing. Thick cowhide bracers wrapped their wrists, and their bulging waists revealed the half-exposed wooden hilts of blades bound in coarse cloth. It was the common attire of those who practiced martial arts in this region. Yet their steps were hollow, their postures slack, cheekbones jutted sharply, and their eye sockets were sunken. At a glance, they were clearly street thugs who knew a few moves and bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Yet even if they were mere street riffraff, they were not people Bai Chen could contend with right now. He hunched his neck, lightened his footsteps, and edged along the wall, quietly retreating. Better to avoid trouble whenever possible, though other people's business had nothing to do with him. As he slowly turned to withdraw, the girl cornered against the wall suddenly spoke up. "You clearly blocked the way yourselves, and you still dare to blame me for bumping into you." The leader of the thugs let out a derisive snort. "You ran into us, brothers, and don't even bother to apologize. Feisty little girl, aren't you? Apologize." The girl sounded as if she had just heard a joke, raising her chin even higher as her voice sharpened. "You think you deserve my apology? Do you even know who I am?" The 3 thugs burst into raucous laughter. "I don't care who you are. You bumped into us, so either pay up and hand over everything of value on you, or come keep us brothers company for a bit of fun, and we'll call it even." The girl's face flushed scarlet with rage, and a vicious edge crept into her tone. "Shameless. You dare to harass me. I've already memorized all 3 of your faces. My uncle is Feng Yang, elder of the Dan Peak of Hisu's sect. Once I tell my uncle, he'll have your skin flayed, your tendons ripped out, and your bodies thrown to the beasts of the demon domain to be fed upon." Having already slipped back to the street corner, Bai Chen couldn't help curling his lips when he heard this. Just what was going on in this little girl's head, as if it had been soaked in water? These street thugs feared nothing more than retaliation from sect cultivators. With no background and no backing, once they drew the attention of an immortal sect, they had no way to survive. If she had obediently taken out some money earlier, they might have taken advantage of her a little, but would still have been wary of doing anything too excessive within Shuanha Ward. But now she had come out declaring she remembered their faces and would have her uncle come after them. With that, she likely would not leave this alley alive today. Hiding around the corner, Bai Chen couldn't help his curiosity and stealthily turned back to look. As expected, the playful mockery on the three thugs' faces had vanished completely. In the leader's eyes, greed faded away, replaced by a shard of ruthless, icy light. His voice dropped, faintly laced with killing intent. Your uncle is Feng Yang, elder of the Dan Peak of Hisu sect. The girl still sensed no danger, chin tilted high as she proclaimed arrogantly, exactly. No matter how high your martial skills are, you're still just mortals, and you dare block my way. Kneel down now, and kowtow 3 times and move aside, and I might still spare your lives. Her words only further solidified the three thugs' resolve to kill her and silence her forever. It was obvious the girl had yet to formally step onto the path of cultivation, otherwise with her temperament, she would have tried to make them pay the moment they met. It was good that she had no cultivation. As long as they moved quickly, they could finish her off and flee before the patrol of Xuanhe Ward arrived. Once they slipped away, the world would be vast and the authorities distant. Who would ever know it was their doing? Murderous intent surfaced in the three men's eyes as their hands closed around the iron swords at their waists. On the other side, a battle between heaven and man raged within Bai Chen's mind. To save her or not. He had yet to officially begin cultivating. He was nothing more than an ordinary person. Against 3 thugs trained in martial arts, he had no chance of winning. The first rule of survival in a world of cultivation was to meddle as little as possible in others' affairs. Only by lying low could one live to see the final chapter. Given his personality, he ought to pretend he had seen nothing. Yet the girl had said her uncle was Elder Feng Yang of the Dan Peak of Hisu sect. He did not know how gifted she was, but with her uncle being an elder of Hisu sect, and her arriving at the foot of Hisu sect's mountain at this time, as a close blood relative, her talent could hardly be poor. At the very least, she should possess a green grade innate attribute entry. The mountain gate of Hisu sect would open the day after tomorrow, and he still had not copied a suitable entry. As long as the girl possessed an entry suitable for him to copy, he would profit greatly. There were only 3 men on the opposite side, and none of them were cultivators. Even if he could not beat them, he might not necessarily be unable to escape. Besides, he had a secret weapon. Bai Chen reached back and touched the cloth bag strapped to his back. Inside lay a huge, 2-kick firecracker he had made before leaving home, a single piece as long as an arm. After crossing into this world, he had secretly tinkered with gunpowder for his own safety. Perhaps the formula or his technique was off, for what he produced was at best a firecracker. Its lethality was far from sufficient. Its destructive power was lacking, but the noise it made was tremendous. He had no real abilities. Traveling alone, he needed something to rely on. If it could not kill, then it could at least frighten. Stirred up enough smoke and confusion, it might still serve as a tool for escape. The 3 men were not cultivators. As long as he could bluff them for a few seconds, he would have a chance to grab the girl and run. And the deafening blast of the firecracker would surely draw the patrol of Xuanhe Ward. He only needed to run with the girl for 1 minute. 1 minute. Bai Chen glanced back at the road behind him. Upon arriving in Xuanhe Ward, the first thing he had done was familiarize himself with every street. He could walk the roads behind him with his eyes closed, or running through them for several minutes without being caught should not be a problem. If things truly came to the worst, he could always toss the girl aside. Even then, his chances of success would be at least 80%. That should be enough. While Bai Chen's mind was in overdrive, the 3 thugs had already closed in to striking distance of the girl. The girl, however, still had not realized the urgency of the situation and was still scolding them. I'm warning you, don't you dare try anything stupid. You'll pay dearly if you do. A feral grin twisted across the leader's face as he suddenly drew his sword and thrust at the girl. At that critical instant, a figure burst out from the shadows at the corner of the alley. Bai Chen had already torn off a strip of his clothing and wrapped it over most of his face, leaving only a pair of clear eyes exposed. Planting both feet against the base of the wall, he kicked off with all his strength and leapt up, bellowing, "Ha! Behold my heaven-shaking thunder!" An arm-thick 2-kick firecracker already lit whistled through the air as he hurled it toward the 3 men. The 3 thugs had been on edge already. The moment they heard the words heaven-shaking thunder, their hearts clenched in unison. They saw a club-like object as thick as a child's arm hurtling down at them, hissing and sputtering. Had the patrol of Xuanhe Ward arrived? So fast. Was this rod hurtling toward them some kind of magical artifact from Hisu sect? Were people of Hisu sect really going to use an artifact on mere mortals like them? They didn't even feel the slightest shame. In the span of a lightning flash, countless jumbled thoughts flickered through the 3 men's minds. The leader reacted the fastest, letting out a low roar as he swung up his iron sword to strike at the incoming heaven-shaking thunder. Whatever this artifact was, whether it could be stopped or not, he had to block it first. Yet before his blade could even fall, the flying heaven-shaking thunder exploded in midair. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions erupted in succession, causing the entire alley to tremble with a buzzing sound. A thick cloud of black smoke mixed with blinding flames suddenly surged up, instantly engulfing the 3 ruffians. The 3 men were stunned, their ears ringing, and all they could see was darkness in front of them. What kind of magical artifact is this? They were doomed today. Amidst the chaos, Bai Chen seized the opportunity to pounce beside the girl, gripping her slender wrist tightly and pulling her to flee. The girl was also stunned, completely unresponsive as Bai Chen dragged her into a mad dash. They had already rushed out of the alley while the three ruffians remained back-to-back, concentrating and on guard in the thick black smoke. The black smoke quickly dispersed and the three regained their vision. Then they realized they were completely unharmed and the girl they had captured was gone. What on earth is this thing? The leader of the ruffians looked down at the shattered debris on the ground, his face filled with astonishment. They made such a loud noise, yet it didn't harm anyone. What is this thing? We were tricked. This is just a scare tactic. Another ruffian suddenly realized, angrily kicking away the scattered paper fragments. A fierce glint flashed in the leader's eyes. Chase! Kill them! Whether it was out of anger from being played or the girl's warning to remember them, they couldn't let them leave so easily. They must be killed. The two explosive sounds like thunder made the originally bustling street fall silent for a moment. Two disciples from the Hisu sect with their standard swords half drawn from their sheaths stood alert. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the alertness in the other's eyes. It's from the direction of the west alley. Let's go. Check out the situation. Let's see who dares to cause trouble on the Hisu sect's territory. With determined steps, they hurried towards the source of the explosion. Not just them, but other disciples from the Hisu sect and the Shun He workshop also rushed towards the sound. At the moment Bai Chen was dragging the girl away, he had already called out to the system in his mind to check her attributes. Check opponent's attributes. Instantly, a semi-transparent attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name Feng Linger. Age 15. Cultivation level none. Spiritual root fire. Talent attributes: Alchemy, fire control, blue fire spirit, affinity blue, spiritual herb sensitivity, green weapon pattern memorization, white. A pair of blue talents among the list dazzled Bai Chen, causing his heart to skip a beat. He really struck gold. A blue quality alchemy talent. Copy Feng Linger's alchemy, fire control talent. Target Feng Linger's alchemy, fire control talent. Copying. Initiated. Countdown 60, 59, 58, 57. Never had a minute felt this long. At this moment, Feng Linger, being dragged away, finally regained her senses and began to struggle vigorously. Who are you? You let go of me. Feng Linger was furious. Who is she? The niece of Elder Feng Yang from the Hisu sect. Having traveled within her family's territory since childhood, who wouldn't give her some respect? Her hands are not for just anyone to touch. While she struggled, she lifted her foot to kick Bai Chen's calf. You let her hiding and peeking. How dare you take advantage of me under the sun? You're looking for death. At this moment, Bai Chen was busy copying the talent attributes, and less than 10 seconds had passed. At this point, he couldn't afford to let go of her. I'm telling you, big sister, we're trying to escape. Can't you stop making a fuss? Bai Chen pulled Feng Linger along, having to watch the road while dodging her kicking legs, truly sweating in anxiety. Escape, eh? Feng Linger sounded as if she heard the biggest joke ever. Open your eyes and see, this is Shun He workshop, the territory of the Hisu sect. Who dares to kill here? She struggled fiercely, but her wrist was firmly grasped by Bai Chen and could not break free. Feng Linger angrily cursed. You lecher, I see you're deliberately trying to take advantage of me. Do you believe that if I shout, the patrol team will immediately catch you and feed you to the demon beasts? Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh at Feng Linger's arrogance. He had seen foolish people, but never someone so foolish. She completely failed to realize that if he hadn't jumped out, she would have been dead by now. If it weren't for the talent copying still in progress, he would have wanted to throw her back and let her fend for herself. Bai Chen was too lazy to argue with her, tightening his grip on her wrist and running through the alley. He could already hear the footsteps of the three men chasing after them. Clearly they had reacted and realized they had been played. If he was caught by those three before successfully copying the talent attributes, he would unhesitatingly abandon Feng Linger and run away. But for now he could still struggle for a while. Feng Linger was unwilling to run obediently. Her whole body felt as heavy as lead, pulling back fiercely. Her slender arms were straight as she desperately tried to pull her wrist back, almost toppling Bai Chen. You let your hiding and peeking beggar. I tell you to let go of me now. Feng Linger shouted at the top of her lungs. You think you're worthy to touch my hand? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Are you tired of living? When I see my uncle, do you believe I will have him skin you alive? Let go. Bai Chen was being tugged and could only use all his strength to resist her. But even so, his speed was slowing down more and more due to Feng Linger's drag. You little brat, dare to threaten me. Today I will definitely skin you alive. The three men behind had already circled around the alley and were pursuing them. Bai Chen glanced at the system's copying progress. Countdown 30, 29, 28. Damn. Why is there still so much time left? He looked at the increasingly close three men and hesitated. Even if he copied the attribute, he needed to be alive to use it. His life was more important, otherwise forget it. Just as Bai Chen was loosening his grip, slightly preparing to give up the escape, when he saw the three ruffians getting closer behind. A sudden sound of footsteps came from behind. Bai Chen turned around suddenly. He saw 7 or 8 cultivators wearing gray-blue robes with the character he embroidered in silver thread on their cuffs rushing towards them with long swords drawn. They were disciples of the Hisu sect. Upon seeing them, Bai Chen's breath caught in his throat. Since Feng Linger said she was the niece of Elder Feng Yang, would these Hisu sect disciples take action against her if they saw him forcibly dragging her? These were all cultivators, and his explosive attacks would not intimidate them. At that moment, Feng Linger also saw them and immediately became excited, jumping and shouting, "Quick! Capture and kill them all! Damn this venomous woman!" Bai Chen's heart tightened, and he loosened his grip to escape, but the disciples of the Hisu sect had already leaped past them at high speed. Do not be fooled by the thoughts racing through Bai Chen's mind. In reality, only a brief moment had passed. The disciples of the Hisu sect moved swiftly, disappearing into the alleyway after a few leaps, heading straight for the spot where he had previously tossed the firecrackers. As they passed by, one of the Hisu sect disciples glanced at the mask on Bai Chen's face, then at the girl being dragged by him, Feng Linger, but paid them no further mind and continued on. Bai Chen thought him. It seems they do not recognize Feng Linger. He looked at her in surprise, seeing her face flush with anger as she continued to scream. "You bunch of blind fools. When I reach the mountain gate, I will make my uncle punish you." Bai Chen suddenly realized. Oh, it turns out she, like him, has not officially entered the Hisu sect yet. Bai Chen glanced toward the end of the alley and found that the 3 ruffians chasing them had vanished. They must have been scared off upon seeing the Hisu sect disciples. What are you waiting for? Opportunities are fleeting. Hurry and keep running. There are 15 seconds left. It's not safe to linger here. Let's get further away first. Feng Linger was still cursing in the direction the Hisu sect disciples had left, and when Bai Chen suddenly yanked her, she nearly fell. She stumbled several steps before regaining her balance to follow his pace. Realizing she was being dragged away by this lecherous fellow again, she began to curse him anew. "You scoundrel! Commoner! Mud-legged peasant! If you don't let go of this young lady, do you believe I will make you die without a burial place?" Bai Chen said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the system progress bar. Finally, countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Successfully copied Feng Linger's talent for controlling fire. First successful copy of a talent entry, reward entry, quality upgrade by 1 level entry. Bai Chen felt a surge of delight upon hearing the system's prompt confirming the success. The system continued to prompt him with information he didn't pay much attention to as he ran, turning his head to lower his voice and ask Feng Linger, "Do you know who I am?" Feng Linger, who was in the midst of cursing him, was momentarily stunned by his question before resuming her tirade. "Who would recognize a mud-legged peasant like you? Just take a look at your shabby appearance, draped in tattered clothes from head to toe, and your eyes look like a rat's, sneaky and disgusting. Just the thought of you touching me makes me feel sick." Though Feng Linger's words were venomous, they brought Bai Chen a sense of relief. "It's fine if you don't know." Nodding, he suddenly released her wrist and darted into another alley, quickly vanishing from sight. Feng Linger, who had been cursing and struggling just a moment ago, suddenly found her wrist released. The force pulling her forward disappeared, and before she could react, she stumbled backward several steps and fell onto the ground. "Ouch!" she exclaimed as she landed with a solid thud. The pain brought tears to her eyes, and it took her a while to recover. Feng Linger pounded her fists on the ground and screamed loudly, "If I find out who you are, I will definitely skin you alive." Bai Chen, already far away, heard the distant screams and casually dug at his ears, unfazed as he continued running, choosing to weave through the narrow alleys on the outskirts of the market. Meanwhile, the patrol disciples of the Hisu sect had arrived at the site of the explosion in the alley. The leading disciple waved his hand, and the Hisu sect disciples immediately dispersed to begin a thorough investigation of the area. The leading disciple crouched down and picked up a handful of blackened debris from the ground, bringing it to his nose. He only detected a pungent smell of smoke and fire with nothing else to be found. He surveyed the surroundings. There were no signs of a battle, just a mess of debris scattered about, the nature of which was unclear. "Senior Brother Chen, we found nothing unusual." The disciples returned one after another to report. "It's strange, that sound was deafening, yet there's completely no sign of disturbance. This shouldn't be the case." Chen Shouqing furrowed his brow, puzzled, when suddenly a sound of air being broken came from above. A figure in a moon-white robe descended gracefully from the sky, his robes billowing, carrying an imposing aura. The newcomer had a gaunt face with a tuft of goat's beard beneath his chin, and was none other than Wei Changong, the elder of the Hisu sect, responsible for guarding Xuanhefang and overseeing external disciple affairs. Elder Wei. Seeing him, the disciples quickly bowed and clasped their fists in greeting. Wei Changong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the debris in the alley, and he asked in a deep voice, "Have you found anything unusual?" Chen Shouqing hurriedly stepped forward to respond. Reporting to the elder, the sound erupted, and we 7 immediately rushed here. On the way we encountered 3 people, chasing a man and a woman. We did not dare to delay releasing our spiritual pressure to scare them off and hurried to this location without stopping. We have thoroughly investigated the surroundings and found only these fragments with no signs of cultivators battling nor any injured parties. Wei Changgang frowned slightly at this news. I ask you, what is the foundation of our Hisu sect? What is our mission? Chen Shouqing, trembling, lowered his head and clasped his fists, replying to the elder, the foundation of our Hisu sect is to carry out the will of heaven, protect the common folk, subdue evil, and provide support for the people as a pillar of righteousness, safeguarding peace in our domain. Wei Changgang looked at him with a heavy gaze and admonished, if you know this, why did you not help when the common people were in trouble? Chen Shouqing was already sweating, stammering as he explained, I was worried about evil spirits entering the city and causing harm, seeing that they were all mortals. Wei Changgang interrupted coldly, do you think that conflicts among mortals are trivial matters that do not deserve your attention? He waved his sleeve, and an invisible pressure spread out, weighing down on Chen Shouqing's shoulders. Chen Shouqing immediately knelt down in repentance, saying, I was wrong. The other 6 disciples also knelt down, bowing their heads in apology. Wei Changgang looked at them and admonished in a stern voice, as the leading righteous sect in Kangming Prefecture, our Hisu sect must uphold the banner of righteousness and protect the people of Kangming. Whether mortals or cultivators, they are all the people under our Hisu sect's protection. The mortal citizens of Xuanhefang live their daily lives here, and their safety is your responsibility as patrolling disciples. If your negligence leads to the death of those 2, the blame will fall upon you. Do you understand your mistake? Chen Shouqing and the other disciples bowed their heads in acknowledgement, saying, we understand our mistake. Seeing that they recognized their error, Wei Changgang sighed lightly and raised his hand, saying, get up. Chen Shouqing and the others stood up with their heads bowed, moving aside. Wei Changgang scanned the area and asked, did you find anything unusual when you arrived here? Chen Shouqing nodded. Yes, when we arrived, aside from the black ash on the ground, there was nothing unusual here. Wei Changgang raised his hand, a faint azure light of spiritual energy condensing at his fingertip, which he waved gently. Go. The light suddenly spread out, transforming into an invisible net that enveloped the entire alley. This was a technique specifically designed to track fluctuations in spiritual energy. Within an hour, any residual traces of spiritual energy, no matter how slight, would be captured by this technique, revealing clear signs. However, the faint azure glow slowly swirled around. Where the glow passed, aside from the fluctuations of spiritual energy emitted by the disciples, not a trace of excess spiritual energy appeared. Wei Changjian withdrew his hand, and the spiritual light at his fingertips dissipated. Strange, such a commotion, yet there is not a trace of spiritual power. He furrowed his brow, looking at the black ash on the ground, a hint of confusion crossing his gaze. What is this? He squatted down and pinched a bit of black ash, bringing it to his nose to sniff. Why does this smell so similar to what those old geezers at Dan Peak produce when they blow up a furnace? Has someone been refining pills and exploded a furnace? Wei Changjian paused in surprise, then shook his head. What was he thinking? Who would refine pills in the middle of the street? This certainly cannot be furnace dregs. Wei Changjian clapped his hands and stood up, waving to the other disciples, continue your patrol. Without any fluctuations of spiritual power and no signs of a fight, this place, while strange, should pose no significant danger. Yes. The disciples bowed respectfully and left the alley to return to their designated areas to continue patrolling. Wei Changjian looked around before he was about to take off into the air when he suddenly heard curses coming from another alley, vaguely catching the words, Feng Yang. Who is cursing at the elders of Dan Peak? Wei Changjian's expression turned serious as he swiftly shot towards the direction of the voice, appearing instantly beside Feng Linger. Who are you and why are you here speaking such wild words? Feng Linger was sitting on the ground, still cursing towards the direction where Bai Chen had left. Wei Changjian's sudden appearance startled her greatly. After a moment, she recognized the elder token hanging from his waist and cautiously asked, are you an elder of Hisu sect? Wei Changjian frowned slightly. What an impolite little girl. Feng Linger immediately burst into tears. I want to find my uncle. Someone is bullying me, and Hisu sect must take responsibility. Wei Changjian was taken aback by Feng Linger's weeping, which sounded like a spell, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, raising his voice to halt her. Be quiet. Who are you and who is your uncle? Stand up and answer me. His voice, infused with spiritual power, immediately silenced Feng Linger. Feng Linger hiccuped, sobbing as she stood up to respond. My name is Feng Linger, and my uncle is Elder Feng Yang of Dan Peak. So you are Feng Yang's niece, Feng Linger. Wei Changjian looked at her in surprise. Why weren't you brought back to the sect directly by a guide? How did you end up here? In the Xiansong continent, children who can attract the anomalies of heaven and earth at birth are taken into the sect for protection early on. Others can only have their spiritual roots assessed when they reach the age of 15. Ordinary people who want to confirm whether they have spiritual roots must personally attend the recruitment ceremonies of various sects to test their roots. However, those prominent families with strong power and numerous relatives will have guides sent to their family locations to test their recommended candidates. Qualified candidates will be escorted back to the sect without needing to attend the recruitment ceremony. Feng Linger's family, the Feng family, is also included in the category of being guided due to Feng Yang. Moreover, as she is a relative of the sect, there would be more than one guide sent to fetch her, and their cultivation levels would not be low. She should not have been alone here. This is too unusual. Hearing Wei Chang'an's question, Feng Linger became even more sorrowful, crying as she recounted. I came from my family to Hisu's sect, and I was supposed to be escorted by a guide, but halfway there we were suddenly ambushed by demons. Those guides from Hisu's sect were no match for the demons, and I almost died on the way. As she spoke, her crying intensified, her shoulders shaking. I finally made it to Xuanhe Lane thinking I would be safe on the sect's territory, but who knew I would encounter 3 nasty rascals who blocked my way and harassed me. She suddenly raised her tear-streaked face, indignantly accusing. And there was a sneaky lecher. I don't know where he popped up from, but he set off a thunderous explosion that scared me to death. That wasn't enough to scare me. He even grabbed my hand and dragged me away. I scolded him, but he wouldn't listen. Elder uncle, you must find that scoundrel. He has treated me so lightly, I must skin him alive. Feng Linger's words flowed like tears filled with grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. However, Wei Chang'an's frown deepened. It turns out that the man and woman being hunted that Chen Shouqing mentioned earlier were her. From the descriptions of Chen Shouqing and her, this girl seemed like an ungrateful wretch. After entering Xuanhe Lane, she encountered thugs, and it was that so-called lecher who saved her with an object called thunderous explosion. Yet she not only failed to show gratitude, but also insulted him as a lecher and wanted to repay kindness with enmity. Wei Chang'an looked at Feng Linger, and disappointment was already visible in his eyes. Feng Yang, who usually appeared silent and unassuming, seemed to have a blood relative of this nature. Be quiet. I will take you back to the mountain gate. Wei Chang'an, with a stern face, grabbed Feng Linger by the back of her collar and soared into the air towards the mountain gate. He wanted to see how Feng Yang would deal with his troublesome niece. Bai Chen paused at every corner, listening intently for a moment, quickly glancing back at the alley behind him. After confirming that no one was following, he continued to weave through the alleys. He made 3 turns, intentionally walked through a deadened alley, and then climbed out through a rear window of an abandoned warehouse before heading towards his rented courtyard. His rented courtyard was in the most remote corner of Xuanhe Lane. With mud walls and a wooden door, it looked no different from the surrounding farmers' houses. Bai Chen approached the courtyard door, but did not push it open immediately. Instead, he squatted down to peek through the crack of the threshold. Before he left, he had wedged 3 thin blades of grass here. At this moment, the 3 blades of grass still maintained the cross shape he arranged before leaving in the morning, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Bai Chen nodded slightly, pushed the courtyard door open, and walked in. He inspected the latch on the door again. He had wrapped a hair strand around the latch, one end tied to the door ring and the other pressed into the wooden seam of the latch. At this moment, the hair strand was intact, showing no breakage or displacement. He moved to the window, confirming that a leaf wedged in the window gap was still there, before he pushed the door open and entered the house. Once inside, he quickly secured the door latch and moved a piece of bluestone from beside the door to block the door panel. Then he slid under the bed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm safe for now. He knew that doing this in the world of cultivation wouldn't stop those with cultivation, but he was just guarding against petty people. He had been focused on escaping earlier, only hearing the system say copy successful, while the subsequent chatter was lost on him. It seemed like it was the first successful copy of what was it? He hadn't remembered. Bai Chen excitedly removed the cloth covering his face and brought up his attribute panel to check. Host Bai Chen, age 16 years. Cultivation level none. Spiritual roots gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Talent traits perfect alchemy, purple strong body, white immunity to illness, green. A purple talent trait. Bang. Bai Chen, overly excited, instinctively tried to sit up, colliding his forehead directly against the bedboard. The pain made him grimace. He rubbed his forehead and lay back down. His forehead hurt, yet he couldn't help but break into a silent roar of laughter. Huh. He actually has a purple talent trait. He thought that Feng Linger's blue talent trait was already impressive, but unexpectedly, he had a surprise gain directly upgrading to purple. Fortunately, he hadn't casually copied a talent from someone else, otherwise those only with green quality talent traits would have merely upgraded to blue quality. But now he possessed a purple alchemy talent. This is a talent for guaranteed success in alchemy. Even if he began refining pills, the quality might not be very high. As long as it is guaranteed to succeed, that is definitely a profit. I've struck it rich, I've made it big. Delighted, Bai Chen laughed for a while before forcing himself to calm down. Obtaining a purple talent trait is great, but he had been a bit reckless today. Focusing only on seeking wealth and danger, he overlooked the fact that the person he saved also had questionable character. Just like that phone linger today. Clearly he was saving her, yet her mind seemed deranged, randomly attacking with her words. Today he was lucky. Even if he was stopped by the people of his sect, he would not be in trouble. But what if he were caught up in a treasure hunt outside? He feared he would end up dead without a trace. Now that he already possesses a purple trait, unless absolutely necessary, there should be no need for recklessness. In this world, staying alive is always the first rule. If he can copy, he should copy. If not, it's better to avoid it rather than take any more risks. Living is the hard truth. Tisk. Bai Chen looked at the purple talent trait of perfect alchemy, frowning slightly. Clearly I already have a purple talent, why do I not feel anything unusual? He concentrated to sense and squeezed his palm. He felt nothing at all. He didn't know if he needed to actually start refining pills to experience the different feeling. After joining the sect, he still needed to find an opportunity to try it out as soon as possible. Bai Chen's mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts about entering the sect, and he unknowingly fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chirp, chirp. Sparrows chirped incessantly outside the window. Bai Chen's eyelids twitched a few times as he slowly awakened. Looking out from under the bed, he saw the sunlight spilling onto the floor. It took him a while to realize it was already the next morning. These days he had been so tense about copying the trait, and now that the trait had been successfully copied, the weight on his mind had lifted, allowing him to sleep from the afternoon until morning. Cautiously checking the room for any anomalies, Bai Chen crawled out from under the bed and stretched. Another day passed safely. Just one more day, and I can attend the disciple recruitment ceremony. Indeed, good news brings a light spirit. Today, he felt much lighter all over. After loosening his stiff muscles, Bai Chen fetched water to wash his face. Rubbing his face with the water, the basin quickly turned murky yellow. When he lifted his head again, his formerly sallow face had turned fair and radiant, revealing his originally handsome features. Bai Chen took a handkerchief and randomly wiped his face before plopping down onto a rickety chair in the room. He pulled out a small mirror from his bundle to check his reflection. What kind of look should I adopt today? Yesterday's shabby look of a sallow face had already been registered with phone linger, so it definitely couldn't be reused today. What should he change into? After thinking for a while, Bai Chen took out his self-made makeup tools and began to dress up in front of the mirror. An hour later, he had transformed his peach blossom eyes into phoenix eyes. His face still looked a bit yellow, and he changed into a light blue robe that appeared delicate and fragile. Then, waving a paper fan, he swayed and headed back to the auspicious tavern. After creating such a commotion yesterday, he wanted to gather some information today to see if anyone was searching for him. This time, he didn't go all out inviting people to drink. Instead, he ordered a few small dishes and quietly sat down to listen to others chat. The tavern remained lively, with people enthusiastically discussing the upcoming disciple recruitment ceremony of his sect. A few people mentioned the huge rumbling sound that suddenly appeared in Xuanhefang yesterday, but there was no mention of any pursuit. They only said that some casual cultivator's alchemy furnace had exploded. Bai Chen quietly listened from the side, his anxious heart gradually settling. It seemed either Feng Linger had boasted or her uncle at his sect did not have such significant influence. Alternatively, it could be that his sect is strict and wouldn't tolerate someone like Feng Linger acting recklessly. Or perhaps they were investigating secretly. Regardless of which, he should be safe for the time being. Confirming there was no danger, Bai Chen tossed a bean into his mouth, got up to settle the bill, and left. On the second day, just as dawn broke, a clear bell rang out from the direction of Jiusu Mountain, where his sect is located. Bai Chen woke up early to avoid delaying his entry into the mountain and was currently applying a disguise on his face when the bell sound made his hand pause. He couldn't help but set down what he was holding and walked to the window, pushing it open to look towards Jiusu Mountain. The bell sound pierced through the mist, sweeping across every street and alley of Xuanhefang. This bell sound was not as dull as an ordinary copper bell, carrying a gentle spiritual power. Ringing 9 times, each sound more distant than the last, it resonated in a way that made one's eardrums tingle, yet also brought a sense of tranquility. As the last bell sound faded, the world suddenly quieted for a moment. Previously, the main peak of Jiusu Mountain had always been shrouded in a thick layer of mist, and ordinary people could only see the undulating green silhouette at the foot of the mountain. Not only could they not see the main peak clearly, but they also could not approach it. Ordinary people had no problem hunting or chopping wood at the periphery, but getting close to the main peak was impossible. No matter which direction they walked, they would end up back where they started. His sect and the mortal realm are ultimately 2 worlds. But in that instant, the bell sound dissipated the layer of mist that had covered the sky and obscured the sun, receded like a tide. First, the mist at the foot of the mountain transformed into wisps of blue smoke and vanished. Next, the clouds at the midway point slowly dispersed, revealing the Dan cliff and emerald walls with ancient pines twisted together. Finally, the densest mist atop the mountain seemed to be parted by an invisible force, unveiling the entire Jiu-Su mountain before everyone's eyes. Atop the mountain peak, one could vaguely see the flying eaves and corners of jade towers covered with a layer of faint azure light. The side peaks undulated and ancient palaces were scattered along the mountainside with a few blue figures riding swords gliding by. The whole mountain seemed like an isolated fairyland with spiritual energy, rising, and lush vegetation. It made one feel clear-headed just by looking at it. Bai Chen was greatly shaken inside. This is what a fairyland is like, isn't it? As the clouds and mist completely cleared, a faint azure pillar of light rose from the peak of Jiu-Su mountain, piercing the sky. From this point, the gates of Hisu sect were fully open to the mortals. Bai Chen's residence was located in the most remote area of Shuina Square. Even so, when the azure light shot up to the sky, he could hear the cheers coming from other parts of the square. People from all over Kangming Prefecture rushed to participate in the recruitment ceremony of Hisu sect, all eager to head towards the eastern side of the square, leading to the mountain gate of Hisu sect. Bai Chen also did not dare to delay. He had never experienced a sect opening for recruitment, but such opportunities should not be missed. Hurrying to tidy himself up, Bai Chen packed his belongings and set off towards Hisu sect. As he entered the main street of Shuinha Square, he quickly merged into the crowd heading towards Hisu sect, rushing together towards the mountain gate. The climate of Kangming Prefecture was somewhat similar to that of the Guangdong province on Blue Star. Hisu sect's recruitment occurs every year on the third day of the third month. At this time, the temperature can be a bit hot around noon, but is quite suitable at other times. However, there were too many people heading to Hisu sect, which made Bai Chen feel somewhat suffocated. He glanced around. In the Xiansong continent, unless one was a prodigious talent, others would not display their spiritual roots until they were 15. Thus, most of the crowd consisted of young boys and girls aged 15 or 16, with a few older individuals mixed in. It was unclear whether they had come out to test their roots due to lack of information or out of defiance against fate, hoping for a different outcome. Regardless, there were indeed so many people that it was a bit overwhelming. Bai Chen could even smell the faint scent of sweat from the young people around him. After walking for a while, two unfamiliar young boys, perhaps pushed closer together by the crowd or feeling nervous, initiated a conversation. A dark-skinned boy wearing a coarse short jacket nervously clutched his clothes and swallowed hard before speaking to the person next to him. "This brother, are you also just turning 15 this year, testing your spiritual root for the first time?" The boy being addressed wore a somewhat worn blue outfit, and upon hearing this let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "No, I tested at Xianjian sect last year, but unfortunately I have a mixed spiritual root, and they didn't even accept me into the outer sect." In the Xiansong continent, the best spiritual roots are single roots followed by dual roots. Cultivators with single or dual roots absorb spiritual energy and convert it with efficiency that is vastly different from others recognized as the chosen ones. However, such cultivators are rare throughout the continent. Most cultivators have 3 roots. Spiritual roots above 4 are considered mixed roots due to their slow progress. Among mixed roots, the most useless are 5 roots. While there are sects willing to accept 4 roots as servant disciples, almost all sects on the Xiansong continent refuse 5 roots. Upon hearing that the blue-clad boy had a mixed root, the coarse-clothed boy expressed a hint of sympathy. "Mixed roots. So that's why you thought to try your luck at Hisu sect?" "Yes." The blue-clad boy's eyes were filled with helplessness. "Otherwise, why would I bother coming all the way to Hisu sect? Only they don't discriminate against spiritual roots in Kangming Prefecture. As long as you have a spiritual root, you can enter the outer sect. Even if I only become an outer disciple for a lifetime, it's still better than farming back home." The coarse-clothed boy nodded. "Indeed, as long as you enter the mountain gate, there may still be opportunities. In the Xiansong continent, Hisu sect can be considered an anomaly. It accepts 5 roots which others refuse. Thus, each year during the recruitment, the number of people interviewing at the foot of Hisu sect is the highest in the entire Xiansong continent." Just as the two finished speaking, a plump boy in a brocade jacket approached. His clothing and accessories looked quite luxurious, indicating a wealthy background. He smiled and cupped his hands to the coarse-clothed and blue-clad boys. "Gentlemen, I'm also 15 this year. My father says that I've been able to feel the heat from jadestone since I was young. Perhaps my spiritual root is not bad. If I can enter the mountain gate in the future, well, all be fellow disciples, and we can look out for each other then." The plump boy's voice was loud and cheerful. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The coarse-clothed and blue-clad boys quickly returned the greeting. "That is only natural." The plump boy exchanged hand gestures with the two, and then turning his gaze noticed Bai Chen silently walking by, greeting him with a smile. "This brother, let's look out for each other in the future." Since someone was talking to him, Bai Chen could not ignore it. He turned to the plump boy smiling and nodding certainly. The plump boy had initially just been casually greeting people intending to cast a wide net. However, when he saw Bai Chen turn to face him, his eyes widened. "Oh, I say, brother, your complexion. Are you unwell?" His words were quite tactful. Bai Chen's current appearance was one of fragile weakness. His face was painted pale, his lips devoid of color, and he looked as if he had not slept in days with dark circles under his eyes. His hair was loosely tied with an old wooden hairpin with a few strands blowing onto his sweaty forehead, making him look even more haggard. It seemed like a gust of wind could knock him out. With such a look, it seemed he could collapse at any moment, so saying unwell was quite the understatement. The plump boy's eyes were wide with disbelief. Could someone who looked like they could barely walk really be seeking immortality? Bai Chen, noticing the astonished look on the plump boy's face, suddenly felt playful. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, feigning weakness, and said, "It's fine, I'm in good health." The plump boy, shocked, seemed ready to spill over. "So you're in good health like this?" Bai Chen watched the astonishment on his face, waiting to see if he would retort, but unexpectedly, he pulled out an oil paper bag from his pocket and stuffed it into Bai Chen's hands. "Take this, it's osmanthus cake, made by my family's chef, great for when you're hungry." He glanced towards the distant mountain gate. The recruitment location for Hisu sect is in front of the Lingyin Hall, and there's a long flight of stairs to climb. Your body is too weak, it's good to have something on hand to fill your stomach. Bai Chen stood there holding the oil paper bag, stunned. He had thought that with his sickly appearance he would either be teased or avoided. In this crowd of so many people who would care about someone who looked like they could faint at any moment. After all, someone like that would struggle to survive, let alone hope to enter the mountain gate. Yet he had not expected this plump boy, despite looking carefree, to have such a kind heart. After stuffing the oil paper bag into Bai Chen's arms, the plump boy turned back to the previous two and sighed. "I thought there would be many people coming to participate in the Hisu sect recruitment ceremony, but I didn't expect it to be this many. Now I'm a bit worried that what my father said about my exceptional talent is just him being proud as a father." The coarse-clothed and blue-clad boy smiled at this, but had nothing to say. After all, they didn't know him well. If they casually said the plump boy would definitely succeed, and he didn't, it could lead to resentment. However, Bai Chen said, "You will definitely be able to enter the sect smoothly." The chubby boy was taken aback for a moment, then grinned, revealing two sharp tiger teeth, as he looked at Bai Chen, scratching his head with his chubby hand. "Then I shall take your good words to heart." The chubby boy thought Bai Chen was just being polite and took it lightly. Only Bai Chen knew he was speaking the truth. A skill can only be copied once a month, but there is no limit to viewing others' attributes. Just now, the chubby boy had stuffed an oil paper bag into his hand, allowing Bai Chen to touch him and take a glance at his attributes. Name: Chen Jinbao. Age 15. Cultivation level 9. Spiritual roots metal earth. Talent attributes: quick insight into patterns, blue metal affinity, blue proficient in recording patterns, green easy identification of refiner materials, green abundant strength, white. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a dual spiritual root, and his talents were not inferior to Fenglinger. If he had encountered him earlier, Bai Chen would have probably copied his refining talent. After being praised by Bai Chen, Chen Jinbao felt closer to him. He patted his belly and introduced himself to Bai Chen. "My name is Chen Jinbao, with Jin meaning gold and Bao meaning treasure. I just turned 15 2 months ago. What about you, brother?" Bai Chen avoided the arm of a person bumping into him and softly replied, "I am Bai with Chun as my given name meaning star. I am 16 this year." 16? Chen Jinbao looked at him in confusion. "Aren't we all supposed to test our spiritual roots at 15? Why did you come a year late?" Bai Chen slightly lowered his gaze and sighed, his tone melancholic as he said, "My family was poor. My parents died in an accident 2 years ago, and I have been living alone in a dilapidated house, saving enough for travel expenses to finally make it here." Strictly speaking, he did not say anything wrong, but expressing it this way felt rather tragic. Chen Jinbao exclaimed, immediately feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, Bai brother, I didn't know you." Chen Jinbao stammered for a long time, unsure of what to say, anxiously scratching his head. Bai Chen looked at the chubby boy, who seemed to want to slap himself, holding back a laugh and shaking his head. "One cannot blame the ignorant. I have already moved on, it's nothing." Even though Bai Chen said this, Chen Jinbao dared not mention family matters again, quickly shifting the topic to strange tales he had heard about the Hushu sect. "Hey, Bai brother, have you heard of the falling star abyss of the Hushu sect?" Bai Chen shook his head. "No, I haven't." He was not originally from this continent. His past life was that of an ordinary family with no cultivators in the family, so he knew nothing about these matters. Seeing Bai Chen's ignorance, Chen Jinbao immediately leaned in mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, this is what my father heard from an old customer who has been supplying refining materials to the Hushu sect for years. They say that the back mountain of the sect originally had no restrictions, but since a meteor fell 300 years ago, no one has been allowed near it." Bai Chen listened intently, and the chubby boy fell silent. He looked at Chen Jinbao with curiosity. And then, Chen Jinbao scratched his head and chuckled. I don't know. My father only told me this much. Bai Chen was left speechless. Is that it? He had overestimated the chubby boy's knowledge, expecting to hear something extraordinary. While they were talking, the crowd ahead had already moved to the entrance of the Hushu sect. Everyone listened carefully. Suddenly, a clear voice infused with spiritual energy resonated through the valley like a heavy bell, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was the amplification technique commonly used by the disciples of the Hushu sect, which could be practiced from the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, it was being activated by a disciple of the Hushu sect, echoing through the forest. 10 teams will ascend the mountain immediately. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the spirit guiding hall, a unified spiritual root test will be conducted. No pushing, no shouting. Those who seek trouble or disrupt order will be disqualified from the test. The voice cut through the noise of the crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down, self-organizing into 10 lines proceeding through the mountain gate towards the ascent. Chen Jinbao, who had been chatting away, also dared not speak anymore and lowered his head to join a nearby line. Bai Chen followed Chen Jinbao into the line, moving forward with the flow of people. The entrance was not a smooth path, but a set of over 1,000 stone steps carved into the cliff, winding upwards towards the spirit guiding hall shrouded in mist. The stone steps had undoubtedly endured countless years, their surface polished smooth and warm, with faint traces of spiritual energy patterns flowing, likely due to years of nourishment from the sect's qi. The higher they ascended, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, filling their lungs with a refreshing aura. Bai Chen marveled internally. Even before truly entering the Hushu sect, the spiritual energy was already so rich. What kind of scene would it be like once he truly stepped into the Hushu sect? As they gradually approached the entrance, the disciples of the Hushu sect on both sides became clearly visible. They wore gradient blue-green long robes with wide sleeves, each adorned with a green jade token that bore the inscription Inner Sect of Hushu. The subtle patterns on their robes pulsed with spiritual energy, showcasing their exceptional aura. This sight filled the onlookers with longing. As Bai Chen followed Chen Jinbao up, just as he was about to step through the entrance, an arm holding a long sword suddenly crossed in front of him, blocking his path. Bai Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at the person. He saw that although the individual wore the standard blue-green disciple robe, the jade token at their waist had a more intricate pattern than the others. The sword sheath raised to block his path was also carved with intricate cloud patterns. A mere glance from the person made Bai Chen feel an inexplicable tightness in his chest, causing his breath to momentarily hitch. As Bai Chen was stopped, the line behind him and beside him also came to a halt. Everyone turned to look in his direction in surprise. Bai Chen slightly lowered his head, politely cupping his hands. Excuse me, senior brother, is there something you wish to convey? The person's gaze fell on Bai Chen's face, their brows furrowing in displeasure as they coldly said, hiding your head and revealing your tail, sneaking around, do you even deserve to enter the mountain gate of my Hushu sect? Seeing Bai Chen being blocked, Chen Jinbao also stopped in front, looking back at him with concern. Hearing the person's words, his eyes widened in shock. Hiding your head and revealing your tail. What does that mean? My brother is perfectly fine. How can he be sneaky? Bai Chen's heart tightened upon hearing the person's words, and he soon understood. His little disguise was nothing more than ordinary makeup skills. It was one thing to fool ordinary people, but it could not escape the scrutiny of a cultivator's spiritual sense. In the eyes of cultivators, his makeup was indeed hiding his head and revealing his tail, especially since today was the day the Hushu sect was recruiting disciples. It was no wonder they would be suspicious and cautious. Bai Chen quickly cupped his hands in apology to the person, his tone sincere. Senior brother, please forgive me. I am unskilled in martial arts and physically weak, and being alone outside, I had to disguise myself for self-protection, not intending to offend the sect's dignity. I will remove this disguise right away. After saying this, he took out a clean plain handkerchief from his sleeve and began to wipe his face with some water from his water pouch. As the cloth passed over, the deliberately applied pale color was swiftly removed, revealing the original skin tone beneath. His skin was also very fair, but it was clear and radiant, exuding health. Especially with his naturally beautiful eyebrows and eyes, now that the disguise was removed, he subtly exuded an air of ethereal grace. The inner disciples guarding the mountain gate gazed at his clear eyes, their brows slightly relaxing. Scanning him with divine sense, having found nothing unusual, he nodded and stepped aside to clear the path. Once you enter the mountain, follow the stone steps directly up to the spirit hall square and queue up in order to test your spiritual root. Bai Chen bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, senior brother. The man nodded slightly, turning his gaze back to the other people waiting in line to ascend the mountain. Bai Chen did not delay further and quickened his pace to catch up with the ahead Chen Jinbao. Upon seeing Bai Chen approaching, Chen Jinbao immediately pulled him forward a few steps up the stairs, glancing back with a lingering fear before looking at Bai Chen. Oh, I thought that senior brother wouldn't let you ascend the mountain. Thankfully. As he spoke, he looked Bai Chen up and down, clicking his tongue repeatedly. I said, "Bai brother, I truly thought you were unwell before. How did you manage this? You look too real." He raised his hand to poke Bai Chen's face to see if it was real, but recalled that it was too impolite, so he withdrew his hand, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times. Speaking of which, Bai brother's appearance is truly handsome. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen. It's a pity that such beauty was covered up. What made you think of disguising yourself like that? Chen Jinbao kept chattering away, and Bai Chen, being pulled along, couldn't find an opportunity to speak even after climbing several dozen steps. Finally, when he got to ask, Bai Chen sighed, saying, "Unlike you, Chen brother, who has a wealthy family and protection by your side, I travel alone, and it's better to keep a low profile to avoid trouble." "That's true." Chen Jinbao nodded slowly, then patted his round belly and laughed. "My father also told me not to be ostentatious, but I can't hide this belly. It's like carrying a big pumpkin wherever I go, and no one believes I'm short on money." "It's good to have money. Oh, life is also easier," Bai Chen remarked, smiling as he glanced at Chen Jinbao's belly, which was bouncing from the pat. Yet Chen Jinbao shook his head. "Although my family's business is somewhat related to the immortal sect, no one has ever entered the immortal sect. The mere silver coins of the mundane world mean nothing in the realm of cultivation. Even if I hadn't entered the immortal sect, if I did." He rubbed his belly and sighed. "I'm afraid this belly will soon disappear." Bai Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, "Looking at you like this, you seem quite reluctant to part with this belly fat." "Of course." Chen Jinbao laughed heartily. "After all, it has been with me for over a decade, and we have feelings for each other." The two chatted and laughed as they continued to ascend. At first, the stone steps were relatively gentle, and Chen Jinbao could still share amusing stories from home and various rumors about the Hisu sect he had heard. However, the higher they ascended, the steeper the steps became. Even though the climbing stairs were wide enough, it did not change the fact that the path was steep. After just halfway up, Chen Jinbao could no longer endure. The earlier vigor had dissipated significantly, and his smile had faded. His mouth hung open, gasping intermittently, as if his legs were bound by heavy stones, making it difficult for him to move. Large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, and the front of his clothes had long since become soaked. Who? I can't go on. Let's take a break. My brother, you go ahead, don't wait for me." Chen Jinbao leaned on his knees, his legs trembling as he panted. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but the embroidered handkerchief quickly became thoroughly wet. Worried about delaying Bai Chen, he waved his hand, urging Bai Chen to go ahead and not wait for him. "I can't move either." Bai Chen raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, took a few deep breaths, and his gaze slowly swept from the mist-covered mountain down to the stone steps. The crowd on the stone steps had long lost the orderly appearance they had upon entering the mountain gate. Earlier at the mountain gate, thousands had divided into 10 neat lines under the guidance of Hisu sect disciples, steadily climbing the stone steps, creating quite an impressive sight. However, now, having only walked halfway, the steep stone steps and thin mountain wind had worn down everyone's spirit. More than half of the people could no longer hold on. The originally orderly 10 lines had long twisted into a snake-like formation, broken into 7 or 8 segments. Ahead, a sparse crowd of 3 or 2 still grit their teeth and continued climbing. Each of them had flushed faces, soaked clothes, and their steps were so unsteady they seemed to be walking on cotton, clearly exhausted to the extreme. Bai Chen silently rubbed his sore thighs, sighing inwardly as he observed the scene. In terms of height, this mountain leading to the Spirit Hall did not appear as majestic as Mount Tai. In his earlier days, when he climbed Mount Tai, he reached the South Heaven Gate in half an hour despite the steep and treacherous paths of the 18 turns. Although it was exhausting, it was nothing compared to now, where it felt as if all his strength had been drained, making even lifting a foot a struggle. It should be noted that this body was only 16 years old with a robust constitution as well. Previously, when he hurried from his hometown to Shunhang, he had been running and hardly sweated all day. But now the sweat was flowing out like a faucet, soaking his clothes completely, and all his muscles were protesting. Moreover, he distinctly felt that the further he climbed, the stronger this sense of fatigue became. Something was off. Bai Chen glanced down at the spiritual energy patterns flowing over the stone steps, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that this climbing stairway is actually a grand array? Perhaps there is some kind of gravity array set up here, increasing in power the higher one goes. This would both test the disciples' stamina and quietly filter out those with wavering resolve. Bai Chen looked up ahead. Earlier, there had at least been tens of thousands of people in front of them. As they climbed up to this point, they had surpassed quite a number of individuals, and now there were only 1,000 or so still persevering ahead. At this moment, Bai Chen had a true sense of his own talent. The fact that he and Chen Jinbao could catch up to so many people and only stop here was likely due to their innate gifts. If Chen Jinbao did not possess his robust strength, talent with his body, he probably would have already been unable to climb at the foot of the mountain. Having stopped, Chen Jinbao simply sat down on the steps and took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. The bottle was adorned with delicate cloud patterns appearing rather exquisite. He uncorked the bottle and poured out 2 round and plump brown pills, handing one to Bai Chen. "Bai brother, here, this is a spirit replenishing pill my father prepared for me specially for restoring stamina. It's better than osmanthus cake, you should take one too." Spirit replenishing pill. Bai Chen looked at the pill, his heart stirred, but he politely declined, shaking his head. "No need, Chen brother, I can still hold on." "Hey, why be polite with me?" Chen Jinbao directly shoved the pill into Bai Chen's hand, gesturing casually as he tossed it into his mouth. "This thing was specially prepared for me by my old man to cope with the mountain climbing, and it's only useful for today's ascent. Once today is over, regardless of whether I enter the Hisu sect or not, I won't be climbing this deadly mountain trail again. It's a waste to keep it or just eat it. I have plenty more in this bottle." Chen Jinbao shook the porcelain bottle in his hand. Bai Chen indeed heard the clinking sounds inside, suggesting there were still quite a few left. "Thank you." Bai Chen watched as Chen Jinbao finished the pill without further hesitation and tossed it into his mouth. He was indeed curious about what the pills in this world were really like. The pill melted in his mouth, lacking the bitter taste he had imagined, but it didn't have any particularly unique flavor either. Moments after swallowing, a faint warm current slowly spread from his dantian, leisurely flowing through his limbs. Bai Chen took a moment to feel it. The tension in his calves, which had been strained from climbing, seemed to ease just a bit. But that was all. There were no further sensations. Bai Chen moved his wrists and ankles, then tried taking a deep breath, but felt the same. He couldn't quite determine whether this sensation was due to the pill actually being effective or if sitting on the stone steps for so long had naturally relieved him somewhat. "So how do you feel? Do you feel energized all over?" Chen Jinbao leaned in, his face full of anticipation. Bai Chen looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. "I do feel a bit more relaxed. It would be too ungrateful to criticize the pill after consuming it." Chen Jinbao, having received a positive response, immediately beamed with joy and slapped his thigh. "I told you my old man's pills pack a punch." "Huh." Bai Chen slightly nodded, thinking to himself that it wasn't necessarily the potency of the pills prepared by your old man, but rather the power of your own psychological comfort. After resting for a cup of tea's worth of time on the steps, Chen Jinbao looked at the people who had already passed them by, and supporting himself on his knees, stood up. "Bai brother, let's go." Bai Chen advised him as he noticed his trembling legs. "You should rest a bit longer. There's no rush." But Chen Jinbao shook his head. "We can't rest anymore. Bai brother, you may not know, but the Hisu sect allows mortals to climb the mountain only for 2 hours. If we don't reach the Lingjing Hall within that time, we will lose our qualification to test our spiritual roots. So we can't delay too long, otherwise we will have to come back next year. I really don't want to climb this long mountain trail again." He took a step, pulling Bai Chen's arm as they climbed, mumbling as he panted. "The pill my old man gave me only takes care of stamina, not my legs. They're trembling way too much." Bai Chen raised his brows, slightly glancing at the mountain path ahead. No wonder when the bell rang, the people from the Xuanhe Square rushed over here like mad. They really started filtering people as soon as they entered the mountain gate. He had previously spent all his money to investigate others' attributes and had no capital to wait another year. Today he must enter the Hisu sect. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and reached out to support Chen Jinbao's plump arm. The two helped each other, slowly inching their way up. To reach the summit within the 2-hour limit, they dared not stop to rest again. The path indeed became more and more pressuring, as Bai Chen had guessed. As they approached the final stretch to the summit, their legs felt as though they were glued to the stone steps, making it difficult to take a step. After enduring who knows how long, just as they were about to collapse from exhaustion, they finally reached the Lingjing Hall Plaza at the summit. Bai Chen was already prepared to fall flat on his face from exhaustion, but the moment his foot hit the ground, he felt a rush of refreshing spiritual energy rapidly surge up from his soles. In an instant, an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body. The fatigue, soreness, irritability, and breakdown from climbing for nearly 4 hours all dissipated in that moment. It felt like he had just taken a hot bath. His body relaxed to the point that he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, a fresh aroma hard to describe surged into his lungs, revitalizing his spirit. Bai Chen marveled as he squeezed his palms. Indeed, this was worthy of a cultivation sect. Such methods were truly beyond the reach of ordinary forces. Chen Jinbao stepped onto the plaza, humming with delight. "Oh, so comfortable. Just moments ago he was exhausted, but now, hey, he felt alive again." The disciple of the Hisu sect at the end of the mountain climbing ladder reminded everyone who had just stepped onto the plaza. "Everyone take a moment to catch your breath before proceeding to the plaza in front of the Lingjing Hall and form into 10 orderly lines. Do not crowd or make a fuss, and do not cut in line. Anyone who violates this will have their qualification to test their spiritual roots revoked." The people around, having already rested, immediately headed towards the plaza. "My brother, let's go. We should line up too." Chen Jinbao pulled Bai Chen quickly into a line. Bai Chen took the opportunity to look around. This was a vast plaza made of blue stone. The ground was paved with large slabs of blue stone with some patterns that seemed like some kind of spiritual markings. Sunlight poured down, and the spiritual markings shimmered softly as they flowed. At the end of the plaza stood the Lingjing Hall of the Hisu sect. The hall didn't seem to be built from common bricks and stones. The columns were wrapped in a layer of gold intricately carved with cloud patterns and exotic beasts. Above the hall's entrance, a black jade plaque hung in the center inscribed with the 3 golden characters Lingjing Hall, whose strong and vigorous font seemed to radiate spiritual energy. The hall doors were wide open, revealing a deep and tranquil interior, but it was unclear what lay inside. Yet the profound sight evoked a strong sense of reverence, making Bai Chen instinctively avert his gaze back to the crowd. By now, thousands of young men and women had stepped onto the plaza to test their spiritual roots. Under the orderly guidance of the sect disciples, they lined up in 10 rows in front of the Lingjing Hall. The subsequent crowd followed onto the broad, blue stone plaza, winding along the spiritual markings on the ground in a serpentine manner. The 10 lines were neatly arranged from start to finish, showing no signs of crowding or disorder. He and Chen Jinbao also joined this line at that moment. Bai Chen looked back at the Lingjing Hall, secretly amazed. This was merely the outermost hall of the Hisu sect, and there must be even more astonishing buildings further in. In a world without high technology, being able to construct such magnificent buildings at the summit of a mountain could only be achieved by those sects or emperors who don't regard people as equals. Chen Jinbao stared wide-eyed, unable to contain himself as he turned to Bai Chen and whispered in awe. I have always heard my father speak of how grand the Hisu sect is, and he has always regretted not being able to enter the Hisu sect for cultivation. Today I finally understand why he couldn't let it go. If I can't enter the sect today, I would probably feel as regretful as my father. Indeed. Bai Chen nodded slightly, looking at the Lingjing Hall before him, his fists clenched. The opportunity to seek immortality and enlightenment was right in front of him. If he couldn't cross this threshold, he feared he would never find peace in this life. The sun gradually climbed to its zenith, warming the bluestone square. Chen Jinbao, plump and sensitive to heat, had not stopped sweating despite the relatively mild temperature. He repeatedly wiped his face and neck with a handkerchief which had already become completely soaked. Did we climb up so quickly? Hasn't it been 2 hours yet? Bai Chen looked up at the sun and replied, it should be soon. Suddenly a bell rang. Dong. This bell sounded completely different from what he had heard earlier in Shuina Square. At that time it was distant. Although the tone was rich, it was also far and long. But at this moment the bell came from behind the Lingjing Hall, so close that it felt as if the sound was cast in iron, heavy enough to carry immense force. As the sound resounded, it caused a buzzing in people's eardrums, and the blood and qi in their chests seemed to surge along with it. The young men and women who had been whispering in the square fell silent, their eyes filled with shock as they turned in unison toward the Lingjing Hall. They were then distracted by a commotion at the entrance to the mountain climbing ladder and turned to look behind them. At the entrance to the mountain climbing ladder, several disciples of the sect simultaneously raised their hands, and a faint azure spiritual light flashed by, enveloping the winding stone steps in a layer of transparent light. After a few short gasps of surprise, the entire mountain climbing ladder fell silent. Clearly those who had not yet reached the Lingjing Hall square were all ushered out of the ladder. Chen Jinbao patted his chest and sighed in relief. Fortunately, we came up quickly. Otherwise, if we were sent out for not climbing up, my father would surely spank me raw when I get home. Bai Chen smiled, just about to respond, when several figures walked out from the Lingjing Hall, causing him to close his mouth again. A man and a woman led the way, followed by 10 disciples of the Hushu sect as they stepped slowly out of the grand hall. The two in front were not wearing the standard gradient azure blue long robes of the Hushu sect, but they both bore the elder tokens of the sect. The male elder on the left wore a plain robe with cloud patterns, and the cuffs and hem were embroidered with delicate golden lines. His hair was all white, but neatly groomed with strands of silver cascading down his chest, and a gentle smile on his face. The female elder on the right was dressed in an ice blue robe, the hem embroidered with dark patterns, her posture straight as a blade drawn from its sheath. Her dark hair was held up with a white jade hairpin, and her unadorned face showed no expression. A pair of sharp eyes swept across the square, exuding a piercing aura that made it difficult to meet their gaze. The two stood side by side at the white jade steps in front of the hall. The male elder spoke first, his voice cheerful. Young men, I am Mo Henian, the head of the Xianding Peak of the Hushu sect, in charge of the sect's alchemy affairs. He gestured to the female elder beside him and said with a smile, this is Elder Wenrung, the head of the Lingxiao Sword Peak, a paragon among the sect's sword cultivators. Today's spirit root test for the recruitment ceremony will be conducted by Elder One and me. As Mo Henian finished speaking, over 10,000 people in the square seemed to have rehearsed in advance, bowing in unison. "We greet the two elders." Bai Chen also bowed along with the crowd. When he looked up again, he saw Mo Henian smiling as he stroked his beard, while Wen Rong maintained her emotionless gaze, coldly surveying the crowd. Once everyone stood straight again, Mo Henian raised his hand and waved toward the center of the square. 10 streams of light flew out from the Lingyin Hall, accurately landing in front of 10 rows, transforming into 10 palm-sized jade tokens that hovered before the first person in each row. Bai Chen leaned his head to look through the gaps in the crowd toward the jade tokens at the front. Unfortunately, it was a bit far, and all he could see was that the tokens were white and faintly glowing. He could not discern anything else. "Everyone please step forward in order and place your palms on the Lingyin mirror. Close your eyes and concentrate. The quality of your spirit roots will reveal itself. Let's begin the test." As Mo Henian finished speaking, the 10 disciples who followed him and Wen Rong stood at the front of the rows and called out loudly, "Step forward and draw on the spirit." The young men and women in the square instinctively clenched their fists, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Bai Chen's gaze fell on the boy at the very front of the row. The boy wore a faded coarse cloth short coat, his hands tightly clenched in anxiety. After the Hushu sect disciples loudly urged them to step forward, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. He raised his palm and pressed it against the Lingyin mirror in front of him. All eyes focused on the jade token. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Lingyin mirror was terrifyingly quiet, without a ripple. No spirit root. Next one. The Hushu sect disciple beside the Lingyin mirror spoke in a flat tone, waving his hand to signal the boy to step back and for the next person to come forward. The boy's expression of hope froze instantly, his shoulders drooping. He stared blankly at his palm, unable to move. The Hushu sect disciple beside the Lingyin mirror frowned slightly, his voice darkening. "Those without spirit roots must immediately descend the mountain. Do not linger here and disturb others' tests." This statement struck the boy like a thunderclap, startling him awake. The boy awkwardly stepped back 2 paces, nearly colliding with the person behind him, before hurriedly lowering his head and squeezing out of the crowd toward the mountain climbing ladder, leaving in despair. And this situation was not an isolated case. The same thing happened at the other 9 Lingyin mirrors. Out of 10 people tested, not a single one had spirit roots. A low murmur arose around, quickly returning to silence. The excitement in the eyes of the young men and women in the rows gradually gave way to fear, their anxieties heightening. Chen Jinbao was wiping his sweat even faster, clearly feeling anxious. Bai Chen, however, remained calm. During a month in Shuanhe Square, he had investigated not fewer than 300 people. Among those hundreds, only a few could barely be considered as having decent green talents, and he had only seen one person with 3 spirit roots from start to finish. It was definitely a stroke of luck for him to encounter someone like Chen Jinbao and Feng Linger, who had dual spirit roots and single spirit roots. Now, having tested 10 people without finding a single one with spirit roots was utterly normal. Looking at the expressions of the 2 elders in front of the Lingyin Hall and the disciples responsible for the tests, one could tell they had long since grown accustomed to this. No spirit root. Next one. No spirit root. Quickly retreat. No spirit root. The testing proceeded swiftly. The 10 rows flowed like 10 rushing streams, the young men and women almost stepping on each other's footprints as they advanced. Raise hand, press palm, withdraw hand, and in the blink of an eye it was all settled. Occasionally the Lingyin mirror would suddenly shine with a faint light. Either intertwining in 3 colors of blue, yellow, and red, or mixed with red, blue, and brown. The light was weak, but sufficiently eye-catching. 3 spirit roots. Move to the east side hall to line up and wait. 4 spirit roots. Line up and wait in the east side hall. 3 spirit roots. Bai Chen silently counted in his heart while standing in the line. In front of him, 2,000 to 3,000 people had already completed the test, yet only about 20 were able to make the Lingyin mirror light up. Among these 20 or so individuals, all possessed 3 or 4 spiritual roots. The coveted single and double spiritual roots that others yearned for were nowhere to be found. Bai Chen stroked his chin. He couldn't believe that not a single one of the 5 spiritual roots deemed useless by the entire continent had appeared. Could he be a rare genius among the masses? The team continued forward, and it was finally Chen Jinbao's turn. He trembled as he glanced back at Bai Chen. Even without words, Bai Chen understood his unspoken fears. "Brother Bai, I'm scared." Bai Chen nodded slightly to Chen Jinbao and gently patted his arm, whispering words of reassurance. "Don't worry, you will be fine." After testing thousands, not a single double spiritual root had been seen. Wouldn't Chen Jinbao's dual metal and earth roots set the crowd ablaze? He would surely be a disciple of the inner sect. Chen Jinbao forced a smile, his expression more painful than a cry, his chubby face scrunched up in despair. With only about 30 individuals possessing spiritual roots out of thousands, what was he? Most likely he had no spiritual roots at all. Yet even at this point Bai Chen was still assuring him that he would succeed. How kind of brother Bai. No spiritual roots, leave quickly next. It was finally Qin Jinbao's turn to test his spiritual roots. He took a deep breath, licking his lips as he nervously stepped forward. Bai Chen took the opportunity to observe the spirit stone. It was entirely luminous, resembling a carving made from white jade. Its surface was etched with intricate spiritual patterns, and at the center of blue crystal the size of a dove's egg was embedded, trembling slightly, as it emitted faint waves of spiritual energy. Was this crystal the source of those glimmers? Qin Jinbao stood before the spirit stone, his arm trembling as he reached out. Grandpa and Grandma, great-grandpa, and great-grandma, bless your grandson. Qin Jinbao closed his eyes, steeled himself, and pressed his sweaty, chubby hand firmly onto the spirit stone. Initially, the jade token remained silent, and his heart sank. It was over. He truly had no spiritual roots. Just as he was about to despair, the luminous surface suddenly lit up. Two distinctly different auras burst forth from the blue crystal. The golden light glowed like molten glass, fierce and concentrated. The earthy hue resembled dense jade, warm and stable. The dual-colored radiance intertwined and entangled, far more brilliant than any previous 3 or 4 spiritual roots. Even the surrounding air seemed to be tinged with a faint golden and earthy shimmer. The disciples of the Hushu sect standing nearby widened their eyes in shock and reported loudly, golden and earthy dual spiritual roots. All eyes in the square turned towards them. The boys and girls waiting in line looked at Qin Jinbao with disbelief. Up until now, nearly 3,000 people had completed the test. Let alone a dual spiritual root. Even the few with slightly stronger 3 spiritual roots were rare. He was the first with dual spiritual roots. How enviable. Qin Jinbao stared in astonishment at the spirit stone, still radiating golden and earthy hues, and suddenly turned to Bai Chen. He was actually a dual spiritual root. Bai Chen said he would succeed, and he truly did. Bai Chen smiled and nodded slightly at him. Inside the spirit summoning hall, Mo Henian was leisurely reclining in a chair, savoring spiritual tea. Wen Ruoheng, on the other hand, had her eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Their visit to oversee the disciples' recruitment ceremony was merely a routine affair. Talented prospects had long been taken into the sect. The chances of finding good seedlings among these mortals who had rushed over from various places were exceedingly low. They had not tested a good prospect with more than 3 spiritual roots at the recruitment ceremony for several years. When the spirit stone outside burst forth with dual spiritual light, Mo Henian's teacup halted suddenly, nearly spilling its contents. His originally gentle gaze sharpened instantly. Dual spiritual roots. A dual spiritual root emerged among over 10,000 people. When Ruheng's eyes snapped open, and without a word she darted out. Only then did Mo Henian come to his senses. His figure moved like a streak of light as he rushed out of the spirit summoning hall. The 2 figures appeared in front of Qin Jinbao in swift succession. Mo Henian smoothed the flying corners of his robe, his gaze landing on the intertwining golden and earthy spiritual light emanating from the spirit stone, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face as he stroked his beard. Wen Ruoheng stood with her hands behind her back, her cold gaze fixed on Qin Jinbao. Although her expression remained unchanged, her eyes softened slightly compared to before. The surrounding disciples had fallen silent, the square so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Qin Jinbao trembled in fright and quickly withdrew his hand from the spirit stone, rigidly bowing. Elder One. Mo Henian spoke with a hint of laughter in his voice, raising his hand in a friendly manner. Good lad with golden and earthy dual spiritual roots, you're a fine material for refining. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Ruoheng shot him a cold glance. Golden roots are sharp and can temper sword bones. Earthy roots are heavy and can stabilize the foundation, making them excellent choices for sword cultivation. Her voice was as sharp and clear as her demeanor. However, anyone familiar with her would hear that this typically aloof leader of the Sword Peak was quite pleased with the chubby boy before her. Mo Henian was immediately displeased and turned to glare at her. What sword cultivation? Metal refining and earthy foundation. This child is born to be a refiner. He should join my Shanding Peak, and I will personally take him under my wing. Refining takes time, but sword cultivation can be completed quickly. Before Mo Henian could finish, Wen Ruoheng interrupted him lightly, showing no sign of yielding. The 2 of them started to argue right in front of the crowd. In the end, Mo Henian suppressed his anger and waved his hand at Wen Ruoheng. Why am I arguing with you? We need to see what the boy wants to study. He turned around to look at the stunned Qin Jinbao, his face breaking into a warm smile as he stroked his white beard, saying, Boy, with your golden and earthy dual spiritual roots, you are naturally a fine candidate for refining. Join my Shanding Peak, and after establishing a solid foundation in refining, as long as you pass the assessment, I will personally take you as my disciple, and I will impart the secrets of Shanding Peak's refining to you. The Lingxiao Sword Peak is the same. After you establish your body with qi, pass my assessment, and I will personally teach you the sword path." As these words were spoken, the square erupted in another wave of commotion. The two peak leaders actually promised to take him as their personal disciple. Those 30 or so individuals who had previously tested their spiritual roots and were waiting in the side hall now looked on with envious expressions that had replaced their earlier smugness. Was this the treatment of a dual spiritual root? The disparity was too great. Bai Chen, hearing all this, began to grasp some of the underlying implications. Although both of them were vying for Chen Jinbao, neither had directly stated that he should join them as a direct disciple. Rather, they were offering him a place in their respective peaks for inter-sect cultivation. It seemed that until he successfully established qi and passed their so-called assessments, no matter how excellent his talents, he could not soar to great heights in one step. But it was unclear whether this rule applied only to those who voluntarily participated in the test, or if it was equally applicable to those who had entered the Hushu sect in advance. While Bai Chen pondered the management issues of the Hushu sect, Chen Jinbao was nearly overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. I. To others, the two elders vying for favor was a supreme honor. But for Chen Jinbao, this was nothing short of a hot potato. On one side stood the master of Xianding Peak, and on the other the master of Ling Xiao Sword Peak. He was merely a novice who hadn't even begun to cultivate qi, but choosing either side would offend the other. If this bowl of water cannot be balanced, how could he possibly navigate through the sect in the future? He was so anxious that sweat beaded on his brow, instinctively glancing back at Bai Chen. "Brother Bai, help me." As he turned around, Mo Henian and Wen Ruhang's gazes followed, their eyes laden with spiritual pressure, fixating sharply on Bai Chen. A layer of fine hair stood up on Bai Chen's back. "Oh no, don't do this." He just wanted to remain quietly until the grand finale. He had no desire to stand out. He quickly raised his hand to cover his face and muttered, "Cultivation is a lifelong journey. Oh, choose what you love." So the two esteemed masters should understand, right? Regardless of the choice, it is solely due to Chen Jinbao's personal preference. It has nothing to do with me. Mo Henian and Wen Ruhang's gazes returned to Chen Jinbao. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Chen Jinbao clenched his sweaty palms, firm in his resolve. Indeed, cultivation is a lifelong affair. If one dislikes it and forces themselves to learn, wouldn't that lead to even greater offense later on? After contemplating for a moment, he took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Wen Ruohang, sincerely apologizing. "Elder Wen, I have let your kindness down." He then turned to Mo Henian, bending even deeper. "Disciple Chen Jinbao wishes to enter Xianding Peak to study the way of artifact forging." Mo Henian's eyes suddenly brightened, and he laughed heartily while stroking his beard. "Good lad with discerning eyes." He cast a smug glance at Wen Ruohang, unable to hide the pride in his eyes. Wen Ruohang merely nodded lightly, her cold gaze sweeping over Chen Jinbao, a rare hint of regret flickering within. Mo Henian seemed excessively pleased that Chen Jinbao had chosen him, and his joyous gaze shifted back to Bai Chen. "You young man, come forward to draw the spirit." Being paired with a talent like Chen Jinbao, who possessed dual spiritual roots, this youth's qualifications might not be bad either. Even if he was just a three-rooted cultivator, bringing him into Xianding Peak as an outer disciple and refining him slowly would be fine. Wen Ruhang's gaze also followed, revealing a trace of subtle scrutiny. Bai Chen's back prickled with more sweat. Although he didn't want to be the center of attention, he couldn't escape this time. After Chen Jinbao tested his spiritual roots, it would soon be his turn. Steeling himself, Bai Chen approached the spirit-drawing instrument and pressed his palm against it. Many onlookers in the square turned their curious gazes toward him. Surely there must be some significance in being friends with a dual-rooted genius. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly the spirit-drawing instrument lit up. 5 streams of spiritual light, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, burst forth simultaneously. The 5-colored radiance twisted and intertwined. The multitude of colors made it appear more beautiful than any spiritual light tested before. However, Mo Henian's smile gradually faded as he observed the radiance, shaking his head in disappointment. He had thought it was a piece of rough jade that could be carved with effort, but it turned out to be a mixed root cultivator. Even worse, it was the least promising of the mixed roots, 5 roots. With 5 elements intertwined, the spiritual energy was difficult to condense. Forget about foundation establishment, merely touching the threshold of latest-stage qi refinement would be considered a stroke of luck. What a pity he appeared to be a steady young man. Wen Ruohang showed no reaction, merely shifting her gaze away from Bai Chen. Mo Henian silently sighed before turning to look at Wen Ruohang. "Elder, when I leave you to keep an eye on this side. I will take this lad back to the peak to settle in, and he'll return soon." Wen Ruohang nodded slightly. With a swift motion, Mo Henian scooped up the still-dazed Chen Jinbao, transforming him into a streak of flowing light that vanished from the square in the blink of an eye. Wen Ruohang then turned and headed straight back to the spirit drawing hall. The way Mo Henian and Wen Ruang treated Qin Jinbao was not glaringly different from how they treated Bai Chen, but as the party involved Bai Chen felt it all too clearly. Bai Chen shook his head quietly. Just because he was a mixed-root cultivator, the treatment he received was indeed worlds apart from that of Qin Jinbao. After the disciple stationed by the spirit-drawing instrument saw Wen Ruang leave, he waved at Bai Chen. "Please wait in the eastern side hall. The outer sect steward will arrange things for you shortly." "Thank you, senior brother." Bai Chen bowed slightly and turned towards the eastern side hall. In front of the hall stood a long table where a middle-aged cultivator dressed in disciple robes was recording notes. Upon seeing Bai Chen approach, he did not lift his head, but asked, "Name, hometown, age, and spiritual root attributes." Bai Chen from Ansu Kingdom, Aiku Town, 16 years old, 5 spiritual roots. The scribe paused briefly, looking up in surprise. How did someone with no spiritual roots come here? Only upon seeing Bai Chen did he realize this was not a case of having no spiritual roots, but rather 5 spiritual roots. A glimmer of curiosity passed through the middle-aged cultivator's eyes. Though 5 spiritual roots are the least favorable among mixed roots, achieving all 5 elements is still no easy feat. It seems like it's the first time in years that I've seen someone with 5 spiritual roots. 5 spiritual roots and single spiritual roots are both rare, but this young man's luck is truly poor, being stuck with the most useless 5 spiritual roots. The path of cultivation will likely be tough for him. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head, meticulously transcribing the information into the registry before handing him a wooden token engraved with the words, "Outer Sect." "This is your identity token. Take care of it and wait inside." "Thank you, senior brother." Bai Chen took the token, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Now he could be considered to have 1 foot in the threshold of cultivation. After securing the token, he stepped into the side hall. There were already about 30 people standing inside, all fortunate souls who had just tested their spiritual roots. These individuals were clustered together, whispering, their expressions a mix of anxiety and excitement. When they saw Bai Chen enter, the murmurs within the hall abruptly quieted. All eyes turned towards him, displaying a variety of expressions: pity, disdain, and others. Bai Chen understood that they must have witnessed his earlier spirit root testing with Qin Jinbao. Bai Chen maintained his composure, treating their gazes as if he hadn't noticed, and walked directly to the farthest corner of the side hall, standing still to wait quietly. Being a waste was somewhat beneficial. A waste wouldn't be closely monitored, making it easier to survive. The testing sounds in the square gradually thinned out, and soon everyone had completed their tests. Calculating the time, it had only been about an hour from start to finish. Bai Chen silently counted the number of people who had come to the side hall. 46. Out of over 10,000, only 46 bore spiritual roots, including him. 100 to 1 indeed. Suddenly, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in dark steward robes with a square face entered the side hall and stood before the 46. He scanned the crowd, his voice booming. "Everyone, I am Wang Kuan, the outer sect steward. I will now take you to your outer sect accommodations and arrange your cultivation matters. Follow me." Having said that, Wang Kuan turned and left. The 46 people hurriedly followed Wang Kuan out of the side hall and returned to the stone square. As soon as they left his sleeve, 3 glowing green lights suddenly burst forth, transforming into 3 small bamboo boats the size of fingertips. The bamboo boats briefly paused in midair before slowly descending, trembling slightly as they landed silently on the ground. The crowd in the square watched, their eyes wide with astonishment. Once the bamboo boats landed, Wang Kuan was the first to step onto one and beckoned to the crowd. "Come aboard." The others cautiously boarded the boats one by one. Bai Chen stood on the last bamboo boat, following the crowd. As he steadied himself, he felt a slight sinking underfoot, and the bamboo boat began to rise slowly, heading towards the back mountain. He lowered his eyelids and quietly observed his surroundings. The edges of the bamboo boat glimmered with delicate green light, as if an invisible barrier kept the wind at bay, leaving him with no sensation of airflow against his face, remarkably similar to the feeling of flying in an airplane. Though the speed was akin to that of a bicycle, it was extremely quiet. Not a sound could be heard. The methods of the cultivation world were indeed beyond imagination. Within a short time, the bamboo boat landed steadily in front of a cluster of well-arranged wooden houses. Each house was a single room with a bit of space between them. Looking around, there were actually hundreds of houses on this mountain. Wang Kuan instructed everyone to disembark from the bamboo boat, raised his hand to stow the boat, and then looked at the crowd to explain. "This is the valley where the outer disciples reside, and the wooden houses behind you will be your accommodations, 1 room per person. Each room is equipped with a bed, table, chairs, and cushions. You can exchange for daily necessities at the outer sect market." He turned around and pointed to the front of those wooden houses. "Each house has a nameplate in front. You can choose one and write your name on it later. 1 room per person." Bai Chen looked at the small wooden house before him, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had thought that with his mixed spiritual root qualifications, even if he entered the sect, the treatment would not be much. He expected to be crammed in with a dozen others, sharing a large common sleeping area. He didn't expect to have a single room. He couldn't help but admire Hisu's sect. As the leading righteous sect of Tsangmangzhou, they were indeed generous. Next, I will explain some matters you should pay attention to as outer disciples. When acting in the outer sect, do not disrupt the order. Wang Kuan cleared his throat and spoke with a serious expression. The foundation of our Hisu sect is to act upon the will of heaven, protect Song Mang, subdue demons and evil, and support the people, serving as the pillar of righteousness and ensuring peace in this region. Disciples within the sect are strictly forbidden from private conflicts or harming one another. You must always keep this in mind and never violate it. The disciples quickly bowed their heads in response. We will obey your teachings. Very good. Wang Kuan nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing 46 thin booklets to fly out from his sleeve, landing precisely in front of each person. This is the foundational Qi cultivation technique of the sect. You will learn it on your own. Bai Chen caught the booklet and looked down. The cover was inscribed with the 5 characters Hisu Qi cultivation method in seal script. He opened it briefly and then quickly closed it again. It was filled with dense text. Did they have to study this on their own without anyone teaching them? This was frustrating. Seemingly aware of what was on the minds of these new disciples, Wang Kuan continued. The sect won't neglect your cultivation entirely. Every 5 days there will be a lecture in the outer sect taught by an elder on duty without any contribution value required. However, the content of the lectures varies. It might be about Qi cultivation techniques, the use of the 5 elemental roots, or sect rules, depending on the arrangements of the elder on duty. If you want to focus on a specific subject such as weapon forging, swordsmanship, or alchemy, you need to register at the duty hall and pay the corresponding contribution value to be arranged for unified lectures. Someone couldn't help but ask, Elder, but we don't have any contribution value. That's what I'm going to explain next. Wang Kuan nodded and spoke loudly. Contribution value is a universal token within the sect which can be exchanged for techniques, pills, and magical tools, and can also be used to offset fees for lectures and meals. You can go to the outer mission hall to accept sect tasks such as slaying demons, gathering spirit herbs, or organizing magic tools, all of which can earn you contribution value. The higher the task difficulty, the more contribution value you will receive. Make sure to act within your capacity. Wang Kuan pointed towards the east side of the wooden house area. That direction is the outer sect canteen. Meal times are at the hours of the rabbit, the horse, and the rooster. If you're late, there will be no extra food saved for you, so remember the time well and don't miss it. If you miss the meal times, you will need to pay contribution value to obtain food. Seeing the crowd nodding, Wang Kuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone serious. Every year on the 5th day of the 5th month is the day of the great exam for the outer sect. The top 3 candidates will receive not only substantial contribution value, but also rewards such as foundation establishment pills and low-grade magical tools. Your only goal as outer disciples is to successfully establish your foundation. Those who establish their foundation do not need to take exams and can directly enter the inner sect. Once in the inner sect, you may have the opportunity to become a direct disciple under various peak elders, enjoying the benefits of direct transmission. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. Wang Kuan observed their expressions with satisfaction and nodded slightly. In the path of cultivation, spiritual roots are a matter of talent, but practice depends on one's character. Do not slack off just because your spiritual roots are good, nor be disheartened if your spiritual roots are poor. The outer sect is your starting point, not your destination. Only through diligent cultivation can you make the most of this rare opportunity to stand out from the crowd. He waved his hand, his tone becoming more relaxed. These are the rules. Now you can each choose a wooden house. If you have questions in the future, feel free to ask at the mission hall or duty hall. The disciples understand. The 46 people bowed deeply in unison. Wang Kuan nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a green light shot out, transforming into a flying sword that landed in front of him. Wang Kuan lightly tapped his toes, his figure landing steadily on the flying sword as he departed. Once Wang Kuan left, the group of disciples immediately scattered towards the array of wooden houses. Everyone wanted to pick a place they liked, eager not to miss out on a good room that might be taken by someone else. Bai Chen, however, stood still, waiting for the crowd to disperse before slowly making his way to the far western corner of the wooden houses. That cluster of wooden houses was adjacent to a patch of low bamboo, so it seemed less frequented. Even if there were neighbors, there would be few, making it convenient to hide away. He chose an unoccupied wooden house, carved the name Bai Chen on the nameplate, and pushed the door open. Inside the house, there were no unnecessary decorations. By the window, there was a single wooden bed with a coarse cloth mattress, a wooden pillow at the head, and a folded set of bedding and disciple robes. Next to the bed was a low wooden table with a round stool, and on the other side was a grass-woven cushion. Besides that, there was nothing else. Having a room to himself was already quite good. Oh, what more could he ask for? Bai Chen excitedly approached the bed and tossed aside his burden, collapsing onto it. With a thud, he landed solidly on the bed. Then he rolled back and forth on the bed twice, happily burying his face in the quilt. The bed was nothing more than a plank of hardwood topped with a coarse blanket, by no means soft. Yet Bai Chen was thoroughly content. After so long, he could finally sleep on a proper bed. Over the past month, he had curled up among wild weeds and sheltered beneath the beds and ends. The unyielding mud and the jabbing stone floors had left his waist and back aching. Nights spent hunched and tense, never daring to fully relax his waist. Those sensations were beyond description. Now his back rested against the mattress and his limbs could stretch freely. The comfort made him want to hum with satisfaction. Though he remained the lowest of the outer disciples, this place at least lay within the sect's borders. Safety was guaranteed. No longer did he fear petty scoundrels. At last he could sleep without dread. After tossing about a few times, Bai Chen rose reluctantly and sat up. It was still early to sleep and not yet time for the evening meal. Cultivation tolerates no laziness. Better to take a look at the He Su In Chi Ju emptiness converging Qi guidance first. Perhaps if fortune favored him, he might guide Qi into his body before dinner. He spread the slim manual and was met with a page of ancient seal script characters. Bai Chen could make out the characters well enough, yet the terminology between the lines was abstruse. After turning 2 pages, his head began to buzz. Good grief. So the first step of cultivation is classical literature comprehension. More taxing than memorizing classical prose in his school days, he grinned and forced himself to continue. Half a foot into the path of immortality. Could a single piece of archaic prose block him now? Clear the heart and concentrate, breathe, and follow the origin. The law mirrors heaven and earth, gathering the pure miasma. Follow the meridians to guide the Qi, pierce the channels to their bounds. Keep unity and embrace simplicity, let the Qi sink to the Dantian. He read until he lost track of time, sensing a faint green scent of grasses at his nostrils. A delicate coolness rose at his fingertips, as if something intangible were circling upon his skin. Spiritual energy, Qi. A thrill seized Bai Chen's heart. He focused, calmed his breath, and cautiously coaxed that strand of Qi along the meridians toward his Dantian, as the manual instructed. But the strand slipped like water held in a cupped hand. Halfway through the meridians, it simply vanished. He refused to give up and tried again. He managed to summon another wisp of Qi, only for it too to dissipate midway. The meridians remained hollow, as if the earlier sensation had been a mere illusion. Bai Chen was stunned. He stared at his palm, then smacked his forehead. No wonder they called the Wu Ling Jin garbage among the garbage. It's a sieve. It cannot even hold Qi. Oh, what kind of cultivation is this? He sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, brows knotted into a hard line. His Wu Ling Jin gathered spiritual energy at a pace several times slower than others. At this rate, forget foundation establishment and entering the inner disciples. Others would have advanced through several rounds of refining Qi while he still lingered at the threshold of drawing Qi into his body. If he let this continue, he would be trapped at the very bottom of the outer disciples for life. No, he could not afford to waste away like that. A sudden idea lit his mind. The cultivation world lacked nothing in rare treasures and alchemical pills. Surely there existed pills that hasten the condensation of spiritual energy. If such pills existed, even were he unable to afford them, his innate gift for pill refinement, a talent that promised perfect success, might allow him to attempt refining one himself. But he had yet to draw Qi into his body at all. He possessed no Qi to fuel alchemy. Could pill refinement be done without it? To hell with caution. Bai Chen sprang from the bed. Endless speculation accomplished nothing. It was better to inquire whether any Kigathering pills existed. Wang Kuan had told him to consult the steward hall or the task hall when in doubt. Then he would first go to the outer steward hall and ask. Resolved, Bai Chen donned his disciple robe, fastened his waist token, and set out following the direction Wang Kuan had indicated, straight for the steward hall. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the narrow bluestone path began to widen. More and more outer disciples appeared along the way. They exchanged faint nods and respectful gestures. Bai Chen imitated them, acknowledging each fellow disciple as he passed. Rounding a stand of trees, the view opened, and the outer steward hall stood upon a green bamboo clearing ahead. The steward hall was a few modest green-tiled wooden rooms, hardly ostentatious. Above the lintel hung a black wooden plaque, the characters for Outer Steward Hall, carved in brisk strokes and painted vermilion. Bai Chen peered inside. For plain wooden tables were set within, piled with jade slips, slim booklets, and ink brushes. 4 or 5 attendants in dark steward robes moved about, each attending to his duties. At a table near the door, one steward spoke gravely to 2 outer disciples, assigning them menial tasks. In the corner, 2 younger apprentices wiped the table edges. The steward at the door noticed Bai Chen and stepped forward. "Is there something you need?" Bai Chen hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands. Disciple Bai Chen, newly admitted to the sect, has met with difficulty in cultivation and humbly seeks guidance. The steward inclined his head. Speak. Bai Chen lowered his gaze and respectfully explained, I possess Wu Lingyan, and when I draw qi, the spiritual energy will not stay. Gathering qi is extraordinarily difficult. I wish to ask whether the steward has any methods to aid qi retention or whether there exist corresponding pills to assist aggregation. The steward raised an eyebrow and paused. Pills that help gather and retain qi certainly exist. You may go to the outer pill dispensary in exchange for them with sect contribution points. He frowned slightly and added, however, your Wu Lingjin are mixed in nature. Difficulty in gathering qi is a root problem of your spiritual roots. Kigathering pills will offer only marginal relief and cannot fundamentally change the root issue. His meaning was plain: wasting contribution points on pills would likely be futile. Better to focus on learning how to draw qi into the body properly. Bai Chen understood the undertone, bowed, and thanked him politely. Thank you, steward. One more question. Are there any tasks available now by which a disciple can earn contribution points? Useful is useful even if only marginal. But to obtain Kigathering pills, he needed first to procure the means. The steward raised a hand and gestured toward the west. Beyond the bamboo thicket to the west stands the outer task hall. There the task board lists assignments and their corresponding contribution values. Go and inspect it yourself. Choose a task you favor, register with the hall's attendant, and you may take the assignment to complete. Bai Chen bowed again. Thank you for the direction. Oh, I have taken note. After leaving, the steward, Bai Chen made for the task hall. It was a spacious wooden building. Along its walls stood a dozen or more waist-high sandalwood boards detailing tasks divided into categories: chores, gathering, patrols, and alchemy assisting duties. In vermilion, the boards recorded task descriptions, required cultivation levels, and the contribution points offered. Many outer disciples gathered around, leafing through the listings and murmuring, then going inside to register for their chosen assignments. The hall bustled with people and lively noise. Bai Chen pushed his way to the boards and began with the simplest chores, but the more he read, the heavier his heart grew. To irrigate the sect's spiritual fields, one must reach the first level of qi refinement to draw in qi and promote water flow, activating simple techniques to nourish the spiritual seedlings. To guard the side post of the mountain gate, one must attain the second level of qi refinement, allowing for the manipulation of objects and the detection of low-level spirit beasts in the wilderness. When venturing into the mountains to gather mid-level spiritual herbs like condensed mist flower and ink-line grass, one must discern the spiritual energy troughs where these herbs grow and fend off the pestering insect spirits, requiring at least the second level of qi refinement. Assisting in the alchemy room to grind spiritual materials necessitates reaching the first level of qi refinement, allowing control over spiritual energy to ensure the consistency of the material powder. Organizing the outer texts of the scripture pavilion also requires the first level of qi refinement to enter. Though there are no cultivation requirements for cleaning the martial arts arena, it must align with the training times of the qi refinement disciples, and today's tasks have already been completed, so no more can be taken for now. Bai Chen frowned at the task board, which stated a minimum requirement of first level of qi refinement. He lamented that there were few tasks suitable for someone with his zero cultivation, and even those few that didn't require cultivation were fiercely competed for by the newly initiated disciples. Just as he felt regret, he caught sight of a nondescript old wooden sign standing in the corner of the room, and upon closer inspection realized it was a long-term task. It involved collecting the pill of hunger with 10 pieces, exchanging for 1 point of contribution. Required herbs: japonica rice, dry yam slices, white poria, kudzu root, and bamboo leaves. Bai Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect the recipe for the pill of hunger to consist solely of ordinary grains and herbs, so he definitely had to give it a try. Bai Chen immediately sought out a disciple at the task hall for registration. The disciple was focused on noting down entries in a ledger, and without lifting his head, casually asked, "Which task do you wish to take? Please provide your name, and I will register it here." Bai Chen replied, "Excuse me, senior brother, I am not here to take a task, but rather to inquire about something. I have my eyes set on the long-term task for collecting the pill of hunger in the corner, and would like to ask whether the materials for making this pill can be exchanged for silver." Upon hearing this, the disciple looked up at him in confusion. A person wanting to undertake the pill of hunger task, yet not knowing how to exchange for materials within the sect, could he really concoct the pill of hunger? However, he didn't press further. His job was merely to register tasks and respond to inquiries. The materials for the pill of hunger can be exchanged for contribution points at the pharmacy. 1 point of contribution can be exchanged for enough materials to refine 1 pill of hunger. Bai Chen's expression instantly turned bitter. He had no contribution points and was hoping to rely on alchemy to earn some. Now it seemed he needed contribution points first to exchange for materials. Wasn't that a vicious cycle? The disciple assessed Bai Chen and concluded he likely had no contribution points, then said, "I can exchange contribution points for silver here. 100 taels of silver for 1 point with a maximum of 1,000 taels. Would you like to exchange?" Bai Chen immediately nodded yes. "Senior brother, please wait. I'll go fetch the money right away." He had around 130 taels left, just enough to exchange for 1 point of contribution materials. In the cultivation sect, silver cannot be exchanged for techniques or spiritual energy, so it would be better to first trade for some materials to test the waters. With his innate talent for pill crafting, perhaps he could indeed manage it. Bai Chen left the task hall and hurried back to his small wooden cabin, rummaging through his pack to find a few taels of broken silver and several small ingots before rushing back to the task hall. After exchanging for contribution points, he haggled and used the remaining 20+ taels of broken silver to swap for a stone pot with the disciple at the task hall. He then excitedly ran to the pharmacy to exchange for a set of materials for the pill of hunger. Holding the stone pot and materials, he dashed back to his small wooden cabin. Bai Chen searched for some stones on the mountain and set up a simple stove by the window of the cabin, stuffing some dry twigs underneath and pouring half a scoop of clean water into the stone pot. He rubbed his hands together over the materials on the table. Having just entered the sect today, he had yet to even learn how to draw qi into his body and naturally didn't know how to make the pill of hunger. But so what? It was just like cooking, mixing things together. After all, these materials were for refining the pill of hunger, and it was the perfect opportunity to see just how strong his innate talent for pill crafting truly was. His fingers swayed back and forth over the laid-out materials. Which should I toss in first? In his hesitation, a vague sense of intuition arose, and his finger unconsciously landed on the japonica rice. Then let's cook the rice first. Following that fleeting intuition, Bai Chen tossed the rice into the stone pot. After that, he relied entirely on his instincts, grabbing a few yam slices and breaking them into small pieces along with some bamboo leaves and kudzu root, which he crushed and tossed into the pot, stirring with a wooden stick. At first, the pot contained only water mixed with various ingredients. As it heated, the water began to bubble, releasing the aroma of the japonica rice and the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, giving it a semblance of form. However, after about 15 minutes, the smell changed. The fragrance of the rice was gradually enveloped by a strange sweet odor mixed with a hint of burnt aroma. Bai Chen felt around and thought he couldn't detect anything wrong. Never mind. He stirred more vigorously with the wooden stick. During this time, he continued to toss in many medicinal materials, throwing in whatever looked good to him. As more ingredients were added, the contents of the pot grew increasingly thick. The originally light yellow color gradually sank into a dark gray-brown, sticking to the wooden stick and pulling strands that refused to let go. Bai Chen pulled the stick from the gooey mass and muttered, "Is this right? It must be right." After all, his intuition didn't suggest there was anything wrong, so he continued stirring. Bai Chen casually added more firewood, and the bottom of the pot instantly emitted a sizzling sound of something sticking as the gray-brown goo transformed again. The color deepened to a blackish hue, glistening with a strange oily sheen resembling the product of something spoiled. A mixed scent of sweetness and burnt odor wafted out, growing increasingly pungent. Bai Chen instinctively held his breath and endured, but finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and took a deep breath, instantly causing him to drop the pot and lean out the window to cough for quite a while. At that moment, his intuition told him it was time to extinguish the fire and form the pill. He turned in surprise to look at the pot of sludge, his face scrunching up like a crumpled rag. What the hell? Can this thing even become a pill? He pinched his nose and used the wooden stick to scoop a little out, bringing it close to his nose to smell, nearly causing him to vomit up what he had eaten that morning. This is just too disgusting. It was all the ingredients required for the pill of hunger, and he hadn't added anything else. How could it have produced such a foul odor? Bai Chen grimaced at the mess in the pot, gritting his teeth. The intuition for forming the pill had not vanished, so it was highly likely it had indeed succeeded. Besides, he wasn't going to eat it, and what did it matter what it smelled like? Forget it. He extinguished the fire, covered his nose with a cloth, and once the concoction cooled a bit, he began to grit his teeth and roll the pills. To ensure he could breathe in fresh air smoothly, Bai Chen placed the pot at the window to roll the pills. The foul odor wafted away from the window. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi and Fong, he returned together from the dining hall. Both of them were newly initiated disciples who had just entered the outer sect today. When selecting wooden cabins, they also chose ones close to the low bamboo grove. This area was exceedingly remote. Only the two of them and Bai Chen had chosen to reside here. After settling their belongings, they paid informal visits to one another, then decided to venture out together to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As they stepped outside, two others also came looking for Bai Chen, but he was absent, having gone to the disciplinary office. The pair thus set off together, circling widely before heading to the dining hall for a meal and returning only afterward. They had scarcely returned, still far from their lodgings, when a strange pungent odor swept toward them on the wind, striking their faces like a physical blow. Both froze mid-step and clapped hands over their mouths and noses in unison. What in the blazes is that smell? Zhou Shi doubled over, dry heaving twice as the coarse millet porridge and pickled vegetables churned violently in his stomach, so violently that tears sprang to his eyes. It's fishy and burnt, laced with the stench of a latrine, suffocating. Fong He pinched his nose shut and recoiled 2 steps backward, barely daring to draw a full breath. He glanced toward the source of the stench, then jerked his gaze away, squeezing his eyes shut hard. Blast it, burns the eyes. The wind carries it from the bamboo grove. Aside from us two, who else lives this way? They exchanged a look and instantly thought of the same person, Bai Chen. Indeed, besides themselves, Bai Chen was the only other resident in this secluded quarter. Zhou Shi straightened and peered toward Bai Chen's wooden hut, just in time to glimpse faint white smoke curling from its window. Drifting on the breeze, the smoke carried the foul odor with chilling clarity. Zhou Shi ground his teeth in fury. It has to be Bai Chen. Instead of cultivating spiritual energy, he's holed up inside boiling. Who knows what abomination? He pulls this stunt on our very first day here. How can we possibly stay? Forget tomorrow's cultivation. We won't even sleep tonight. Fong He clutched his nose, disgust etched deep across his face. The stench clung tenaciously to their nostrils, their stomachs churned without pause. Utterly unable to endure it further, Zhou Shi seized Fong He's arm. Let's go to the disciplinary office. This boy is deliberately defiling our quarters. We won't suffer it silently. Let the disciplinary officer intervene. Fong He nodded and the two bolted toward the office, hands still clamped over their noses. They burst breathlessly into the disciplinary office where candlelight blazed brightly. The duty officer was not Wang Kuan, but a middle-aged cultivator in formal disciplinary robes, his features refined and austere. Lu Yin sat quietly, eyes lowered as he perused the outer sect disciples' attendance register. At his feet reclined a live Feng Shui dog, its mane a blend of gray and white, its tail tipped with slender strands of obsidian black fur. On the Xiansong continent, spirit beasts were ranked in 5 tiers: mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal. Mortal tier beasts were the most common among cultivators, further subdivided into 9 grades. Higher grades conferred greater intelligence and innate talent. Spirit tier and above possessed awakened sentience and could speak human language. Binding them required a foundation establishment or higher. For such beings regarded themselves as equals, not servants. Indeed, the demonic clans of the Xiansong continent had once been spirit tier beasts who attained enlightenment. Lu Yan's Lai Feng Shui dog was a mortal tier 7th grade beast, lacking spirit tier awakening, yet gifted with extraordinary olfactory acuity, lithe agility, and remarkable affinity for humans, making it one of the most commonly bonded companion beasts. Before Zhou Shi and Fong He had fully crossed the threshold, the Lai Feng Shui dog, previously feigning drowsy repose, abruptly pricked its ears upright, amber eyes locking onto the doorway as its nostrils flared and twitched. Startled by its reaction, Lu Yin lifted his gaze in quiet inquiry. "Sure, Feng, what is it?" Before he could finish, Zhou Shi rushed in, shouting urgently and cutting off his question. "Disciplinary officer! Disciplinary officer!" Lu Yan's brows snapped together. His gaze, previously resting gently upon Shi Feng, now sharpened into a piercing, disapproving sweep across the two intruders. Cultivators of Hisu's sect must embody composure and dignity. Such clamor disgraces our sect's decorum. The Lai Feng Shui dog cast a brief amber-eyed glance at Zhou Shi and Fong He. Its obsidian-tipped tail swayed gently as its nose continued to quiver. Noting its behavior, Lu Yin frowned faintly in puzzlement. What about these two could possibly stir Shi Feng's interest? Zhou Shi, momentarily cowed by the elder's imposing aura, hastily bowed low. "This disciple admits his error. In my haste, I lost all restraint. I beg your honor's forgiveness." What urgent matter warrants such panic? Lu Yin set aside his thoughts with a soft hum and reached for his teacup, lifting it to his lips. Zhou Shi blurted, "In the wooden hut beside the low bamboo grove in Yu Valley's western quarter, Bai Chen is boiling excrement." A spray of tea erupted from Lu Yan's mouth. He stared incredulous at the two, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Boiling excrement? In his room? Yes, exactly. Lu Yan's mouth tightened. These were newly arrived disciples. Bai Chen too, a fresh initiate. With no prior grievance, why would they fabricate such slander? Yet, if he investigated and found falsehood, punishment would follow swiftly. Why risk expulsion over so crude and easily disproven a lie? Setting down his teacup with deliberate gravity, Lu Yin intoned, "Do you understand the severity of slandering a fellow disciple? One false word invites consequences. Lightest copying sect regulations, gravest expulsion from the sect. This disciple dares not lie." Zhou Shi and Fong He bowed deeply in unison. Seeing their earnestness, Lu Yin gave a curt nod and rose. "Then let us go and see for ourselves." No sooner had the words left his lips than Shi Feng sprang up, outpacing Lu Yin entirely, and dashed headlong toward the low bamboo grove of Yu Valley. Lu Yin blinked in fresh astonishment. His Lai Feng Shiyu dog was notoriously indolent, rarely exhibiting such fervent excitement. What precisely had roused it today? Shaking his head, Lu Yin quickened his pace to follow. The three humans and the beast hastened along the path toward Yu Valley, drawing near the bamboo grove in short order. Shi Feng suddenly halted, nostrils flaring as it sampled the air, then shot forward like an arrow, racing straight for the smallest wooden hut deep within the grove. Shi Feng. Startled by its abrupt surge, Lu Yin called sharply, but Shi Feng did not break stride. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the hut's front door. Shi Feng, return. Uncharacteristically disobedient, the beast stunned Lu Yin into silence, only for greater shock to follow instantly. Arriving at the door, Shi Feng reared onto its hind legs and drove both forepaws with brutal force against the wooden planks. The door was locked, but under Shi Feng's violent impact, it exploded inward with a thunderous crack, splintering violently, shards flying in all directions. A wave of putrid, acrid stench surged forth, striking Lu Yin full in the face just as he arrived. This was no ordinary rot. It was a nauseating fusion of charred flesh and rancid decay. Like sewage fermenting in the mountain's rear latrine, mixed with scorched herbs and sealed in a suffocating chamber. Thick, invasive, clawing its way up the throat. Even Lu Yin, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, gasped involuntarily and nearly vomited on the spot. His eyes burned and watered, stinging fiercely. Staggering back 3 paces, he blinked away tears before finally raising his gaze to peer inside. What he saw made his pupils contract violently, and blood roared hotly to his skull. Their head buried deep in a stone cauldron was Shi Feng, throat rumbling with greedy wet sounds as it devoured thick grayish-brown sludge. A youth face masked with coarse cloth clung desperately to Shi Feng's neck, straining to pull it back. Yet how could an uninitiated novice, still unable to draw spiritual energy, hope to resist a mortal tier 7th-grade beast? His meager strength proved utterly futile. Instead of halting the beast, he was dragged forward, stumbling 2 steps closer to the cauldron, utterly disheveled and humiliated. Clumps of the same viscous, murky substance clung to the cauldron's rim, dull, shapeless, and reeking of that unmistakable, gut-wrenching miasma. Lu Yin's mind reeled, darkness pulsed at the edges of his vision. This foul slurry was excrement. Was someone truly boiling human waste inside a dwelling? And his own Lai Feng Shiyu dog was still eating it. Devouring gale. And Lu Yin's eyes bulged with fury, his usual stern authority as a sect disciplinarian utterly vanished as he bellowed hoarsely. And alas, the spirit beast remained wholly absorbed in its meal, utterly indifferent to its master's roar. Zhou Shi and Feng, he shrank behind him, and at the sight their stomachs churned violently once more. It was revolting. And had this spirit beast consumed excrement? Was it now unfit for use? A shout alone could not halt devouring gale. Enraged beyond reason, Lu Yin abandoned all restraint. His fingers flickered, and he uttered a low, sharp command. Seal. Nod. Dense pale green spirit sigil shot forth from his fingertip, coiling around the beast's waist and abdomen like a swift, sinuous serpent. Infused with the oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator, the sigil constricted instantly into a binding restriction, wrenching devouring gale backward, still buried headfirst in the stone cauldron, with brute force. The beast yelped shrilly as it was dragged, its forepaws scrabbling desperately against the ground, yet it could not break free. It clung tenaciously to a sticky, gelatinous morsel clenched tightly between its teeth. Once hauled beside Lu Yin, it gulped the morsel down in 3 quick swallows, then licked its lips longingly before letting out a deep, satisfied belch. Puffed. Non-noxious gust erupted from its mouth. A vile melange of scorched, fetid rot fermented within its gut, so pungent that all 3 nearby cultivators recoiled involuntarily, staggering backward. Zhou Shi and Feng, he stared at devouring gale, disbelief stark in their eyes. And had it truly gorged itself on excrement? And damn it, argh. And Lu Yin screamed, inwardly mind-reeling. He whirled sharply toward Bai Chen, who sat slumped on the floor, and roared, "How dare you? Daring to concoct such foul, defiling filth within your sect residence, and boiling excrement right here in your chamber. What punishment do you deserve?" And Bai Chen remained dazed, seated motionless on the floor. And he had been peacefully refining pills, nearly halfway done, when suddenly the door exploded. Splinters rained down around his feet. Before he could even react, a massive dog, resembling a husky, shot through the doorway like an arrow straight for the stone cauldron beside the stove. With a deafening clang, it sent the cauldron crashing to the ground. Then headfirst into the mess, it began devouring greedily. And hey, what the? This batch was meant to earn him contribution points. And ignoring the risk of being bitten, Bai Chen lunged forward, and locked his arms around the dog's thick neck, hauling backward with all his might. Yet the beast possessed astonishing strength. Bai Chen strained until his muscles burned yet failed to budge. Even as he himself was dragged along. Frustrated and furious, locked in desperate struggle, he suddenly felt a profound, chilling pressure descend upon the entire chamber. The oppressive force shoved him off balance. He stumbled and collapsed hard onto the floor, his backside stinging fiercely. In lifting his gaze, he found a disciplinarian in formal sect robes glaring down at him, voice thunderous. "You dared boil excrement. What punishment do you merit?" "What? And what the hell?" A surge of indignation flared hot and sudden in his chest. And he had been quietly refining pills, disturbing no one, inconveniencing no one. Now his door was shattered, his pills devoured, and he was being publicly accused. And even clay statues possess 3 grains of temper. And had intended to stay low, but if he didn't rage now, he wasn't a man at all. "Disciplinarian, sir. This junior disciple was merely refining pills. Whom did I offend? Whom did I disturb? Your spirit beast barged in uninvited and devoured over half my pills. I haven't even demanded restitution, yet now I'm the criminal." Lu Yan's furious tirade cut off abruptly, his wrath dissolving into stunned disbelief. Ni's gaze swept across the overturned cauldron, then settled upon several dark lumpy spheres resting on the flagstones. Hesitantly he asked, "Refining pills? You claim this is a pill, and of course it is." Bai Chen lifted his chin defiantly. Refining pill of abstinence, a standing task issued by the task hall. They accept these. Lu Yan knew well the task hall's ongoing commission for pill of abstinence, but Bai Chen insisted this excrement-like substance was one, and Lu Yan fell silent. Zhou Shi and Fong, he stood outside the door, pinching their noses, waiting to witness Bai Chen's severe punishment, only to freeze eyes wide with shock. Pill of abstinence. What? Is this truly a pill of abstinence? Internally they raged, that acrid charred stench, worse than a latrine left to fester. Could this really be edible? Could it possibly serve as a pill of abstinence? Then again, after consuming excrement, who would retain any appetite? And thus true abstinence would naturally follow. They seethed inwardly. Lu Yan, who had stood mute, suddenly stirred. Frowning deeply, he approached the upturned stone cauldron and halted. After studying the viscous residue clinging to its interior for a moment, he glanced back at devouring Gale, now belching again, then knelt and scooped a small portion of the sticky paste onto his fingertip, placing it carefully upon his tongue to savor deliberately. Zhou Shi and Fong He. Their pupils contracted violently in unison. No way, no way. Ni's spirit beast had already consumed the excrement, and now the disciplinarian himself was tasting it. What on earth was wrong with the disciplinarians of Heishu sect? Bai Chen watched dumbfounded as Lu Yan brought the very paste head labored over to his lips and swallowed without hesitation. He himself had brewed this batch of pill of abstinence, and not only would he never taste it, he scrubbed his fingertips clean the instant they touched even a trace of the residue. Yet this disciplinarian hadn't so much as flinched, had simply eaten it outright. Was he verifying Bai Chen's claim by tasting it himself? Unbelievable. Lu Yan pressed the paste gently against his tongue, brows slightly furrowed. Unacceptable. Not nearly as intolerable as imagined. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the subtle nuances. When he opened them again, astonishment flickered in his gaze. Retrieving a handkerchief, he wiped his fingers, rose, and nodded slowly toward Bai Chen. This is indeed pill of abstinence. Though crudely shaped, less foul-smelling than excrement, less adhesive than sludge, it possesses every essential efficacy expected of such a pill. Outside the door, Zhou Shi and Fong He's jaws dropped slack to the floor. They exchanged a glance. Both saw raw terror and utter disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. Could this truly be pill of abstinence? That nauseating stench, the identical appearance to human waste. Was this genuinely the indispensable pill of abstinence required for prolonged cultivation seclusion? In that instant their minds conjured horrifying visions, themselves in future days solemnly chewing down identical-looking, identically reeking pills within the sect, causing their stomachs to revolt violently, limbs turning weak and tremulous. Bai Chen's eyes nearly popped from their sockets upon hearing Lu Yan's words. Less foul-smelling than excrement. Had the disciplinarian actually tasted excrement before? How else could he make such a comparison? Yet his shock swiftly gave way to elation. Could a single cauldron stirred haphazardly yield perfect pills? Truly his innate talent for pill refinement was unparalleled. Bai Chen's gaze drifted toward the overturned cauldron, and his eyes gleamed with sudden calculation. Crouching beside the ruined vessel, shoulders slumped in feigned despair, he murmured, "Disciplinarian, sir, this junior disciple is newly arrived, having traded away my entire worldly possessions just to acquire these materials. I hope to refine them into pills and earn contribution points, but now everything is destroyed. My contribution points. And he trailed off, lifting his face toward Lu Yin with pitiful pleading eyes. Lu Yin understood his meaning instantly. In glancing down at devouring Gale, still gazing longingly at the upturned cauldron, tail wagging vigorously, utterly oblivious to its transgression, he sighed inwardly. After all, it was his spirit beast that had kicked in the door and ruined another's painstaking work. It would be unjust to let a junior disciple bear the loss alone. Waving dismissively at Bai Chen, who watched him with hopeful intensity, Lu Yin said, "Enough. I shall personally cover the contribution points owed for this batch of pill of abstinence." At those words, Bai Chen's sorrow evaporated like mist. Many thanks, disciplinarian sir. Your discernment is as sharp as autumn frost, your benevolence boundless. He presented the 32 pills head already formed, bowing respectfully. Here are 32. Count the remainder in the cauldron as 28, making 60 in total. 6 contribution points, sir. Thank you for your patronage. Lu Yin shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to reveal a dark jade token the size of his palm. This token is a special steward token from the steward hall, just like the wooden token hanging from Bai Chen's waist, both serving as identity badges. The identity tokens of the Hushu sect are inscribed with spiritual patterns which not only record the wearer's information, but can also keep track of the sect's contribution points. By channeling spiritual energy into the token, one can verify identity or transfer contribution points. He summoned a wisp of spiritual energy with his fingertip to touch the steward token, then raised the token to align with the identity badge hanging from Bai Chen's waist. After a faint humming sound, a subtle blue glow emanated from Bai Chen's wooden token, and the originally blank shallow patterns slowly revealed the character 6. 6 points of contribution have been allocated to his identity token. The identity token will not be used by others until it recognizes its owner through spiritual energy. You haven't yet channeled energy into your body, so keep the token safe, otherwise it will be lost and cannot be retrieved. Lu Yin collected the steward token and reminded Bai Chen. Thank you, steward. Bai Chen's fingers caressed the patterns on the wooden token, his face filled with joy. So contribution points can be directly allocated to the identity token, which is not much different from modern mobile payments. Once he channels energy into his body, the wooden token won't be at risk of loss, even safer than mobile payments. So convenient. Lu Yin nodded slightly, glancing at the porcelain bottle containing Bigu Dan in his hand, his gaze unconsciously sizing up Bai Chen. As an outer sect steward, his main task is to discover potential talents for the sect. After the recent blunder, he finally recognized Hua Dian. You haven't channeled energy into your body yet, have you? Bai Chen smiled and nodded, replying to the steward, I just joined the sect and have not yet channeled energy. Although he knew Bai Chen had certainly not yet channeled energy, a look of surprise still flickered in Lu Yan's eyes. Alchemy requires channeling energy to control fire and refine medicinal essence. Even the most basic Bigodan can only be barely handled by cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. Yet Bai Chen, a mere mortal who had not even completed energy channeling, astonishingly refined a medicinal pill effective for Bigu, using only common fire and manual kneading. Even though this pill smelled repulsive and looked crude, its tangible effects were evident, confirming it was indeed Bigodan. However, whether this was a coincidence or if Bai Chen truly had the ability still needed confirmation. If it wasn't a coincidence, he was undoubtedly a natural talent for alchemy. He needed to confirm whether it was coincidence or true ability. Lu Yin said to Bai Chen, please wait a moment. After saying this, a 3-foot-long green sword flew out from his storage bag and hovered beneath him. Lu Yin rode the sword into the air, transforming into a streak of light that quickly vanished above the bamboo forest. He left alone without taking Shifeng with him. Shifeng sat in place, watching its master ride away, showing no intention of following. Instead, it turned its head, its amber eyes fixed intently on Bai Chen, its tail gently swaying behind it. Occasionally, it smacked its lips, gazing at Bai Chen with a hint of affection. Clearly, the previous pot of Bigodan was to its liking, and it had developed a fondness for the person who made such delicious food. Bai Chen looked at Shifeng, which was grinning at him, thought for a moment, then picked up the stone pot that had fallen to the ground and scooped out a lump of mush to offer to it. Since its owner had already paid, he might as well let it eat. Seeing the mush being offered, Shifeng instantly perked up its large tail, standing upright and wagging like a phantom. It eagerly grabbed the lump of medicinal mush, swallowing it down in a few bites, then rolled its tongue to lick off the remnants from the corners of its mouth and nose, delicately licking Bai Chen's palm with its soft pink tongue. Then it leaned against Bai Chen's leg. Hey, watch out. Bai Chen stumbled slightly, almost knocked over, and quickly pushed Shifeng's head away while complaining. Don't you have any idea of your own size? Shifeng ignored Bai Chen's words, continuing to bump its head against him, grunting as it leaned toward the stone pot. Bai Chen understood what Shifeng meant and dug out another piece to put in its mouth, then rubbed its head with his hand. He muttered to himself, what kind of creature loves eating that much? It should be called Shi instead of Shifeng. After Lu Yin left on his sword Zhou Shi and Feng, he stood awkwardly beside the short bamboo outside the wooden house. Lu Yan's visit was due to their complaint at the steward hall. Now that the matter had been clarified as a misunderstanding and Lu Yin had given no further instructions, they did not dare to leave easily. They could only pinch their noses and remain in place. Shortly after, a streak of green light swept across the sky and Lu Yin returned on his sword. He landed lightly holding several plain cloth bags, and after sheathing his sword walked straight into the wooden house, spreading the cloth bags out on the wooden table inside. Bai Chen glanced at the contents of the cloth bags and found them filled with materials such as japonica rice poria and yam for making bigadan. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he looked at Lu Yin, who indeed turned to say, "Do it again for me to see." Indeed, this steward wanted to personally assess his skills to see whether that previous pot of bigadan was a fluke or if there was some expertise behind it. He did not decline and respectfully replied to Lu Yin, "Disciple obeys." Bai Chen carefully scraped the remaining medicine from the stone pot, cleaned the pot, and then laid out the new materials Lu Yin had brought one by one. After igniting the fire and placing the pot, Bai Chen relied on that inexplicable feeling in his heart to repeat the process of making the bigadan. The fire crackled as flames licked the bottom of the stone pot. The ingredients in the pot initially released the sweet aroma of japonica rice and the fresh scent of bamboo leaves mixed with the creamy fragrance of poria, which was quite pleasant. Outside the wooden house, Zhou Shi and Feng, he looked at each other in surprise. If it had smelled like this earlier, they wouldn't have gone to find the steward. Lu Yin also looked puzzled, glancing at Bai Chen with a hint of regret in his heart. Could it be that the previous pot was a mere coincidence? The three's doubts did not linger long as the previous fragrant aroma suddenly changed character. The sweet fragrance was engulfed by a fishy heaviness followed by a surge of burnt bitterness. Various flavors mixed together under high heat, becoming increasingly strange, eventually heading straight toward that previous foul smell. Perhaps it was still cooking, but this smell was even stronger and more pungent than the last pot. Ugh! Zhou Shi was the first to falter, quickly covering his mouth and nose and staggering back several steps. Feng, he followed him, and the two retreated to the edge of the bamboo forest a good distance from the wooden house, yet they could still smell the penetrating stench. The odor was so overpowering that it made their eyes water. They could only squint and dry heave, lacking even the strength to complain. Lu Yin inside the house frowned tightly. The foul smell drilled into his nostrils. However, he had to watch Bai Chen make the bigadan and couldn't leave, so he decided to use the breath-holding technique. Instantly, the strange odor was blocked, and the world finally became peaceful. Bai Chen was about to brew something. Oh no, it was medicine. He couldn't move and couldn't use the breath-holding technique, so he could only cover his mouth and nose again, squinting his eyes and holding on. Only Ji Feng, with an intoxicated expression, sniffed the air, inching closer to Bai Chen, and finally wrapped his large tail around Bai Chen's ankle, sitting against his leg. A pair of amber eyes stared intently at the bubbling goo in the stone pot, drool dripping down. After half an hour, the goo in the stone pot became increasingly thick. Bai Chen paused his stirring hand and then pulled out the firewood from under the pot. "Elder, it's done." Lu Yin looked at the extinguished fire and the slight bubbling in the stone pot, withdrawing the spiritual energy covering his mouth and nose. As the spiritual energy vanished, a strong stench immediately invaded his nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. Lu Yin pressed his lips together and approached, using his fingertip to scoop a bit of the goo from the stone pot and tasting it carefully. It was worse than the stench of feces, but less sticky, and its filling and energy-sustaining effects were clearly identical to the previous batch. A strong surprise suddenly crossed his gaze as he looked up at Bai Chen, who was standing beside him. He could actually do it. It was no coincidence. A newly initiated disciple with 5 spiritual roots not only hadn't drawn energy into his body, but also didn't know proper alchemy and fire control techniques. Merely glancing at the material list for the energy-sustaining pill, he managed to intuitively brew an effective one. Even though the smell was nauseating, this talent was beyond what the word genius could describe. This was a natural prodigy, perfectly aligned with the path of alchemy. In the 100 years since the establishment of the Hisu sect, no such extraordinary talent had ever emerged. Unfortunately, he had 5 spiritual roots. Lu Yin looked at Bai Chen, his heart swirling with complicated emotions. Regardless of Bai Chen's spiritual roots, this matter had long surpassed the decision-making scope of an outer sect steward. It was better to report to the Alchemy Peak and let them decide. Lu Yin said to Bai Chen in a solemn tone, "I cannot make a decision regarding your situation right now. I will report to the Alchemy Peak and come back to find you later." He glanced at the broken wooden door and added, "At that time I will arrange for you to move to another place." Bai Chen clasped his hands together and replied, "Understood." Lu Yin walked out of the wooden house, glancing at the nearby Zhou Shi and Feng He. "This matter is settled. You two can go back and rest." After saying that he no longer looked at them and left on his sword towards the Alchemy peak. Zhou Shi and Fong, he exchanged glances, and without a word went to Fong He's wooden house, the one closest to Bai Chen, to observe secretly. Among the newly initiated disciples, a talent for alchemy had emerged. They must keep a close watch and grasp the first-hand information. The Alchemy peak was shrouded in pill energy all year round, with dozens of alchemy rooms scattered throughout the peak. At the highest point of the peak, the gathering pill pavilion was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Yin landed on his sword, sheathed it into his mustard seed bag, and quickly approached. As soon as he arrived at the pavilion door, a servant waiting nearby respectfully greeted him, "Elder Lu." Lu Yin returned the greeting, saying, "Please inform the Peak Master that Outer Sect Steward Lu Yin has something to discuss. If the Peak Master is busy, I can come back tomorrow." The servant nodded and replied, "Elder Lu, please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and quietly lifted the curtain to enter the pavilion. Inside, the Peak Master of Alchemy, Peak Fengyang, was seated at a Nanmu table, studying alchemy scrolls. He appeared to be in his 30s, with clear and handsome features, exuding a gentle demeanor. His temperament was calm and warm, lacking any sharp pressure of a cultivator, instead radiating an elegance typical of a scholar. The servant bowed in front of Fengyang and quietly reported, "Peak Master Outer Sect Steward Lu Yin requests an audience to report something." Upon hearing this, Fengyang's eyes swept over the servant, and he nodded, saying, "Let him in." The servant promptly retreated and lifted the curtain, saying to Lu Yin outside, "Elder Lu, the Peak Master invites you in." Lu Yin adjusted his robe and stepped into the gathering pill pavilion. He approached the table and bowed deeply to Fengyang. Disciple Lu Yin pays respects to Peak Master Fengyang. Fengyang raised his hand in a gesture for him to rise, returning his gaze to the alchemy scroll on the table, casually asking, "What is it?" Lu Yin stood up straight, placing his hands at his side as he slowly reported, "Today, I encountered a new disciple at the outer sect of Yu Valley who possesses extraordinary abilities, and I came to report this to the Peak Master." Fengyang raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Lu Yin and asking, "Is it related to alchemy?" "Precisely," Lu Yin affirmed with a nod. "The disciple is named Bai Chen. He just joined today and possesses 5 spiritual roots, but has not yet drawn energy into his body. Using only the material list for the energy-sustaining pill, he brewed it with a common fire in a stone pot, kneading it by hand, producing a pill with genuine energy-sustaining effects." Fengyang's expression grew serious. Without any spiritual energy, he actually brewed an energy-sustaining pill using just a common fire. Lu Yin nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, I personally supervised him while he brewed a batch." Aside from differences in taste and appearance, it is no different from the sect's standard energy-sustaining pills. The disciple does not know fire control techniques and is unfamiliar with the methods of solidifying pills. He relied solely on intuition to adjust the heat and combine the materials. The alchemical fire was ignited from dry branches, and the alchemical vessel was merely an ordinary stone pot. I believe the compatibility of such natural talent with the path of alchemy is quite rare. Aware that I cannot make a decision, I came to seek guidance from the Peak Master. Fengyang's fingers curled slightly, a hint of subtle inquiry flickering in his eyes. "You say he is only a 5 spiritual root. He just joined today." "Yes," Lu Yin replied respectfully. "I assure you with my own cultivation that there is not a word of falsehood in what I have said." Fengyang fell silent, gently tapping his fingers on the alchemy scroll. Having immersed himself in the path of alchemy for decades, he had seen countless talents, yet he had never heard of a disciple with 5 spiritual roots lacking cultivation and foundation, managing to brew an effective pill solely by intuition. If Lu Yin's words were true, then this disciple was a natural prodigy, perfectly aligned with the path of alchemy, a rare talent. But he had 5 spiritual roots. Fengyang set down the alchemy scroll and stood up. "Lead the way." He wanted to personally verify the situation. Lu Yin bowed in response, saying yes. Fengyang moved towards the pavilion door, with Lu Yin following closely behind. As the two were about to exit the gathering pill pavilion, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. A disciple from the Alchemy Peak hurried over, bowing to Fengyang respectfully and awkwardly said, "Peak Master Feng Shimi, just throughout the dinner we sent, saying that if she isn't released, she will go on a hunger strike. The disciples can't persuade her. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Fengyang's brows furrowed tightly, and his previously calm expression was suddenly enveloped in coldness. "If she doesn't eat, let her starve." Fengyang looked at the reporting disciple with a stern tone. "Go back and tell her that the Hisu sect is not her family estate and will not indulge her whims. If she does not learn to restrain herself and refuses to change her ways, she can pack her things and go home tomorrow. The Hisu sect does not accept disciples who are unruly and willful." The disciple's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, "Yes, I will go and inform Feng Shimi right away." After saying this, he hurriedly retreated. Fengyang frowned as he watched the disciple leave. After a moment, he turned to Lu Yin, who was standing quietly beside him, calming his expression and waving his hand. Let's go. Yes. The two no longer spoke and stepped out of the gathering pill pavilion side by side. Feng Yang lightly tapped his toes and golden-red spiritual energy enveloped his figure, lifting him into the air. Lu Yin followed on his sword. The two beams of spiritual light rushed straight towards Yu Valley. In just a moment, the two figures landed in front of a wooden house beside a low bamboo forest in Yu Valley. Lu Yin sheathed his sword and gestured sideways, saying, Peak Master, this is Bai Chen's residence. Feng Yang nodded and walked ahead towards the wooden house. At this moment, not far away in Feng He's wooden house, Zhou Shi and Feng He were peeking through the window. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, the two exchanged surprised glances. What did Elder Lu just say? Peak Master. Holy crap. Bai Chen's brewing has even attracted the Peak Master. Both of them saw curiosity in each other's eyes, and then they stealthily moved out of the wooden house, quietly approaching Bai Chen's wooden house along the wall, getting closer to see perhaps they could hear something novel. Inside the house, Bai Chen had fed all the mush from the stone pot to Shi Feng. Shi Feng was still not satisfied, licking the pot with its tongue. The pot was licked clean. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and looking up, they saw a man in red walk ahead, followed closely by Lu Yan. The man appeared to be in his 30s with a calm and gentle demeanor and a handsome, elegant appearance. It was unclear who he was. Lu Yan stepped forward and introduced him to Bai Chen in a low voice. This is the master of Dan Yuan Peak, Feng Yang. The master specifically came to see the pill of abstinence you refined. Bai Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Feng Yang, the uncle of Feng Linger. He wouldn't recognize him and seek revenge for Feng Linger, would he? It shouldn't be otherwise. He wouldn't have had the chance to enter the sect. Why wait until now? Bai Chen's mind raced, forcing himself to calm down and bow. Disciple Bai Chen pays respect to the master. Feng Yang slightly nodded, his gaze landing on Bai Chen. He could clearly sense that the young man before him was quite nervous upon seeing him. However, he did not think much of it. It was normal for a newly admitted disciple to feel awed in front of a sect elder. He nodded slightly, his gaze drifting past Bai Chen to the stone pot that had been licked clean by Shi Feng. He lightly lifted his foot and walked over. At this moment, Shi Feng was still licking the remnants of the medicinal mush from the stone pot. It had sensed someone approaching, but since one was its master and the other was a familiar sect elder, it didn't pay much attention. To its surprise, the familiar figure was attempting to take its pot. It immediately let out a low growl, wrapping its paws around the stone pot to prevent Feng Yang from taking it. Feng Yang completely ignored it, using a flick of his wrist to easily snatch the stone pot from Shi Feng's grasp. Seeing Feng Yang take the pot so effortlessly, Shi Feng felt wronged and whimpered. Its ears drooped, and its tail flicked a couple of times as it looked at Lu Yin, wanting him to uphold justice for it. Lu Yin averted his gaze and ignored it. Shi Feng snorted through its nose, sulking down. Feng Yang took the stone pot and turned it around, scraping a bit of the remaining medicinal mush from the edge with his fingertip. Bai Chen's eyes widened at the sight. Oh no, this person wouldn't be like Lu Yin and directly taste it, would he? That's the pot Shi Feng licked. Does this count as taking shit from a dog's mouth? Thinking of that scene, Bai Chen felt a bit excited. Unfortunately, contrary to his expectations, Feng Yang did not put his hand in his mouth. He merely rubbed his fingertips and flicked them clean with the purification technique. Bai Chen sighed silently. Oh, what a pity. Feng Yang was unaware of the chaotic thoughts swirling in Bai Chen's mind as he carefully examined the medicinal mush. He discovered that although the medicinal mush was coarse in texture and had a strange smell, it genuinely contained the effects of the pill of abstinence. Moreover, although the medicinal energy was dissipating, it subtly exuded a natural sense of fusion, something that could not have been achieved through mere casual boiling. Did this young man truly just whip this up casually? He looked up at Bai Chen and casually took out a portion of the materials for the pill of abstinence from his bag. You refine it again for me to see. Bai Chen bowed and replied, yes, disciple obeys. He had gained experience in refining the pill of abstinence by now. He knew the order of ingredients like flowing clouds and was calm and composed. Half an hour later, Bai Chen extinguished the fire and stood to the side. Master, it's done. Feng Yang stood beside him, his gaze slightly focused, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Hearing Bai Chen say the pill was ready, he pinched a bit to feel. Then his frown deepened as he looked at Bai Chen. This young man had refined the pill without any method, simply doing whatever came to mind. When the fire was too strong, he would stir the ash and soil to dampen it, and when it wasn't strong enough, he would casually add more wood. The ingredients in the stone pot were half-cooked, and he stirred them based on feeling. He even picked up a piece of yam midway, broke it, and tossed it into the pot, disregarding even the most basic order of medicinal material combinations. The entire process was riddled with errors, and not a single step adhered to the rules of pill refining. To say it was a mess would be an understatement. Yet despite all this, the pot of pills actually turned out. Yes, this pot of pills was indeed the pill of abstinence, no doubt about it. Bai Chen was made anxious under Feng Yang's gaze, swallowing his saliva and asking, "But this pill didn't form." "No." Feng Yang came back to his senses, shaking his head. "This is indeed the pill of abstinence." Bai Chen let out a sigh of relief and gently patted his chest. That scared him. He thought his talent for forming pills was a complete failure. Feng Yang was silent for a moment, taking out another portion of materials for the pill of abstinence and handing him a silk scroll with the pill formula. "This is the formula for the pill of abstinence. Do you think you can understand it?" Bai Chen's heart trembled. He never expected Feng Yang would directly grant him the sect's pill formula. Wasn't the formula something that a newly admitted outer disciple like him could easily access? Even if it was the simplest pill of abstinence, it was still off limits. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly bowed, receiving the silk scroll with both hands. "Yes." Bai Chen's gaze quickly scanned the material ratios, the order of addition, and the control of heat on the pill formula. He could understand every word and sentence. However, the terms mentioned, such as controlling fire with qi and condensing medicinal energy, were beyond his current capabilities. Bai Chen raised his head and replied, "Honestly, disciple can understand it, but I have yet to draw qi into my body, so I cannot control the fire or condense the medicinal energy." Feng Yang waved his hand. "No worries, try again according to the requirements of the formula." Since he could refine the pill of abstinence without a formula, he wanted to know if Bai Chen could still manage it with the formula. If he could produce it, would the pill of abstinence be any different? Bai Chen agreed, and after cleaning the stone pot, proceeded to operate according to the formula's requirements again. He was also curious if following the formula's requirements would still produce a pill that tasted like shit. After washing the stone pot clean with water, Bai Chen carefully operated according to the instructions in the formula. Using the grinding tools provided by Feng Yang, he finally ground the medicinal materials like poria and yam into powder. Then, following the order in the formula, he added the glutinous rice and simmered it, waiting for the fragrance of the rice to fill the air before adding the medicinal powder and fresh bamboo leaves one by one. Initially, only a faint sweet aroma of glutinous rice wafted from the stone pot. Before long, as the medicinal powder and rice paste melded together in the simmering, a rich and refreshing fragrance began to spread. This aroma mingled with the warmth of poria, the elegance of fresh bamboo leaves, and the sweetness of yam. It smelled fresh and not greasy, enticing the appetite with just a whiff. Completely different from the previous fishy and strange smell, the entire room was cleansed of any foulness by this refreshing aroma. Outside at the foot of the wall, Zhou Shi and Feng, he could not help but swallow when they smelled this sweet fragrance. If Bai Chen had produced this flavor from the start, how could they have possibly gone to find Lu Yan? Feng Yang watched Bai Chen clumsily, yet accurately follow the formula, controlling the rhythm. Though lacking any spiritual energy assistance, he was still able to perfectly blend the medicinal aroma with the fragrance of rice, condensing it without dispersing. Although the efficacy was only 80% of a normal qi-returning pill, it was still miraculous given that it was boiled using mundane fire without the refinement of spiritual energy. This child had no foundation in alchemy, yet could intuitively concoct a pill while following the formula to produce such a clear and refined product. This innate affinity with alchemy truly exceeded his decades of understanding. He had seen mediocre talents follow the rules of alchemy and gifted individuals carve their own paths, but he had never encountered anyone who relied entirely on intuition and still managed to concoct pills even if it seemed absurd. Strange, Feng Yang muttered to himself. If only Elder Su Qingzhou of the Qingyan sect were here. Su Qingzhou lacked astonishing magical prowess, yet possessed an unparalleled insight in the cultivation world, adept at discerning hidden talents and unique bonds beneath the surface. He could always pinpoint the oddities of prodigies and teach accordingly. If Su Qingzhou were to see Bai Chen, perhaps he would understand why he was like this. Thinking of this, Feng Yang shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, even if Su Qingzhou were to see him, it wouldn't change the fact that Bai Chen possessed 5 elemental roots. At present, low-tier pills like the qi-returning pill were still manageable. However, higher-tier pills required layers of spiritual energy to nourish and refine the medicinal essence, which could not be achieved through mundane fire and methods. Even if Bai Chen's talent were exceptional, if he could not progress in his cultivation, he would remain stagnant. Such a pity. Feng Yang fell silent for a moment, then took out 2 yellowed basic manuals from his storage bag and handed them to Bai Chen. This is a basic pill manual and a common spiritual herb guide. Take them to study. Bai Chen, surprised, took the books with both hands, noticing that one was titled Beginning Pill Essentials and the other Initial Recognition of Spiritual Herbs. Before he could express his gratitude, Feng Yang waved his hand and pulled out a pile of materials, placing them on the table. Feng Yang looked at Bai Chen seriously and said, "These materials can be used to concoct 2 qi-returning pills. You can give it a try. I know you are in urgent need of qi-returning pills, but unless the pills are perfectly refined, they will retain pill toxins. Even if you manage to concoct chi-returning pills, don't consume too many or it won't benefit you. Bai Chen bowed respectfully and replied, yes, disciple remembers. Feng Yang nodded slightly, saying, in the future, if you have any questions regarding alchemy, you can come find me at Dan Yuan Peak. If you can achieve foundation establishment, I will accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen was completely stunned. He had been on guard since he first met Feng Yang, fearing that the other party was Feng Linger's uncle and would behave as unreasonably as that headstrong woman. As the master of a peak, it would be too easy for Feng Yang to eliminate him. Yet he never expected that this master of Dan Yuan Peak would be such a person. Simply because he had a talent for alchemy, Feng Yang was willing to offer him formula materials, even promising that he could seek him for guidance at any time and perhaps take him as a disciple. Bai Chen could hardly believe it. How could Feng Yang, so generous and appreciative of talent, be related to that unreasonable and ungrateful Feng Linger? The qualities and temperaments of the two were fundamentally worlds apart. He couldn't help but wonder if the Feng family produced good bamboo shoots from bad bamboo or bad bamboo shoots from good bamboo. While the niece was so spoiled and unreasonable, the uncle was reasonable and valued talent, possessing a vision and temperament far beyond ordinary people. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears and seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed these two were related. Looking at the pill formula manual in his hands and the pile of materials on the table, all of Bai Chen's previous anxiety and vigilance transformed into genuine admiration and gratitude. He bowed deeply and sincerely said, thank you, Peak Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Feng Yang looked at Bai Chen's earnest demeanor and nodded slightly, a faint glimmer of hope passing through his eyes. Having 5 elemental roots does not mean he cannot cultivate it all. Perhaps he really can. Let's go. Feng Yang said no more and left the room, with Lu Yin quickly following behind. Bai Chen also followed to see him off. Just as Feng Yang stepped out, his gaze casually swept over the corner where Zhou Shi and Feng He were hiding. He noticed the two sneaking over at once, but he simply chose to ignore them. When Zhou Shi and He saw Feng Yang looking over, they immediately trembled all over. The two hurriedly got up from the ground, dusted off the dirt from their robes, straightened their collars, and bowed their heads to pay their respects. We have met Peak Master Feng Yang. The two kept their heads bowed low, not daring to breathe. Feng Yang gave them a faint glance, without replying, lightly tapping his toes to ascend into the air enveloped in golden red spiritual light as he soared into the sky. Lu Yin watched Feng Yang leave, then turned to Bai Chen. The door of your wooden house is damaged. Would you like to switch to another vacant room, or shall I have someone come to repair it tomorrow? Bai Chen glanced at the vacant rooms next door and replied, Disciple will just switch to another room. All right, Lu Yin nodded, signaling to Shifeng, let's go. Shifeng looked back at the feces-flavored chi-returning pill that Bai Chen had concocted, reluctant to part with it, turning back for a glance with every few steps. Bai Chen instantly understood and quickly wrapped the feces-flavored chi-returning pill, which was temporarily in a wooden bowl and cloth, and held it out to Shifeng. Here, it's for you. Upon hearing that so much was for him, Shifeng immediately let out a happy yelp, grabbing the cloth bundle in his mouth, wagging his tail in sheer delight. Shifeng was unreserved, but Lu Yin could not be. That one, I'll give you contribution points for this. Saying this, he took off his duty token to transfer contribution points to Bai Chen. Bai Chen quickly waved his hand generously, saying, No need, no need. I've troubled you today, Lu Deacon. I have nothing of value to offer, so just let Shifeng enjoy this. After all, he hadn't spent money on the materials, and he wouldn't eat the finished product. He considered it a way to thank Lu Yin for helping him find Feng Yang, so he felt he was not at a loss. Seeing that Bai Chen truly refused contribution points, and that 6 points were not too much, Lu Yin smiled and nodded, accepting it, and happily took Shifeng back to the Deacon Hall. Until Lu Yin left Zhou Shi and Feng, he finally relaxed completely. The two exchanged glances and sighed in relief simultaneously, then unconsciously looked towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen also looked at them. Were these two the ones causing so much trouble? He wondered if there were any wooden houses farther away from them in Yugu. He did not want to be near them. Just as Bai Chen turned to return to pack his things and prepare to move, Zhou Shi was the first to rub his hands and apologize. Brother Bai, I sincerely apologize. It was our fault earlier. We didn't know you were concocting pills, please forgive us. Feng He quickly responded, rushing to the door and saying ingratiatingly, Yes, it was our recklessness. Brother Bai, you're moving your things right. Let us help you. Saying this, the two squeezed into the door, clearing away the scattered medicinal fragments and other odds and ends from the ground. They had no cleaning tools, so they tidied everything up by hand, which was somewhat pitiful to see. Bai Chen felt a bit resentful towards these two for being meddlesome, but upon reflection, if it weren't for their interference, Feng Yang wouldn't have come to give him the pill manual. All things considered, he was still the one who benefited more. Fine, seeing them sincerely apologize, he decided to forgive them. Could you please wash the pot for me? Thank you. Bai Chen tucked his hands into his sleeves and pointed to the stone pot on the table. All right. Bai Chen instructed them without courtesy, and Zhou Shi and Fong, he didn't mind. Zhou Shi responded, but hesitated as he picked up the stone pot. Bai Xiong, he looked at Bai Chen and asked hesitantly, you still need to continue refining the pill of absence of hunger for the task hall, right? Bai Chen nodded yes. Isn't that obvious? Previously, he wanted to turn in the ones that turned out to be bad, and now that he can make normal pill of absence of hunger, would he not turn them in? He still needed contribution points to exchange for chi-gathering pills. Hearing Bai Chen's affirmative reply, Zhou Shi swallowed hard and looked at the stone pot in his hands. Bai Xiong, are you planning to continue using this stone pot for refining? Yes, that's correct. He only had this one pot. If he didn't use it, what else would he use? Zhou Shi and Fong, he exchanged glances, their expressions involuntarily twitching, feeling a mix of emotions. The pill of absence of hunger was something only they, the outer disciples in the chi refining period, could use. The senior brothers and sisters in the foundation establishment period could already fast on their own. What use did they have for this? The pills of absence of hunger collected by the sect's task hall ultimately ended up in the bellies of these outer disciples. Although the stone pot now emitted a refreshing fragrance, it couldn't mask the lingering bad smell of the pill of absence of hunger it had previously cooked. Even if the refined pills were indeed effective, just the thought of having to consume the items cooked in this pot made both of them feel physically uncomfortable. Just thinking about it made them want to vomit. No, they absolutely could not let Bai Chen use this pot to refine pills any longer. Zhou Shi immediately exchanged glances with Fong, he who responded with a firm look. Zhou Shi raised his voice and called out to Bai Chen, Bai Xiong, wait a moment. I'll step out for a bit, and I'll be right back. Saying this, he put down the stone pot and dashed away. Bai Chen was stunned and looked at Fong, he in confusion. What is he doing? Who knows, probably has a stomach ache. Fong, he chuckled as he changed the subject. Bai Xiong, it looks like your room is almost tidied up. Which wooden house do you plan to move to? I can help you move your things. Bai Chen gave him a suspicious glance. What was he up to, acting all mysterious? Let him do whatever he wanted, it had nothing to do with him. Bai Chen turned and stepped out of the wooden house, scanning the surroundings. Among the wooden houses in the low bamboo forest, his was the most secluded and closest to the bamboo. The only other house available was the one next to Fong, he and Zhou Shi, which was also empty. He looked up at the sky. The night had already fallen. At this hour, it was not suitable to search for another empty room elsewhere, so he decided to make do. How about the house next to yours? Sure. Fong, he sprang into action upon hearing this. He grabbed the well-organized herbs from the table in one hand, slung Bai Chen's bundle over his shoulder with the other, and with his now free hand, he carried the stone pot, bustling to move things to the empty house next door. Bai Chen watched his eager demeanor and did not refuse, following leisurely behind. At the door, he hung his wooden plaque and waited for Fong, he to set his things down, saying, thanks for today. The implication was clear, he was signaling for them to leave. However, Fong, he pretended not to understand, still holding the stone pot in his arms, and asked with a flattering smile, Bai Xiong, will you be refining pills again later? Bai Chen cast a slight glance at him. Yes. It was obvious, he had just received the formula, and he had to try refining the chi-gathering pill. Fong, he tightened his grip on the stone pot and laughed awkwardly, saying, you worked hard refining so many before, why don't you take a little more time to rest? Bai Chen was speechless. Rest? It was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. How late would it be by the time he finished refining? Was he supposed to sleep? Was this guy sick? Just as he was about to shoo Fong he away, Zhou Shi came panting back, holding a brand new purple clay pot in his arms. Bai Xiong, look what I brought back. He ran up to Bai Chen and placed the purple clay pot on the table, wiping the sweat from his forehead, smiling broadly as he said, this purple clay pot is a small token from Fong he and me. Just consider it an apology for the earlier misunderstanding. You must accept it. Upon seeing this, Fong he immediately joined and thickened his face to point at the stone pot in his arms, and said with a smile, yes, Bai Xiong, keep the new pot for refining pills, and let this stone pot be our return gift. Bai Chen looked at the two of them who were singing in harmony, and then glanced at the brand new purple clay pot, instantly understanding. So these two were worried that the pot he used had cooked bad-smelling pills and were afraid he would use it again to refine pills, which would ultimately end up in their bellies at the task hall. They were quite scheming. In the end, this matter wasn't a big deal, and Bai Chen didn't harbor much dissatisfaction towards Zhou Shi and Fong he. Now that they were taking the initiative to make amends, there was no need to deliberately act aloof and drive them away. After all, with his spirit-root attributes, he needed a lot of money to advance, and good interpersonal relationships would benefit him in making money. He reached out to accept the purple clay pot. Zhou Shi handed over, smiling as he thanked them. Then I shall not be polite. Seeing Bai Chen accept the pot, both Zhou Shi and Fong, he let out a sigh of relief. Bai Xiong, no need to be polite. It's what fellow disciples should do. Zhou Shi glanced at the sky and smiled as he pulled Fong He along. Then Bai Chen focus on studying the pill formula. We won't disturb you. Call us anytime you need us. Fong He nodded in agreement. I live next door. Oh, just find me if you need anything. Bai Chen smiled all right. Zhou Shi and Fong He closed the door behind Bai Chen. After taking a few steps away, Zhou Shi gave Fong He a thumbs up. Fong Xiong understands me. Fong He let out a breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Bai Chen's temperament is quite good, and he accepted the pot. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if there were any grudges. Zhou Shi nodded repeatedly, feeling the same way. Who would have thought that someone with 5 spirit roots could refine pills before even drawing qi into their body? Fong He looked back at Bai Chen's door and sighed. If he enters the qi refining period, it would be something else entirely. It's beneficial for us to be friendly with him now. Indeed, if he can establish a foundation, he will soar to great heights. Zhou Shi nodded and then shook his head. But unfortunately, he has 5 spirit roots. It will be difficult for him to establish a foundation. Both of them looked at Bai Chen's wooden house with regret before parting ways. Inside the wooden house, Bai Chen rebuilt an earthen stove, placing the new purple clay pot beside it, then returned to the table to take out the beginner pill essentials given by Feng Yang and opened it. The first page of the pill manual was the pill of absence of hunger. Flipping through it listed several formulas for qi gathering pills, cleansing spirit pills, healing pills, etc., all of which were suitable for disciples in the qi refining period, and the categories were comprehensive. However, after looking through a few pages, Bai Chen realized that the formulas in this pill manual were far less detailed than the one Feng Yang provided him. The method of refining the Pigu pill recorded in the cloth book not only details how to prepare each herb, the quantities required, but also the order and timing of their addition. It even specifies how long to maintain the heat and how to judge the concentration of the medicinal vapor by one's breath. However, the recipe in the pill book, perhaps to save paper, given the numerous recipes recorded, contains only a few brief phrases. It only lists the names of the herbs and the general order of addition. There are no precise quantities for the herbs, no specific timing for their addition, let alone how long to maintain the heat or how to discern the concentration of the medicinal vapor. Bai Chen inexplicably felt that the way these two recipes were recorded resembled a meticulous Western cuisine recipe down to the gram. Step by step, just follow the instructions, and the results will be fairly consistent. The records in the pill book are more like a Chinese cuisine recipe, filled with vague expressions like appropriate amount of pinch simmer on low heat and stop when the medicinal aroma is strong. Bai Chen pondered that the cloth book might have been specially created by Feng Yang to teach disciples, while the writing style of the pill book is likely the norm in alchemy. Refining pills relies entirely on the innate intuition of the alchemist or the Hansen guidance from a master, which is why the quality and efficacy of the pills ultimately vary greatly. But now he lacked a master to guide him. Although Feng Yang had granted him the opportunity to inquire, he couldn't possibly run to Dan Yuan Peak for every question. He ultimately had to rely on himself to explore little by little. Then let's give it a try? Bai Chen rubbed his palms together, a glimmer of eagerness appearing in his eyes. The time was just past the middle watch of the evening, and although it was late, there was still time to attempt refining a batch. What if there is no precise ratio? Earlier he had no recipe at all, yet he managed to refine the Pigu pill purely by intuition. Now that he had a rough framework, he should be able to find a way. He put away the cloth book and spread the pill book on the corner of the table. Bai Chen rose and walked to the stove, weighing the new purple clay pot, then turned to organize the materials for the gathering qi pill on the table. Spirit stone powder, spirit licorice, purple pattern, return blue pattern technique. The gathering qi pill requires spirit herbs. Bai Chen rummaged through the initial identification of spirit herbs, comparing carefully to select a few spirit materials to neatly arrange on the table. Taking a deep breath, he lit the fire in the stove, preparing to attempt refining his first batch of gathering qi pills. The gathering qi pill was already several times harder to refine than the Pigu pill, and the pill book did not provide clear instructions. He could only grip a stick, relying on his intuition to experiment in the purple clay pot. First, he took the purple pattern return and blue pattern technique. The pill book said to grind into powder, so he crushed them into fine particles. How finely they needed to be ground was uncertain. It all depended on feeling. The spirit stone powder was already condensed, so he pinched 3 pinches and sprinkled them into the pot. Following the order in the pill book, he squatted by the stove, adding this and that intermittently, with his left hand occasionally stirring the fire in the stove and his right hand continuously mixing the spirit materials. Gradually melted in the pot, transforming into a thick medicinal sludge. White foam floated on the surface, enveloping a faint spirit herb fragrance mixed with a hint of dissipating impurities. Despite the unpleasant smell of the concoction, it was still bearable compared to the previous fecal scent of the Pigu pill, thanks to having some procedural guidance. After concentrating for nearly 2 sticks of incense, the medicinal sludge in the pot gradually thickened. The previously mixed medicinal aroma slowly condensed, leaving only a rich spiritual energy lingering at the tip of his nose. He knew the moment had arrived, pinching the last bit of spirit stone powder and tossing it into the center of the pot, then quickly swirling the stick to gather all the concentrated essence into one place. Suddenly, the medicinal sludge in the purple clay pot surged, creating a delicate ripple, and several faint white lights floated from the sludge. As the light gradually dispersed, the medicinal paste at the bottom of the pot transformed into a soft brown medicinal mud. His intuition told him that the pill was complete. However, Bai Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at the medicinal mud in the pot. According to the pill book, the Gathering Qi pill should be crystal clear and translucent, with a smooth surface and no residue, and one should feel the spiritual energy flowing continuously when held in the palm. Although this medicinal paste wasn't pill-shaped, at the very least, it should be white, right? What on earth is this brown color? He scooped a bit out and brought it to his nose, detecting a hint of faint fishy smell amidst the fragrant aroma of the spirit herbs. Bai Chen sighed. Although he lacked a master to guide him, he had made a guess. This color and the fishy smell must be the poison of the pill. Without a pill furnace for gathering qi and lacking spiritual energy to refine the medicinal properties and remove the poison, both the pill poison and impurities remained in the pill. The efficacy was certainly there, but so was the poison. Given his current state with no qi drawn into his meridians, he couldn't consume too many normal gathering qi pills, let alone this toxic concoction, which he certainly couldn't recklessly swallow. Sigh. Bai Chen sighed. It seems he could only use contribution points to buy gathering qi pills. He shook his head, and once the clay pot had cooled a bit, prepared to wash it clean. Just as he picked it up, a sudden series of exclamations and noise erupted from afar. Bai Chen, puzzled, carried the pot to the door, opening it to look in the direction of the commotion. He saw nothing. His residence was already secluded, and now it was late. He could only vaguely see the gathering figures in the distance, but could not make out any details. Next door, Zhou Shi and Fong, he were also disturbed, coming out of their rooms. What's going on? What's all the noise about? I don't know. Zhou Shi craned his neck to look for a long time, but couldn't see anything clearly. Turning back, he excitedly said to Bai Chen and Fong, I'm going to check it out. Speaking, he had already run off in that direction. Fong, he hadn't opened his mouth yet, and Zhou Shi's figure had disappeared. What's with this guy, all fire and fury? Fong, he clicked his tongue, turning to look at the purple clay pot Bai Chen was holding. Has this pot of yours completed, brother Bai? Bai Chen shook his head. It failed. Fong, he exclaimed, it's okay, just practice a few more times. Bai Chen nodded, not explaining. Unless he drew qi into his body, this really wasn't something that could be fixed with just practice. Fong, he accompanied Bai Chen to wash the pot. When they returned, they saw Zhou Shi running back, excitedly shouting from afar, wow. Fong, he immediately leaned in to ask what happened. What's all the noise about? Zhou Shi, panting heavily, looked excitedly at Bai Chen and Fong. He's saying, wow, someone just drew qi into their body. Oh. Fong, his eyes widened in disbelief. Someone drew qi into their body. Was the person a triple spiritual root? They had only been in the sect for less than a day. If someone had drawn qi into their body so quickly, it definitely meant they were a triple spiritual root. Tisk, if he had known, he wouldn't have wandered around and would have practiced instead. Perhaps he would have been the one to draw qi into his body now. Triple spiritual root, what nonsense. Just as Fong, he felt regret, Zhou Shi spat out a denial. If they were a triple spiritual root, would I be so excited? That kid is a quadruple spiritual root with a mixed spiritual root. After saying this, he suddenly covered his mouth, looking apologetically at Bai Chen. He realized he had spoken too quickly and had forgotten that Bai Chen was also a mixed spiritual root. He wouldn't think he was mocking him, would he? Mixed spiritual root. Bai Chen, not minding Zhou Shi's words, asked in surprise, are you sure the person is a mixed spiritual root? Zhou Shi, relieved that Bai Chen didn't mind, nodded repeatedly, I'm sure. They've gathered everyone around to have him teach them. Hey, do you think we should also go over, huh? Zhou Shi hadn't finished speaking when he saw Bai Chen toss the clay pot aside and jogged toward Qingbai Ping. He looked at Fong, he in surprise, what's brother Bai doing? Fong, he rolled his eyes at him, pulling him along. He's going to see the excitement, come on, let's hurry over. Oh. Bai Chen jogged towards Qingbai Ping. Could it be that his mixed spiritual roots were even faster at drawing in qi than those with 3 spiritual roots? There must be some explanation for this. Either this person has exceptional luck and has struck it rich, or he possesses a certain talent that allows him to advance his cultivation more rapidly. Bai Chen needed to confirm whether this talent could be useful. If so, the next time he could replicate the talent entry, he would bring it over directly. Bai Chen continued to jog to Qingbai Ping. Just after turning past a few rows of scattered wooden houses, he saw a group of new disciples surrounded in layers in the open space between 2 rows of wooden houses. In the center of the crowd stood a slender youth. The boy wore the uniform disciple robes of the sect, his cheeks bearing a faint blush after drawing in qi, with a layer of faint spiritual light surrounding him that seemed almost to meld into the night. In the early stages of drawing in Qi, his meridians had just opened, and he was not yet able to manipulate the spiritual energy freely. The spiritual energy that first fused with the physical body would unconsciously seep out, slightly forming this layer of shallow spiritual glow. Once his cultivation stabilized, and he could control the spiritual energy, this layer of overflowing spiritual light would recede back within him, making it hard to discern from the outside. This process could take as little as 1 or 2 hours, or as long as a couple of days, depending entirely on the cultivator's innate talent. The surrounding disciples were all excited due to the boy's visible spiritual energy. Jang Wen Shuan, how did you do it so quickly? Is there some secret? You are amazing. Yeah, we've only been in the sect for a few hours, and you've already made it this far. Look at the spiritual light surrounding you. Are you really a fourth spiritual root cultivator? I feel like even those with dual spiritual roots can't compare to you. Brother Wen Shuan must be a prodigy. Your future cultivation will surely be limitless. You must help us, your fellow disciples. Yes, we all entered the sect together. If you learn any techniques, you must share them with us. Jang Wen Shuan wore a humble smile as he cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd. You flatter me, it is truly just luck. He brushed back his hair that fell over his forehead, maintaining a tone of feigned indifference. It's merely a matter of having a slight opportunity and grasping a few insights. It's nothing remarkable. As he spoke, he stood tall, his mouth pressed into a slight smile, though the pride within him was unmistakable. Seeing him like this, the crowd rushed forward to flatter him even more. Brother Wen Shuan, there's no need to be humble. Your talent is undoubtedly that of a genius. We all entered the sect together. You've drawn in Qi before us. We look forward to your guidance so we can also grasp the ways of spiritual energy. This sentiment resonated with everyone, and the area erupted in agreement. Jang Wen Shuan, elated, patted his chest and replied, of course. As fellow brothers in the sect, we should help each other. If you have any questions about cultivating Qi, feel free to ask me. Just as he finished speaking, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd. The voice wasn't loud, but in the midst of all the flattery, it was particularly jarring. Instantly, the noise quieted down. The disciples, who had been chattering excitedly, turned to look at a figure at the back of the crowd. A tall and sturdy youth stood with his arms crossed, unflinching under the gazes of the crowd, even raising an eyebrow, with a face full of defiance. Beside him stood a shorter, thinner boy who immediately tugged at his sleeve, lowering his voice to advise. Cheng Jinfeng, we are all fellow disciples. Don't act like this. Cheng Jinfeng impatiently brushed off his hand and took a step forward, raising his voice. What's the big deal about drawing in Qi in 4 hours? Why not compare yourself to senior sister Shen Wanning of the inner sect? As soon as he said this, the crowd stirred. Shen Wanning's name was well known in Hisu's sect. Even this group of newly admitted disciples had heard it echo clearly within half a day's time. Bai Chen, hidden behind a Qingbai tree at the back of the crowd, wore a bewildered expression. Shen Wanning? Who is that? Since entering the sect today, he had been busy with alchemy and hadn't had time to listen to gossip. He had no idea who this person was. He turned to Zhou Shi and Fang He, who were standing with him, to watch the commotion, and quietly asked, Who is Shen Wanning? Her name sounds impressive. Zhou Shi raised an eyebrow. Brother Bai, you haven't heard of senior sister Shen? Seeing Bai Chen shake his head, he became interested in gossip and leaned in to explain enthusiastically. Senior sister Shen joined the sect last year. She has a single gold spiritual root and is also a rare innate Qi body. In just 1 day, she drew in Qi and directly established her foundation. The next day, she was taken as a direct disciple by Elder One. Bai Chen nodded slightly and then asked, What is an innate Qi body? Zhou Shi looked at Bai Chen in surprise, thinking, Really? You don't know about this? Seeing Zhou Shi's expression, Bai Chen immediately turned to Fang He and asked, What is an innate Qi body? If Zhou Shi was reluctant to answer, he would ask someone else. Zhou Shi hurriedly pulled Bai Chen back. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't explain. He smiled apologetically and continued to explain. An innate Qi body is a top-tier physique that is 1 in a million in the cultivation world. To put it simply, it means she is a natural favorite of the heavens, possessing the purest innate source Qi within her body. Unlike us, who must accumulate step by step over several years to establish a foundation, she only needs to draw in Qi, and the innate Qi within her can directly condense into a foundation soaring to great heights. This physique is incredibly formidable, although she still needs to cultivate step by step. After establishing her foundation, spiritual energy will automatically gather around her during cultivation. Thus, cultivators with an innate Qi body are almost invincible among their peers. Senior sister Shen is currently only in the early stages of foundation establishment, but even those in the mid-stages can't compete with her. Bai Chen's eyes lit up as he listened to Zhou Shi's explanation. It turns out one really must enter a sect. After struggling in Xuanhe Fang, he hadn't been able to find any good talents. In less than a day since entering the sect, he was surrounded by such prodigious individuals. He didn't even know whose talent entry he should replicate. Hey, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts. With someone like Shuan wanting being in the inner sect, he wouldn't be able to reach that level for now. He should first replicate the talent entries in front of him. As Bai Chen learned about the innate chi body, Cheng Jinfeng had already begun attacking Jang Wen Shuan again. Senior Sister Shun is a rare innate chi body. With a single spiritual root and such a physique, she drew in chi and directly established her foundation on the same day. Can you do that? Upon hearing this, the astonishment on everyone's faces lessened somewhat, as they secretly pondered that it really made sense. Compared to someone like Shun wanting, Jang Wen Shuan's 4 hours of drawing in chi with 4 spiritual roots did not seem so impressive. But there were also disciples who stood up to speak for Jang Wen Shuan, saying to Cheng Jinfeng, "You can't say that Senior Sister Shun has a single spiritual root plus an innate chi body, which is already an extraordinary advantage. Brother Zhang has 4 spiritual roots and was able to draw in chi in 4 hours, which is already exceptional. Yet you with 3 spiritual roots haven't even reached the threshold of chi. Oh, why be so harsh on him?" "Am I being harsh? I just can't stand his smug demeanor." Cheng Jinfeng scoffed, as if he had heard a joke, his gaze sharp as it swept towards Jang Wen Shuan. Being able to draw in chi so quickly with 4 spiritual roots is already not easy. He should just focus on cultivating and refining his spiritual energy, instead of showing off here, hoping everyone will surround him and flatter him. Is that interesting? The crowd was swayed by Cheng Jinfeng's words, their gazes involuntarily falling back onto Jang Wen Shuan. However, this time their eyes were tinged with a hint of inquiry and doubt. Jang Wen Shuan felt his expression stiffen under the scrutiny of the crowd. The slight blush on his cheeks faded, replaced by a mix of pale and greenish hues. He clenched his fists and defended himself. "You're talking nonsense. I had no intention of boasting. I merely wanted to share some insights on channeling chi with everyone." "Share insights?" Cheng Jinfeng crossed his arms, and a mocking smile crept onto his lips. "All right then, why don't you tell us what realizations you had while channeling chi? How can one speed up the process of channeling chi into the body? Aren't you supposed to share your insights? Then speak up so we can learn too." Jang Wen Shuan's face instantly flushed red again. He struggled to articulate a coherent response. He had stumbled upon channeling chi by mere chance, so how could he have any insights? All he could do was stammer and place his gaze evasive. Seeing this, Cheng Jinfeng snorted coldly, his disdain evident in his tone. "In the end, it's just sheer luck. If you want others to praise you, just admit it honestly. What's with this pretense of sharing insights? Such pretentiousness is truly disgusting." The crowd quickly understood the situation. Cheng Jinfeng was right. Jang Wen Shuan had merely stumbled upon luck, and there were no insights to speak of. The previous compliments and warmth dissipated in an instant. Someone couldn't help but mutter, "I thought he had some real skill, but it turns out he just got lucky. What a waste of feelings. I was hoping to learn a thing or two, but it was all in vain." No one remained to speak kindly to Jang Wen Shuan. Groups of disciples shook their heads and dispersed, the once tightly packed crowd thinning significantly. Cheng Jinfeng scoffed and shook his sleeves before leaving. Before long, only Jang Wen Shuan remained at Qingbai Ping, his face shifting between red and white, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing this, Bai Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity had arrived. He immediately strode over to Jang Wen Shuan's side and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Zhang, don't take their words to heart. They are not worth your attention." Jang Wen Shuan abruptly looked up, his gaze towards Bai Chen, filled with confusion and helplessness. Bai Chen smiled at him, and before him appeared Jang Wen Shuan's talent attributes. Name: Jang Wen Shuan. Age 15. Cultivation level, Qi, refining stage 1. Spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, earth. Talent traits: efficient training, blue, spiritual perception, green, ordinary physique, white. So it's efficient training. What a good find. A look of delight crossed Bai Chen's eyes. If he couldn't discover better traits in this month, this one would be his target for the next copying session. Bai Chen's gaze towards Jang Wen Shuan became more sincere and his tone exceptionally earnest. The path of cultivation indeed hinges on opportunity and luck. Encountering this opportunity is part of your strength. What's there to feel embarrassed about? Moreover, I do not believe that Brother Zhang could channel qi into his body in just 4 hours purely by luck. In the future, your progress in cultivation will surely astonish those who mocked you today. This statement felt like a warm current, instantly dispelling the embarrassment and grievance in Jang Wen Shuan's heart. The mocking gazes and attitudes of those people still deeply affected him, leaving him quite sad. At this moment, being comforted by Bai Chen's kind words, his eyes suddenly felt a bit warm and his nose tinged with a hint of sourness. Jang Wen Shuan immediately grasped Bai Chen's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you. What shall I call this brother?" Bai Chen smiled and replied, "My surname is Bai, and my given name is Chun." Jang Wen Shuan immediately cupped his hands and said, "Brother Bai." Bai Chen returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Zhang." After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Chen said to Jang Wen Shuan, "Right now the most important thing for you, brother Zhang, is to go back and stabilize your foundation, solidify your roots. In the future, as you climb higher in your cultivation, you will naturally silence those who criticize you and earn their respect." Jang Wen Shuan nodded vigorously, his fighting spirit reignited. "What Brother Bai said is absolutely right. I will go back and solidify my foundation, and I will not let down your trust." After saying that, he solemnly bowed to Bai Chen, no longer dwelling on the earlier embarrassment, and turned to quickly head back to his wooden hut. Bai Chen watched his departing figure, stroking his chin with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Shi and Fong, he finally caught up. Zhou Shi asked in confusion, "What is Brother Bai doing?" Bai Chen turned around smiling and waved his hand to the two. "It's nothing. I just saw Brother Zhang alone here, and it would be rather awkward. It's not wrong for a young person to wish for the admiration of others. We are all from the same new sect, so comforting him a bit to ease his mind is also good." Zhou Shi and Fong, he exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of admiration. Bai Chen truly had a kind heart and was insightful. While others were busy enjoying the spectacle and joining in the ridicule, only he was willing to set aside others' opinions and proactively alleviate Jang Wen Shuan's awkwardness. They had almost caused him to suffer punishment today. It was truly despicable. Bai Chen returned to his room and tried channeling qi for refining again. However, his 5 spiritual roots made him a spiritual energy sieve. The qi he absorbed dissipated in no time. No matter how focused he became, he couldn't retain much. With this foundation, it seemed he would be unable to enter qi refining stage 1 for ages. He still needed to rely on the gathering qi pill. The next morning, as soon as day broke, Bai Chen went to the dining hall for breakfast and then headed straight to the pharmacy to exchange for the materials to make the pill of nourishing essence. Back in his small wooden hut, he spent the whole morning busily working with a sand pot, successfully refining 2 batches of the pill of nourishing essence. Although the quality was average, the quantity was definitely substantial. While others would yield about 40 pills in one furnace, he could produce at least 60 from a single batch. With a 100% success rate in pill making, he truly excelled in alchemy. After refining 2 batches of the pill of nourishing essence, he immediately took the pill bottles to the task hall. 10 pills earned him a contribution value of 12 points, and he swiftly returned to the pharmacy to spend 10 points on a shimmering white gathering qi pill. Gripping the gathering qi pill, he hurried back to his small wooden hut, locked the door, and sat down heavily on the bed, taking a few deep breaths. Whether it would work or not depended on the efficacy of this gathering qi pill. He sat cross-legged on the wooden couch and placed the pill into his mouth. As the pill melted upon contact with his saliva, an immense and gentle wave of spiritual energy erupted from his tongue, surging through his body. His meridians felt slightly swollen from this energy, but it was not painful. Instead, it felt warm and quite comfortable. He immediately closed his eyes and directed the scattered spiritual energy towards his dantian. However, the sieve nature of his 5 spiritual roots was still too formidable. As the rich spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, it seemed to be split into several streams by an invisible force dispersing throughout his body. No, it was not dispersing. Bai Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. The amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed was still too little. He hadn't realized it before. It wasn't that the spiritual energy was dissipating, but rather that it was flowing towards the corresponding attribute meridians and acupoints, filling each of his spiritual roots. This meant that for single spiritual root cultivation, one only needed to fill their meridians with the singular spiritual energy of heaven and earth and converge it in the dantian. However, for 5 spiritual roots, one needed to simultaneously absorb 5 types of spiritual energy to fill both their meridians and dantian. Although the medicinal power of the gathering qi pill seemed vast, being divided among 5 acupoints meant it could not condense into the dantian as quickly as it did for others. No wonder those with 5 spiritual roots were not favored by major sects. Even channeling qi into the body was more difficult than for others, and later, achieving the same cultivation level would require an unknown amount of resources. With those resources, they could nurture several single spiritual root talents. Isn't it more cost-effective to support one? Bai Chen shook his head, his fingertips still pinching the qi guiding technique, without loosening, focusing his mind to continue guiding the qi to refine the medicinal power in his dantian. The 5 spiritual roots were like a bottomless pit for spiritual energy. To truly guide qi into the body and step into the qi refinement stage, the amount of spiritual energy needed far exceeded what a single gathering qi pill could provide. The medicinal power of the pill vanished as it was scraped away by the 5 spiritual roots in his body. Relying on just one pill to break through was simply impossible. However, since he had already consumed the gathering qi pill, he couldn't let it go to waste. Every bit of spiritual energy he could gather was worth it. Even if he couldn't directly break through, this energy would nourish his meridians and fill his acupoints, making future cultivation less strenuous, which was better than wasting it. Bai Chen calmed his mind and closed his eyes, looking inward at his dantian. The medicinal power of this gathering chi pill appeared substantial, but dividing it into 5 left very little spiritual energy for each meridian. With this meager strength, crossing the threshold into the chi refinement stage was merely a drop in the bucket. Bai Chen made an effort to gather the scattered spiritual energy towards the center of his dantian, and gradually the air in the wooden house was filled with a faint fragrance of the pill and wispy spiritual mist. Uncertain how much time had passed when the last trace of the gathering chi pill's medicinal power was exhausted, the few strands of spiritual energy he had managed to gather in his dantian swayed slightly before dissipating into the meridians, leaving seemingly no trace behind. Bai Chen slowly released the technique with his hand and let out a long sigh. Indeed, one gathering chi pill was hardly sufficient to fill the pit of the 5 spiritual roots. The 5 spiritual roots were akin to a bottomless pit. Even if he took gathering chi pills, he couldn't know how many he would need to catch up to others' normal progress. Forget it. Before the phrase "half the effort for twice the result" gets copied down, better not push too hard. He focused on refining the pill of abstinence to accumulate some contribution points. Then, with the combination of the phrase and the gathering chi pill, he would aim to guide the chi into his body. Bai Chen had a good sleep, and in the morning went to exchange for materials to brew the pill. After brewing for the entire morning, he opened the door to submit his task and glanced at the doors of Zhou Shi and Fang He. The doors were tightly shut. He hadn't seen them come out for breakfast either. Bai Chen suspected that the two were stimulated by Jang Wen Shuan, who had 4 spiritual roots and wanted to quickly step into the chi refinement stage. Shaking his head, Bai Chen walked towards the task hall. Passing by Jang Wen Shuan's small wooden house, he noticed that his door was tightly closed as well. Hey, everyone is so competitive it makes me look lazy. I was hoping to enhance my relationship with Jang Wen Shuan, but it seems that won't happen today. He'll have to wait for next time. Bai Chen stuffed his hands into his sleeves, shrugged, and continued towards the task hall. For 3 consecutive days, Bai Chen maintained a regular routine: eating, refining pills, submitting tasks, exchanging materials, eating, wandering around looking for replicable talent phrases, eating, studying pill formulas, and sleeping. Every day, he would submit a pill of abstinence at the task hall and conveniently bring back the materials. The disciples at the task hall and the pharmacy had already recognized him. Today, just as he returned with materials, he saw Lu Yin standing at his door, seemingly waiting for him. Bai Chen hurriedly quickened his pace and approached. Elder, are you waiting for me? Lu Yin stiffened slightly at the words, raised a hand to cover his mouth, and cleared his throat. It's nothing major, just passing by to see if you were here. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the bag of materials in Bai Chen's hand. Are you preparing to make a pill of abstinence? This was a disciple favored by the master of Fengyang Peak. Even though he had not yet guided qi into his body, it was hard to say whether he would soar to great heights in the future. Lu Yan's attitude towards him softened considerably, which surprised Bai Chen greatly. He exclaimed, and quickly lifted the bag of materials. No, these are materials for refining the clear spirit pill. I'm preparing to study and see if I can make it. He couldn't always refine just one type of pill. The clear spirit pill could clear the mind and assist with breathing techniques, which would be useful once he guided qi into his body. Now was just the right time to try it and accumulate some experience. Oh, so it's not the pill of abstinence. Upon hearing that it was not the material for the pill of abstinence, the anticipation in Lu Yan's eyes faded instantly, and the disappointment was almost openly written on his face. Bai Chen noticed the change in his expression and curiously asked, Elder, do you need the pill of abstinence? Lu Yan was already in the mid-foundation establishment stage. He wouldn't need the pill of abstinence. Besides, if he needed the pill of abstinence, he could just go directly to the pharmacy. As an elder, exchanging for a few pills shouldn't be hard. Could it be? He wanted to eat it fresh out of the pot. Seeing the puzzled look on Bai Chen's face, Lu Yan's ears turned slightly red, looking even more awkward. He instinctively raised his hand to scratch the back of his neck and stammered, well, I want a few pills of abstinence, but not for me, it's for Shifeng. As he spoke, he didn't dare to look Bai Chen in the eye, feeling that asking for a pill for his spirit beast was rather embarrassing. Bai Chen was taken aback at first, then recalled how Shifeng had clung to the pot without letting go and immediately laughed a few times. So that's why Elder was waiting here. It turns out it was for Shifeng, he said as he opened the door and invited Lu Yan in, placing the bag of materials on the table and quickly pulling out the ingredients for refining the pill of abstinence. I just happen to have the materials for the pill of abstinence. I'll brew a pot just for it right now. It will definitely be the flavor it loves. Seeing that Bai Chen didn't mock him for wanting to buy poop-flavored pills of abstinence for his spirit beast, Lu Yan tentatively asked, you don't find this strange? Bai Chen sorted through the materials and replied, this shows that Elder really dotes on your spirit beast. Shifeng is fortunate to be with you. Before his transmigration, he had many colleagues who raised pets. Buying snacks, clothes, and toys for cats and dogs, treating them like their own children was quite normal. Lu Yan was merely getting some special snacks for Shifeng. There was nothing strange about it. Seeing that Bai Chen genuinely didn't mind, Lu Yan finally relaxed. He straightened his back and sat down at the table, unable to resist starting to complain. Isn't that right? That little monster just takes advantage of my pampering. For the past few days it has been pestering me for the pill of abstinence. He frowned, his tone a mix of anger and helplessness. I exchanged for some at the pharmacy, but it just sniffed and turned away. Every day it hums and haws at me, refuses to eat or sleep, and just keeps bothering me. It even threatened to take me to the toilet. Remembering how Shifeng had dragged him to the toilet, Lu Yan's face scrunched up. I really had no choice, which is why I came to find you. Many people had witnessed Shifeng's antics over these few days, demanding the poop-flavored pills of abstinence. When others asked him what was wrong, he was too embarrassed to say that Shifeng wanted to eat poop, and only explained that it had become a little addicted after trying a different flavor of the pill of abstinence once. Listening to Lu Yan's grievances, Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the image of Shifeng throwing a tantrum. He hadn't expected that the saying a dog can't change its habit of eating poop applied just as well in the cultivation world. Lu Yan watched Bai Chen busily preparing herbs, then removed his disciple attendant token. I appreciate your help today. I'll add extra contribution points to your account. You shouldn't labor in vain. Bai Chen waved his hand with a smile. Please, master attendant. No need for such formality. A single batch of embryo cessation pills is hardly worth more than 6 contribution points, just as before. Did he truly expect Bai Chen to refuse payment? Impossible. Even the raw materials had cost him dearly. Lu Yan nodded, then paused thoughtfully. If it's convenient, could you prepare 10 batches? It would save me from troubling you repeatedly. He transferred 60 contribution points into Bai Chen's identity token, then glanced at the table laden with ingredients and hesitated. 10 batches will take considerable time, won't they, eh? Shall I return tomorrow then? Bai Chen instantly understood Lu Yan's reluctance. The man was clearly avoiding the odor. He nodded. Very well. Lu Yan exhaled in quiet relief, gave a courteous nod, and departed the wooden hut for the disciple attendant hall. After seeing Lu Yan off, Bai Chen closed the door and resumed sorting the herbs. 1 batch was manageable, but 10 required far more than what lay before him. He'd need to visit the herbal pharmacy to exchange for additional supplies. As he pondered precise measurements, a soft knock sounded at the door. Is anyone within? The voice was clear, mellow, and unmistakably courteous. Coming. Bai Chen opened the door to find a cultivator standing outside, clad in the deep emerald dandelion green battle attire of an inner sect disciple. His posture was upright, his features refined and gentle. His very presence evoked warmth and ease. Upon seeing Bai Chen open the door, the cultivator's gaze settled upon him lightly, and he spoke with quiet courtesy. You are brother Bai Chen, correct? A flicker of cautious curiosity stirred in Bai Chen's mind as his eyes swept over the identity jade token hanging at the visitor's waist. Delicate cloud-pattern borders framed the bold gold-powdered characters, inner sect. Beneath them, finely inscribed in minute script, were the characters, Lin Lie. Bai Chen clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. This disciple is indeed Bai Chen. May I ask, senior brother Lin, what brings you to me? Having received confirmation, Lin Lie gave a slight, graceful nod and smiled. I've heard you craft embryo cessation pills with distinctive aromas. Might I request your assistance in preparing several batches? Would that be possible? Bai Chen blurted out instinctively. Does senior brother also want the fecal-scented ones? Instantly regretting his words, he inwardly chided himself for speaking too hastily. Lin Lie blinked, startled, and arched a questioning brow. What do you mean by that? Bai Chen quickly offered an apologetic smile and waved his hand. A misunderstanding. Please forgive my bluntness, senior brother Lin. Just earlier, disciple attendant Lu Yan had visited to commission specially scented embryo cessation pills for his spirit hound Shifeng. I assumed senior brother sought them for your own spirit beast as well. Ah, I see. Lin Lie's expression softened with sudden clarity, and he shook his head gently. No, I'm not preparing them for myself, but for a junior sister. At the mention of this junior sister, Lin Lie's already gentle features softened further, and the corners of his lips lifted in a tender, affectionate smile. She recently confessed weariness of the bland taste of standard embryo cessation pills, so much so that even ordinary food now seems flavorless. Hearing disciple attendant Lu speak of your unique formulations, she asked me to seek your aid. Might you craft some pills in alternative flavors? As for contribution points, name your price. It shall not be an issue. Bai Chen understood immediately Lin Lie was acting on behalf of someone dear to his heart. He flashed a knowing grin. I haven't yet attempted other flavors, but I'm willing to experiment. Which variety would senior brother prefer? Where demand existed, opportunity followed. Fruit-flavored embryo cessation pills, once perfected, promised substantial returns in contribution points. Moreover, with his innate talent ensuring 100% pill refinement success, Merely infusing the alchemical base with spirit fruit or common fruit juices posed no real challenge. Lin Lie paused briefly before replying, any fruit flavor will suffice, whichever suits your convenience. Bai Chen nodded. Very well. I'll begin research today, and you may collect them tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lin Lie promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I thank you deeply, Brother Bai. With that, he raised his hand and gently aligned his jade token with Bai Chen's outer sect wooden token. A soft azure light shimmered across the interface, and 20 contribution points instantly appeared on Bai Chen's wooden token. Proceed freely. Even if your attempts fail, it matters not. Should you succeed, 40 pills will suffice. Any excess contribution points are yours, as compensation for your experimental efforts. 20 points far exceeded the value of 40 standard embryo cessation pills, a deliberate and generous addition by Lin Lie. Delight surged through Bai Chen, and he beamed. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin, for your trust. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Lin Lie gave a gentle nod, offered one final bow, and turned to leave. As he stepped forward, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the purple sandstone cauldron inside the hut, and he halted mid-stride. After a moment's reflection, he said, Brother Bai, earlier you mentioned disciple attendant Lu's spirit hound requires a batch of distinctively scented pills. When preparing mine, might you use a separate cauldron? Bai Chen blinked, then chuckled and nodded. Rest assured, Senior Brother, Shifeng has dedicated utensils. They're entirely separate. Lin Lie visibly relaxed. I'm most grateful, Brother Bai. With another respectful bow, Lin Lie departed at a measured pace. Bai Chen watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at his wooden token and grinned. So it begins. Turning back, he surveyed the ingredients on the table. Enough for only one batch. Another trip to the herbal pharmacy would be necessary. Since herbs could be exchanged directly at the pharmacy, Bai Chen first headed to the dining hall to procure fruit. The meal hour had long passed. Aside from staff, the hall stood empty. The duty attendant, spotting Bai Chen lifting the curtain, called out casually, Brother, the official meal service has ended. Do you wish to order something separately? Bai Chen clasped his hands respectfully. Senior Brother, I'm not here to eat. I'd like to inquire whether you have fruit available. I'd like to purchase some. The attendant, a kindly middle-aged cultivator, nodded eagerly. Indeed. Fresh spirit fruits, just arrived. Would you prefer dew crystal fruit, pure honey peach, or cloud vein plum? He reached beneath the counter and lifted a wooden box, placing each fruit before Bai Chen in turn. The dew crystal fruit gleamed translucent and pearlescent, veiled in a faint dewy luminescence. The pure honey peach was plump and rosy white, exuding a clean, sweet fragrance. The cloud vein plum bore deep violet-black skin etched with fine silvery traceries. Each fruit looked irresistibly succulent. Bai Chen lifted a dew crystal fruit and weighed it in his palm. Senior Brother, what are the contribution point costs for these? 3 points per dew crystal fruit, 4 per pure honey peach, 3 per cloud vein plum. Bai Chen whistled softly. Rather steep. They are spirit fruits, the attendant replied, unsurprised. He gestured toward the display as he explained. Dew crystal fruit calms the mind, moistens meridians, and purifies turbid qi from the channels. Consuming one during cultivation suppresses restlessness and aids in smoothing obstructed spiritual energy flow. Pure honey peach contains concentrated spirit essence, rapidly replenishing depleted qi in qi refinement cultivators while nourishing acupoints and soothing post-cultivation meridian fatigue. Cloud vein plum stimulates saliva production, stabilizes the spirit, and, most notably, eases tension in the divine sense, granting immediate mental clarity. All are cultivated in our sect's spirit orchard at the mountain's rear, nourished fully by heaven and earth's spiritual resonance. Each delivers potent, reliable efficacy. Bai Chen silently calculated his options. To refine a pot of food-restraining pills, one would need at least 10 fruits to bring out the flavor. Each spiritual fruit starts at 3 contribution points, and when calculated, the contribution from the fruits exceeds the labor fee provided by Lin Lie. If he proceeded with this, he would be at a loss. With this thought, he shook his head repeatedly and pushed the fruits back to the attendant. Thank you, Senior Brother, but this quantity is too much for me. I simply cannot afford this price. The attendant understood his frowning and conflicted expression and waved his hand with a smile. No problem. If you're just looking to add some fruit flavor for a taste, we have ordinary fruits. They are not spiritual plants, but they taste good and are inexpensive. He raised his hand and pointed to a bamboo basket beside the counter, which was filled to the brim with bright red lychees. The shells of these lychees were vividly colored, looking very fresh. These lychees are from the mountains outside our sect, and they are in season now, incredibly sweet. This whole basket is only worth 2 contribution points. If you want them, just take them. Bai Chen followed his direction and saw that the basket of lychees was plump. He leaned in closer and sniffed. A wave of sweet fruit fragrance rushed into his nostrils, and his eyes lit up immediately. What does it matter if they are ordinary lychees? He only wanted a fruit flavor, not medicinal effects. The key point was that the whole basket only cost 2 contribution points, which was a bargain. He immediately slapped the bamboo basket. Senior brother, I'll take this whole basket. Bai Chen took down the outer sect wooden token from his waist and placed it on the spirit stone plate in front of the attendant. A faint light flashed, and 2 contribution points were deducted, completing the transaction. All right, I'll charge you 2 contribution points. Feel free to come back next time if you like it. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Chen slung the bamboo basket onto his back, walking briskly out of the dining hall and heading to the pharmacy to exchange for the materials needed to refine the food-restraining pills. Only then did he return to his wooden house, carrying both the lychees and the materials with great excitement. Just as he placed the materials and lychees down, preparing to organize them ahead, with some unruly hair popped up from the window, shouting at him, "Chen Ge, damn, you scare me to death." Bai Chen looked toward the window to see Fong, he rolling his eyes in annoyance. "Aren't you supposed to be in secluded training? How could you come out for fresh air?" Fong, he chuckled twice, swaying from the window to Bai Chen's door, spreading his arms and twirling around. "Take a look at what changes I have." Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. Have you successfully drawn qi into your body? Congratulations." Fong, his chin lifted slightly, his face filled with uncontainable pride. "I've finally made it." Bai Chen glanced toward Zhou Shi's wooden house. "Where's Zhou Shi?" Fong, he placed his hands on his hips, boasting, "That guy is probably still stuck in his room. He's not as talented as I am." He and Zhou Shi both had 3 spirit roots starting from the same point. With him drawing qi into his body, first it proved he was stronger than Zhou Shi. He could boast about this for a lifetime. Bai Chen shook his head with a smile, and suddenly said, "By the way, where did you put that stone pot I gave you before? You didn't lose it, did you?" Fong, his expression froze in embarrassment as he scratched the back of his neck. "How could I? That was your gift to us, but stored in my room." He and Zhou Shi had grown to dislike that stone pot, wishing they could just throw it away. If it weren't for being stimulated by Jang Wen Shuan drawing qi into his body a few days ago, he would have focused solely on closed-door cultivation and forgotten about the pot. By now he wouldn't even know where it ended up. As long as it's not lost, that's good. Bai Chen nodded. "Help me bring it over, I need it later." "Huh?" Fong, his eyes widened. "What do you need that pot for? Don't you have a purple clay pot?" Bai Chen didn't hide it from him. "Elder Lu just came by and ordered food-restraining pills from me. I need that stone pot to make it for him." Fong, he sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't the same pot, he was fine. "All right, I'll go get it for you." Just as he turned around, he stopped and looked back at Bai Chen. "So you're starting to refine it soon?" Bai Chen nodded. "Yes, Elder Lu ordered a lot. If I don't hurry, I won't finish in time. 1 pot takes half an hour, so 10 pots would take 5 hours. Plus, with Lin Lie wanting the fruit-flavored food-restraining pills, he would need to study for a while. If he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't finish even if he worked all night." Fong, he swallowed hard. Luckily, he had successfully drawn qi into his body today. He would find a distant place to hide in the afternoon and return after Bai Chen finished. He glanced at Zhou Shi's tightly closed wooden house door, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "Sorry, Zhou Shi, I won't call you a brother if you can't even draw qi into your body." "Chen, go wait a moment, they'll bring the pot." "Sure." Soon Fong, he returned with the pot. After Bai Chen received the stone pot, he casually asked, "Should we call Zhou Shi to hide for a while until I finish refining?" Fong, he immediately waved his hands. "No, absolutely not. I just drew qi into my body, though I know this is a critical period and we can't delay it." Bai Chen frowned and said, "Then I'll change places to refine." "No need." Fong, he stopped him again. "This is the time to break through with all your effort. It won't affect the outside world, so don't worry." Bai Chen hadn't reached that level yet. Hearing Fong, he say it wouldn't affect him, he nodded and took the pot back to his room. Otherwise, if he had to change places to refine pills, he wouldn't know where to go after refining for a few hours. As long as it doesn't affect him, that's good. Zhou Shi was focused on drawing qi into his body in the room. When Bai Chen's odor comparable to biochemical weapons wafted through the door crack, he was caught off guard and inhaled several deep breaths. He hurriedly coughed and ran out of the room. Damn. Chen Ge, why are you refining such horrible stuff again?" Bai Chen covered his mouth and nose at the window, stirring the pot in confusion. Fong, he said it wouldn't affect you. Zhou Shi glared and asked, "Where's he?" Bai Chen shook his head. "I don't know. He left when I started refining and hasn't returned." Zhou Shi stunned for a moment, then immediately realized Fong, he had intentionally set him up. He was so angry he started hopping. "Fong, you bastard." Time flies without notice. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Bai Chen had developed a stable customer base. His fruit-flavored, tea-flavored, and snack-flavored food-restraining pills received great acclaim within the sect. Unfortunately, the food-restraining pills were not worth much, and he only earned 510 contribution points in a month. These contribution points seem abundant, but cannot buy anything good. For example, the Foundation Establishment pill needed for Foundation Establishment costs 100,000 contribution points each. However, there were other gains. First, his alchemy skills became increasingly proficient with the impurities and taste of the food-restraining pills, improving significantly, even hinting at the emergence of pill patterns. Regardless of the pill, the emergence of pill patterns signifies a high-quality pill. The fact that an ordinary food-restraining pill is about to show pill patterns just by hand-rolling in the pot showcases his high efficiency in pill formation. Additionally, he made several senior brothers and sisters and also checked many of their attributes. He indeed encountered a few with good talent attributes, such as improved spiritual power recovery speed, blue high survival rate of spiritual plants, blue stable sea of consciousness green, and keen perception green. They all seemed fine, but in terms of practicality, Jang Wen Shuan's attribute of doubling efficiency was the most useful for him at the moment. Thus, throughout this month, Bai Chen frequently sought out Jang Wen Shuan to deepen their bond. Jang Wen Shuan, who possessed a hint of vanity, was delighted as Bai Chen showered him with compliments. Now the two of them could casually put their arms around each other's shoulders and call each other brothers. Finally, the copying of the skill half the effort, twice the result was completed during dinner. After dinner, Bai Chen immediately returned to his small wooden cabin. He took out 3 chi gathering pills he had prepared earlier and tossed them into his mouth. The medicinal power of the 3 pills fused instantly, transforming into a surge of spiritual energy that was several times more potent than last time rushing down his throat. He immediately closed his eyes and formed a hand seal, turning his focus inward to his dantian. The torrent of spiritual energy was still being split by the 5 roots acupoints flowing into the corresponding meridians. However, this time, with the entry of half the effort, twice the result, the meridians that originally needed to be slowly soaked were rapidly filled with spiritual energy, and the efficiency of absorption and refinement was increased several-fold. The 5 streams of spiritual energy circulated like lively brooks within the meridians. The energy gradually washed away the barriers before slowly converging into the dantian, intertwining to form a small vortex of spiritual energy. Bai Chen felt a warm sensation enveloping him. With each breath, the 5 types of spiritual energy from the world actively gathered towards him. He didn't know how long had passed. When the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian solidified completely and the 5 streams of energy balanced without scattering, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. He had firmly stepped into the first layer of chi refinement, and he was already approaching the second layer. The 3 chi gathering pills, and the half the effort, twice the result, had worked wonders. He raised his hand to stretch his sore and numb limbs, a smile unconsciously spreading across Bai Chen's face. Although it had only taken a month to draw in chi starting off, by nearing the second layer was faster than most. Calculating this way, his cultivation speed was not any slower than those with 3 roots. Just then a loud voice from outside broke his thoughts. "Chenggu, are you awake? Can you draw in chi today?" Fang Yi's laughing voice followed closely behind. "Zhou, you really are persistent, asking every day." Only then did Bai Chen realize it was already morning. He had surprisingly cultivated the entire night. In the pursuit of cultivation, time truly passed silently. Bai Chen got up and opened the door. Outside, Zhou Shi and Fang Yi were peeking around the door frame, while Jang Wen Shuan stood behind them looking serious. Due to Bai Chen's frequent visits to Jang Wen Shuan this month, Zhou Shi and Fang Yi also became familiar with him, spending their days together. The 4 of them developed a routine. Every morning they would go to the dining hall together, then return to their training and gather again in the afternoon to chat and eat before continuing to cultivate. On the second day after Fang Yi successfully drew in chi, Zhou Shi also succeeded. After becoming familiar with Bai Chen, Zhou Shi discovered that Bai Chen was capable of joking and thus began his daily questions. This had become a fixed segment. As the wooden door creaked open, Zhou Shi immediately asked cheerfully, "Chenggu, did you draw in chi today?" "Ah." Zhou Shi's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned Bai Chen's clear complexion and the swirling spiritual energy around him, exclaiming, "You drew in chi." Bai Chen smiled and nodded. "It was a stroke of luck. After a month, I finally caught up with you all." Zhou Shi instantly rejoiced, exclaiming, "This is a tremendous celebration. Let's go to the dining hall. Today, brother treats you to a feast." Bai Chen then began to order food. "Then I won't hold back. I just want 4 meat buns." The outer sect's dining hall provided meals for free. However, if one wanted extra food, they would need to spend contribution points to buy it. 4 meat buns required 1 contribution point, which seemed little, but for them newly entered into the chi refinement stage, it was a significant amount. Bai Chen was only joking among the group. He was the wealthiest. Zhou Shi had barely any contribution points. He didn't intend to make Zhou Shi actually buy them. Yet Zhou Shi patted his chest without hesitation and cheerfully replied, "No problem. It's just 4 meat buns, right? Let's go." Fang Yi, seeing this, chimed in with a grin. "Thank you, Zhou brother. I'll also have 4. Zhou Shi immediately turned to glare at him. "Get lost. I'm treating Chenggu. You don't deserve it." Fang Yi sighed. "Why are some people so petty? It's been a month and you're still holding a grudge. With such a small mind, how can you seek enlightenment? Alas, how pitiful." "Ah." Zhou Shi suddenly kicked Fang Yi in the rear. The two immediately began to playfully tussle, while Bai Chen and Jang Wen Shuan laughed heartily behind them. The group laughed and joked as they made their way to the dining hall. Bai Chen glanced at Jang Wen Shuan beside him, noticing that his spiritual energy was much thicker than usual, and asked, Wen Shuan, with your current spiritual energy fluctuations, have you already reached the second layer of Qi refinement? Upon being called out by Bai Chen, a trace of hidden pride quickly flickered in Jang Wen Shuan's eyes. However, he soon collected himself and humbly replied with a smile. After parting ways with Chun Gu yesterday and returning to Cultivate, I had a breakthrough early this morning. It was just luck. Though his words were humble, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Zhou Shi perked up upon hearing this. Wen Shuan, you're impressive. If you hadn't mentioned it, who would have known you were a four-root cultivator? Your cultivation speed is much faster than mine and Fang He's. Fang He slapped Zhou Shi's arm. Don't drag me into this. I'm close to the peak of the first layer. You're the slowest. Zhou Shi felt no shame flexing his biceps and huffing. I'm just building a strong foundation. You wouldn't understand. Bantering all the way, they arrived at the dining hall. The outer sect's dining hall of Hisu's sect was a spacious wooden building with neatly arranged long tables and benches. At this time it was breakfast time, and nearly all the outer sect disciples of Yugu were gathered here. The outer sect disciples were all at the Qi refinement stage, far from the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, the contribution points earned from doing menial tasks were meager, barely enough to exchange for some basic spiritual herbs and low-tier talismans. No one was willing to spend them on Qi gathering pills, so they relied on the sect's dining hall for daily sustenance. The breakfast at the dining hall was a free provision supplied by the sect. It was not luxurious, but sufficient. It generally consisted of coarse rice porridge accompanied by a few plates of refreshing pickled vegetables and cold dishes, all common fare. However, there were also options for better food. Items like buns made with spiritual beast meat, steamed rice made with spiritual grains, and soups of spiritual fowl were available, all of which were tasty and also replenished one's strength and spiritual energy. But all these required contribution points to purchase, and most outer sect disciples were reluctant to spend them. Today, however, Zhou Shi waved his hand grandly at the dining hall staff for spiritual beast meat buns. Bai Chen quickly stopped him. Don't buy them. Zhou Shi, however, responded boldly. I promised to treat you, so I must. Saying this, he transferred his contribution points and handed the buns to Bai Chen. Here. Seeing that Zhou Shi had bought them, Bai Chen smiled and took out a bottle of lychee-flavored Qi gathering pills to hand to Zhou Shi. You treat me to the buns, and I'll treat you to the Qi gathering pills. You can't refuse, otherwise you'll eat the buns yourself. An ordinary alchemist could produce a maximum of 40 food-suppressing pills in one batch, but he could manage at least 60. To avoid drawing too much attention, he couldn't produce as many as he could for his guests, certainly needing to reserve some to appear less remarkable. Over the course of a month, he withheld quite a bit. He effectively gave Zhou Shi a bottle for free, earning goodwill without spending a penny. Bai Chen felt no regret whatsoever. His generosity moved Zhou Shi immensely. Wu brother Chen is so magnanimous. Bai Chen smiled and handed meat buns to him. Fang He and Jang Wen Shuan giving each one. Come, let's share the blessings together. Fang He, upon receiving the bun, immediately beamed. Brother Chen is so generous. Jang Wen Shuan smiled and thanked him, saying, Thank you, brother Bai. Hey, that was bought with my money. Zhou Shi called out. Fang He shot him a glare, saying, You accepted brother Chen's food-suppressing pills. That means they were bought by brother Chen, and it has nothing to do with you. Zhou Shi stammered, unable to retort. He considered returning the food-suppressing pills to Bai Chen and arguing with Fang He, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, he took a hearty bite of the meat bun and fell silent. The group engaged in playful banter, then went to get their meals and sat down in a corner. Jang Wen Shuan asked, What do you all plan to do today? Fang He took a sip of porridge and mumbled, I plan to head to the Deacon Hall to take on some miscellaneous tasks, either watering the herb garden or organizing spiritual materials to earn some contribution points. Jang Wen Shuan wiped his mouth and nodded, saying, Then I'll join you. Zhou Shi agreed. He'll also take on a miscellaneous task to earn some contribution points. He looked at Bai Chen. Brother Chen, what about you? Still holed up in your room refining pills? Bai Chen stirred his bowl of coarse rice porridge and thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet, but am likely to continue refining pills. However, I think I need to find a proper alchemy furnace first. Now that he had at least reached the first layer of Qi refinement and could channel spiritual power to control fire, using a clay pot for refinement wouldn't yield good pill quality or quantity. He still needed to get a proper alchemy furnace. A furnace like that doesn't seem cheap, does it? Zhou Shi asked with a grin. Bai Chen looked at him and asked, Have you been to the equipment pavilion? How many contribution points? Zhou Shi stroked his chin. The last time I went to the equipment pavilion to do some odd jobs, I noticed that they had a variety of tools, but their levels were generally low and the prices weren't cheap either. For an alchemy furnace, it seems to cost over 300. Fang He and Jang Wen Shuan gasped in unison. That really isn't cheap. Zhou Shi nodded. A common iron sword only costs 20 contribution points for a practice one. A low-tier azure pattern sword that could channel energy costs 180. Charms aren't cheap either. Blank talisman papers can only be exchanged for 10 sheets with 5 contribution points, and low-tier calming heart charms or gathering chi charms cost 15 to 20 contribution points each, with a complete set of 10 directly costing over 160. Jang Wen Shuan pouted, poking at the pickled vegetables in his bowl with a sigh. If we need to descend the mountain to carry out tasks in the future, we definitely can't use common tools that can't channel even a fraction of spiritual power. But with the three of us having just a bit over 100 contribution points, we wouldn't even have enough for the change, so let's save up some contribution points first. Isn't that right? Zhou Shi sighed, looking at Bai Chen. But Brother Chen, you have more contribution points. If your requirements aren't too high, it should be fine to exchange for any furnace. Bai Chen nodded, saying, he'll consider it. With over 500 contribution points, he was considered wealthy among the four, but even that could only buy the worst alchemy furnace, which wouldn't be of much use. While the group was discussing contribution points, a domineering voice suddenly came from the entrance. Who is Bai Chen? Instantly, the once noisy dining hall fell silent. Zhou Shi and the others instinctively looked towards the entrance. Standing there were two young women, both dressed in outer sect disciple robes. The other disciples in the dining hall couldn't help but feel envious. Although they were both outer sect disciples, they were nothing like this group of outer sect disciples. The embroidered silver thread pill patterns on their disciple robes indicated that these two young women were either single or dual spiritual root geniuses who had been taken in by the Dan Yuan Peak for cultivation from the very beginning. Once they successfully established their foundations, they would undoubtedly become inner disciples of Dan Yuan Peak, or even personally taught disciples within the peak. Meanwhile, they would only undergo assessments after establishing their foundations before proceeding to continue their cultivation at the main peak more suitable for them. This subtly deprived them of many opportunities to gain experience. The leading outer sect girl stood at the front. She had delicate features with phoenix eyes and a slight smile, exuding an air of confidence. Her commanding presence made her the center of attention as she stood there. The girl beside her was also striking. With clear features and an elegant demeanor, she exuded a gentle and refined grace. The leading girl, hands on her hips, scanned the room, but received no response. Frowning in impatience, she raised her voice again. Who is Bai Chen? Is Bai Chen here? At this moment, Zhou Shi and the others suddenly came to their senses and looked at Bai Chen. Brother Chen, this person is looking for you. Do you know her? Bai Chen furrowed his brow slightly. I don't know her. It would be strange if you didn't know her. Wasn't the leader none other than Feng Linger, that foolish girl? After being in the sect for so long without any news of her, and with Feng Yang not mentioning the matter regarding Shunhe workshop, last time he visited it was clear they didn't know he was the one who saved Feng Linger that day. So why was Feng Linger now making such a fuss to find him? It couldn't be that she recognized him. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have directly attacked him instead of asking questions like this. As Bai Chen's mind raced, a disciple at the table next to them suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Bai Chen, loudly declaring, Isn't Bai Chen right here? Hey Bai Chen, someone is looking for you. Bai Chen's face twitched. Selling pills in the sect had become too conspicuous lately, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Fortunately, they were just some unimportant food-suppressing pills. In the future, he wouldn't sell any other pills to these guys. Bai Chen feigned ignorance, stood up, and cupped his hands to the person, saying, Thank you, I was lost in thought and didn't notice. He looked towards the entrance and bowed his hands to Feng Linger and the others. I am Bai Chen. May I ask what the two senior sisters seek from me? Upon hearing this, Feng Linger raised her chin slightly, her beautiful phoenix eyes glancing at Bai Chen with disdain and impatience, as if she were looking at an object that could be easily dispatched. You are Bai Chen, she asked, her tone proud and domineering, entirely in a commanding manner. The girl standing to her left noticed this and gently tugged at Feng Linger's wide sleeves embroidered with silver thread pill patterns. Linger, don't be so presumptuous. If the Peak Master finds out, you'll be punished again. This girl named Su Qingwan was at the late stage of Qi refinement. Dan Yuan Peak specifically sent her to accompany Feng Linger, both to protect her and to ensure she didn't cause any trouble outside. Upon hearing this, Feng Linger immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. Her phoenix eyes glared at Su Qingwan, but her tone softened slightly. I'm only here to buy some food-suppressing pills. If it weren't for you senior sisters being unable to produce this flavor, I wouldn't have come here to buy them. Is that not acceptable? Moreover, Sister Qingwan, there's no need to mention such trivial matters to my uncle, right? Su Qingwan nodded slightly and said, if that's all there is to it, then there's no need to report to the Peak Master. This means that if trouble arises, she would still seek out the Peak Master to report it. Feng Linger rolled her eyes and muttered, so annoying. Turning her head, she looked at Bai Chen with a cold and domineering attitude, saying, I heard you can make some fancy flavored pill for fasting. Make me 200 of the clear peach flavor, the sooner the better. Bai Chen had completely relaxed by this point. Clearly Feng Linger did not recognize him. Hearing Feng Linger's words, Bai Chen feigned difficulty and clasped his hands in salute, saying, Senior sister, forgive me. The fasting pill with clear peach flavor must be made with the clear peaches from the sect's spiritual orchard, but each peach costs 4 contribution points. To refine 200 pills, at least 30 clear peaches are needed as materials, and I simply don't have enough contribution points to exchange at the pharmacy. Feng Linger scoffed, a disdainful smirk appearing at the corners of her lips. Look at your poor appearance. Is this little matter really worth such trouble? It's just a bit of money for exchanging spiritual fruits. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist, and a brocade bag embroidered with silver threads landed loudly on the wooden table in front of Bai Chen. I don't have that much contribution value right now, so I'll just use spirit stones to pay you. Here are 200 low-grade spirit stones, enough for you to exchange for 30 clear peaches, and still have plenty left over as a reward for you. The outer sect disciples in the dining hall couldn't help but gasp. That was 200 low-grade spirit stones. They currently had low cultivation levels and could only accept tasks within the sect, so the only contribution points they encountered were those distributed by the sect. Low-grade spirit stones were something they had only seen in the technique Jade Slips and had never even touched. They only knew that one low-grade spirit stone was worth 4 contribution points. These 200 low-grade spirit stones amounted to 800 contribution points. That was 800 contribution points. To buy just a few fasting pills, and it was just thrown away like this. Zhou Shifang, he and Jang Wen Shuan stared and shocked their mouths agape as they looked at the bag of spirit stones in front of Bai Chen and swallowed hard. They accepted menial tasks, earning only 3 points of contribution for a day's labor at the Dan Yuan Peak's herb garden, and sorting the materials in the pharmacy was hard work, yielding only 5 points a day. 800 points of contribution value would require them to work tirelessly for at least more than 5 months, and if they encountered rainy days when they couldn't work or a shortage of menial tasks in the sect, it could take nearly a year to accumulate. And Bai Chen casually earned it. Zhou Shi couldn't help but elbow Bai Chen in the side and leaned in, whispering excitedly, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept it. His eyes clearly written, with a fool with money, what more was there to wait for? Not one to let such an opportunity slip away, Bai Chen immediately clasped his hands and said to Feng Linger, I will go exchange for the clear peaches to refine the pills. However, 200 is quite a number, and refining takes time. It will take at least until tomorrow afternoon to finish. By then, he had not finished speaking when Feng Linger impatiently interrupted him. By then I will personally come to collect it from you. Can you have it ready by the end of the hour? It should be no problem. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Feng Linger huffed, Then I will come to find you at the end of the hour. You better not make me wait. With that, she turned and strode out of the dining hall. Su Qingwan did not leave immediately, but looked at Bai Chen seriously for a few moments, her lips curling into a slight smile, as she said to him, Junior brother, Bai, work hard on your cultivation. We will wait for you at Dan Yuan Peak. After speaking, she gave Bai Chen and the others a slight nod and turned to chase after Feng Linger. Zhou Shi scratched his head in confusion and looked at Bai Chen, saying, What did that senior sister mean just now? Feng, he rolled his eyes at him. Can't you understand this? Brother Chen's talent for pill refining is extraordinary. He has already made a name for himself at the pill peak. Once he establishes his foundation, he will definitely be taken in by the pill peak. Zhou Shi suddenly understood and exclaimed, Right, the peak master of Feng Yang is waiting to accept Brother Chen as a disciple. Jang Wen Shuan, let out alongside Brother Bai's talent, is truly enviable. He, being a mixed spiritual root, had no specialized direction, and he didn't know what his future would hold. For a moment, Jang Wen Shuan felt a bit down. Bai Chen patted his shoulder. Your cultivation speed is much faster than Zhou Shi and Feng He. If anyone should be envious, it should be them envying you. His words made Jang Wen Shuan straighten up again. Indeed, the two with 3 spiritual roots were not as fast as he with 4 spiritual roots in cultivation. He was quite impressive. Zhou Shi helplessly facepalmed. There's no need to put someone down to lift someone else up while comforting them, right? The group laughed and continued eating. Before long, Bai Chen wiped his mouth, picked up his bowl, and stood up. Feng He asked, Aren't you going to eat anymore? Bai Chen nodded. I need to hurry and gather materials for pill refining, or I won't be able to finish by tomorrow. Won't that senior sister be furious with me? You're right, brother. Bai, hurry up and get busy. Jang Wen Shuan nodded. All right. Bai Chen bid farewell to the others, bought 30 clear peaches in the dining hall, then went to the pharmacy to buy materials for the fasting pills, and after that he rushed to the tool pavilion to get a Dan furnace, hurrying back to his wooden house. He closed the door behind him, placed the Dan furnace on the stone table in the center of the room, wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and took a heavy breath. Having returned with so many packages, he worked up quite a sweat, and it was the first time the sect had seen him so disheveled. After calming his breath, he cleaned the Dan furnace. Looking at the faint bamboo patterns on the furnace, a pang of pain flashed in his eyes. A first-tier Dan furnace costs 360 contribution points. It's indeed ridiculously expensive. If this isn't better than a pot, is it worth my contribution points? He muttered, taking out a portion of the materials for the fasting pill. Having never used a Dan furnace before, he decided to test it out with a simple batch first. Bai Chen sat cross-legged in front of the Dan furnace, palms facing up, and concentrated a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertips, slowly guiding it towards the bottom of the furnace. The Dan furnace ignited a cluster of light red flames, and the bamboo patterns on the furnace glowed faintly, as if responding to his spiritual energy. Bai Chen held his breath and focused, continuously pouring spiritual energy into the Dan furnace. This method of refining pills directly using spiritual energy was completely different from boiling with a sand pot. He initially thought this batch might be ruined, but unexpectedly his spiritual energy seemed to flow effortlessly. His innate talent for achieving perfect pill formation kicked in again, guiding him in controlling the process. Bai Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and completely released the control of his spiritual energy following the feel of the moment. After about 15 minutes, a faint rustling sound came from within the furnace. His intuition told him that the pills were about to be formed. He immediately stopped channeling his spiritual energy and lightly tapped the lid of the Dan furnace. With a soft click, the lid opened slightly, revealing the brown pills before his eyes. Each pill was round and full, with not a single one being defective. Bai Chen quickly widened his eyes and counted each one, and the more he counted, the brighter his eyes became, until he couldn't help but exclaim, "There are actually 66 pills." Previously, when he did not use the Dan furnace, he could only produce 60 pills by hand. Today, using the Dan furnace gave him 6 more. Moreover, the time was reduced by half. Indeed, using professional tools was more efficient and worry-free. Bai Chen rubbed his hands together. Now let's get to work. Bai Chen contemplated. Feng Linger wanted 200 pill of fasting, which he could easily refine in 4 batches. Bai Chen organized the materials and officially began the process of refining the clear honey peach flavor fasting pill. He ignited the alchemy furnace with a strand of spiritual power, skillfully adding the materials one by one. Soon a faint fragrance wafted from the furnace, reminiscent of the past. However, when he placed the clear honey peach into the furnace, an inexplicable sense of oddity washed over him. In all the time he had refined various flavors of fasting pills, he had never experienced such a feeling. A layer of fine spiritual ripples spread across the alchemy furnace, and the sweet aroma of the clear honey peach suddenly burst forth, far more fragrant than the lychee or tea-flavored fasting pills he had refined in the past. Bai Chen carefully sensed it, but aside from a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Anyway, his intuition hadn't indicated that this batch of pills was a failure, so he continued. This batch took longer to refine than the previous one. It wasn't until he heard the familiar sound of beads condensing that he withdrew his spiritual energy and tapped the furnace lid. With a click, the furnace lid popped open, and the sweet scent of peaches mixed with a hint of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Bai Chen leaned in for a closer look. Edge. This time the color of the pills was not dark brown, but rather round and plump with a pale pink hue. They looked quite appealing. Bai Chen pinched one and brought it close to his nose. A refreshing fragrance accompanied by spiritual energy entered his nostrils, leaving no trace of the fasting pill's flavor. He rolled the pill between his fingers, his eyes filled with confusion. With his 100% talent for pill refinement, this batch must have been successful. The other flavors of fasting pills he had refined had different tastes, but their appearance remained unchanged. Yet this pill, both in appearance and aroma, felt entirely different from a fasting pill. So could they still be classified as fasting pills? Bai Chen retrieved the beginner pill essentials to search for answers. The bone strengthening pill, no. The calming heart pill, no. The awakening pill, similar but not quite. The gathering chi pill, definitely not. In fact, he had nearly worn out the beginner pill essentials over the past month, and now he was just going through it again to confirm his memory. Indeed, there was no description of this pill in the beginner pill essentials. Could it possibly be in another pill formula? What could its effects be? In any case, Bai Chen dared not consume it to test its effects. He decided to seek out Feng Yang. This pill was meant for his niece Feng Linger. If it were toxic, he couldn't bear the consequences. Bai Chen packed the pills into pre-prepared pill bottles, 10 pills in each, and then hurried towards Dan Yuan Peak. The outer sect disciples gathering place Yu Valley is located in a shallow valley in the southeast of Hisu sect within the outer regions of the sect. The peaks of the sect are scattered, each of the 72 peaks serving its own purpose. On the eastern side, Dan Yuan Peak specializes in alchemy adjacent to Xianding Peak, which is for artifact refining. The western side has Ling Shao Peak, where sword cultivators gather. On the northern side, Ling Ji Peak is abundant with spiritual herbs and celestial plants, supplying the dining hall and pharmacy. To the south, there are also Beast Taming Peak and Ling Zhu Peak, connected by stone paths and suspended bridges. The vast sect sprawls across the continuous mountains, making it quite a trek. Yu Valley and Dan Yuan Peak are relatively close, both located to the east. But that is merely how it appears. In reality, the paths of Hisu sect are winding and treacherous, making the journey anything but easy. Bai Chen exited Yu Valley and headed straight north, circling around the eastern side of Ling Yan Peak, and then directly turning east following the stone path built along the mountain. Along the way, he had to avoid the spiritual plant paths surrounding Dan Yuan Peak and step over 2 narrow stone steps by the creek. The mountain path undulated with the terrain, and navigating it on foot would take at least half an hour to reach the foot of Dan Yuan Peak. Flanking the mountain road were lush bamboos and ancient pines whispering softly as the wind passed through the treetops. Occasionally, other outer sect disciples hurried by, all in a rush. Hisu sect was quite vast, and any task requiring crossing peaks would demand considerable effort on foot. Bai Chen dared not delay and moved quickly. Just as he was walking, a sudden whooshing sound of cutting wind echoed above him. Looking up, he saw several streaks of white or pale blue sword light slicing through the sky. The inner sect disciples on the swords were elegantly soaring, exuding an air of immortality. Bai Chen barely caught a glimpse of their figures before the sword lights vanished into the distance. In such a large place, one needs a means of transportation to get around. He shook his head and continued towards Dan Yuan Peak. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the mountain path opened up, revealing a stone gate intricately carved with alchemical patterns. Finally, he had arrived at the foot of Dan Yuan Peak. 2 inner sect disciples stood guard on either side of the peak gate. Dan Yuan Peak is the core peak for alchemy within the sect, with numerous alchemical rooms inside. During alchemy, outsiders' interruptions are highly undesirable. Once distracted, a batch of pills could be ruined, and it is also quite easy for the furnace to explode. Therefore, guards are stationed at the peak gate to prevent any disturbances. As Bai Chen approached, the 2 guarding disciples immediately focused their attention on him. Bai Chen stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Outer sect disciple Bai Chen, I have matters to discuss with Peak Master Feng Yang. I kindly ask the 2 seniors to relay my request. In truth, Bai Chen was not entirely confident. Although Feng Yang had previously said that if he had any questions regarding alchemy, he could come to Dan Yuan Peak at any time, he had not left any token or written proof. He was merely an outer sect disciple. Would he be dismissed as delusional for asking to meet a Peak Master without any proof? Bai Chen focused, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. At worst, he wouldn't seek out Feng Yang. However, his worries were unfounded. Upon hearing his request, one of the guarding disciples replied, Junior, please present your identity token. Bai Chen took out his identity token and handed it over. The disciple pressed a jade tablet against Bai Chen's green bamboo identity token, causing it to emit a faint blue glow, confirming his identity without a doubt. The 2 guarding disciples stepped aside, gesturing for Bai Chen to proceed. The Peak Master should currently be at the main Peaks Pill Gathering Pavilion. Junior, may head straight up the mountain. Bai Chen felt relieved and hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, Thank you, seniors. He recalled the senior sister who was by Feng Linger's side, and suddenly realized why she had said to wait for him at Dan Yuan Peak. It turned out that Feng Yang had already informed the inner sect disciples. TSK. If he were to later create a more impressive entry and switch to another path without joining Dan Yuan Peak, would Feng Yang smash him with a pill furnace? Bai Chen's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, yet his steps did not slow as he ascended the white jade stone steps of Dan Yuan Peak. The mountain path was enveloped in a light fragrance of pills mixed with the refreshing scent of spiritual herbs. Occasionally, inner sect disciples of Dan Yuan Peak would brush past him carrying alchemical materials and furnaces, each displaying surprise on their faces upon seeing his outer sect disciple attire, unable to help but take a second glance. Outer sect disciples seldom came to Dan Yuan Peak unless they were there to perform miscellaneous tasks at the subsidiary peaks. It was rare for them to enter through the main gate of Dan Yuan Peak. What on earth was this outer sect disciple doing here? Bai Chen remained calm under the scrutiny of various gazes, even politely nodding to each person who looked his way, exuding an air of composure. After all, anyone capable of refining pills should not be feared. There would always be pills that they could not produce. In the future, they might even become his clients. It's best to leave a good impression, making it easier to negotiate prices when they meet again. Bai Chen arrived at the entrance of the Gathering Pill Pavilion. From a distance, he saw the wooden door with pill patterns slightly ajar, and his senior brother was already standing on the steps waiting. He had obviously received a message from his fellow disciples down the mountain. Seeing Bai Chen approaching, the senior brother took the initiative to step forward and asked, You are Bai Shitty, right? Master is already waiting for you inside the pavilion. Just follow me in. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Chen cupped his hands in gratitude and followed the senior brother into the Gathering Pill Pavilion. The fragrance of pills inside was even stronger than outside. Bai Chen looked around and noticed the decor was simple yet elegant. On the table lay some pill scrolls, and beside it was a small purple copper pill cauldron. Feng Yang was sitting on a mat reading a book. Master Bai Chen has arrived. After leading Bai Chen inside, the senior brother bowed and withdrew. Feng Yang, seeing Bai Chen enter, casually set down the book in his hand and nodded slightly as he looked at him. You've already begun to draw in qi. That's quite good. Cultivating with 5 spirit roots was very difficult. He thought Bai Chen would need at least 2 or 3 months to reach the threshold of drawing in qi, but now he had successfully entered the qi refinement stage in just 1 month. It was still acceptable to catch up to the speed of 4 spirit roots. Feng Yang was very satisfied with Bai Chen's cultivation speed and smiled as he asked, "Did you come here with questions about controlling spiritual power? Come sit over here." He assumed Bai Chen had just begun to draw in qi and couldn't grasp the nuances of using spiritual power for alchemy, so he specifically came to seek advice. As he spoke, he raised his hand in a gesture inviting Bai Chen to sit beside him, already prepared to teach him the foundational methods of controlling fire with spiritual power. However, Bai Chen did not take a seat. Instead, he pulled out a white porcelain bottle containing a peach pill from his pocket, respectfully offering it to Feng Yang with both hands. "Thank you, Beastmaster, for your praise. I did not come to inquire about the use of spiritual power today, but rather to present a batch of pills I refined. I feel something is off and cannot discern what kind of pill it is, so I dare to disturb the Beastmaster and hope for your guidance." Feng Yang took the porcelain bottle, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "You have just begun to draw in qi, and you can already use spiritual power to refine pills. And you succeeded." Bai Chen shyly curved the corners of his lips and humbly replied, "I merely had a moment of curiosity and wanted to try you. I didn't expect to succeed by chance, but it's not quite right, and I really can't be sure, which is why I came to consult the Beastmaster." His words made Feng Yang's gaze toward him even more approving. To be able to apply spiritual power to alchemy right after entering the qi refinement stage was quite rare among low-level disciples. If he could smoothly establish his foundation later, this child would surely have great fortune in the path of alchemy. He chuckled lightly while pinching the porcelain bottle, unscrewing the cap to look inside. Then his smile froze on his face. Feng Yang frowned slightly and poured out a pill, the pink, white, glossy pill rolling in his palm. He examined the pill for a moment, then looked at Bai Chen with confusion. "Did you put Qingmi Tao in this pill?" Bai Chen inwardly sighed, thinking it was no surprise that the Beastmaster of the Dan Yuan Peak could identify the main ingredient with just a glance and a sniff. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Yes, I did." Feng Yang, upon hearing this, was somewhat speechless. "Why would you use a valuable spirit fruit to make a pill? What kind of pill did you think you were refining?" Bai Chen awkwardly smiled and replied, "I wanted to refine a pill of abandoning grains." "Nonsense." Feng Yang's brow suddenly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. Although Qingmi Tao is a low-level spirit fruit, a single one is worth several times more than an entire bottle of abandoning grains pills. You use a spirit fruit to refine abandoning grains pills. Isn't that ridiculous? His words suddenly paused, and he looked at Bai Chen with a probing gaze. "Did someone request you to customize this flavor of abandoning grains pill?" Bai Chen's practice of refining various peculiar flavors of abandoning grains pills outside was no secret, and he was well aware of it. If it weren't for someone asking him for this special abandoning grains pill, he probably wouldn't have gone out of his way to make it. Bai Chen scratched his head and chuckled, awkwardly nodding. Indeed, someone requested it. Upon hearing Bai Chen's admission, Feng Yang's expression couldn't help but carry some anger. Who is it that lacks common sense and wants to use spirit fruits to make abandoning grains pills just for the sake of novelty? It's simply ridiculous. Bai Chen lowered his brows and remained silent, but internally, he rolled his eyes and grumbled. Who else could it be but your precious niece Feng Linger? It's probably only she in the entire He Shuzong who could request a spirit fruit to customize an abandoning grains pill. After scolding, Feng Yang's gaze fell on Bai Chen, who was standing with his head bowed, and he sighed. "Forget it. Why should I be angry with a disciple who has just entered the sect and is only beginning to cultivate?" Ultimately, this matter was due to the capriciousness of the one who made the request. Bai Chen was merely following orders and could not be blamed at all. Feng Yang's anger gradually faded, and he looked at Bai Chen and said, "Well, this matter is not your fault. However, I need to have a serious talk with you today. You must remember this." Bai Chen quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "I will heed your teachings." Feng Yang said solemnly, "The abandoning grains pill has been passed down for thousands of years. Do you really think that in all this time there have been no predecessors in the path of alchemy who have improved a basic pill formula?" Bai Chen was slightly taken aback and looked up at Feng Yang. Indeed, if he could concoct these flavored abandoning grains pills, others could certainly do so as well. It's not something particularly difficult. But why has no one done it? This seems to have a market. Feng Yang looked at Bai Chen's puzzled expression and sighed again. "Our reluctance to engage in this matter is not due to inability, but rather a complete lack of necessity. The fundamental purpose of the abandoning grains pill has always been to fill the stomach and stave off hunger, slightly replenish energy. It is meant for disciples of the sect to use while traveling or cultivating, emphasizing the ease of sourcing ingredients and the simplicity of refining, allowing all disciples to benefit. If we add spirit fruits just to enhance the flavor, it may seem like we've satisfied some people's demands, but in reality, it is a case of losing sight of the fundamental purpose. Not only does this increase the refining cost, making it unaffordable for ordinary disciples, but it also deviates from the essence of this pill, reducing it to mere flashy trinkets. Take this pill for example. Feng Yang applied slight pressure with his fingertip, and the pink-white glossy peach pill shattered upon impact. The fine pill powder clung to his fingertip, and a wave of even richer sweet fragrance instantly spread, mingling with a faint medicinal aroma, refreshing the mind. He lowered his head, bringing his fingertip close to his nose, and closing his eyes to savor it for a moment. Then he condensed a wisp of light blue spiritual power, gently wrapping the pill powder in his palm. As the spiritual power flowed slowly, the medicinal properties and spiritual essence hidden within the powder were gradually revealed. A flicker of understanding crossed his gaze, and his earlier regret deepened. When he withdrew his spiritual power, Feng Yang looked at Bai Chen. "Do you know the spiritual effects of Qingmi Tao?" Bai Chen bowed, and replied, "When I bought the Qingmi Tao, I heard a senior brother from the dining hall mention a few things. He said that just by smelling its sweet fragrance it can relieve restlessness and soothe the mind. If eaten raw, it can clear the heart and moisten the veins, helping to purge the turbid energy from the meridians. Especially for disciples in the Qi refinement stage, if they feel anxious or their spiritual energy is not circulating smoothly during cultivation, eating one can alleviate some of that." "Exactly." Feng Yang nodded slightly. "The clear peach indeed has such effects, but its spiritual efficacy comes and goes swiftly, lasting only for a duration of 2/4 of an hour before its essence dissipates completely." He raised his palm to show Bai Chen the powder in his hand. "And because you added the clear peach to this pill, the spiritual effects of the fruit have forcibly merged with the properties of the fasting pill, altering its efficacy. Now this pill retains the basic efficacy of the fasting pill, which can stave off hunger for 12 hours, while also incorporating the clear peach's calming and vein-nourishing benefits. Moreover, the clear peach originally had a spiritual efficacy that lasted only 2/4 of an hour, but when combined with the fasting pill, it has been forcibly extended to match the fasting pill's duration of 12 hours. Bai Chen, upon hearing this, subtly curled his fingers at his side. Wasn't extending it to 12 hours a good thing? Why did Feng Yang still say it was extravagant? Seeing Bai Chen's expression, Feng Yang understood what he was thinking. "Do you think there's nothing wrong with this?" Bai Chen lowered his head and merely said, "I dare not." Feng Yang shook his head gently and sighed, saying, "Everything has its pros and cons. While the duration of the clear peach's efficacy has been extended, its original potency has also significantly diminished. Now, although this pill can serve the function of calming the mind and nourishing the veins to regulate the qi, it is far less effective than consuming a clear peach raw. One could say its effect is rather weak and barely better than nothing. If you were to compare it to the fasting pill, the cost of refining it has skyrocketed due to the addition of the clear peach, making it far less practical than a regular fasting pill made from common materials which ordinary disciples simply cannot afford, nor is it necessary for them to." "Is that not so?" Bai Chen thought to himself that it certainly was. One clear peach required 4 contribution points, and making a batch would need at least 6 or 7 clear peaches. This cost would definitely have to be factored in, otherwise wouldn't it be a loss? Seeing Bai Chen nod slightly, Feng Yang brushed off the powder in his palm and stated plainly, "In short, this pill is in an awkward position. You can't say it's useless. It can both stave off hunger and slightly calm the mind, which is better than a useless pill. Yet to say it is useful is a bit of a stretch, as it cannot compare to the pure efficacy of a clear peach, nor is it as economical as an ordinary fasting pill. In this state, where it is neither tasty nor wasteful to discard, why then should it be improved?" Moreover, Feng Yang shook his head again, his tone filled with disappointment for not being able to steer the youth right. "Do you know that the clear peach is actually the core material for refining a first-tier high-grade tranquility pill, which costs 10 low-grade spirit stones for just one? Using it to refine a fasting pill is truly a waste. While the tranquility pill is indeed a low-tier first-grade pill, it is effective for disciples in the late stage of qi refinement and the early stage of foundation establishment. It can effectively suppress restlessness and purge the impurities from the meridians, greatly reducing the risk of falling into demonic deviation." Bai Chen did not know what effects the tranquility pill had, but he certainly knew it was expensive. 10 low-grade spirit stones for one. Such a high price. Bai Chen felt pangs of pain in his chest. Even though he wasn't using his own money to buy the clear peaches, the thought of wasting spirit stones made it hard for him to breathe. Bai Chen bowed deeply and said, "Disciple acknowledges my mistake." Alas! Feng Yang looked at Bai Chen with deep, earnest expectations for the young man before him. Although Bai Chen was born with less than ideal spiritual root attributes, he possessed an unparalleled talent for alchemy. Just by drawing qi into his body, he could manipulate spiritual energy to refine pills. This level of understanding and precision in controlling fire was something even the inner disciples of Dan Yuan Peak could hardly match. Feng Yang truly held high hopes for this young man, having already regarded Bai Chen as his personal disciple. He wished for him to excel in the path of alchemy, to walk far and correctly, and to inherit the legacy of the alchemical lineage in the future. If he could successfully establish his foundation, he might become a pivotal force in the field of alchemy. It was precisely because he had such hopes that he feared Bai Chen might take a wrong turn. He feared that in an attempt to cater to others' curiosity, Bai Chen would squander his talent on these flashy improvements rather than deeply study the authentic art of alchemy. He worried even more that at such a young age Bai Chen might come to see alchemy merely as a means to please others and amass wealth, losing the reverence for alchemy's true purpose of refining medicine for use in harmony with the source. Bai Chen, you are a fine material for alchemy, and I do not wish to see you squander your talent on these useless endeavors. In the field of alchemy, the greatest taboo is restlessness and losing sight of the fundamentals. The novel tricks of side paths may entertain for a moment, but they will never lead you far. Feng Yang looked at him earnestly, his tone noticeably gentler. I do not disallow you from improving formulas. Having the ability to do so is in fact a great thing. He gestured for Bai Chen to sit beside him. After paying his respects, Bai Chen respectfully sat next to Feng Yang to listen to his teachings. Feng Yang poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Bai Chen, who hurriedly accepted it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Beastmaster." Feng Yang replied affirmatively and continued. The path of alchemy has never been a rigid, dead-end road. From ancient times until now, countless predecessors in alchemy have uncovered the properties of medicines, combined spiritual materials, created countless new formulas, solved unusual poisons, aided breakthroughs, and protected the spirit. Any truly practical new formula is a meritorious deed that benefits the sect and countless cultivators. Why would I obstruct you? As he spoke, his expression grew serious, and he added, but you must remember that the reason low-tier formulas have endured for millennia without fundamental changes is for a reason. Take this fasting pill, for example. It was originally refined for low-tier disciples and ordinary cultivators, valued for its ease of material acquisition, simple refinement, and low cost, allowing all disciples in the sect, whether outer or inner, even the miscellaneous disciples, to use it readily. Such low-tier formulas prioritize general applicability over refinement. No matter how well it is improved, if it cannot be afforded by the masses, it loses all meaning. Now that you have just entered the qi refinement stage, your understanding of medicinal properties, control of spiritual energy, and the art of blending spiritual materials are still superficial. Even if you can make some alterations based on your talent, it would merely be trivial changes to low-tier formulas, which could distract you with these small tricks. It would be better to calm your mind, practice diligently, and strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Only by establishing your foundation can your understanding of alchemy undergo a tremendous transformation. And only then would those elixirs truly require improvement and innovation. Feng Yang gazed intently at Bai Chen. First cultivate yourself, then study alchemy. Oh, with a solid foundation you can walk far. Do you understand? Bai Chen immediately stood and bowed again, saying, "Disciple understands. Thank you, Beastmaster, for your earnest guidance. I will focus on my cultivation and strive to establish my foundation soon. Please sit down." Feng Yang pressed his hand down, his tone much lighter than before. "Since you are here, I will take this opportunity to teach you some basic principles of alchemy for the qi refinement stage." "Thank you, Beastmaster." Bai Chen stayed in the gathering pill pavilion for an hour. Bowing his farewell to Feng Yang, Bai Chen held the heavily annotated Essential Alchemy for Beginners as he stepped out of the pavilion, only to realize that the sun had already tilted past the mountain peak, well past the mealtime of Yugu. His stomach, having been empty for much of the day, seemed to finally react with a couple of growls, bringing a hint of embarrassment. Looking at the sun in the sky, Bai Chen rubbed his belly. If he hurried back now, he wouldn't be able to eat. Perhaps he could just settle for a fasting pill made from a clear peach for the day. "Junior brother Bai." Just as he was about to take out the porcelain vial, the senior brother who had brought him in called out to him. Bai Chen hurriedly regained his senses and bowed, saying, "Senior brother, what are your instructions?" The man returned the gesture with a smile. "Bai Shitty Master has instructed me to take you for a meal, and I will send you back to Yu Valley later." Bai Chen's eyes brightened. "Thank you, senior brother." The meal itself wasn't important, but having someone to accompany him was incredibly considerate. Otherwise, the return journey would take over half an hour, and he truly couldn't bear it. The senior brother smiled and led the way ahead. "Follow me." Bai Chen followed beside the senior brother and clasped his hands in greeting. "I apologize for troubling you to lead the way. I haven't yet asked for your esteemed name, senior brother. My surname is Su, and my given name is Cheng. You can call me Su Shixiao." Su Shixiao. Bai Chen followed Su Cheng towards the other side of the mountainside. After walking for a while, they spotted a quaint wooden house ahead. Su Cheng glanced in that direction and introduced, "That is our peak's dining room. We will be having our meal there shortly." Bai Chen couldn't help but ask, "Su Shixiang, are there many dining rooms like this on Dan Yuan Peak?" This wooden house didn't seem large, or was it a place where the disciples of Fengyang's sect cooked for themselves? Su Cheng shook his head. "No, this is the only dining room on our entire peak." Bai Chen was surprised. Only this one? A peak as large as Dan Yuan only had this small dining room. Su Cheng smiled and explained, "Most of the inner disciples have already established their foundation and can practice fasting. They rely on spiritual energy for their daily cultivation. However, after eating for decades, suddenly not eating is hard to adapt to in a short time. This small dining room is just for the disciples of the peak to occasionally indulge their cravings and enjoy some treats." Bai Chen understood. "Now I see." As they spoke, the two arrived at the dining room. Su Cheng raised his hand and gently pushed open the wooden door, leading Bai Chen inside. The interior was clean and elegantly arranged, a room of about 10 square feet with the stove surface polished to a bright sheen. On a wooden shelf in the corner were blue and white porcelain jars filled with spirit rice and spirit vegetables, and next to the stove a faint trace of spiritual energy was warming. After entering, Su Cheng called out, "Aju, bring out some ready-made spiritual food and set the table with chopsticks." A girl in light green servant clothing, looking about 15 or 16 years old with bright eyes and brows, bowed to Su Cheng, saying, "Su Cheng Xixiao." She was an outer sect disciple who worked as a servant at Dan Yuan Peak, responsible for preparing spiritual food and tidying up the utensils. After responding, she turned and walked to the stove, lifting the warming food basket. Before long, she brought out several plates of dishes and a bowl of glossy spirit rice, placing them on the square table in the room before retreating. Su Cheng smiled and handed Bai Chen a pair of chopsticks. "Bai Shidi, dig in." "Thank you, Su Shixiao." Bai Chen quickly accepted with both hands, his gaze falling on the table, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He thought they would just have some plain porridge and simple dishes, but he didn't expect Su Cheng to bring him to enjoy spirit rice. The spirit rice glimmered with a faint luster, and the two small dishes beside it were not mundane at all. One was stir-fried dew fungus, and the other was fragrant braised spirit magpie. Both were dishes made from spiritual plants and spiritual birds, and especially the dew fungus, which was the main ingredient for the dew pill, worth 100 contribution points. Even before tasting it, he could feel the abundant spiritual energy. Bai Chen recalled that even a single spirit meat bun in the outer sect dining hall required 1 contribution point, so he didn't dare to touch the chopsticks immediately and leaned closer to Su Cheng, whispering, "Su Shixiang, this must cost quite a lot of contribution value, right?" Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh at his words, took a sip of tea, and said, "No contribution value is needed, you just eat as much as you want. Free." Bai Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Cheng put down the teacup and nodded. "Yes, many of the items used by inner disciples are provided by the sect, so there's no need to spend additional contribution value, and this food is the same." He paused, looking at Bai Chen's stunned expression, and said with a smile, "Do you feel that being an inner disciple is great?" Bai Chen instinctively nodded. How could it be just great? The main ingredient for a dew pill worth 100 contribution points was used for cooking. That was simply fantastic. Su Cheng noticed this and took out a palm-sized object from his mustard seed pouch and handed it over. "This is a warm fire jade, perfect for the Qi refinement stage. Since you are on the path of alchemy, controlling fire during pill refinement will be a common occurrence in the future. This jade can help stabilize the spiritual energy in your dantian, making the fire temperature when igniting more gentle. Consider it a gift for you." Bai Chen quickly refused. "This is too valuable, though I cannot accept it." Su Cheng smiled and directly pressed the warm fire jade into Bai Chen's palm. "Take it, it's just a small item of the first rank and not considered valuable. Think of it as a meeting gift for my little shitty." The master had previously kept Bai Chen alone in the gathering pill pavilion for an hour, answering his questions and clarifying doubts. The meaning of this was already quite clear. Su Cheng knew that as long as Bai Chen established his foundation, he would have more little sureness. Therefore, he was also generous in making friends with Bai Chen in advance. Bai Chen understood that Su Cheng's treatment of him was due to Fenjiang's special regard. He couldn't help but wonder if in the future he managed to obtain a better talent and didn't enter Dan Yuan Peak, would Su Cheng pursue him along with Fengyang? Bai Chen chuckled and shook his head. He hadn't even begun to develop a better talent yet, so why think so much? Time to eat. Let's have a bite of spirit rice first. The rice grains were lustrous and soft, and chewing them was filled with a sweet aftertaste. As he swallowed, a gentle warmth of spiritual energy slid down his throat into his abdomen, bringing immense comfort. He took another bite with the stir-fried dew fungus. The sweet juice mixed with a hint of oil spread across his palate, crisp and not greasy. The refreshing spiritual energy was even more pronounced than the spirit rice, seeping into his limbs and bones, making him feel much lighter. The fragrant braised spirit magpie was made from a spiritual bird. The rich flavor complemented the freshness of the meat itself, and after swallowing, the spiritual energy slowly sank into his dantian, circling gently, there feeling warm and comforting. As he chewed the food, Bai Chen felt so comfortable that his eyes squinted. So this was the life of an inner disciple. When Bai Chen set down his chopsticks, he felt his stomach satisfied and his dantian warm and soft, wishing he could just lie down and take a nap. Are you full, eh? Su Cheng asked with a smile, looking at Bai Chen. Bai Chen immediately came to his senses, sat up straight, and replied, "I'm full. Then I will take you back." "Thank you, Su Shixiao." The two exited the small dining room. Su Cheng raised his hand, and a spirit sword radiating a faint blue light hovered in front of him. Su Cheng lightly stepped on the sword, which hovered in midair, and smiled at Bai Chen on the ground. "Come up." Bai Chen looked at the sword floating before him, his eyes suddenly brightened. Flying back on a sword. He had never experienced what it felt like to ride a sword. He hurriedly grabbed Su Cheng's hand, using his strength to jump onto the flying sword, standing steadily behind Su Cheng. "Hold on tight, and don't be afraid, it'll fly slowly." Bai Chen nodded, "Okay." Su Cheng formed a seal, and the spirit sword slowly ascended, soaring towards the outskirts of Danyuan Peak. Bai Chen wasn't afraid of heights. In fact, he enjoyed thrilling high-altitude games. At this moment, standing on the spirit sword led by Su Cheng, he felt a surge of light spiritual power enveloping him. The next moment, he broke free from the constraints of the ground and suddenly soared into the air. The wind instantly filled the sleeves of his garments, carrying the crisp spiritual energy of the mountains. Bai Chen looked up, watching the mountains below rush past him. The deep green peaks, usually towering, now seemed to spread out like scattered stones beneath his feet. The stream in the forest wound like a silver ribbon, the clouds swirling around the mountain's waist parted by the spiritual light of the sword. Threads of mist brushed against his fingertips, feeling cool to the touch. Without a hint of turbulence, the spiritual sword flew steadily and swiftly. This controllable sensation of speed was far more exhilarating than any high-altitude game he had played in his past life. Feeling the spiritual barrier surrounding him, Bai Chen tried to loosen his grip on Su Cheng's sleeve, slowly spreading his arms. The wind brushed against his cheeks, tousling his hair, and the lightness of escaping gravitational pull instantly engulfed his entire body. So refreshing, so exhilarating. Once I return, I shall cultivate diligently, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement as soon as possible. By then I'll acquire the fastest flying sword, and I can fly however I please. Just thinking about it is thrilling. The flying sword quickly arrived above Bai Chen's wooden cabin. Before it landed, he saw Lin Lie waiting for him in front of the cabin. "Junior brother, we've arrived." Su Cheng lowered the flying sword to a height of half a meter above the ground and stabilized it. Bai Chen jumped down and turned to him with a bow. "Thank you, senior brother Su." "You're welcome." Su Cheng smiled at him, nodded slightly to Lin Lie, and then flew away on his sword. Bai Chen watched Su Cheng leave and turned to Lin Lie, smiling as he asked, "Are you here again to buy some spirit grass pills for senior sister Su?" Lin Lie often came to buy spirit grass pills, and Bai Chen was so familiar with him that he even knew the name of the senior sister he liked, Su Jining. Coincidentally, the senior sister Lin Lie liked also shared the surname Su. Lin Lie looked at Bai Chen, a gentle smile on his face, and shook his head. "This time I want to purchase some fruit-flavored healing pills and calming pills. I wonder if junior brother Bai can refine them." Healing pills and calming pills. Bai Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise, is this task particularly dangerous? Healing pills and calming pills were both used for treating injuries and restoring meridians. Senior sister Su is already at the late stage of Qi refinement. Preparing so many healing pills indicates this task is likely not an easy one. Lin Lie merely smiled lightly, saying, "It's just a matter for inner disciples to handle." His nonchalant words carried an air of sincerity. As cultivators, since we are sheltered by our sect and nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is not enough for us to merely guard our own paths of cultivation. The sect exists to protect the peace of the region. Naturally, we disciples must take on some responsibilities to pacify the mountains and rivers, safeguarding the untrained common folk from malevolent influences. In the end, he gently patted Bai Chen on the shoulder, his smile warm and encouraging. "Junior brother Bai should just focus on diligently cultivating." Bai Chen gazed at his smiling eyes, vaguely sensing a hint of barely perceptible seriousness hidden deep within. This task, it seemed, would certainly not be as easy as he implied. However, whether Lin Lie chose not to worry him or the task itself was bound by the sect's regulations and could not be disclosed, Bai Chen found it inappropriate to pry further. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Bai Chen smiled at Lin Lie and said, "How coincidental. I can make both of those pills. When would you need them, senior brother Lin?" Lin Lie softly asked, "We will set off early tomorrow morning and need 20 of each type. I wonder if we can have the pills ready by tonight." Bai Chen glanced at the sky. It looked to be around 2 in the afternoon, so there was still plenty of time. Healing pills and calming pills were both first-tier mid-grade pills not overly complicated to refine, requiring no particularly rare spiritual materials and not consuming excessive spiritual energy. Given his current alchemical skills, it would be more than enough to refine 2 batches before tonight. He nodded gently at Lin Lie and said, "Yes, I can do it. By the way, senior brother, you mentioned wanting fruit-flavored ones. What specific flavor do you have in mind?" Lin Lie's eyes curved into a smile, his warm expression softening further. "How about lychee flavor? It's sweet and not overpowering if she really likes it." A hint of mischief crossed Bai Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but tease, "Senior brother Lin is truly good to senior sister Sue." Lin Lie smiled, gently replying naturally, "It's only right to treat those we care about well." Bai Chen was also influenced by his sincerity and smiled back, nodding repeatedly. "What you say makes sense, senior brother. Then please come back around the hour of the monkey. By then I should have them ready." "Thank you, junior brother Bai." Lin Lie clasped his hands in gratitude. "You're too kind, senior brother Lin." Bai Chen watched Lin Lie leave on his sword, his smile gradually fading and his brow slightly furrowing. 20 healing pills and 20 calming pills. What kind of task requires so many healing pills? It seems this task for senior brother Lin and senior sister Sue must not be simple. Bai Chen sighed softly and shook his head. Forget it. With his current level of cultivation, even if something significant were to happen, it wouldn't involve him. First, he needed to fulfill the orders he had on hand. Aside from the ones Lin Lie and Feng Linger wanted, he had quite a few other orders pressing down on him. Although Feng Yang had lectured him saying that spirit grass pills didn't need improvement, aside from Feng Linger, no one else had requested them to be made with spiritual fruits. Where there is demand, there is a market. This business is still viable. He just needs to keep a low profile moving forward. First, he should gather the materials for healing pills and calming pills and start refining. Having purchased the materials, Bai Chen swiftly began sorting the herbs. Spirit Heart Grass, Healing Flower, and Heart Tangle Vine, all fresh first-tier, mid-grade spiritual materials. He peeled dozens of plump lychees, mashing the translucent flesh into a sweet juice to mix into the pill materials, creating the desired flavor. With all preparations complete, Bai Chen began to ignite the fire. Once the furnace reached the appropriate temperature, he added the materials and lychee juice in the correct proportions, gently rotating his wrist, controlling the fire with his spiritual energy to heat steadily. He possessed a 100% success rate in pill making. His control over the fusion of the pill fire and materials was almost instinctual. Soon a fragrant aroma of healing pills mixed with the sweetness of lychee wafted from the furnace. When the fragrance reached its peak, Bai Chen raised his hand to clap the furnace. The lid opened slightly and 40 glistening healing pills emerged. Bai Chen was unaware of how many others produced from a single batch of healing pills. But he was certain he produced more. A 100% success rate in pill making was no mere boast. He would only yield effective pills and never any waste. After packaging the pills, Bai Chen organized the alchemical furnace and continued to refine the next batch. An hour later, 40 calming pills glowing with a faint purple spiritual light were also completed. He carefully placed 10 pills in each jade bottle and took them to the cabinet specifically designed for storing pills. This medicine cabinet was obtained through a trade with a disciple in the Qingchuan Valley. Qingchuan Valley was a spontaneous gathering place for disciples of the Heshu sect. The valley was shrouded in trees and stones scattered about, with no sect overseer, relying solely on the mutual understanding and consciousness of the disciples. Usually when disciples had surplus spiritual materials, idle tools, or excess pills, they would gather here. They would exchange items or use a small number of low-grade spirit stones or sect contribution points to trade. Bai Chen used 2 bottles of ordinary spirit grass pills to commission a disciple skilled in woodworking to make this cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet door, he was greeted by the sight of shelves filled with porcelain bottles. Every shelf was packed full, and the bottom 2 tiers were nearly overflowing with items. The middle shelf was entirely covered with labels. These were all the customized pills that had been ordered from him. The labels bore the names of the customers and the types of pills requested. All the other shelves contained portions he had set aside from each order. After a month, he had surprisingly accumulated a full cabinet of pills, which amounted to quite a significant number. Bai Chen placed the porcelain bottles containing excess healing pills and Onlua pills into the small, empty compartment of the upper shelf. After arranging them, he gazed at the nearly overflowing medicine cabinet, a smirk of pride unconsciously gracing his lips. This talent for refining pills with a 100% success rate is quite bothersome. In just 1 month, I've accumulated so many that if this continues, the cabinet won't be able to hold them all. TSK. Rubbing his chin, Bai Chen muttered, I should get a storage bag. Previously, Bai Chen couldn't use a storage bag as he hadn't yet cultivated his qi. Now that he had already entered the first layer of qi refinement, if he didn't get a storage bag soon, the pills would just pile up in the cabinet, making them cumbersome to take out and taking up space. I wonder how much contribution it takes to exchange for a storage bag in the sect. He'll inquire about it later. Murmuring to himself, Bai Chen gently closed the cabinet door and turned back to the alchemy furnace. The furnace was engraved with simple gathering fire patterns, still radiating a faint glow. Bai Chen took out the order booklet he had made and began to look through it. Senior Zhang, Senior Li, Junior Sister Xiao Li, Senior Brother Wang. All want 20 spirit-repelling pills with mulberry flavor. Senior Sister Wang, Senior Sister Shun, and Senior Sister Lu all want 10 each with starfruit flavor. Senior Sister Zhou and Senior Brother Sun want 20 with pineapple flavor. Bai Chen took a charcoal-sharpened pencil and began jotting down notes on the paper, calculating how many spirit-repelling pills he still needed to make, letting out a long sigh. Despite having the talent for a 100% success rate in pill refinement, with his current spiritual energy, as a newly initiated cultivator, continuously refining pills was indeed mentally exhausting. Having just refined 2 batches of pills for Lin Lie's Dantian, which had already been low on spiritual energy, was now completely empty. He raised his hand and pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his robe, which contained a first-tier medium-grade recovery pill that could restore spiritual energy to low-level cultivators. He poured a pill into his mouth. A gentle stream of spiritual energy slid down his throat and into his abdomen, slowly flowing into his Dantian, gradually nourishing his depleted energy. The heavy fatigue that enveloped him began to dissipate. With the help of the recovery pill, Bai Chen's gaze returned to the notes on how many batches of pills he had calculated he needed to refine. The fact that he could take on these orders meant he could produce that many pills. However, it would require a significant amount of time and energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have indicated to Feng Linger that he would deliver the 200 spirit-repelling pills tomorrow at the hour of Shun. But refining them one batch at a time was indeed troublesome. Bai Chen's gaze shifted to the alchemy furnace. Although this furnace was not of high quality, it was sufficiently large. With a talent for a 100% success rate in pill refinement, why did he have to refine them one batch at a time? Previously, he did it that way because the pot was small. Now that the furnace is so big, why not refine 2 or 3 batches at once? At worst, he would waste a few materials, but he wasn't unable to afford that. However, if he succeeded, the efficiency would multiply. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Bai Chen immediately began to take action. He rolled up his sleeves and sequentially introduced the main ingredients for 4 batches of spirit-repelling pills into the furnace. The furnace's belly was spacious, and there was still plenty of room after adding the 4 batches of materials. Bai Chen steadied his mind and carefully adjusted the furnace's temperature. It might be due to the low grade of the spirit-repelling pills. The refining process was easier than anticipated, and the time taken to form pills was consistent with that of a single batch. Other than the slightly faster consumption of spiritual energy, there were no abnormalities. Bai Chen clapped the furnace's body, and the lid popped open with a clang. The numerous round spirit-repelling pills shimmered with a faint spiritual light, exuding a rich lychee fragrance as they lay within the furnace. Bai Chen counted the pills as he took them out. 264, 265. Goodness, 274. Joy sparkled in his eyes. Using the furnace to refine one batch of spirit-repelling pills yields 66 pills. 4 batches not only didn't diminish, but actually gained 10 more. Oh my, I've struck gold. Bai Chen suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into a wide grin. 4 batches are fine, can I do 10 at once? Bai Chen chuckled softly, tossing a recovery pill into his mouth and preparing materials for 10 batches. Once prepared, he tossed them into the furnace and began refining. After 15 minutes, he opened the lid. Several hundred spirit-repelling pills were packed tightly in the furnace, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. Bai Chen leaned over the side of the furnace to check. 608, 681. 685. I produced 685 pills. Indeed, more than what I would have made batch by batch. Bai Chen pondered. Perhaps each batch of pill materials had slight differences in potency rather than being entirely equal. The conventional pill count is based on the lowest potency among the materials. In reality, if one could fully unleash the medicinal properties of the materials without any waste, the number of pills produced should exceed the standard count. Bai Chen was an example of this. With his 100% success rate as a guarantee, he could maximize the efficacy of the materials. Thus, each time he refined pills, he always produced a few more than usual. Moreover, when refining multiple batches together, the medicinal properties of each batch could harmonize and optimize, minimizing the loss of potency during the refining process. This in turn naturally resulted in a greater quantity of pills produced. Bai Chen's gaze shifted to the spirit-repelling pills prepared for Feng Linger, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Since Feng Linger only needed 200 pieces, the extra 400 would be his. Even if the price for the mulberry flavor was slightly lower at 2 low-grade spirit stones for 10 pills, that would still be nearly 100 spirit stones. I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be rich. Imagining the scene of making a fortune in the future, Bai Chen happily rushed to the equipment pavilion. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. As the number of pills increased, a storage bag was essential. When he arrived at the equipment pavilion, the disciple on duty was a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, not the same person who sold him the furnace in the morning. Seeing Bai Chen rush in, he looked up and said, "Junior brother, are you looking to acquire some tools?" "Yes." After surveying the area, Bai Chen inquired, "Senior brother, do you have any storage bags here?" The disciple smiled and asked, "Of course we do. What do you intend to store?" Bai Chen replied, "Alchemy materials and such." "Oh, so you're an alchemist. These should be suitable for you." Saying this, he took out 3 similarly sized blue cloth bags from under the counter, their openings embroidered with simple gathering spirit patterns, though the density of the patterns varied. He laid the storage bags out on the counter, carefully explaining them to Bai Chen. "Most of the items in our equipment pavilion are crafted by the senior brothers of the Xian Ding Peak, with materials and crafting techniques varying according to their grade, and the corresponding contribution value also differs. Take these 3 bags for example. They are all suitable for junior brothers in the Qi refinement stage, with some differences in storage space. This one on the left has a smaller interior space, only capable of holding a few boxes of pills, some small bags of scattered alchemical materials, and firestones. It can hold some odds and ends as well, and it costs 60 contribution points." He then pointed to the middle bag with slightly denser gathering spirit patterns. "This space is quite spacious, allowing an ordinary alchemy furnace to fit easily, and even accommodating 100 or 80 boxes of medicinal pills and materials without issue, more than sufficient for daily use, costing 100 contribution points." Finally, he pointed to the farthest right bag, which had a dense gathering pattern and was adorned with a small light-colored spirit pearl, saying, "This space is the largest among them and has temperature-insulating patterns, making it difficult for the spiritual energy of the pills inside to dissipate. It can hold 2 alchemy furnaces and a full cabinet of medicinal pills, costing 180 contribution points." Bai Chen slowly nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the 3 bags, raising his head to ask, "Senior brother, may I explore the space inside?" Just by listening to the description, he had no idea how large it really was. If he bought it and couldn't use it, it would be a waste of contribution points. "Of course you can. Just direct a thread of spiritual power into the gathering pattern at the bag's opening." Seeing that Bai Chen was buying a bag for the first time, the disciple enthusiastically taught him how to use it. Bai Chen followed his instructions, condensing a thread of spiritual power and probing into the leftmost bag. The moment the spiritual power entered the bag, he felt a lightness at his fingertips, and before him unfolded a spacious area lightly enveloped in a pale white spiritual light. He exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to touch it, but found nothing. He quickly realized that this space did not exist in reality, or rather it did not exist in his current space. Dimensional pocket. The term suddenly surfaced in Bai Chen's mind. It felt quite novel. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the boundaries of this space, carefully sensing it and calculating the size of the interior. It was around 2 or 3 cubic meters, approximately the size of a large shoe cabinet in a modern home. It was just enough to hold some scattered materials, small bottles of pills, and things like firestones. His alchemy furnace would definitely not fit inside. Bai Chen gently shook his head, withdrawing his spiritual power. He then directed his spiritual power toward the middle bag. As the spiritual power unfurled, another light white space appeared before him. This one was significantly larger than the previous one. He estimated it to be around 6 or 7 cubic meters, roughly a square room, nearly 2 meters on each side. It could easily accommodate the alchemy furnace along with 180 bottles of pills and several bundles of spare materials, while still leaving some extra space. He withdrew his spiritual power and looked at the most expensive bag. This space was indeed large, possibly around 10 cubic meters, nearly equivalent to a small modern bedroom. As the space unfolded, he could faintly feel a warm air, likely due to the temperature insulating patterns at work. Bai Chen was visualizing the spatial arrangement of the bag before him. The alchemy furnace could fit inside, along with the wooden boxes for materials and the mortar and pestle for refining, and the remaining space could stack hundreds of bottles of pills. Even if he had to store more pills later, it would be more than enough, and he could still fit some other miscellaneous items. For now, with his cultivation level, he shouldn't need to get another one. Though it was a bit pricey, it was an honest-op solution that saved him trouble. "Senior brother, I'll take this one." Bai Chen withdrew his spiritual power and picked up the bag on the far right. The disciple smiled and said, "All right." He took Bai Chen's identity token to deduct the contribution points. After just purchasing the alchemy furnace today, Bai Chen's contribution balance was almost emptied again with the bag. Bai Chen painfully accepted the identity token, sighing softly, mentally repeating, "To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools." These were all necessary expenses, not to be pitted, not to be pitted. After deducting Bai Chen's contribution points, the disciple eagerly taught him how to bond with the bag. "Junior brother, just drop a drop of your fingertip blood on the gathering pattern, nurture it with spiritual power for a moment, and this bag will then belong to you. No one else can casually probe or use it." Bai Chen followed his instructions and the moment the drop of blood merged into the gathering pattern, he felt a connection with the bag form in his mind. With a thought, a piece of hemp paper on the counter was swiftly pulled into the bag. With another thought, the hemp paper gently landed back in his palm. He tied the bag around his waist and bowed to the senior brother of the artifact pavilion. "Thank you, senior brother." Just as he stepped out of the artifact pavilion and hadn't taken a few steps, he was suddenly bumped into by someone sprinting towards him. Ouch! Both he and the other person staggered back 2 steps before regaining their balance. Bai Chen steadied himself and looked up at the person, unable to help but scold. "Zhou Shi, are you walking with your eyes closed? You almost knocked me over." Zhou Shi had a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, raised his hand to wipe his sweat, and gasped. "Oh, it's you. Didn't you say you were going to refine pills? Why are you here?" Bai Chen patted the bag at his waist and raised his chin slightly, saying, "I came to get a bag. Didn't you say you were going with Fong He and the others to take on a mission? Why did you come to the artifact pavilion? And you seem so flustered." Zhou Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead again, giving a wry smile as he shook the coarse cloth bag in his hand. "Well, I want to take on a job helping the senior brothers of Lingxiao Peak. Usually those cultivation fanatics only know how to practice swordplay all day. Except for occasionally needing some spiritual water for sword tempering, there's no other chores to do at all. I thought this job would be easy, so I took it to earn some contribution points while slacking off, but who knew today was unusual? It seems like all the sword cultivators from the entire peak have gathered to run errands, saying they need the supplies for tomorrow's departure, and we must get it done today. We several errand-running subordinates are almost exhausted. Lingxiao Peak is a sword peak. Does the entire peak have to prepare supplies?" Bai Chen couldn't help but think of Lin Lie, his smile fading as he asked, "What do they need to prepare?" "First, we need to go to the Falu Pavilion to collect low-level defensive talismans and concealment talismans. Then we need to head to the outer sect medicinal garden to get mosquito-repelling grass and blood-stopping grass. I just came from the Falu Pavilion and was about to go to the medicinal garden. By the way, we also need to buy healing pills from the pharmacy. Oh no, there are so many things, can I even carry them?" As he spoke, Zhou Shi looked at the cloth bag on his body, his face falling. Today's errand task was no easy feat. Earning only 10 contribution points for a day's work is such a loss. Zhou Shi kept complaining, not noticing Bai Chen's expression had changed. Defensive talismans, healing medicines. Doesn't this mirror the situation earlier today when Lin Lie asked for Ningxian pills and Anluo pills? Senior brother Lin is departing tomorrow, and the sword cultivators of Lingxiao Peak are also departing tomorrow, needing to prepare so many healing and defensive items. This is no coincidence. He suppressed the unease in his heart, interrupting Zhou Shi's ramblings. "Do you know what they are going out for tomorrow?" Zhou Shi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know. I'm just a running errand subordinates. How could I ask so much? I vaguely heard them say they were going to Qingming Valley because it seems there have been some demons causing trouble over there. Other than that, I don't know anything else." Zhou Shi glanced at the sky, anxiously saying, "Brother Chen, I can't chat with you anymore, I have to go." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran off with the cloth bag. Qingming Valley. Demons causing trouble. Bai Chen watched Zhou Shi's retreating figure, repeating softly, furrowing his brow instantly. Qingming Valley lies between the Heishu sect and the Zhongyun sect, straddling their contested borderlands. Though the Zhongyun sect falls far short of the elite-tier Heishu sect in strength, it remains a solid second-tier cultivation sect in its own right. It boasts a golden core elder as its supreme guardian, dozens of foundation establishment cultivators, and a vast legion of Qi refinement disciples, commanding considerable influence across the surrounding territories. As for the Heishu sect, needless to say, it reigns supreme as the foremost sect of the Kangming Prefecture, a title earned through unassailable might. Yet now the demonic clans dare stir chaos beneath the very gaze of these two mighty sects. Have they truly lost their minds? Bai Chen's heart lurched inward, stunned beyond comprehension. What weighed even heavier upon his spirit was the sight of nearly the entire cohort of foundation establishment sword cultivators from Lingxiao Peak mobilizing en masse. Such extraordinary mobilization by the Heishu sect could only mean the demonic clan's provocation was no minor affair, certainly not the work of scattered rogue demons. If the demonic clans truly launched an assault, his mere Qi refinement level 1 cultivation would render him utterly defenseless. Even a glancing ripple from clashing spiritual energy could shatter his life force on the spot. At that thought, his sense of peril surged to its peak. Alarm bells thundered deafeningly within his mind, and a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out unexpectedly along his nape. No, he was in grave danger. At present, his sole skill was pill refining. He possessed no means of self-preservation whatsoever. Without combat arts, he would instead forge tools of survival. Otherwise, when calamity struck, he would not even possess the means to flee. Bai Chen glanced down at his identity token. Its contribution points dwindled to single digits, and sighed deeply. Well now, he truly had nothing, no resources, no leverage, nothing but his bare life. After a moment's reflection, he turned and strode toward the task hall. As he reached its entrance, he sensed at once that the atmosphere within differed markedly from usual. Though always bustling, it had never been this frenetic. The hall roared with voices, the clatter of footsteps, the hum of urgent conversation, intensified several-fold over ordinary days. He stepped across the threshold and made his way toward the registration counter, where senior brother Li Shuan, today's attendant, lifted his eyes and immediately spotted him. Li Shuan gestured for an apprentice nearby to handle the next task registration, then turned fully to Bai Chen, greeting him with a warm, affable smile. "Brother Bai, you've arrived." His gaze swept over Bai Chen twice, lingering appreciatively on the faint, lingering aura still shimmering about his body. "Oh, you've successfully drawn qi into your body and formally entered the qi refinement realm. Congratulations." "Thank you, senior brother Shuan. I merely got lucky," Bai Chen replied, hastily bowing respectfully. Li Shuan waved dismissively and laughed. "Luck has no place here. Cultivation advancement is pure merit. You're here again to submit pill abstinence pills." Bai Chen shook his head. "Not today." He cast a cautious glance around before asking Li Shuan, concern edging his voice. "Senior brother Shuan, just now I noticed the Lingxiao Peak seniors hurriedly preparing healing supplies. Has the sect assigned a major mission?" "Well," Li Shuan hesitated. Bai Chen quickly added, "Senior brother Shuan, please don't feel constrained. I'm not here to pry into classified mission details." Li Shuan remained silent, waiting for Bai Chen to continue. "I know my cultivation is newly entered and exceedingly low. I can offer little direct aid to the sect. Yet I wish, however, modestly to contribute. So I came to ask, is there any task I might assist with?" Li Shuan looked up, genuinely surprised. "You came all this way specifically to help?" Bai Chen nodded earnestly, "Yes." A new note of quiet admiration entered Li Shuan's gaze. Bai Chen was in fact the first Lodier disciple Li Shuan had ever encountered who volunteered assistance without prompting. "You have a noble heart." Li Shuan gave a slight nod, then asked thoughtfully, "You specialize in alchemy. What healing or restorative pills can you refine?" Bai Chen replied, "Currently, I can refine you pills, Onluo pills, return spirit pills, and hemostatic pills." Li Shuan nodded and asked, "And what of the solidifying origin and pulse-protecting pills?" "Those were grade 1 supreme-tier healing pills, several times more potent than standard remedies. They fortified the heart meridian and vital qi, while rapidly repairing damaged channels sustained during fierce combat. Sword cultivators engaging in close-quarters duels suffered precisely such internal injuries most frequently. With the sect dispatching disciples to Qingming Valley, demand for this pill had surged to critical levels." Bai Chen offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. "Senior brother, you flatter me. I've only just drawn qi into my body. The flow of my spiritual energy remains feeble. The solidifying origin and pulse-protecting pills demand exquisite control over qi, far beyond my current capability." "Ah, my apologies." Li Shuan chuckled awkwardly. "I'd forgotten before you'd even entered the qi refinement realm you'd already refined pill abstinence pills. I foolishly assumed your alchemical mastery would leap skyward once your cultivation advanced." Bai Chen's lips twitched, speechless. Though both pill abstinence pills and solidifying origin pills were grade 1, the former ranked among the most rudimentary. How could it possibly compare to a supreme-tier formula? 10 pill abstinence pills earned merely 1 contribution point, whereas a single solidifying origin pill commanded 100. Their market values differed vastly as well. Li Shuan chuckled again. "Actually, there is a task perfectly suited for you." He turned and retrieved from a wooden rack beside the counter a pale blue task token inscribed with the characters Dan Lien, pill refining, and returned to hand it to Bai Chen. "There's an urgent commission to refine return spirit pills. Take this token to the apothecary next door to collect the required ingredients. Once refined, return the pills to the task hall. Each completed pill earns 1 sect contribution point. The deadline is dawn tomorrow, no upper limit on quantity." Bai Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This was ideal. No personal expenditure for materials, and every pill refined translated directly into pure contribution points. He accepted the token with both hands and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior brother Shuan. I'll head straight to the apothecary for the ingredients." "Go ahead." Bai Chen spun on his heel and hurried out of the task hall, heading briskly for the adjacent apothecary. The apothecary's duty officer, senior brother Jang Wen, watched him burst in and teased, "Brother Bai, you've visited half a dozen times today. How many commissions have you taken on?" Bai Chen smiled. "Senior brother Moyen, I'm not purchasing ingredients today. I'm here to collect materials for the return spirit pill commission. Could you please prepare 20 sets? Zhang Moyen raised an eyebrow. "The deadline is dawn tomorrow. Only 1 night to complete 20 sets. Can you possibly finish them?" Bai Chen joked lightly. "Senior brother, a man never says impossible. Of course I can." Zhang Moyen laughed softly, shaking his head, then offered a sincere warning. "I'm not jesting. The sect's regulations are clear. For every set of materials collected, you must deliver the corresponding number of finished pills. The standard yield for return spirit pills is 6 to 8 per furnace, and the sect mandates a minimum of 6 per batch. With 20 sets, you must deliver at least 120 pills by dawn tomorrow. Should you fall short, the deficit will be deducted from your contribution points at the full material cost. Don't end up losing more than you gain. Bai Chen nodded firmly. Senior brother, I understand completely. Please hurry and prepare the materials. I must begin refining without delay. Seeing Bai Chen's unwavering resolve, Jang Wen sighed and abandoned further caution. He turned to the inner herb shelves and carefully measured out 20 complete sets of return spirit pill ingredients, handing them over. Here, 20 sets. Bai Chen extended his hands, focused his intent, and smoothly transferred all 20 sets into the spatial pouch at his waist. He bowed gratefully. Thank you, senior brother. Jang Wen waved him off. Off you go. Get to work. Privately, he worried this young brother might stumble disastrously and face ruin if he failed to meet the quota. After all, such a volume of return spirit pill ingredients was no trivial expense. Bai Chen hurried towards his residence with a gust of wind at his feet after leaving the pharmacy. On the way, he encountered several senior sisters looking to order pill of abstinence, but apart from the stock he had available, he refused all other requests. Currently, cultivating and earning money took precedence. The pill of abstinence was simply too cheap to be profitable, so he decided not to accept any more orders in the future. Bai Chen returned to the wooden house and closed the door. He took out all the materials for the recovery pill from the bag, categorizing them by main and auxiliary ingredients and neatly arranging them on the table beside the Dan furnace. With swift movements, he picked out some impurities, and once everything was in order, he sat cross-legged on the mat. With his eyes closed, he repeatedly recalled the formula for the recovery pill in his mind, from the ratios of the herbs to the control of the fire and the timing of the spiritual energy activation. The pill of abstinence was of too low a grade. It could be formed simply by kneading it in a pot, and it was not difficult to refine 10 pills in one furnace. However, the recovery pill was ultimately a mid-grade first-tier pill with much higher demands for the refinement and control of spiritual energy. It seemed impossible to refine 10 pills in one go. However, he had refined the recovery pill several times for personal use before, so his proficiency was quite decent. With his current spiritual energy, refining 5 pills at once should pose no problem. After some contemplation, Bai Chen took one of the recovery pills he had refined earlier and placed it on the tip of his tongue, then gathered a thread of spiritual energy at his fingertips to ignite the spiritual fire at the bottom of the furnace. He sequentially added the 5 prepared materials for the recovery pill into the furnace. The spiritual energy flowed slowly along the furnace walls, controlling the heat, while urging the fire to refine and fuse the herbs. In less than half a stick of incense, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to rapidly deplete, consuming energy several times faster than when he had only refined a single recovery pill, and his meridians felt slightly swollen due to the continuous output of spiritual energy. Bai Chen furrowed his brows slightly, his tongue gently grinding the pill. The recovery pill dissolved in his mouth, and the rich medicinal power slid down his throat into his dantian, transforming into strands of spiritual energy to replenish his current consumption. Despite the large consumption, he was well prepared and managed it comfortably. Half an hour later, the pill was completed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he tapped the cover of the furnace, and with a clang, the lid popped open. A rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. The gathering spirit patterns carved into the furnace walls emitted a soft glow, and 45 recovery pills floated in the furnace, supported by spiritual mist. The pills were the size of pigeon eggs, appearing translucent and smooth as if coated in a layer of pearl-like luster. Bai Chen couldn't help but marvel at the recovery pills in the furnace. The success rate of forming pills was truly impressive. There were absolutely no failed pills. However, being of purple talent, he still wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. He could sense that as the grade of the pills increased, even with this perfect success talent, the quantity of pills formed would not always be as outrageous. It was possible to succeed, but the quality would depend on his cultivation level. He wondered when he would be able to replicate a stronger talent. Bai Chen stored the recovery pills in a pill bottle, and after restoring his spiritual energy, continued to refine the next batch. Half an hour later, another 45 recovery pills were produced. Rest refined. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the last thread of spiritual energy returned to the furnace wall, the spiritual fire slowly extinguished, and at the moment the furnace lid closed, his tensed mind finally relaxed. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead, his fingertips still tingling slightly from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Leaning against the Dan furnace, he took a moment to catch his breath before slowly sitting up straight and rubbing his aching temples, muttering to himself, "My cultivation is still too low." While refining pills, having a recovery pill in his mouth allowed him to replenish his spiritual energy in time. However, the most taxing aspect of 2 consecutive hours of intense refining was not the consumption of spiritual energy, but the mental strain. Bai Chen sighed. Whether for survival or profit, he must quickly improve his cultivation. He stored 120 recovery pills, and the extra 60 pills along with his other medicines in the cabinet were also stored in the bag. Looking at the sky, he realized it was already past dinner time. He tossed a pill of abstinence into his mouth, and Bai Chen smiled wryly. It was another day sustained by the pill of abstinence. At the hour of the monkey, Lin Lie came to collect the pills. Once he left, Bai Chen began to refine Wen Linger's clear peach pill of abstinence. After finishing this batch, he would devote all his efforts to cultivation tonight. Bai Chen did not use all the clear peaches he purchased to make the pill of abstinence. Instead, he prepared 4 portions of materials at once and reserved the extra pills along with the remaining clear peaches. The clear peaches could be used to make the more expensive tranquility pill, so why bother making the pill of abstinence? Keeping them until he could refine the tranquility pill would allow him to sell it for a better price than the pill of abstinence. After completing Wen Linger's order, Bai Chen tidied up the Dan furnace and moved the mat into the room to sit cross-legged. This was the first time he earnestly focused on cultivation since drawing in Qi. Bai Chen closed his eyes and concentrated, performing the hand seals, his mind sinking into the dantian. In the past, when he operated his heart method, the disadvantages of having 5 spiritual roots were fully exposed. The spiritual energy in the world was inherently mixed. Practitioners with 5 spiritual roots had to simultaneously filter 5 types of spiritual energy when drawing it and making the process sluggish and reducing the efficiency of converting it into their own spiritual energy to the extreme. In the cultivation world, having 5 spiritual roots was notoriously regarded as a waste. Typically, practitioners with 5 spiritual roots would take 3 to 6 months just to draw qi into their bodies, and it was no easy feat to step into the first layer of qi refining. As for advancing in cultivation, it was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. To break through from the first layer of qi refining to the second layer, one would need to endure day and night for at least a year and a half, or else they wouldn't even touch the edge of the bottleneck. However, today, as he practiced, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and strands of pure and refreshing spiritual energy made their way toward his acupoints as if they had a consciousness. With the talent of achieving twice the result with half the effort, the speed at which the spiritual energy entered his body greatly increased. Upon careful observation, it was 4 times faster than when he lacked this talent. Bai Chen lost himself in the pleasure of this cultivation experience, unaware of how long had passed. The mass of spiritual energy in his dantian grew increasingly solid under the continuous nourishment of the spiritual energy, faintly hinting at the possibility of breaking through the peak of the first layer. Bai Chen was startled and immediately severed the flow of spiritual energy. The residual waves of spiritual energy that had just rippled around him instantly converged back into his body. He concentrated his mind on his dantian, carefully inspecting the state of his spiritual energy. Inside the dantian, the spiritual energy showed signs of wanting to break through to the second layer. Bai Chen couldn't help but marvel. Given his state with 5 spiritual roots, even if he had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refining, it would normally take him at least half a month to break through. To his surprise, with the boost from the talent of achieving twice the result with half the effort, his cultivation progress was not inferior to that of practitioners with 3 spiritual roots in the sect, and it even seemed to surpass them slightly. Bai Chen smirked. This wouldn't do. His foundation as a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots was plainly evident. Everyone who knew him was aware of it. He had only just begun to draw in qi today. If he were to reach the second layer of qi refining by the next day, who would believe him without an explanation? If people noticed this unusual advancement and questioned him, he would have no way to explain. He couldn't just say that his innate cultivation efficiency was comparable to that of practitioners with 3 spiritual roots, could he? Moreover, this was only due to a blue talent for cultivation efficiency. What if he were to receive more talents that further accelerated his cultivation speed? If his cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket, anyone would be able to see there was something off. An innocent man is not guilty. However, possessing a treasure can lead to suspicion. He dared not bet that everyone in the Hishuzong was of high moral character. To avoid unnecessary scrutiny, it was best to keep a low profile. But how could he hide it? Bai Chen furrowed his brows and pinched his temple. He couldn't conceal his qi technique and had no tools to hide his breath. If he used contribution points to learn in the scripture pavilion, it would definitely be recorded in the sect. What hidden meaning could there be? Should he go buy in the convergence workshop? Bai Chen shook his head repeatedly. Not to mention that he had very few spirit stones at the moment. Even if he encountered suitable techniques or spiritual weapons, he wouldn't have the money to buy them. Besides, the demon clan is causing such a ruckus that the sect's foundation establishment cultivators have mobilized. Who knows if any demons have infiltrated nearby? It's too dangerous. He definitely wouldn't leave the sect. If this isn't allowed, and that isn't allowed, then what should he do? Bai Chen furrowed his brows in thought for a long time before finally thinking of the qi cultivation pill. The Qi Cultivation Pill is a first-tier mid-grade pill specifically designed to nourish the meridians of Qi refinement stage cultivators, accelerating their training progress. It is the most commonly used pill by disciples at the Qi refinement stage for auxiliary cultivation in the sect. Since he couldn't hide, he would take a different approach. He would go to the pharmacy later to exchange for materials to refine the Qi Cultivation Pill. If someone asked why his cultivation progress was so fast, he would say it was due to self-refining the Qi Cultivation Pill, resulting in a substantial increase. Anyway, almost everyone in the sect already knows that he can refine pills, so refining and consuming them himself seems quite reasonable, right? As for whether he actually consumed them, and how many, who would know? Moreover, the Qi Cultivation Pill is indeed a necessity for the Qi refinement stage. If he refines them, well, he could also sell them, killing two birds with one stone. He decided to proceed with this plan. Having made up his mind, Bai Chen tidied himself up a bit and went to bed. The next day, he woke up at the hour of the rabbit and simply organized himself before heading out to the task hall. The commission tasks have a time limit. He needed to submit them before the hour of the chun, and then he would head to the pharmacy to exchange for materials. He pushed the door open, ready to find Bai Chen to eat together, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Bai Chen's back, just about to turn around the path. He looked curiously at Zhou Shi, who also opened the door, and asked in confusion, "What is Brother Chen going to do? Isn't he waiting for us to eat together?" Zhou Shi rubbed his waist and moved it a bit, groaning, "How would I know what he's up to? All I know is that my waist is about to break. Those beasts from Lingxiao Peak really know how to make people work hard." Bai Chen walked briskly into the task hall. At this moment, Li Shuwen had just started his shift and was bent over checking yesterday's task list. Seeing Bai Chen enter, he raised an eyebrow and asked Junior Brother Bai, "Are you here to submit a task?" At this moment, it was still early. The number of people in the task hall would only increase after meals. Bai Chen came over now clearly to submit yesterday's commissioned refining task. "Yes, I am here to submit the commissioned task for the recovery pill." Bai Chen smiled as he took out the pill bottle from his mustard seed bag and placed it on the table. Li Shuwen opened his mouth, but hadn't spoken yet, when Bai Chen's continuous movements of taking out the porcelain bottles stunned him. "How many did you refine?" Bai Chen displayed 12 pill bottles in a row and replied with a smile, "Not many, just 120 pieces. Hiss." Li Shuwen took a sharp breath and picked up a bottle to inspect. The moment he pulled out the cork, a rich medicinal fragrance rushed to his face. He poured out a few pills, each one gleaming white and round with a perfect appearance. After checking each one, they were all like this. Li Shuwen couldn't help but ask in disbelief, "Junior Brother Bai, is this what you refined in one night? It takes at least half an hour to refine one batch. Even if one doesn't stop, it would require 10 hours to finish. How is this possible?" Bai Chen hurriedly waved his hand, a shy smile on his face, as he explained, "Brother, you're joking. How could I possibly refine so many in one night? A large part of these was prepared beforehand during my free time for personal use. Yesterday, seeing that the sect was in urgent need of these recovery pills, I thought I could help the sect out a bit, so I brought them all at once." Saying nice things didn't cost anything. By making his words sound grander, he could also boost Li Shuwen's goodwill. Sure enough, Li Shuwen felt warm in his heart upon hearing Bai Chen's words. He internally praised that Junior Brother Bai really thinks for the sect, clearly using his own resources to support the sect. This was truly rare. Li Shuwen's surprise turned to approval, and he nodded repeatedly, "Junior Brother Bai, you are considerate. Here, I will credit the contribution points to you." He took the identity token handed over by Bai Chen and credited him 120 contribution points. "Here, 120 recovery pills, exactly 120 contribution points. Keep it safe." Bai Chen accepted the token with both hands and thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Shuwen. I will take my leave now." Li Shuwen nodded all right. Bai Chen turned and went to the pharmacy. As soon as he entered, Zhang Wen saw him and immediately put down the medicine pestle, smiling and asking, "Junior Brother Bai, did you submit the recovery pill task yesterday?" "Yes." Bai Chen nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, it's all submitted." Zhang Wen raised his eyebrows. "While you really refined them all in one night?" "I couldn't really finish them all in one night. I just brought in the stock I prepared earlier to make up the numbers." Zhang Wen nodded lightly upon hearing this. He thought so. It takes at least half an hour to refine a batch of recovery pills. How could he possibly finish 20 portions of materials in one night? So it turned out he just used the previous stock to supplement. At this thought, he couldn't help but grin and tease, "Didn't you say yesterday that a man can't say it can't be done? How come you just used the stock to make up the difference?" Bai Chen smiled awkwardly and sighed, "I haven't even reached adulthood yet, so I can't really be considered a true man." "Huh." Zhang Wen laughed heartily, slapping the counter. "You really know how to give yourself an out." After laughing, Zhang Wen sobered up and looked at Bai Chen with some concern, asking, "You didn't go to others to exchange for recovery pills just to meet the numbers, did you? That would be too much of a loss. The contribution points from the commission wouldn't even cover your expenses." Bai Chen quickly shook his head. No, the previous stock was just enough to make up the numbers. I didn't spend any extra money." "That's good." Jang Wen nodded. What materials are you planning to get today? Or do you want to get more of the fasting pills? Bai Chen asked. Brother Moyen, I want to ask how many contribution points does it take for a portion of materials to refine the Qi cultivation pill? Zhang Moyen's expression became a bit surprised. Are you taking someone else's order, or are you planning to use it yourself? Bai Chen shyly smiled. It's for personal use. I plan to start cultivating diligently. I don't want to fall too far behind others. Hearing this, Zhang Moyen's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of how difficult it was for a 5-element root cultivator to advance. Most 5-element root disciples in the sect would stall at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement and struggle to establish their foundation throughout their lives. Looking at the seriousness in Bai Chen's eyes, he couldn't help but want to offer some words of comfort, hoping he wouldn't be too anxious. After all, having 5 elements as roots wasn't a good thing if one was too hasty. But just as he was about to speak, he swallowed his words. Although Bai Shu's talent was limited, his talent in alchemy was real and tangible. Moreover, he had always been steady and assertive. Perhaps he could truly carve out a different path. Zhang Mo Yin eased his expression and smiled reassuringly at Bai Chen. In cultivation, haste makes waste. Take your time and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Never rush to achieve results and damage your foundation. Bai Chen cupped his hands in gratitude and replied, Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Mo Yin nodded, picked up the ledger beside him, and replied, A portion of materials for the foundation establishment pill requires 20 contribution points. It includes 3 Ninglu grass, 1 earth vein fruit, 2 Qingling leaves, and several auxiliary materials. He paused and looked at Bai Chen, suggesting, The foundation establishment pill is a mid-tier first-grade pill, but its success rate is not high. According to feedback from the disciples of the pill Yuan Peak, it is around 30%. Do you think we should prepare a few more? Bai Chen readily accepted, saying, Yes, then please help me exchange for 3 portions, senior brother. Zhang Mo Yin nodded and went to fetch the materials for Bai Chen. After paying 60 contribution points, Bai Chen packed the medicinal materials into his storage bag and bade farewell to Zhang Mo Yin as he left the pharmacy. At this moment, it was already the hour of Chun. The outer sect of Hisu's sect was fully awake. Outside the task hall and pharmacy, disciples hurried to and fro, bustling with vitality. Bai Chen walked along the bluestone path towards his residence. Just as he turned the corner of the alchemy room, the world suddenly darkened. He looked up in astonishment, and his pupils constricted slightly. Above him was a shadow that obscured the sun. The shadow emitted a low rumble like the roar of an ancient beast pressing down over the Hisu sect. 3 flying magical tools arranged in a triangular formation slowly emerged from the direction of the main peak, heading towards the southeastern horizon. Woo! Hum! The flying tools produced a deep, resonant sound. It was as if a mountain was slowly moving through the air, creating a resonant vibration that shook one's very chest as it brushed against the atmosphere. The leading flying tool was the largest, resembling a soaring dark whale. The whale's body was covered in dark golden profound runes flickering with light as spiritual energy flowed into it. Each flicker sent ripples of faint golden light radiating outward, pushing away and shattering the surrounding clouds. On either side of the giant whale were 2 slightly smaller shuttle-shaped boats. Their hulls were like cast ice, exuding a chilling azure-white glow. The bows were sharp as swords, seemingly able to pierce the heavens with ease. Along the sides of the boats, numerous array holes were faintly visible. Inside, spiritual energy condensed, ready to unleash a frightening aura of danger. The flying magical tools slowly passed overhead. Bai Chen vaguely saw the silhouette of a majestic building on the back of the leading whale, resembling a small palace, and the shadows of people standing in orderly formation on the deck. The azure green sect uniforms formed a collective like moss covering the back of the giant beast. They were arranged in a mysterious formation, their auras subtly resonating with the flying tools beneath them. That overwhelming sharp aura made the outer sect disciples on the ground feel as if their breath had been halted. Bai Chen's heart trembled. He knew that Hisu sect was the foremost sect in Songmang Prefecture, and that the sect occupied a vast area with many cultivators. Yet the sensory impact of witnessing these 3 flying magical tools was far more intuitive and shocking. This was truly the kind of imposing presence that the foremost sect of Songmang Prefecture should possess. The 3 flying magical tools slowly headed southeast, and just as they were about to leave the territory of Hisu's sect, they accelerated and shot through the air. Wherever they passed, they left behind a distorted trail of light that stretched several miles, as if plowing 3 magnificent, yet fleeting scars across the sky. Then the sky returned to its deep blue and sunlight poured down once more. It's the ocean-covering whaleboat and the sky-breaking azure shuttle, exclaimed a nearby outer sect disciple. Such sect-defending magical tools are only deployed during major campaigns against large demon caves or when exploring significant ancient relics. Surely there must be a nascent soul elder commanding from above. What exactly happened in Qingming Valley? Why such a large mobilization? I don't know, but I do know the rewards for this mission are substantial, though unfortunately we can't participate. Such a departure is so impressive. When will I also be able to become one of them? The outer sect disciples watching the 3 flying magical tools leave were all excited. Around him were various words of envy and longing. Yet the alarm bells in Bai Chen's mind rang loudly once more. To mobilize the sect in such a grand manner, even sending out powerful nascent soul beings, the events in Qingming Valley seemed to be even more dangerous than he had anticipated. What exactly are they planning to do? Bai Chen withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards his residence. However, his steps were noticeably faster than before. He needed to cultivate quickly. In this perilous world of cultivation, only his cultivation level could provide him with a semblance of security. Bai Chen did not go to the dining hall. The food-restraining pill he consumed last night was still effective, and he wasn't hungry at all, so he decided to skip a meal. He took out the 3 portions of Foundation Establishment pill materials from his storage bag and laid them out on the table in order. He had never refined this pill before, so he needed to check how to do it. Opening the Beginner's Pill Essentials, Bai Chen found the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill and studied it carefully. Main ingredients: 3 flavors. Ninglu grass cut into segments. Earth vein fruit roast with low heat for 30 breaths until slightly cracked to facilitate the extraction of medicinal properties. After studying the recipe, Bai Chen closed his eyes and mentally rehearsed it several times, ensuring there were no oversights. Then he held a recovery pill in his mouth and began the refining process. Ignite the fire, warm the furnace. Spiritual energy was slowly infused into the array at the bottom of the pill furnace like threads. The Foundation Establishment pill required azure white low heat for refining. However, the spiritual energy of the first layer of Qi refinement struggled to sustain the azure white low heat. The flames under his control struggled to shift from oranger to pale yellow, then gradually approached the demanding azure white color. Bai Chen was fully focused, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. His divine sense cautiously penetrated the high-temperature interior of the pill furnace. The medicinal liquid boiled and rolled within. Soon an anomaly appeared. The juice from the earth vein fruit was heavy like lead mercury, while the medicinal liquid from the Ninglu grass was clear and lively. When the two met in the center of the pill furnace, they did not naturally blend as described in the recipe, but instead produced a clear feeling of repulsion. The edges of the 2 liquid masses pushed against each other, emitting faint sizzling sounds. The spiritual energy began to become chaotic, and the temperature inside the furnace exhibited inappropriate fluctuations. Bai Chen's heart suddenly tightened. This wasn't mentioned in the recipe. What should I do? If an ordinary alchemist followed the prescribed steps, they would likely have failed by now. Fortunately, he had the innate talent for pill formation to fall back on. At the critical moment, an almost instinctive intuition forcibly intervened in his nearly stalled thoughts. He completely followed that mysterious intuition's guidance, instantly reducing the furnace fire by 1 degree, while simultaneously channeling a finer thread of spiritual energy to gently push the 2 liquid masses into a slow, synchronized rotation. The feeling of repulsion gradually diminished with the rotation. The 2-colored medicinal liquids began to laboriously seep and merge into each other. The color shifted from distinct to murky, slowly transforming into a uniform light brown. This process was extremely difficult to perform. His back was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging tightly to his skin, and he dared not take a single breath, desperately maintaining the delicate balance of spiritual energy. However, the critical challenge was not yet over. At the most crucial moment of pill formation, another issue arose. As the medicinal liquid shrank under the pressure of spiritual power, Bai Chen could distinctly feel the potency dissipating rapidly. This sensation was worlds apart from the effortless cohesion experienced during the refinement of the pill of absence. No wonder the success rate for forming pills is only 30%. Bai Chen forced a bitter smile. The natural loss of medicinal potency during the gathering process alone was enough to cause most attempts to end in failure. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Guided by instinct, he changed his initial approach of forcefully enveloping the spiritual energy to one of gentle guidance. No longer desiring to perfectly condense all the medicinal power into one pill, he settled for guiding the power to actively split into 2 smaller clusters, each condensing on its own. His temples throbbed violently and darkness began to creep into his vision, a sign that both his divine sense and spiritual power were nearing depletion. He hurriedly swallowed a recovery pill, which provided a brief moment of relief. I cannot stop. Stopping would mean all my efforts are in vain. He squeezed the spiritual energy from his dantian, his fingertips trembling slightly from the exertion as he struggled to control the 2 clusters of medicinal liquid, laboriously guiding them to shrink and solidify. A faint light dimmed within the pill furnace and a barely audible sound emerged. It worked. Bai Chen's body swayed, nearly causing him to collapse. He barely managed to brace himself against the edge of the table, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, as paper soaked through, as if he had just emerged from water, lacking even the strength to lift his hand to open the furnace lid. After tossing another recovery pill into his mouth, Bai Chen finally felt revived. Damn, I almost burned out completely. After catching his breath, he stepped forward to open the furnace lid. 2 pills the size of pigeon eggs, faintly bluish and slightly mottled, lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Their appearance was not very promising. Letting out a long breath, Bai Chen stored the 2 pills away, grinning with satisfaction. As expected of me, no matter what, he had successfully formed pills. Others wouldn't even have to. After putting the pill bottle into his spatial bag, Bai Chen glanced at the sky and waited for a few senior sisters who had previously ordered the pill of absence to come fetch the pills before tidying up and heading out. Currently, his cultivation was stuck at the peak of the first layer. He decided to take a stroll outside to see if he could find other suitable talents. After giving the pills to Feng Linger in the evening, he would begin his closed-door training. He needed to spend several days in closed-door training, otherwise it would be difficult to explain this rapid advancement. Bai Chen spent most of the day wandering around the outer sect of Hisu's sect, visiting all the places he could go, and casually bumped into a few senior brothers to check on their attributes. Unfortunately, their talent attributes were all green, not a single one had blue or higher. In the evening, Bai Chen returned to his small wooden house, sitting at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface. The system only offered a copying opportunity once a month, and it had to be used wisely. For now, his alchemy talent was sufficient. The priority was to enhance his cultivation. However, the talent attributes of the outer sect disciples were almost all green. Sigh. Bai Chen sighed deeply. The talents of the outer sect disciples were indeed lacking. If he wanted to copy good talents, he would likely have to go to the inner sect. When would he be able to copy talents like senior sister Shun Wan Ning's innate chi body? Bai Chen lay on the table sighing. He could only strive to raise his cultivation and aim to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. At the hour of Shun, he went to the dining hall to deliver the pill of absence to Feng Linger. After returning, he closed the door, rubbed his palms together, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Let's begin cultivating now. Bai Chen entered a semi-closed state. Unless necessary, he wouldn't even step outside. 25 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the attribute copying refreshed just on time. Only 2 days remained until the outer sect's major examination. It seemed there was little hope for Yu Valley's outer sect. Bai Chen planned to wait until the outer sect major examination, when those with single or double spiritual roots who were recruited early by the various peaks came out to participate, to see if there were any outstanding attributes to copy. After 20 days of closed-door cultivation, he reached the peak of the second layer of Qi refinement. With the assistance of his half-hearted talent, his cultivation speed rivaled that of 3 spiritual root practitioners, moving at an astonishing pace. Seeing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement, he quickly halted. 25 days from the first layer to the second layer could still be explained with a large consumption of Qi cultivating pills. Although still astonishing, it remained within a reasonable scope of pill stacking. But if he were to leap straight to the third layer of Qi refinement in 25 days, a waste with 5 spiritual roots, and yet he not only drew in Qi, but also reached the third layer in just 20 days. Bai Chen could already imagine the scene of others capturing him to study him after discovering the truth. He decided to take it slow. In the following days, he did not waste time, spending the remaining 5 days studying alchemical formulas. He also gathered materials for Qi cultivating pills to refine. Over these few days, he managed to refine 6 batches in total. He could distinctly feel each batch becoming stronger than the last. Refining pills again was still somewhat challenging, resulting in only 6 pills. However, the third attempt went much smoother, and he produced 8 pills. Now he could refine an entire furnace with stability, successfully producing 10 pills. Today, Bai Chen was once again refining Qi cultivating pills. He maintained a stable flow of spiritual energy to the pill furnace, and when the time was up, he struck the furnace to form pills. Just as he opened the lid, he hadn't even looked in yet, when a low, hoarse voice came from outside. "Is junior brother Bai here?" Bai Chen was taken aback. It sounded like Lin Lie. Why does he sound like that? Bai Chen, puzzled, stood up and opened the door. Standing outside was indeed Lin Lie. He still wore his immaculate intersect green robe, his hair tied neatly, and his figure stood tall like a pine. Morning light fell upon him, outlining his refined silhouette. However, Bai Chen's heart sank slightly. The person before him was almost unrecognizable compared to the warm, graceful Lin's senior brother with a smiling gaze he remembered. His face was devoid of color, pale to the point of near transparency, with faint blue veins barely visible. Those once bright and lively eyes now resembled a well from which all water had been drawn, hollow and desolate. Lin's senior brother. Bai Chen's pupils contracted, slightly astonished. You guys are back from your mission. What happened to you? Lin Lie's lips curled up faintly, but before he could speak, a mouthful of bright red blood suddenly erupted from his throat, catching him off guard as his body involuntarily swayed. Bai Chen's pupils dilated, and he stepped forward to steady Lin Lie's arm. Lin, senior brother. Bai Chen exclaimed anxiously, are you injured? Despite his questions, Bai Chen did not hesitate to call out to the system. Check Lin Lie's attributes. Having known each other for so long, it was the first time he had physical contact with Lin Lie, and while concerned, he also wanted to see his talents. Name Lin Lie, age 24 years old, cultivation realm mid, foundation, establishment, spiritual roots, water, wood, metal, fire, talent, attributes, hard work, rewarded, gold, water, spirit, affinity, purple, array, clarity, blue, exceptional, resilience, blue, keen perception, green, good memory, green. Gold, a golden legend. Lin Lie actually possesses a golden talent. Bai Chen's heart raced wildly, breathing rapidly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time he had discovered a golden talent. He knew that intersect senior brothers had strong talents, but he never imagined they could be this powerful. Copy. I must copy this over. Target Lin Lie's hard work, rewarded talent, copying, initiated, countdown 60, 59, 58, 57. Bai Chen held on to Lin Lie without letting go, gazing at him with deep concern. Brother, my dear brother, please don't push me away. Lin Lie did not push him away, but an unexpected turn of events forced him to interrupt the duplication. Lin Lie, die for me. A roar filled with overwhelming anger and grief crashed down like thunder from above the wooden house. Immediately, a scorching and violent spiritual pressure condensed into a tangible form, locking onto Lin Lie in front of the door. It did not intentionally spread to others, but the core contained an anger and power that could incinerate everything. The lingering resonance in the air caused the surrounding temperature to surge abruptly, with light slightly distorting. Bai Chen even had no time to look up, as from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a blazing red light as fierce as a small sun, carrying the intent to burn everything, tearing through the air straight towards Lin Lie's back. At once, every hair on his body stood on end, and a warning bell rang loudly in his heart. I'm going to die. Even though the attack was not aimed at him, simply being in this area shrouded by the will of death made Bai Chen feel as though he would be easily torn apart by the residual waves at any moment. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lie, who had been barely able to stand, had a glimmer of sharp light flicker through his hollow, dead eyes. Bai Chen felt Lin Lie grab his arm, and in the next moment his entire body was abruptly flung sideways by a powerful yet gentle force, stumbling back uncontrollably. At the same time, a strange flush suddenly appeared on Lin Lie's pale face. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corners of his lips, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. Clang! A clear sword cry suddenly rang out. A 3-foot spirit sword, entirely deep blue, like refined autumn water, appeared in Lin Lie's hand out of thin air. Lin Lie didn't even fully turn around, he simply flicked his wrist and swung the sword back behind him. Boom! The red light crashed violently against the blue sword body. What the hell? Bai Chen instinctively closed his eyes. With an attack like this being so close meant he was surely doomed. But the earth-shattering explosion he anticipated did not occur. After the red light collided with the sword body, it instantly exploded into ripples of energy that turned into a tangible whirlwind, violently bursting outward. The intense heat of fire clashed with the cold mist, emitting a sizzling sound of burning. A chaotic flow of spiritual energy erupted in the clearing in front of the wooden house. Lin Lie's body shook violently, and his sword arm visibly trembled. His already pale face turned even whiter, with more blood seeping from the cracks of his tightly pressed lips. Yet he stood firm in place, not retreating a step, using his body and sword to shield Bai Chen from the majority of the blast's impact. Although Bai Chen pushed away, avoided the brunt of the violent explosion, he was still struck hard by the edges of the spreading force. The turbulent airflow mixed with the scorching and damp, chaotic spiritual energy slammed down on him. His outer disciple's green robe was blown tightly against him, shaking violently and making a sound as if it were about to tear. His body was uncontrollably pushed back several steps. It was only at this moment that he squinted to see that the figure attacking from above on the flying sword was actually Su Cheng. What the hell? What the hell? Bai Chen's heart raced. Just how much enmity do you two have? Why unleash such a powerful attack right away? Can't you fight your foundation establishment battles a bit farther away? A small fry like me in the chi refining stage could die. Bai Chen curled up, rolling and scrambling towards the back of the wooden house. I need to hide far away to avoid getting caught up in this. Su Cheng's figure leapt down from the hovering flying sword. Upon seeing the scene below, he instantly restrained his momentum, forcefully suppressing any attack that could affect a wider area, and focused solely on Lin Lie. Lin Lie. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and lowly roared Lin Lie's name, charging towards him with red eyes as he landed. This time he clenched his right fist without using any spiritual tools or spells, pouring all his strength into a fierce punch aimed directly at Lin Lie's face. Faced with Su Cheng's straightforward yet powerful punch, Lin Lie showed no intention of blocking or dodging. Bang! Lin Lie's head was violently knocked to the side, his whole body staggering back, and a clear bruise instantly appeared on his pale cheek. The muffled sound of bones and flesh colliding made Bai Chen, hiding nearby, feel a pang in his teeth. You useless piece of trash. How come you didn't die back there? How can you return with any face? Su Cheng screamed like a madman, lunging at Lin Lie again, delivering another heavy blow to his abdomen. Lin Lie let out a muffled groan, but still showed no signs of fighting back or blocking, nor did he even use his spiritual power to protect himself. He resembled a broken puppet that had lost all support, being battered by Su Cheng's fists and kicks. His empty, hollow eyes remained lowered, gazing at the ground, as if enduring these blows was some kind of punishment he deserved. Su Cheng, however, seemed oblivious to Lin Lie's state, attacking furiously. What the hell? Is Su Cheng trying to kill him? Lin Lie is already injured, and he can't defend himself. Can he even take this? If this guy dies, will the entry still be copied? Bai Chen shrank behind the wall, just showing his head, hesitatingly shouting to the rampaging Su Cheng, Su Shixiang, please stop fighting. Su Cheng threw another punch, glaring at Bai Chen in the corner and shouting angrily, it's none of your business, get lost. Oh, Bai Chen shrank back again. Forget it, my life is more important. I can choose another entry, but if I lose my life, it's really over. Su Cheng turned back, furiously delivering a punch imbued with spiritual power directly into Lin Lie's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Give me back Xi Ning's life. Return it to me. While attacking, he roared, his voice carrying a tearing sob, and his punches and kicks became even more frequent against Lin Lie. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of Lin Lie's mouth and nostrils, rapidly staining his green robe with dark red spots. Bai Chen was dumbfounded. What does Su Cheng mean by this? Su Shiji is dead. Just then another swift ray of sword light broke through the sky, suddenly descending. Bai Chen did not recognize the newcomer. But he too wore a disciple outfit embroidered with silver thread and Dan patterns, clearly an inner disciple of the Dan Yuan peak. Su Cheng, stop. Calm down. He jumped down from the air, swiftly inserting himself between the furious Su Cheng and the fallen Lin Lie, clenching his arms tightly from behind to restrain Su Cheng, who was still trying to throw punches. Su Ran, let go of me. I must kill him today. Su Cheng struggled desperately, wanting to charge at Lin Lie. Su Ran dared not loosen his grip and held on tighter. This cannot all be blamed on Lin Lie. No one expected the change in Qingming Valley. He didn't want this either. Su Cheng's red eyes fixed angrily on the bleeding Lin Lie, shouting, it's him. If it weren't for him insisting on cracking the ancient formation, Xi Ning wouldn't have been attacked by the demon clan because of her worry for him. He deserves to die. Su Ran urgently replied, that was an accident. It was a plot by the demon clan. Even the leading senior uncle was caught off guard at that time. Lin Lie did his best to look at him now. Su Cheng would not listen, struggling more violently with his spiritual power, showing signs of going out of control once again. Su Ran glanced at Lin Lie, realizing he was currently gasping for breath, unconscious, lying on the ground. If Su Cheng continued to strike, someone would surely die. Su Ran gritted his teeth and shouted in Su Cheng's ear, Su Cheng, look at yourself. Now look at Lin Lie. Do you know how much Xi Ning cares about him? If you really kill him today, Xi Ning will never forgive you, even if she has a spirit in heaven. This statement pierced Su Cheng's heart, filled with anger and grief like the sharpest blade. All of Su Cheng's struggles and strength suddenly drained away at that moment. He froze in place, then began to tremble violently. The madness in his crimson eyes faded, replaced by boundless sorrow and despair. Large tears rolled down his cheeks without warning. Suddenly, he broke free from Su Ran's grasp, summoning his flying sword to become a streak of crimson light, leaving without looking back, instantly disappearing deep within the sect. Su Ran sighed heavily as he watched the direction in which Su Cheng had vanished, his face filled with fatigue and regret. He turned to glance at Lin Lie, who lay collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds and blood, already unconscious, his gaze complex. He then looked at Bai Chen, who was hiding in the corner, and walked over, apologetically curling his lips. Junior brother Bai, I apologize. You are too kind. Senior brother Bai Chen quickly emerged from the corner and bowed. Thank you for arriving in time. Su Ran sighed. As for Lin Lie, I will keep an eye on Su Cheng. For now, please look after Lin Lie. As he spoke, he pressed a warm jade bottle into Bai Chen's hand. This is a jade nourishing pill effective for external injuries and spiritual energy backlash. Please give it to him. Bai Chen was shocked as he received the jade bottle. The jade nourishing pill, a low-grade healing elixir of the second tier, costs 280 contribution points for a single pill. If it were to be deducted, Bai Chen quickly shook his head. Lin Lie was on the verge of death. How could he be so heartless? Bai Chen clasped his hands in salute. Yes, senior brother, I understand. Su Ran took another deep look at the unconscious Lin Lie, nodded slightly to Bai Chen, and took to the skies, pursuing the direction Su Cheng had left. Bai Chen withdrew his gaze and hurried to Lin Lie, who lay collapsed on the ground. Senior brother Lin. He gently nudged Lin Lie's shoulder. Lin Lie's eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting faint shadows on his paper-white face, with dark red bloodstains still wet on his lips and collar. He showed no reaction to Bai Chen's actions, clearly having completely lost consciousness. Bai Chen squatted down, checked Lin Lie's breath and pulse at his neck, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still alive. Not daring to delay, he uncorked the jade bottle and poured out the glistening jade nourishing pill. The elixir in his palm seemed to emit a soft glow as if it had a life of its own. Senior brother Lin, I apologize. Bai Chen gently pinched Lin Lie's jaw and swiftly stuffed the pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, turning into a warm flow that slid down his throat without the need to swallow. Moments later, a trace of extremely faint vitality returned to Lin Lie's pale face. However, it was still uncertain when he would awaken. Bai Chen squatted beside the unconscious Lin Lie, glancing around again. His wooden cabin was located on the edge of the bamboo forest in the remote valley, sparsely populated, with only himself, Zhou Shi, and Fong He living there. However, the commotion caused by Su Qing earlier had been too great. Disciples from other outer sects were also alerted, gathering in twos and threes at a distance, craning their necks to look this way. Bai Chen frowned slightly, draping Lin Lie's arm over his shoulder and lifting him up with effort. He wasn't sure where Zhou Shi and Fong He had gone. Carrying Lin Lie alone was quite a challenge. Bai Chen managed to prop Lin Lie up from the ground. System copy Lin Lie's diligence talent. Targeting Lin Lie's diligence talent, initiating copy, countdown 60, 59, 58, 57. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Successfully copied Lin Lie's diligence talent. First successful copy of a golden talent attribute system, upgrading, estimated time for upgrade 24 hours. Just as he placed Lin Lie on the bed inside the wooden cabin, the system's successful copy notification sounded. Bai Chen's eyes brightened. An upgrade. Can it give me something good? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Lie suddenly coughed violently, interrupting Bai Chen's thoughts. Senior brother Lin, how are you? How are you? Lin Lie's coughing gradually eased, his eyelids fluttering a few times before slowly opening. Yet his eyes were empty, like two dry wells. There was no focus, no emotion. His gaze merely fell vaguely on some non-existent point ahead. Senior brother Lin. Bai Chen asked softly again. Lin Lie's state startled him. It seemed he had completely lost the desire to live. After an unknown period, Lin Lie suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you have any alcohol? Huh. Bai Chen momentarily did not react. Lin Lie turned his head to look at him, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Please, junior brother, Bai, get me some alcohol. Thank you. Bai Chen looked into Lin Lie's eyes, which were filled with unfathomable stillness, and the words of advice that came to his lips were swallowed back. Just consider it a final request. No, just consider it a reward for an old customer. Moreover, he had just contributed a golden attribute to him. 2 jars of alcohol were nothing. Please wait a moment, senior brother Lin. Bai Chen ran to the dining hall, bought 2 jars of Qingzhou wine, and returned. By the time he got back, Lin Lie was already seated at the table. Senior brother Lin, is this wine acceptable? Lin Lie said nothing, taking a jar and directly opening it to drink. His actions were almost rough and urgent, as if he were not swallowing wine, but something he desperately needed to numb or drown himself. After gulping down several large mouthfuls, Lin Lie slammed the wine jar back down on the table, wiped his mouth, and suddenly asked in a low voice, what do you think my aptitude is? Huh. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, aside from his mediocre spiritual root aptitude, as a four-spirit root his talent was nothing short of explosive. However, he couldn't just say that he knew everything. He nodded and deliberately probed senior brother Lin, reaching mid-foundation establishment. At such a young age you must have a single spiritual root, right? Single spiritual root. Lin Lie suddenly chuckled softly, but that smile did not reach his eyes, instead revealing a profound self-mockery. Actually, I am a waste of four-spirit root. Bai Chen scratched his nose. Not a brother. To say that a four-spirit root was wasteful in front of him, a five-spirit root, was quite the irony. So what was he? The waste among wastes. Lin Lie raised the wine jar and took another swig, saying lightly, you must be wondering why I am discussing this with you. Because besides her, I have no one else to confide in. Bai Chen looked at Lin Lie and forced a smile, thinking, given how you spoke just now, it's no wonder you have no friends. Lin Lie did not care what Bai Chen was thinking. His gaze fell vacantly on the rough texture of the wine jar as he spoke to himself. When I first entered the sect, haha, who would look favorably on a four-spirit root with mixed roots? His voice was hoarse, but due to the memories there was a slight rise in tone. But I was unconvinced. Why should a poor spiritual root mean I can't succeed? While others could draw chi into their bodies in a day, I couldn't. So it took me 2 days, 3 days. I didn't sleep or eat, just relentlessly practiced the qi drawing technique. He tilted his head back to drink the liquid flowing down the corner of his mouth. 3 days of drawing qi, and I stepped into the third layer of qi refinement within a month. I became the outer sect disciple who made the fastest progress that year. A trace of sharpness flickered in his eyes as he slightly smiled. A year later, during the outer sect's grand examination, I thoroughly defeated all my opponents. Didn't they look down on me for being a mixed spiritual root? Then let them see the one who took first place in the grand exam was the very mixed spiritual root they despised. Bai Chen looked at Lin Lie, who was now somewhat spirited and couldn't help but reply, "Senior brother, you must have been exceptionally brilliant back then." Lin Lie paused, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and sighed. "Indeed, I was brilliant beyond measure." His tone faded slightly. "I won first place in the outer sect competition, and my brilliance was unmatched for a time. 2 years later, I successfully established my foundation and was accepted into Lingxiao Peak. I thought with my progress the Peak Master would certainly take me as a direct disciple. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case." Lin Lie's tone carried years of resentment and bitterness. He took another one, whose talent, progress, and temperament were at that time inferior to my disciple. I refused to accept it. The words "refuse to accept" were spoken with great weight. I want to prove that I am not worse than him, and even better. So I chose to learn the profound techniques that others could not master. If I cannot master it in 1 day, I will try for 2 days, if not in 2 days, then 3. In 1 year, I nearly learned all the advanced techniques that could be studied during the foundation establishment period at Lingxiao Peak. Then I want to challenge him. No matter which peak he belonged to, as long as we were of the same rank, I would fight him. I want to prove that it was Xuan Ruohong who misjudged. I Lin Lie am the strongest. His voice trembled with excitement, triggering his internal injuries and causing him to cough violently. Bai Chen raised his hand with concern. "Senior brother Lin." Lin Lie covered his mouth and waved his hand, waiting for the coughing to subside before taking a swig from the wine jar. During that time, among all the peers in the sect, there probably wasn't anyone who didn't dislike me, right? They would avoid me whenever they saw me. But back then, I felt very proud. Look, they all feared me. He looked at Bai Chen, the self-mocking smile on his face deepening. "You and I both have mixed spiritual roots. Since we entered the sect, you should understand my feelings, right?" "Ah, yes. Bai Chen scratched his nose, mumbling past it. What did he understand? He just wanted to survive until the end and get along with everyone. Being looked down upon didn't bother Lin Lie at all. However, he could understand Lin Lie's urgent desire to prove himself after being denied to the point of being obsessively reclusive. Youth without arrogance is a waste of youth. But he was a pseudo-teenager, and that spirit had long since faded. Lin Lie's tone lowered once again. "I thought I was strong, but in the second year, a little junior brother from Lingxiao Peak came. He was born with a sword heart, and I couldn't defeat him. If I couldn't defeat him, I continued to challenge him once, twice. Countless times. The more I couldn't defeat him, the more I wanted to fight. Until one time he made a mistake." Lin Lie gently pressed his hand an inch above his dantian. That sword of his couldn't be controlled, and the sword energy pierced through my body. At that moment, I realized he had always been holding back and had never used his full strength. Lin Lie slowly raised his hand to cover his face. A couple of extremely light, suppressed laughs escaped through his fingers. At that moment, all my defiance and all my desperate training felt like a joke. My efforts amounted to nothing. After that, I stopped cultivating and voluntarily left Lingxiao Peak to guard the forest behind the most remote spiritual herb garden, letting things take their course. Until he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a glimmer in his gaze. She came. Bai Chen looked at Lin Lie and immediately knew that the she he spoke of was Su Jining. Indeed, after I went to the spiritual herb peak for 2 years, Jining entered the sect. When he spoke this name, his whole demeanor softened. At that time, she had just entered the outer sect of Qiankuan Peak and took on menial tasks to water the spiritual herb garden. Then she discovered me rotting and moldy like a piece of decayed wood in a corner. She was carrying a small half bucket of water, struggling a bit. When she saw me, she clearly froze for a moment, probably not expecting to find someone in this desolate place. She hesitated for a moment, then walked towards me a few steps away and softly said to me, "This senior brother, greetings." Lin Lie gazed into the void, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corner of his lips. I ignored her. She hesitated for a moment and then left. I thought that was the end, but I didn't expect that she somehow learned about my past. He turned his head to look at Bai Chen, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. There was pain, shame, but more was the warmth brought by memories that he could not suppress. Even if this warmth had now turned into the sharpest knife stabbing at his heart. She knew I had once been such a vile person, someone everyone avoided. But unlike others, she did not keep her distance from me. On the contrary, she started coming over frequently, talking to me about trivial matters, insignificant things. But what she said the most was praising me. No matter what I was doing, even if it was just pulling out a weed, she would say that senior brother is amazing, that whatever he does is impressive. She clumsily tried to enlighten me to comfort me, not wanting me to fall into complete despair. She thought I couldn't see through it. Lin Lie's eyes shone brighter, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Su Cheng is her elder brother who entered the sect with me and got beaten quite badly by me during the great examination, so he has always looked down on me. After learning that she visited me every day at the spiritual herb mountain, he warned her not to approach me. But she didn't listen and came every day, rain or shine, persisting for 2 years. Bai Chen was shaken. He had never seen Su Jining. Lin Lie's description was very plain. Yet from his words he could see a gentle, kind, and exceptionally resilient girl. Lin Lie looked out the window again, his tone tender and soothing. 2 years is enough to change a lot. She was studying formations at Qiankuan Peak, so I went to look at the formation classics, and then entered Qiankuan Peak. Her gentle nature inspired me to learn to restrain my sharpness and treat others kindly. I learned from her how to gradually transform myself into the current gentle and humble person I am. I thought I would always be by her side, but I lost her. Lin Lie's voice was filled with pain as he lifted the wine jar to his lips. But the wine jar was empty, having been drained at some point. Nothing flowed out. This completely shattered his emotions. Lin Lie began to tremble violently, the tears he had suppressed for so long finally bursting forth, streaming down his face. He covered his face with his hands, sobbing. She is about to establish her foundation, and I just wanted to help her find the main material needed for the foundation formation, the moonlight star pattern grass. I heard that it might be near the ancient formation in the depths of Qingming Valley, so I took on the task of breaking the formation, hoping to find it along the way. Suddenly he slammed his head hard, screaming in agony. Su Cheng was right, it's me. It's my fault that she died. It's me. It's my incompetence that I didn't realize she was following me. It's my 2 years of despair without practicing. Otherwise, if my cultivation was a bit higher, I could have resisted the attack from the demon clan, and she wouldn't have been attacked by them while trying to save me. He howled, painfully mixed with endless regret and despair. Senior brother Lin. Bai Chen sat opposite him, unsure how to comfort him. To be honest, Bai Chen had always thought of Lin Lie as a devoted admirer. Just because the junior sister was tired of the fasting pills, he went to great lengths to get her other flavors. And that senior sister Su probably just treated him as a backup, playing with him. Yet he didn't expect. Bai Chen couldn't quite pinpoint his feelings now, only feeling discomfort. He gently patted Lin Lie's shoulder, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. He could only sit quietly beside him. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lie's emotions gradually calmed down. He wiped his face vigorously and looked up at Bai Chen. Aside from his red eyes, there was no longer anything amiss in his expression. Junior brother, by how many fruit-flavored fasting pills do you have left? Sell them all to me. Bai Chen paused, startled by the words, and gazed into Lin Lie's eyes, now calm once more, as if something subtle had pricked his heart. Moments ago, Lin Lie had been shattered, now he was utterly serene. Are you truly all right? Hesitantly, Bai Chen asked, Senior brother Lin, are you still? He meant to ask why Lin Lie would purchase so many fruit-flavored spirit pills now. Yet the question lodged in his throat, unspoken. Lin Lie's gaze drifted into the void, then he nodded quietly. I need them. Jining likes them. I want to prepare as many as I can for her. He paused, then turned back to Bai Chen, emphasizing firmly, whatever quantity you have, so long as they're fruit-flavored, I'll take them all. Bai Chen opened his mouth, then sighed deeply and glanced toward his spatial pouch. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, the number might be rather large. Over the past month, he'd only taken special commissions for Lu Yin, who needed fecal-scented spirit pills for Shi Feng, because refusing would invite Shi Feng straight to his door to dismantle his home. For everyone else, he'd merely supplied existing stock, no new orders accepted. Still, the batch he'd withheld during that month was no small amount. Even now, a considerable pile remained in his possession. How many? 1,500, Bai Chen counted aloud. That would total 600 contribution points. Agreed. Without hesitation, Lin Lie retrieved his identity token and instantly transferred 1,000 contribution points to Bai Chen's account. Bai Chen stared at the newly accrued balance and hesitated. Senior brother Lin, you've given too much. No trouble at all, junior brother. Bai Lin Lie waved dismissively. Bai Chen grinned wryly. Truly inner sect disciples were wealthy, spending 1,000 contribution points without a second thought. Bai Chen emptied his entire stock onto the floor. With a flick of his hand, Lin Lie gathered it all into his spatial pouch. After securing the pouch, Lin Lie turned, and his gaze settled upon Bai Chen. His eyes ran deep, stripped now of their earlier desolation and frenzy, settling instead into a stillness almost frozen in time. Junior brother, by his voice low and hoarse, you must cultivate diligently. He paused, holding Bai Chen's gaze for a long while before his Adam's apple shifted faintly as he murmured, only then will you not end up like me, powerless when the one you wish to protect is threatened. With that, he clapped Bai Chen lightly on the shoulder, then turned without waiting for a reply and pushed open the wooden door. Sunlight flooded and outlining his profile within the doorway suffused with profound solitude. Lin Lie strode into the light and ascended his flying sword, vanishing without looking back. Bai Chen exhaled slowly. The immortal cultivation world was unforgiving. The path to immortality bristled with thorns and littered with bones. Even a prodigy like Lin Lie, already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, could not safeguard those he loved. As for himself, a minor cultivator, he'd best remain low and tread carefully. Yet soon excitement surged anew. He had just replicated a golden tier talent keyword. Golden, truly golden. Had the system not been undergoing an upgrade, locking his interface, he would have reveled in it at once. From Lin Lie's account, this keyword appeared to be a talent granting tangible returns for effort. But how potent would its golden tier effect prove? 24 hours, exactly one full day and night. Bai Chen was so exhilarated he couldn't focus on anything else. He had no idea what form the system's upgrade would take. Tossing restlessly in bed, sleep eluded him entirely. Why did time crawl so agonizingly slow? When the sun climbed high and its brilliant light pierced the crude window lattice, casting a sharp, luminous patch across the floor, the long-awaited system chime finally resonated deep within his mind. Bai Chen shot upright. Ding. First successful replication of a golden tier talent keyword. System upgrade granted. Core system module upgraded. New features added. 1. Visual interface. 2. Attribute scanning range 5 meters. Rewards distributed. A visual interface. Attribute scanning within 5 meters. So he could now discern others' attributes at a glance. No more tedious physical contact required. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Bai Chen's heart hammered wildly once more. Suppressing his elation, he immediately summoned the system interface to inspect his own character panel. The previously sparse, or rather rudimentary, translucent interface had transformed entirely. Staring at his attribute data, Bai Chen's eyes widened involuntarily. Cultivator Bai Chen. Cultivation Realm Chi Refinement Stage 2 Peak. Beneath this line stretched a slender, semi-transparent azure-gray energy bar. Most of the bar glowed vibrant azure. Only its narrow tip lingered in faint gray. Behind the bar appeared parentheses experience 90100. Spirit roots metal, wood, water, fire, earth, pentaspirit root. Talent keywords Tao, rewards diligence, gold, perfect, alchemical mastery, purple, effortless cultivation, blue, robust, physique, white, immunity to all illnesses, green. Replication count 0-1 on cooldown. Bai Chen's heart betrayed him again, pounding uncontrollably. Before, cultivation relied entirely on intuition and vague sensations of spiritual energy accumulation, never knowing precisely how close he was to breakthrough. Now he could track progress like a game. Clear, quantifiable, exhilarating. A new module. Bai Chen suddenly noticed a fresh tab beside the attribute panel, softly glowing. Skills Arts. Focusing his intent, the interface switched. First appearing was the Alchemy module. Clicking inward revealed a neatly ordered list. Every pill he currently knew how to refine. Spirit Pill Tier 1 lower grade, followed by a purple Mastery, progress bar 83100. Spirit Cleansing Pill Tier 1 lower grade, green, proficiency, bar 68100. Spirit Healing Pill Tier 1 middle grade, green, proficiency, bar 45100. Spirit Stabilizing Pill Tier 1 middle grade, green, proficiency, bar 45100. Spirit Replenishing Pill Tier 1 middle grade, blue, accomplished, bar 76100. Spirit Condensing Pill Tier 1 middle grade, green, proficiency, bar 57100. Bai Chen nodded slightly. The system had fully digitized every pill he could refine. Lately, he occasionally produced spirit pills bearing auspicious pill patterns. He surmised that once the mastery experience filled completely, such patterns would manifest consistently. His gaze drifted downward to 2 entries whose names were unfamiliar. Honeydew Pill Tier 1 middle grade, blue, accomplished, bar 50100. Odd Scented Spirit Pill Tier 1 lower grade, blue, mastery, bar 98100. Honeydew Pill. Odd Scented Spirit Pill. Bai Chen blinked. Then instinctively his consciousness tapped into the Honeydew Pill entry. Honeydew Pill. Type Modified Tier 1 lower grade pill. Primary effect satiety lasting 24 hours, slight stamina restoration. Secondary effect sweet peach-like flavor, calming and spirit soothing. Mildly beneficial for low-tier cultivators or those experiencing emotional turbulence. Refining notes fresh clear peach juice must be infused during early pill condensation. Flame intensity reduced by half. Gentle spiritual energy guided to fuse ingredients seamlessly. Note custom formula developed by cultivator. Efficacy directly tied to current refining technique and material quality. Wasn't this precisely the clear peach-flavored spirit pill he'd crafted to suit Feng Linger's taste? And the odd-scented spirit pill, was that simply his collection of fruit or fecal-scented variants? The system had not only identified and named them separately, but provided full functional descriptions and refining instructions. This feature was extraordinary. An irrepressible surge of euphoria swelled within Bai Chen. It meant that henceforth, should he accidentally create some unknown substance, he'd need neither consult Feng Yang nor risk dangerous self-testing. The system would instantly reveal its properties. Exhilarating beyond words. Clutching his fist in excitement, Bai Chen shifted his gaze toward the Alchemy tab and noticed another glowing label beside it: Cultivation Techniques. Opening it revealed only one technique: Harmonious Void Qi Invoking Manual. With a thought, just as with pills, its detailed status unfolded before him. Technique name: Harmonious Void Qi Invoking Manual. Rank: Sect Foundation, yellow rank, lower grade. Core effect: simultaneously draws in and refines the 5 elements spiritual energy into neutral foundational qi, gently nourishes and expands meridians and latent spirit roots, laying the cornerstone of one's Dao foundation. Compatibility: universal for pentaspirit root cultivators. Proficiency: 90,100. Brother Chun, are you done yet? Zhou suddenly bellowed from outside the door. Bai Chen dismissed the system interface, stowed the wine jar from the table, and hurried to the door, opening it to find Zhou Feng, he, and Jang Wen Shuan standing there. He complained, "Where have you three been?" Zhou gaped, "Damn. Tomorrow's the outer sect grand examination. We went to the lecture hall for orientation. We rushed back fearing you'd forgotten, yet you blame us." "Whoa, Bai Chen, you have no heart." Bai Chen froze momentarily. "All right, the grand examination was tomorrow." He'd nearly forgotten, so swept away by excitement. Bai Chen looked at Zhou, who was still complaining about him, and suddenly thought of the system's attribute query feature. He silently muttered, "View attributes." As he focused, the attributes of the 3 people in front of him unfolded sequentially before his eyes. Name: Zhou. Age 15. Cultivation level: initial stage of Qi refining level 3. Spiritual roots: metal, fire, earth. Talent traits: sword resonance, affinity, green, strong, physique, green, good, endurance, white. Name: Feng He. Age 15. Cultivation level: initial stage of Qi refining level 3. Spiritual roots: water, wood, earth. Talent traits: subtle manipulation, intuition, green, detail-oriented, green, good, affinity, white, good, memory, white. Name: Jang Wen Shuan. Age 15. Cultivation level: peak of Qi refining level 3. Spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, earth. Talent traits: efficient practice, blue, spiritual, energy, perception, green, ordinary, physique, white. Bai Chen's pupils constricted slightly, a mixture of shock and delight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, a single thought was all it took to view them. This system upgrade was incredibly powerful. Previously, one had to make contact to see the attributes, but now it could be done with just a thought. He had been worried about how to properly check the attributes of those from each peak for the upcoming big exam tomorrow, but now it was all resolved. He just needed to find a way to get within 5 meters of them, which was far easier than having to make contact. "Chen Gu, I was just joking with you. You wouldn't be mad, would you?" Zhou babbled for a while, noticing Bai Chen standing there dumbfounded and staring blankly, and immediately fell silent, scratching his head. Feng He elbowed Zhou and complained, "You talk too much." Jang Wen Shuan, looking somewhat concerned, asked, "Is Bai Xiong exhausted from training too hard?" During this time, Bai Chen had been in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he was just too tired. Bai Chen returned to his senses and smiled, shaking his head. "It's nothing, but must be the alchemy that has been taxing my spirit." Jang Wen Shuan's gaze shifted to the alchemy furnace in the room that still had its lid unsealed, and he let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was just the mental strain from alchemy, it was not anything else. Bai Chen turned to them, changing the topic. "By the way, you just mentioned going to the lecture hall to hear about the exam precautions. What should we pay attention to?" He stepped aside to let the 3 of them enter and sit down to talk. Zhou immediately perked up and began to speak even before he had fully entered. "There's a lot to cover. This exam is quite important for us outer disciples." He walked in about to sit down and sniffed the air. "My. Chen Gu, do you need to use alcohol for alchemy? Why does it smell like there's alcohol?" Bai Chen raised a hand to press him down onto the chair, saying, "Let's discuss the main topic." Zhou immediately brushed aside the mention of alcohol and continued counting on his fingers. "Tomorrow, on the 5th day of the 5th month at the hour of Chun, all Qi refining disciples must gather at the sword testing ground under Legion Peak. That is the place designated by the sect for competitions and large-scale assessments, and it is said that the ground is inscribed with reinforcement formations quite impressive." Bai Chen couldn't help but interrupt him. "Stop. Get to the point." Feng He also rolled his eyes at Zhou, saying, "Can you speak properly? If you can't, then be quiet and let me talk." Zhou immediately promised, all right, I'll get to the point right away." He cleared his throat, composed himself, and continued. "The lecture's elder said the exam is divided into 2 parts. First is the assessment, and then there will be a martial competition." "Assessment? What will be assessed?" Bai Chen asked in confusion. Disciples of Hisu's sect must reach Qi refining level 3 to undergo the questioning of their path and determine what direction is suitable for their cultivation, followed by the learning of techniques and skills. They had just entered the sect, and many had only reached the first or second layer of Qi refining. Oh, what could they possibly be assessed on? The cultivation level, of course. Zhou Shi replied, as if it were obvious. Tomorrow there will be a dedicated elder using the spirit-identifying jade to test our cultivation levels, mainly to see if we have been slacking off these past 2 months. After all, our spiritual roots and aptitudes are evident. Anyone who hasn't been cultivating well will be easily spotted. Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips at this. He truly hadn't expected there to be such a twist in the exam. Fortunately, he had been cautious and hadn't broken through to Qi refining level 3. Otherwise, he would be in trouble tomorrow. Fong, he sighed at this point, the assessment is fine, but I feel that the martial competition is a bit unfair for us. Jang Wen Shuan nodded in agreement. Bai Chen looked at them in confusion and asked, how come? Isn't the martial competition based on our cultivation levels? How could it be based on cultivation levels? Zhou Shi clicked his tongue. It's determined by drawing lots for opponents. Who you get is all based on luck. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. What if you draw someone from the late stage of Qi refining? Wouldn't you just be standing there waiting to be beaten? Zhou Shi nodded. If you're lucky, you might draw someone with a lower cultivation level than you, and perhaps you could sneak into the next round. But if you're unlucky, he shrank his neck. You could be knocked off the stage immediately. If you encounter someone who doesn't hold back, Bai Chen was astonished. So that's how Lin Lie used to beat people at. Jang Wen Shuan beside him couldn't help but let out a sigh, his delicate face showing clear dejection. We from Yugu have just barely touched the threshold of Qi refining level 3. Aside from the Qi induction technique, we've only learned 1 or 2 of the most basic 5-element techniques. We don't even have any decent offensive methods. But those seniors and sisters who were taken in by the various peaks probably started learning real sword techniques and spells when they were at Qi refining level 3, and they surely have plenty of artifacts and resources. How can we compare? Fong, he gently shook his head. This big exam is more about allowing the elders of the various peaks to see if there are any outstanding talents that have been overlooked. In the first few years, we outer disciples from Yugu shouldn't expect to achieve any notable ranks in the big exam. Zhou Shi scratched his head. If only we could wait 2 or 3 more years to compete. By the time we reach the late stage of Qi refining and have practiced the necessary techniques and battle skills with our qualifications, we may not be inferior to those ordinary disciples from the peaks. Perhaps we could even fight for a place in the rankings. Jang Wen Shuan thoughtfully said, I think the sect set up the big exam with rewards of foundation establishment pills for the top 3, probably not for us newly initiated disciples, but as motivation for those seniors about to establish their foundations. Fong, he nodded slowly. Perhaps that is the case. Zhou Shi leaned back and said, why think so much? Anyway, we'll just be there as background tomorrow just to watch the excitement. Is Bai Chen staying here? At that moment, there was a knocking sound at the door, and everyone looked over. Bai Chen stood up to open the door, revealing a sturdy young man dressed in the disciple's attire of Xianding Peak. He looked somewhat familiar. Had he previously bought spirit returning pills from him? It didn't seem like it. Bai Chen looked closely and then widened his eyes. You are Chen Xiong. Why have you lost so much weight? Chen Jinbao burst into tears. Bai Xiong, do you know how I've been living these past 2 months? Chen Jinbao wailed loudly, utterly heartbroken. Oh, don't cry, come in first. Bai Chen quickly pulled him inside. He glanced at Zhou Shi and the others who were dumbfounded inside the room and forced a smile as he introduced. This is Chen Jinbao. You should have seen him at the recruitment ceremony before, right? You should remember him, right? Zhou Shi, Fong, he and Jang Wen Shuan widened their eyes in shock. This is Chen Jinbao, the genius who was taken away by the master of Xianding Peak with dual spiritual roots. How did he end up like this? Just 2 months ago at the recruitment ceremony, he was still chubby and fair, but now, his skin was healthy and tanned. His jawline was defined, and though his eyes were red from crying, they were large and spirited. His robust body filled out the disciple's uniform of Xianding Peak, showcasing clear shoulder lines and arm contours. Is this the same little chubby boy? Chen Jinbao, still crying, was led inside by Bai Chen, yet he did not forget his manners. He hastily wiped his face with his sleeve and awkwardly cupped his hands toward Zhou Shi and the others, speaking in a nasal tone. A few greetings to you all. Whoa. As he was overcome with sorrow mid-greeting, he couldn't help but continue to wail at Bai Chen. A sturdy youth crying so pathetically at another youth left Zhou Shi stunned, while Fong He and Jang Wen Shuan exchanged glances, clearly unable to process what they were witnessing. Bai Chen pushed Chen Jinbao onto the stool he had previously occupied, handed him a handkerchief to wipe his face, and frowned as he asked, Brother Chen, weren't you with Master Mo at Xianding Peak? How did it come to this? In fact, Chen Jinbao looked healthier, and more handsome now than he did when he was chubby. He exuded a sense of strength. But to go from being chubby to strong in just 2 months was indeed a drastic change. Not to mention it, but as soon as it was brought up, Chen Jinbao felt even more distressed. Sniffling, he lamented, "Brother Bai, you don't know. That master Mo, he is simply not." Before he could finish his words, Bai Chen swiftly covered Chen Jinbao's mouth. Chen Jinbao's eyes widened, his remaining words were silenced. Bai Chen felt a cold sweat break out on his back, his heart racing, already screaming in his mind. Has he gone mad? Cursing a peak master in front of him. He still wanted to survive peacefully. Please don't put him in danger. Chen Jinbao, having his mouth covered, struggled a few times and seemed to realize he had almost gotten himself into big trouble. His whimpering quieted down to soft sobs. Bai Chen felt he was no longer trying to go wild and slowly released his hand, asking, "What on earth happened? Speak properly." Chen Jinbao took a few breaths. He could suppress the blasphemous words, but the grievance in his heart could not be held back. With red-rimmed eyes and a pout, his rugged appearance combined with his current childlike crying was particularly striking. "Brother Bai, you don't know." He began to cry as he recounted. "I was quite happy when the master first brought me back to Xianding Peak, thinking I was a genius personally favored by the master, and that I would surely enjoy good meals, divine techniques, and treasure troves of skills, becoming powerful effortlessly." He wiped his nose and began to sob. But the next day before dawn, the master came in with a hammer and slammed it down next to my bed, almost scaring my soul out of me. Then I was dragged in front of a fiery anvil. Chen Jinbao gestured to his head. He tossed me a black hammer taller than I was and said it was my initiation gift, telling me to swing it at that glowing red Xiantai ingot. One whole day, a full day, I smashed that Xiantai ingot for an entire day. He mournfully pinched his arm, saying pitifully, "At that time I thought my arms were going to be ruined and that I would never be able to use them again. But the master said that metal required 1,000 strikes and earth needed a solid foundation, and that I should first comprehend the essence of the work through the most primitive physical labor. I have never even carried a bucket of water at home." Whoa. Chen Jinbao used the handkerchief to wipe his nose and then rubbed his eyes. "Whoa, brother Bai, do you know? My family is in the iron business, but I've never even held a hammer at home. Who would have thought that at Xianding Peak I would almost be killed by a hammer?" The 4 people in the room exchanged glances, unsure how to comfort him. Still, Bai Chen handed him a new handkerchief to change. "So you just swing a big hammer every day at Xianding Peak?" Chen Jinbao took the new handkerchief, harshly blowing his nose with his lips pouting as his voice rose a few notches. "How could that be possible? After swinging the big hammer for half a month, just when I thought I was getting used to it, the master intensified the training." While speaking, his hands were trembling. "During the day, I had to keep swinging the big hammer, and not only did the hammer become heavier, but I also had to coordinate it with the gold and earth breathing technique to draw upon spiritual energy for body tempering. And at night, I also had to meditate and cultivate. 12 full hours a day except for eating and using the toilet. I had no time to spare." Zhou Shi, listening nearby, couldn't help but grin. "You can handle that?" Chen Jinbao immediately glared. "Of course I can't handle it. What kind of good person's body can endure this?" Bai Chen looked at Chen Jinbao's strong physique, confused, and asked, "But you look fine." Chen Jinbao immediately began to cry again. "If you were stuffed with a pile of pills by the master, you would be fine too." Even then, he wasn't satisfied, saying my physique wasn't strong enough, my chi was hard to nourish, and my foundation was unstable, causing the earth to shake and mountains to sway. 2 months, a full 2 months. Chen Jinbao lifted the hem of his Xianding Peak disciple robe, revealing his strong tan body with defined muscles and even a hint of a line visible on his abdomen, his eyes growing redder. "Brother Bai, I've lost the meat I've accumulated for over a decade." Whoa. Bai Chen looked at Chen Jinbao's abdominal muscles speechlessly. "Brother, isn't this just showing off?" After crying for a while, Chen Jinbao wiped his tears and sighed as he looked at Bai Chen. "Brother Bai, I actually wanted to come find you long ago, but the master said I couldn't leave the peak until I reached the 5th layer of chi refinement. I only met the requirements last night and ran out early this morning." He glanced around the small wooden house, sighing. "But this place is too remote. I searched for quite a while before finding it." Zhou Shi's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Jinbao. "Brother Chen has already reached the 5th layer of chi refinement." Chen Jinbao nodded yes. Fang He and Jang Wen Shuan exchanged shocked glances. The worries in Jang Wen Shuan's eyes deepened. These prodigies who had been taken in by various peaks had inherently better qualifications than those of them from the secluded valley. With a plethora of resources piled upon them, how could they compete? It was only natural that Chen Jinbao, who had grown up in luxury, couldn't withstand such rigorous training. As long as he doesn't curse the master at home, letting him have a good cried event would be fine. Seeing that Chen Jinbao had finally stopped lamenting, Bai Chen then began to comfort him. "Brother Chen, your family is in the iron business, so you must have heard the saying, refined steel from 100 smelts, right? He poured a cup of water and handed it to Chen Jinbao. Chen Jinbao accepted it with a nod, yes. Bai Chen smiled. Ordinary iron ingots, if not subjected to 1,000 forgings to remove impurities, how could they become fine steel? The same goes for Master Mo's training of you. These past 2 months have been tough, but look at yourself now. Your aura is steady, your gaze is spirited, and you have already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, far ahead of many peers. Chen Jinbao sniffed, slowly nodding. Brother Bai, you are right. It seems to make sense. Moreover, I have secretly observed that those disciples from powerful clans who entered the sect before me have also been trained to tiers, yet they have not even reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Thinking of this, he unconsciously straightened his back. Now that I think about it, perhaps I am indeed a good material. While I may not be refined steel, at least I can withstand some hammering. Hee. After comforting himself, his mood visibly improved. The previous sadness and injustice vanished, and a hint of pride returned to his expression. He hastily wiped his face, removing the remnants of tears and snot. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes brightened, and he became happy again. By the way, Brother Bai, he suddenly took out an item from his waist pouch. It was a small round shield about the size of a palm, radiating a soft silver-white sheen. The edges of the small shield were smooth and rounded, and its surface was not entirely smooth, but was covered with extremely fine star-like dark patterns that shimmered subtly under the light. It lay quietly in Chen Jinbao's dark palm. Though small, it exuded a solid, stable aura. He smiled as he presented the small shield towards Bai Chen. This is a shield I personally crafted just for you. Bai Chen was a bit surprised for me. Yes. Chen Jinbao raised his chin proudly, offering the small shield to Bai Chen. I used star-patterned iron as the main material and added a bit of Chun Mountain sand for refining. You should try it out. Star-patterned iron and Chun Mountain sand. Bai Chen's expression turned astonished. Although he could currently only refine pills and not tools, he certainly intended to learn tool refinement in the future. Thus, he had been paying close attention to refining materials during these 2 months in the sect. Both of these materials are first-tier refining materials, but their qualities are quite high. Star-patterned iron is a first-tier premium material that can spontaneously deflect, absorb, and disperse spiritual energy impacts within a certain range. It has excellent resistance against piercing and energy beam attacks. Once refined into a magical tool, this characteristic can significantly enhance its defensive efficacy against techniques and stabilize the connection between the tool and its wielder's spiritual energy. Chun Mountain Sand is a first-tier superior earth-type auxiliary material and stabilizer. It greatly enhances the structural stability and shock resistance of magical tools, effectively countering impacts, dizziness, sound waves, and other effects. Both of these materials are not cheap. Forging such a shield, even if it's small, would cost at least 300 contribution points. And that's just the cost of materials. A labor is also required. Including the labor costs, this small shield would sell for at least 500 contribution points in the tool hall. Such an expensive item, and he's just giving it to me. Chen Jinbao noticed Bai Chen hadn't taken it yet, and nudged it forward again. Brother Bai, take it. Okay. Bai Chen snapped back to reality and accepted the small round shield. The first feeling upon holding the shield was not the expected cold hardness of metal, but rather a peculiar warmth and weight. Is this really a magical tool made from star-patterned iron and Chun Mountain sand? The tactile sensation is indeed quite different. Seeing Bai Chen hold the shield, Chen Jinbao immediately urged excitedly. Brother Bai, quickly inject your spiritual energy to try it out. Don't let its small size fool you, it's actually quite powerful. I put in a lot of effort to forge it. Bai Chen looked at Chen Jinbao's unabashed pride and expectation, and he too began to feel hopeful. An item forged from such expensive materials should indeed be impressive. Following his instructions, he injected a wisp of spiritual energy into the warm, weighty, small, round shield in his palm. Buzz! A loud, clear sound resonated from the shield. Immediately, the deep, restrained, starry patterns on the shield lit up in layers. A faint silver translucent shield which appeared to oscillate between reality and illusion expanded outward and took shape centered around the star-patterned iron shield. Following this, the expanding spiritual energy shield suddenly erupted with dazzling, radiant, and ever-shifting colors. Crimson, golden, azure, emerald, earth, and brown. 5 hues corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes flickered and swirled like a disturbed neon array. Like disco lights gone haywire. It left one feeling dizzy. Bai Chen was caught off guard, squinting his eyes against the sudden brilliance and momentarily feeling disoriented. It was as if he had become a DJ at a club ready to dance to the beat at any moment. The other 3 people in the room were also dumbfounded, staring with open mouths at the dazzling, flashy spiritual energy shield. Is this really a shield? Only Chen Jinbao was excitedly dancing around, pointing at the intricately flowing patterns on the shield that changed with the light, loudly explaining. Brother Bai, look at these patterns on the shield. I specifically ran to Chinkoan Peak to find 5 brothers of different spiritual roots, and after much persuasion, they each helped me engrave a basic attribute micro-protection array on the inner layer of the shield. Though they are just the most basic spiritual protection runes, they cover all 5 elements. This way, no matter which attribute of spiritual energy you use to activate it, it can maximize the corresponding protective effect. Moreover, the 5 runes can weekly cycle and generate each other, enhancing the overall sustainability of the protection. Isn't that impressive? He puffed out his chest, his face full of a praise me expression. I want everyone to know that my brother Chen Jinbao uses only the best shield. Bai Chen slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the still flashing colorful lights before him, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips as he withdrew his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy shield instantly retracted and the blinding light faded away. However, Bai Chen still felt that there were colorful lights swirling before his eyes. He blinked, looked down at the source of light pollution in his hand, and then looked up at Chen Jinbao, who was eagerly awaiting his praise. He held back his thoughts and asked in as calm a tone as possible, "Jinbao, your intentions and this design truly touch me, but this shield." He organized his words and helplessly looked at Chen Jinbao, asking, "Are you sure this thing can protect me when I need it?" He could already imagine that scene. In the tense standoff in the jungle or the chaotic battlefield, he quietly pulled out the shield, injecting spiritual energy. In an instant, he and the small area around him would be adorned with a rotating, dazzling light show, making him the brightest figure in the night. All opponents and enemies would be drawn to his flashy glow. Then he would be shot to pieces. Hiss. Thinking of that scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but shudder. How terrifying. Chen Jinbao asked in confusion, "Can't it? Its defense is quite strong." After saying this, he looked at Bai Chen's complicated expression, uncertain. "Brother Bai, you don't want this shield?" "Of course not." Bai Chen immediately put the shield into his pouch. "The thing you gave me, I like it, and I definitely want it. Even if it's not used for life protection, it's worth several hundred contribution points, just for the materials when melted down. I kindly ask everyone to click and comment to encourage updates. It's so quiet that I'm losing confidence in continuing." Chen Jinbao smiled broadly when Bai Chen accepted his shield. Bai Chen asked, "What is the name of this shield?" Chen Jinbao replied with a squinting smile, "I haven't named it yet. Brother Bai can give it a name." Bai Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Flowing Light Iron Wall." Flowing Light Iron Wall. Chen Jinbao nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, that name is powerful." Bai Chen slightly raised his lips. In fact, he preferred to call it the Shining Lantern Ball. However, considering that others wouldn't understand that name, he decided against it. Bai Chen couldn't just accept a gift from Chen Jinbao without giving anything in return. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 bottles of honey-dew pills from his bag and handed them to him. From Chen Jinbao's account, it was clear that Mo Henian valued him highly, so he certainly didn't lack in those pill aids for cultivation. "So let's give him 2 bottles of honeydew pills. I don't have anything good to give you right now. These are the pills I've refined recently. Take them for now." Chen Jinbao looked down at the 2 pill bottles and immediately changed his expression drastically. He shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, waving his hands repeatedly. No. Brother Bai really doesn't need to. I appreciate your kind intentions. You keep the pills for yourself." His voice even carried a hint of fear. Now just the sight of the pill bottles made him feel nauseous. He felt unworthy of such gifts. Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh at his overly tense expression and shoved the pill bottles into his hands. "There's no need to be so afraid." Bai Chen pointed to the honeydew pill bottles and said, "These 2 are honeydew pills, a type of fasting pill with a clear peach flavor that I developed. You will need to spend a long time in closed-door cultivation under the supervision of Master Mo, and you're probably tired of the usual fasting pills. This flavor is different and can help calm your mind, making it easier for you during the tedious training. Just consider them a snack." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinbao's eyes lit up. He opened the cap, took a whiff, and his face lit up with joy. "This is great. Thank you, Brother Bai." His appetite was quite substantial, otherwise he wouldn't have been so chubby before. However, Mo Henian, who seemed approachable and friendly, actually had very strict requirements. Since entering Xianding Peak, he had hardly eaten a proper meal for 2 months. Every day was filled with cultivation, and he was truly fed up with fasting pills. The 2 bottles of honeydew pills Bai Chen gave him were exactly what he needed. After sitting in Bai Chen's room for a while, Chen Jinbao went back. Now he could leave Xianding Peak, but he still had to devote time to cultivation and couldn't slack off. After he left, Jang Wen Shuan got up to bid farewell as well. Zhou Shi asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to have lunch together?" "I'm not eating anymore." Jang Wen Shuan gently shook his head and sighed. Those geniuses from the main peaks have qualifications, resources, and guidance from mentors that surpass ours by 10-fold or 100-fold, yet they still work tirelessly. As outer sect disciples, if we have nothing and don't strive, the gap will only grow wider. He took a deep breath and said to Bai Chen and the others, "Better to sharpen our tools before the battle, even if it doesn't speed things up much." Even if it only means running a few more rounds or familiarizing myself with the technique again, it might prove useful tomorrow. He waved his hand at the others. Let's go. We'll meet at the sword testing ground tomorrow. Zhou Shi watched Jang Wen Shuan leave, then glanced at Bai Chen and Fong. He's scratching his head. Why does Wen Shuan seem to be even more stimulated again? Ever since that time he was publicly reprimanded by Cheng Jinfeng, Jang Wen Shuan had been working hard. Unexpectedly, after seeing Chen Jinbao today, he tensed up again. Fong he shrugged and remained silent. Jang Wen Shuan, with poor qualifications, yet strong, will only had to work harder to avoid being ridiculed. Zhou Shi also stood up, putting down his hand that was scratching his head. Well, then I'll head back too. Fong, here you coming. Let's go back and sharpen our skills together. Fong he nodded and got up, saying to Bai Chen, we'll head back first. Tomorrow we'll go to the sword testing ground together. All right. Bai Chen sent the two to the door. Watching them return to their wooden houses, he couldn't help but open his attribute panel for a detailed check. Confirmed there's no tree hole talent. Bai Chen couldn't help but smile. First Lin Lie and now Chen Jinbao. He seemed like a tree hole, passively absorbing others' complaints and listening to quite a few stories. Not only did he hear stories, but he also gained quite a few benefits. This is great. It proves that his persona as a harmless, kind-hearted person is well established. The more friends I have, the fewer enemies I make, the more stable I can be in the realm of cultivation. Not bad, not bad. Chuckling, Bai Chen turned back to look at the alchemy furnace, rubbing his hands. It was still morning, and tomorrow was still far away. First, he would fill his experience for perfecting the fasting pills and see the effects. He stored the foundation establishment pills from the alchemy furnace and ran off to gather materials for the fasting pills, beginning to refine them. His speed in refining fasting pills was remarkably fast, completing a batch in just a quarter of an hour. Bai Chen hadn't even opened the furnace yet, and immediately opened the system's alchemy module to check. Fasting pill 1 SD tier, lower grade, purple, great achievement, experience 84100. Refining one batch of fasting pills takes a bit longer, but that's acceptable. 15 minutes for one batch. In 4 hours, he could max out the experience. Bai Chen rolled up his sleeves. Let's get started. Bai Chen began to focus intensely on refining fasting pills. For hours later, he collected his spiritual energy and extinguished the flames at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. He shook his somewhat numb wrists and rubbed his temples, which had begun to throb from prolonged concentration. Bai Chen let out a long breath, exhaling a faint medicinal aroma. For 4 continuous hours, besides swallowing 2 recovery pills to replenish his spiritual energy, he hadn't stopped at all. The mental fatigue far outweighed the physical. Repeating nearly identical steps of controlling the fire, administering the herbs, blending, and solidifying the pills, even with a talent for pill formation at 100%, the toll on the mind was immense. If it weren't for wanting to see if there were any further developments after achieving great success, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Open alchemy. With a thought, he summoned the system interface, and Bai Chen's gaze locked directly onto the fasting pill entry under the alchemy module. Fasting pill 1 SD tier, lower grade, orange, perfect, experience 01000. Bai Chen's eyes widened slightly. Sure enough, there's more ahead, and the required experience has also increased. He clicked on the fasting pill entry to check the notes inside. Fasting pill, perfect type, first tier, lower grade, pill, basic type, main effect, highly effective satiety. One pill can provide 24 hours of satiety with almost no spiritual energy consumption. Refinement key points: must master the state of mind, moving freely, and fluctuations in heat must not exceed a hair's breadth. Bai Chen frowned slightly. This perfect level didn't seem that impressive. It provided a day's effect, which wasn't much different from the great achievement. So what makes it perfect? Moreover, it was unclear if there was a level beyond perfect. Bai Chen pondered for a moment and decided to refine another batch to check the effects. This time the refining time was nearly doubled compared to before. Buzz, as the pill was forming, the alchemy furnace emitted a clear sound distinctly different from before, like the sound of jade stones colliding. The lid of the furnace had not yet been opened, but a faint golden light was already emanating. Accompanied by a golden light, a pure and gentle fragrance reminiscent of newly ripened grain infused with the ethereal essence of heaven and earth instantly filled the entire small room. This fragrance even dispelled the lingering smoke from previous alchemical processes. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. He opened the furnace. The moment the lid was lifted, golden light surged forth. In an instant, it illuminated the somewhat dim wooden house with a brilliant glow. The simple furnishings and the floating dust in the air seemed to be cloaked in a divine aura under this golden light. The golden light continued to surge for about 3 breaths before gradually retracting back into the furnace. Bai Chen peered inside the furnace. 66 pill of abstinence lay quietly at the bottom. Their color was no different from the previous batch, they just appeared a bit rounder. Furthermore, each pill naturally bore clear and intricate light golden patterns on its surface. Tisk, Bai Chen smirked. Aside from looking better with patterns, they seemed to be no different. Previously, the quality was occasionally adorned with patterns. This time, every single one had them. That would be all. Bai Chen shook his head, placed the pills of abstinence into a pill bottle, and opened the system panel. Pill of abstinence, first tier, low grade, orange, perfect experience, 11000. Still refining a furnace only increases by 1 point. Bai Chen nodded slightly, then sighed. I need to refine 1,000 times to level up this perfect grade. He would need to refine without rest for over 20 days. Ugh, that's a bit tough. To stack up experience and see if there's a new level above it seems unlikely in a short time. Bai Chen tidied up the alchemy furnace and promptly headed to the task hall. He had made too many pills of abstinence. He should hand in some tasks to consume them. Tomorrow was the big exam and the outer disciples were all preparing for it, so there weren't many people in the task hall today. Today, the one responsible for registration and verification was still Li Shuan. Spotting Bai Chen from afar, Li Shuan smiled and joked across the counter, "Oh, a rare guest. What brings Bai Shidi here today? Not in seclusion. It's been." Li Shuan glanced up, calculating the time, and said with a smile, "It must have been 25 or 6 days since I last saw you." Bai Chen approached the counter and, smiling, continued his line, "Senior brother Shuan, how could I not miss you? Upon exiting seclusion, I hurried over to visit you." He spoke with sincere expression, as if he had genuinely come for a visit. Li Shuan chuckled, "Enough already, you. I know you too well. You wouldn't come here without a reason, would you?" Bai Chen feigned surprise, widening his eyes. Really nothing escapes senior brother's notice. "Of course, aside from missing you, I also came to hand in the task for the pills of abstinence." As he spoke, he waved his hand over the storage bag at his waist and took out the pills of abstinence he had refined today. Li Shuan smiled and pointed at him. "I knew it." His laughter abruptly stopped and his eyes widened. Bai Chen was pulling out one pill bottle after another from the storage bag. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 20 bottles. The porcelain bottles clinked together, quickly piling up into quite a magnificent little mountain in front of Li Shuan, nearly taking up the entire countertop. A rough glance revealed, wow, it must be at least 50 or 60 bottles. Calculating 20 pills per bottle, that amounts to nearly 1,200 pills of abstinence. Li Shuan's smile gradually morphed into a look of disbelief. He stared at the small mountain of pill bottles, then looked up at Bai Chen, who appeared calm, as if he had merely submitted an ordinary task. He swallowed hard to regain his voice. "Bai Shidi, did you spend 26 days in seclusion just refining pills?" He picked up a bottle, pulled out the cork, and glanced inside to see the rather good quality pills of abstinence. He picked up another bottle, and it also contained pills of abstinence. He looked up at Bai Chen in speechless disbelief, his tone filled with absurdity. "So you not only refined pills in seclusion, but focused only on the pills of abstinence. What's the point?" Bai Chen was amused by his exaggerated reaction. "Senior brother Shuan, don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly spend my entire seclusion refining pills? One must also find something to do to adjust their spirit." Li Shuan stared at him speechless for a while, and finally could only give him a thumbs up. "Bai Shidi, you are incredible. In terms of diligence and dedication to alchemy, you are likely unmatched among the outer disciples. All right, I'll start counting and registering these for you." He shook his head in amazement while diligently starting to count. Previously, when Bai Chen came, he would always separate the pills with patterns from those without, because the two had different prices. The ones with patterns were a bit more expensive. Li Shuan counted them bottle by bottle until he picked up a bottle and poured out a few pills with patterns, recorded them, and set them aside. He picked up another bottle, and it was also pills with patterns. He looked at Bai Chen in astonishment. "Bai Shidi, you haven't stabilized the ability to refine perfect quality pills of abstinence, have you?" Bai Chen smiled. "I pondered more during seclusion, and my technique feels smoother than before. Just have senior brother calculate it accordingly." Li Shuan shook his head in awe. "Your talent in alchemy is astonishing. Even for the most basic pills of abstinence, it was one thing to occasionally refine pills with patterns, but now you can consistently produce perfect quality ones. I have worked in this task hall for 5 years, and it's the first time I've seen an outer disciple refine a single type of pill to this level. The refining difficulty of the pills of abstinence isn't high, nor are they particularly valuable. Because of this, almost no one would invest such significant effort and energy into perfecting them. This requires not only proficiency, but also a certain obsessive passion for the Tao of alchemy and extraordinary fine motor skills." Bai Chen smiled. "I still want to continue researching further." "What? You want to refine even better?" Li Shuan's eyes widened again. "Bai Shidi, you're not joking, are you? They are already perfect with patterns, you still want to refine them further?" Bai Chen nodded seriously. "I do have that intention. Senior brother, you've experienced much in the task hall. Have you ever seen higher quality pills of abstinence?" He couldn't currently max out the experience for perfection, so he indirectly asked if there were any higher levels. Li Shuan was taken aback by the question, stroking his chin as he pondered. "If you put it that way, I have indeed seen some." Bai Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "What are they like?" Li Shuan replied irritably. "It's just a pill of abstinence. What could be different at higher levels? The patterns might just differ. What you have is the golden pattern symbolizing the vibrant essence of nature at its beginning. The kind I've seen has flowing cloud patterns more ethereal in nature. Cloud patterns. Bai Chen perked up asking, do they have any special effects? Special effects? Li Shuan rolled his eyes. What miraculous effects could a pill of abstinence have? It just extends the abstinence duration and is purer. After consumption, it produces almost no residue with a nearly perfect spiritual energy conversion rate, negating the need for excretion. For cultivators in long-term seclusion or unique environments, it's somewhat useful, I suppose. But ultimately, it's still a pill of abstinence. You can't expect it to help you elevate your cultivation or comprehend the Tao, can you? Bai Chen nodded thoughtfully. No need for expulsion. That certainly saves trouble. Senior brother, which senior alchemist crafted this cloud pattern pill? Li Shuan, upon hearing this, slightly gestured with his chin towards the east of the sect. Who else could it be? Our Hexion sect's #1 in alchemy, the master of Fengyang Peak, of course. He paused, looking at Bai Chen with a hint of emotion in his expression. Now I can somewhat understand why the master of Fengyang Peak holds you in such high regard. Your dedication to alchemy indeed resembles that of the master of Fengyang Peak in his youth. It is said that he closed himself off for 3 whole years seeking the perfect realm of a healing elixir. Are all those with talent in alchemy so stubborn? Focused. Bai Chen expressed surprise. Is Fengyang so obsessed with alchemy? Recalling Fenjiang's earlier admonition, Bai Chen nodded slightly. That makes sense, he does appear to be that kind of person. Bai Chen curiously asked, Senior brother Shuan, if other elixirs are refined to perfect quality, do they also have the same exchange rate as the cloud pattern pill? The cloud pattern pill with patterns is indeed twice as expensive as the one without. I want to know if others have the same exchange rate. How could that be? Li Shuan immediately displayed a "are you joking" expression. The cloud pattern pill is the lowest grade of elixir. How can it compare to the real elixirs used for cultivation breakthroughs, healing, or combat? Take the chi building pill you frequently consume as an example. He leaned forward slightly. Although a regular chi building pill nourishes the meridians and accelerates chi absorption, overconsumption can lead to pill toxicity accumulating and blocking the meridians, requiring time to expel it through cultivation, and it even affects future breakthroughs. However, perfect quality chi building pills have no such issues. A hint of yearning flashed in Li Shuan's eyes, and his tone changed slightly. Perfect quality chi building pills are free of pill toxicity. Not having pill toxicity means you can consume them continuously. Imagine if you could continuously take these perfect chi building pills to assist your cultivation. He smacked his lips, casting a half-enthusiastic, half-joking glance at Bai Chen, saying, Junior brother, even for someone with your 5 spirit roots, your advancement in cultivation would likely rival that of a single spirit root shooting up quickly. Bai Chen's eyes widened slightly. If that's the case, wouldn't buying more perfect quality chi building pills mean I could establish my foundation quickly? Dream on. Li Shuan shot him a glance. Those capable of consistently refining perfect quality chi building pills in our Hexion sect are likely only the master of Fengyang Peak and a few elders. But what status do the peak masters and elders hold? They don't have the time to specifically refine such low-grade elixirs. Even if they occasionally feel inclined to refine a few batches, it wouldn't be for us outer disciples to enjoy. Most of it is likely given as rewards to their direct disciples or stored as special rewards in the treasury. As for us, we should just give up on that thought. Therefore, a perfect quality chi building pill, I would buy one for 5 times the price of a regular one, and still there is no market for it. Bai Chen nodded thoughtfully. I see. If I could acquire a perfect chi building pill, senior brother Shuan would surely want to consume a lot of them, right? Li Shuan coughed and said earnestly, Junior brother, we cultivators emphasize honing ourselves and achieving clarity of mind. Elixirs are ultimately external substances. True power comes from diligent self-cultivation and enduring trials. Bai Chen smiled as he looked at Li Shuan, nodding in agreement. What you say is true, senior brother. It is commendable how senior brother Li presents poverty in such an elegant way. A few minutes later, Bai Chen finished exchanging contribution points and headed to the pharmacy. Knowing that the perfect level of the cloud pattern pill can still be improved, but the effect only improves slightly, Bai Chen was not in a hurry to raise its level. He wanted to first enhance the experience of a few mid-grade elixirs, especially the chi building pill. These elixirs have high value and significant consumption. After leveling up, it would also be relatively easier to sell them. The sword trial platform is located on the southeast slope of the sword sharpening peak, about 15 miles from the U Valley. There is a trial road connecting them, which is relatively easy to traverse. However, even so, for disciples like them who cannot yet fly with swords, it would still take over an hour to walk. At the end of the second day, just as dawn began to break in the sky, Fong, he and Zhou knocked on Bai Chen's wooden door. The three said little and stepped onto the trial road, still damp, with Du quickly heading northwest towards the sword-sharpening peak. Initially, there were few figures on the road, only a few fellow disciples hurriedly making their way. As the sky gradually brightened, this road quickly became lively. More and more outer disciples merged from various paths into the main road, all heading in the same direction. These are all outer disciples below the 7th layer of Qi Refinement in Yu Valley. The 7th layer of Qi Refinement is a watershed. Without reaching this realm, the spiritual power is insufficient to support flying with swords. They can only rely on their own legs. After walking for almost an hour, disciples who could fly with swords began to soar overhead. Zhou Shi looked at the figures passing through the sky, pounded his slightly sore calves, and couldn't help but mutter, "Tisk, not for anything else, but for this sword flight technique, I really need to hurry up and cultivate it. Walking on 2 legs is just too exhausting." Walking beside him, Fong He heard this, raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, I thought that after last time, when you helped those senior brothers from Lingxiao Peak and ended up exhausted, you would have set this grand ambition already. I didn't expect that today you would finally come to this decision. That's not the same at all." Zhou Shi looked far into the distance with a pained expression, deeply distressed. "Last time was purely physical torture. I was too busy cursing. Too busy admiring the depth of my senior brother's cultivation. How could I think that far?" Just as they were talking, 2 massive shadows crossed overhead, one in front and one behind. The low humming sound and fluctuations of spiritual energy attracted the attention of many walking disciples on the ground. Bai Chen looked up. Flying ahead was a completely black flying artifact shaped like an inverted giant cauldron. The cauldron's lines were rugged and heavy, with faint dark golden patterns visible on the surface. As it flew, it produced a thunderous sound of wind and thunder, as if an invisible giant hammer were striking the void, exuding a magnificent aura. Following closely behind was a flying artifact resembling a red furnace shaped like the evening glow. The furnace's body was smooth, and its flight trajectory was steady and gentle. By looking at their shapes, one could guess without asking that these 2 flying artifacts came from Xianding Peak and Danyuan Peak. Fong He sighed enviously at the flying artifacts disappearing into the sky, saying, "So cool." Zhou Shi looked up for a long time before retracting his gaze. After looking down, the smile that had previously adorned his face turned somewhat complex, and he let out a long sigh. "I now somewhat understand why Wen Xian is always so anxious. The outer disciples in Yu Valley can only rely on themselves for cultivation. Those disciples taken away early by various peaks naturally have far better natural talent than them. They can also obtain more resources provided by the peaks. What can they compare with?" Bai Chen patted Zhou Shi on the shoulder. "Even so, there's no need to act as if the sky is falling." He spoke lightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Shi and Fong He as they looked at the flying magical tools soaring into the sky. "Pressure is necessary, but you shouldn't suffocate yourself with it. Traveling by flying boat is fast, but the scenery we see on foot is something they may not have experienced. I can't speak for the other brothers, but you know I have some understanding of alchemy." Bai Chen took out 2 bottles of Foundation Establishment pills from his bag and directly handed them to Zhou Shi and Fong He. "These are Foundation Establishment pills. You should understand their effects." Upon hearing that the bottles contained mid-grade Foundation Establishment pills, Zhou Shi and Fong He's expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly refused. "Brother Chen, this is too precious. You need it for your own cultivation. We can't accept it." Zhou Shi shook his head vigorously. Fong He also repeatedly declined, saying, "Yes, this pill is rare. You should keep it for yourself to break through to a higher realm." "Just listen to me first." Bai Chen held their wrists, preventing them from pushing the pills back. "During my recent seclusion, I have made some progress in my alchemy skills. Making these Foundation Establishment pills is not particularly difficult. You should take these 2 bottles first. If you need more in the future, or if you want to solidify your cultivation further and need other pills, as long as you can gather the materials for alchemy, don't hesitate to ask me. I'll refine them for you." Zhou Shi and Fong He exchanged glances, both showing clear signs of interest. Zhou Shi scratched his head and hesitantly asked, "Brother Chen, wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? I know about alchemy. It not only consumes materials, but also takes time and energy. In the sect, if you want to ask the senior brothers and sisters from Danyuan Peak to help refine a specific pill, you not only need to prepare 3 portions of materials, but also pay a significant amount of contribution points as refining fees. If you help us directly, it's too much of a loss." Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively. "We are all brothers. There's no need to talk about losses. If you really feel bad about it, I'll just take a few pills from you as a labor fee for each batch." Zhou Shi and Fong He looked at each other in shock, then simultaneously nodded, bowing respectfully to Bai Chen. "Brother Chen, this kindness and loyalty, we shall honor you as a righteous father." "Righteous father, I bow to you. Get lost." Bai Chen was amused by their antics and unhesitatingly kicked each of them in the butt. The 2 laughed heartily, covering their backsides as they ran forward. They called out while running, "Righteous father, don't hit." Bai Chen rolled up his sleeves and chased after them. For a moment, the laughter of the three echoed far along the trial avenue. Bai Chen was playfully bantering with the two, asking them to gather materials while he refined the pills. This way he could come into contact with a wider variety of materials through the refining process, not only increasing his experience, but also truly binding these three talented friends with good character to his side. The path of cultivation became a step more stable. Excellent. Bai Chen and the others hurried and finally arrived at the sword trial platform at the foot of Legion Peak before the Chen hour. The sight before them made even the three who were mentally prepared feel a tremor in their hearts. The sword trial platform was extremely spacious, the ground engraved with intricate array patterns on the azure stone. At this moment, under the morning light, it glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. The central area of the platform was separated by obvious array light bands, and the competition stage would presumably be there shortly. The periphery of the sword trial platform and the surrounding gentle slopes were now bustling with people, a dense crowd. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Bai Chen looked at the crowd and saw many outer disciples who were clearly in their 30s or 40s, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The cultivation world is not one where having spiritual roots guarantees a smooth path to immortality. Spiritual roots are merely the key to entering the cultivation world. Talent, effort, and opportunities are all constant upward factors. There are countless cultivators who after 10 years, 20 years, or even an entire lifetime are unable to cross that threshold. Foundation establishment is difficult. When Xian has already arrived, let's go over there. Zhou Shi pointed to where Jang Wen Shuan was and called out to Bai Chen and Fang He. Bai Chen followed Zhou Shi's hand and saw Jang Wen Shuan waving to them among the crowd of Yu Valley disciples. The outer disciples who had already arrived at the sword trial platform were clearly divided into several areas. The largest and most chaotic group was that of the Yu Valley disciples. There were probably over 1,000 of them gathered in the western area of the sword trial platform. In stark contrast to the Yu Valley outer disciples were the groups on the eastern and southern sides of the sword trial platform. Their numbers were far fewer than those of the Yu Valley disciples, with each group consisting of around several dozen to 100 people. The disciples of Ling Xiao Peak wore robes embroidered with small sword patterns. Each of them stood tall like pine trees, their gazes sharp, exuding a subtle aura of sharpness. Next to them stood the disciples from Dan Yuan Peak, followed by those from Xian Ding Peak, Qian Kuan Peak Ling, Zhu Peak, Tian Yin Peak, and Gui Ling Peak. Except for the Tianshu Peak where the sect leader resides, and the Jialu Peak, which had no outer disciples participating, the outer disciples from the 7 major peaks each occupied their own space in an orderly manner. Although these outer disciples from the main peaks had not yet established their foundations, their spirits and demeanor were worlds apart from those of the Yu Valley disciples. Zhou Shi clicked his tongue and lamented, "We are all outer disciples, but the gap between outer disciples is too huge. Naturally, it's different to look at that viewing platform." Jang Wen Shuan nodded and pointed with his chin toward the area on the northern side of the square, which was distinctly elevated and had special areas with jade thrones and lotus platforms. There were already elders from various peaks seated there, the spiritual energy swirling and a sense of pressure faintly emerging. The disciples from their main peaks can see their own masters at a glance, naturally needing to present their best spirit. Who would dare to be reckless in such an occasion? Unlike us in Yu Valley. He surveyed the surroundings, his tone complex. We have no truly belonging peak and no fixed masters overseeing us, only the duty hall assigning tasks and urging cultivation. Ultimately, it creates a layer of separation, dispersing the hearts of the people. Fang He nodded in agreement, a hint of subtle melancholy appearing on his face. Yes, once we reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, everyone begins to plan for the future. Alchemy tools, talismans, formations, swords, techniques, beast taming. Everyone has to choose a path to follow. What everyone is calculating in their hearts is how to perform well in the grand examination, which peak will take notice of them, and after establishing their foundations, smoothly entering various peaks to become inner disciples. What sense of belonging does Yu Valley provide? Ultimately, it is just a temporary resting point. Bai Chen silently listened to their conversation, his eyes continuously focused on the viewing platform. As the sun rose higher, various light beams descended from the sky, and the seats on the viewing platform had all been filled. He recognized 3 of the peak masters, Feng Yang and Mo. Hinyan, had already taken their seats, and even the steward Wang Kuan, who was responsible for Yu Valley, was sitting in the corner, yet it seemed he didn't see Wen Ruahong. Bai Chen nudged Zhou Shi beside him. "Isn't the peak master of Ling Xiao Peak coming today?" Hearing the words, everyone focused their attention. Indeed, on the throne representing the Ling Xiao Peak, only a solemn-faced elder sat slightly to the side, presumably an elder of the Ling Xiao Peak. Fang He looked around in confusion and said, "Yes, all the other peak masters are here, but why hasn't Master Wen arrived?" In occasions like this, it's customary for the peak masters to come and support their disciples. Could it be that she is in seclusion? Or is there an urgent matter? Zhou Shi speculated. A lean outer sect disciple beside him, who had been craning his neck to watch the excitement, couldn't help but turn his head. With an expression that suggested they were too out of the loop, he exaggeratedly asked, "Don't you all know?" Zhou Shi asked in confusion, "Know what?" Bai Chen slightly cupped his hands and said, "This senior brother, please enlighten us." The man, seeing that everyone was looking over, immediately became more animated. He leaned closer to them and lowered his voice, speaking dramatically. "You all know about the Qingming Valley mission that shook the sect, the one where many Foundation establishment senior brothers and sisters were mobilized." Bai Chen and the others nodded. "I've heard. Just heard, mind you." The lean disciple looked around mysteriously and continued in a hushed tone. "I heard that there was a major incident during that mission and many talented disciples perished." Master Wen was furious on the spot. He made a chopping gesture, excitement flashing in his eyes. Some say Master Wen single-handedly wielded her sword and charged deep into Qingming Valley. The sword energy was said to be felt from 1,000 miles away. It is said that she alone uprooted the demon clan's nest there. Otherwise, how could such a big commotion be resolved so quickly? As of now, Master Wen is still wrapping up matters over at Qingming Valley and hasn't returned. So today, the one representing Lingxiao Peak is Elder Long from their peak. You see him, the one sitting next to the main seat. Tisk, I heard he has the worst temper. Many talented disciples have perished. Master Wen, in a rage, killed through the enemy ranks in Qingming Valley. Bai Chen felt a heaviness in his heart thinking of Senior Sister Su. So many people fell during that mission. In the world of cultivation. Silence. As Bai Chen's thoughts were in turmoil, a voice that was magnificent and resounding like the clash of metal suddenly echoed across the entire sword trial platform, instantly quelling all the noise. In the center of the viewing platform, an elder in a purple robe with a dignified countenance slowly stood up. He was Wei Chongqing, the elder presiding over this outer sect examination. His gaze swept over the thousands of outer sect disciples below, like lightning, the invisible pressure causing everyone to involuntarily straighten their backs. The time has come. The outer sect examination of the Jiechen year of Hisu sect is now commencing. Boom. With Wei Changqing's words, the array runes around the sword trial platform lit up one after another, spiritual light soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire square with grandeur. In the center of the sword trial platform, a gigantic jade pillar about 3 zhang high and more than 5 zhang wide slowly rose due to the array. The jade pillar was radiant white with clouds and mist swirling within the spiritual light hazy. It was the jade pillar used by Hisu sect to assess the disciples' foundational skills and progress in their techniques. The first item is the assessment of cultivation and foundational techniques. Wei Changqing's voice resonated in all directions. This year's new disciples stepped forward. As soon as he finished speaking, disciples from the 6 main peaks moved first, neatly walking towards the center of the arena, consisting of about 100 disciples. The people from Yugu looked at each other and gradually walked over as well. Bai Chen and Zhou Shi exchanged glances and quickly stepped in to join them. The one responsible for presiding over the assessment was a middle-aged steward with a serious face and prominent cheekbones. He stood beside the jade pillar with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze like an eagle with the corners of his mouth habitually turned down, making it clear that he was not an easy person to deal with. Once all the new disciples had stood in front of him, he spoke in a serious tone. "My surname is Meng Chuan, one of the stewards in charge of the assessment of new disciples. This is the spirit-reflecting jade pillar, which can reveal your cultivation depth, spiritual power, authenticity, technique, proficiency, and even the nature of your spiritual roots. The method of testing is quite simple. When your name is called, step forward and place your palm flat on the center of the jade pillar. There is no need to deliberately channel spiritual power, nor can you use any concealment or disguise techniques. The jade pillar will sense it on its own. Did you all understand?" The new disciples stepped forward with their hands held in respect. "We understand, disciple." Meng Chuan slightly nodded. Holding a register, he called out loudly, "Yugu, Zhao Tieju, step forward." A sturdy young man nervously stepped forward and placed his palm on the designated position of the jade pillar. The jade pillar flashed with a faint light, revealing several lines of text, while the internal clouds and mist churned vaguely, outlining 4 strands of dim-colored, varying thickness light bands. Steward Ming glanced at it and spoke without hesitation, while a disciple behind him quickly recorded it. 4 spiritual roots, first layer of Qi refinement. The Hisu Qi refinement technique is just at the initial stage. The spiritual power is unstable, foundational skills are lacking, low grade. Next, Qian Fuqian. Zhao Taiyi's face turned bright red as he lowered his head and retreated. The disciple, named Qian Fuqian, stepped forward trembling. The jade pillar revealed 3 spiritual roots, first layer of Qi Refinement. Hisu Qi Refinement Technique Initial Stage. Steward Ming's brows immediately furrowed into a knot, his voice suddenly rising, filled with undisguised anger. You've been in the sect for 2 months, and with your 3 spiritual roots you are still only at the first layer of Qi Refinement. Your proficiency in the Qi Refinement technique is also mediocre. Have you been sleeping through these 2 months? You're even worse than that one with 4 spiritual roots. Waste. Get out of here. Next, Sun Xiaoyi. Qian Fuqian, who was scolded as a waste, trembled all over, nearly crying. After bowing, he stumbled back into the crowd, not daring to lift his head. Next was a continuous stream of Yugu disciples. Their qualifications ranged from 3 spiritual roots to 4 spiritual roots, and their cultivation mostly hovered around the first and second layer of Qi Refinement. The proficiency of the Qi Refinement technique was mostly at the initial stage or somewhat proficient. Steward Ming's expression grew darker, and his scolding became increasingly impolite. Your spiritual power flows sluggishly like an old ox pulling a cart. Next, with your proficiency in the Qi Refinement technique, you still have the gall to participate in the great exam. Shameful. Next, 3 spiritual roots just at the initial stage of the second layer of Qi Refinement. Waste. Next, the atmosphere among the Yugu group had reached an extreme of oppression, and every disciple called upon looked pale, while those who had finished testing hung their heads in dejection. From the crowd of new disciples from the other main peaks, low laughter or sympathetic glances could be heard. The atmosphere on the Yugu side had already dropped to freezing point. Those disciples who had already been scolded were all red-faced, heads bowed, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shame, embarrassment, humiliation. All sorts of emotions churned within them. Many of them had indeed not been slack, practicing day and night. However, limited qualifications and scarce resources meant their progress was naturally slow. At this moment, under Meng Chuan's scolding, they felt almost too ashamed to face anyone. Meanwhile, those Yugu disciples who had not yet been called were even more anxious. In this oppressive atmosphere, Meng Chuan's cold voice echoed again. Next, Yugu Cheng Jinfeng. In the crowd, a tall figure straightened his back and stepped out. He stood slightly behind, passing by Bai Chen and the others. As he passed, he disdainfully snorted lowly at Jang Wen Shuan. Jang Wen Shuan immediately tensed his muscles, his expression somewhat grim. Zhou Shi glared at Cheng Jinfeng, about to speak, when Jang Wen Shuan pulled him back and shook his head. Fang, he mumbled in disbelief. Is this person sick? Bai Chen had almost forgotten about Cheng Jinfeng until this moment, recalling that he was the one who had once publicly clashed with Jang Wen Shuan. That day the sky had darkened, and Bai Chen hadn't seen his face clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, he found that Cheng Jinfeng had a decent appearance, but his brows and eyes carried a hint of stubborn defiance and an underlying sharpness. So proud and self-satisfied, he must possess some impressive attributes. Bai Chen silently thought. Check Cheng Jinfeng's attributes. Name: Cheng Jinfeng. Age 16 years. Cultivation level: initial stage of Qi Refinement, 3rd layer. Spiritual roots: metal, fire, earth. Talent traits: resilient bones, green, stubborn defiance, white, earth affinity, white, robust physique, white. Bai Chen shook his head. He had thought that someone so proud would have excellent talents, but the results were average. Retracting his gaze, Bai Chen no longer focused on him, but instead looked at the disciples from the main peaks nearby. Just then he made eye contact with Chen Jinbao. Chen Jinbao secretly waved at him, and Bai Chen smiled back and waved. Several disciples from Xianding Peak beside him noticed and whispered to each other, glancing at Bai Chen with increased curiosity. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for Bai Chen to discern their attributes. He could only wait for another opportunity. At that moment, Cheng Jinfeng had already walked up to the jade wall. Unlike the previous few, he did not shrink back, but confidently placed his palm on it. The jade wall shimmered with spiritual light. 3 spiritual roots: metal, fire, earth. Initial stage of Qi Refinement, 3rd layer. The Qi induction technique was proficient, entering the next level. Simultaneously within the jade wall, the 3 spiritual root light bands were vaguely outlined, with the one representing earth appearing particularly solid and robust. Meng Chuan, who had been wearing a dark expression, showed signs of relief. 3 spiritual roots: initial stage of Qi Refinement, 3rd layer. His voice remained cold and firm, but it was notably less severe than before. The Qi induction technique is proficient. While the flow of spiritual power is not particularly swift or nimble, it remains solid and stable, indicating considerable effort put into refining the physical foundation. You may step down. Yes. Cheng Jinfeng cupped his hands in respect and turned to leave the testing area. As he brushed past Bai Chen, his gaze swept over Zhang Wen Shuan's position, subtly lifting his chin and huffing softly. So what if he induced qi into his body first? It was merely a momentary stroke of luck, a show for attention. Before this jade wall, what mattered was the solid foundation of cultivation and the skill and techniques. A 4 spiritual root cultivator dares to compare with them, who have 3. Humph. Jang Wen Shuan naturally detected the hint of provocation and pride in Cheng Jinfeng's gaze. 2 months ago, he would have been trembling with rage. Even if he couldn't retort on the spot, he would at least glare back with fury. However, the arduous training and time spent with Bai Chen had steadied his temperament significantly. He had just barely lost control of his expression, but now he had regained his composure. In response to Cheng Jinfeng's provocation, he cast a calm glance back before shifting his gaze to the jade wall before him. Zhou Shi, however, did not possess such temperance. Watching Cheng Jinfeng's subtle show-off and provocation towards his brother, he couldn't help but react again. What's so great about being at the initial stage of Qi Refinement 3rd layer? Acting all high and mighty. Before he could finish Fong, he tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head. With the important test at hand, it was best not to create unnecessary troubles. Zhou Shi forcibly swallowed back his words, his chest still slightly heaving, clearly not at ease. At that moment, Meng Chuan's cold, steady voice rang out again. Next, you Gu Zhou Shi. Everyone's attention, including Cheng Jinfeng, who had just returned to the lineup, was drawn to Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi took a deep breath, striding forward confidently, and placed his hand on the jade wall. The jade wall's light brightened noticeably. 3 spiritual roots, metal, fire, earth, mid-stage of Qi Refinement 3rd layer. The Qi induction technique was proficient, entering the next level. Unexpectedly, this disciple performed even better than the previous one. Meng Chuan examined Zhou Shi for a moment, then slowly nodded. 3 spiritual roots, mid-stage of Qi Refinement 3rd layer. The Qi induction technique is practiced quite solidly with robust spiritual power, particularly adept in metal. Good, you may step down. Yes. Zhou Shi cupped his hands in salute and retreated. He turned to look at Cheng Jinfeng, lifting his chin slightly. Luckily, he had sharpened his skills yesterday. He had progressed from initial to mid-stage. Otherwise, he would have been overshadowed by that arrogant brat. Cheng Jinfeng knew that in the past 2 months, Jang Wen Shuan and Bai Chen had grown close. Seeing that Zhou Shi had the same spiritual roots, yet a higher cultivation level, he immediately pressed his lips together tightly. It's fine, her being at mid-stage of Qi refinement is only slightly higher than him. They all share the same attribute of 3 spiritual roots. There's no reason he should be that much weaker. If he puts in some effort, he'll catch up soon. But when Fong he went up next, also at mid-stage of Qi refinement, Cheng Jinfeng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Were they both at mid-stage of Qi refinement purely by coincidence? Next, you Gu Jang Wen Shuan. Hearing that Jang Wen Shuan was about to test Cheng Jinfeng's frown, immediately relaxed. He couldn't surpass 3 spiritual roots, but how could a 4 spiritual root cultivator not outdo him? He waited to see Jang Wen Shuan make a fool of himself. Jang Wen Shuan approached the jade wall slightly nervous, and after a deep breath slowly placed his palm on it. The jade wall's light suddenly became clear and stable. 4 spiritual roots lacking fire, peak of Qi refinement 3rd layer. The Qi induction technique was thoroughly mastered. Oh. The 3 disciples from Yugu had all performed well, greatly improving Meng Chuan's mood. Upon seeing Jang Wen Shuan's assessment result, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He carefully examined Jang Wen Shuan's clear, yet composed face, and a rare look of approval appeared on his face. 4 spiritual roots, peak of Qi refinement 3rd layer, merely a step away from the 4th layer. The Qi induction technique has actually reached a thorough understanding. Wonderful, wonderful. Meng Chuan stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly at Jang Wen Shuan. Your foundation is solid, your spiritual power is pure, and your flow is harmonious. It seems you have a deep understanding of the water and wood elements, and your calm disposition shows you are diligent in your studies. Very good. You may step down. He repeated his praise twice, clearly very satisfied with Jang Wen Shuan. Jang Wen Shuan bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, elder." As he stepped down, he attracted many curious glances, and several disciples from the main peaks looked at him a few more times. In the crowd, Cheng Jinfeng, who had been waiting to see Jang Wen Shuan's downfall, felt his facial muscles twitch imperceptibly. The gaze he directed at Jang Wen Shuan shifted from smug provocation to shock and disbelief. How is this possible? He is clearly a 4 spiritual root cultivator. How could he induce Qi into his body faster than them? And now he's even cultivating faster. This is unreasonable. Jang Wen Shuan returned to the lineup, and Zhou Shi excitedly clenched his fists and waved at him. This was how to slap Cheng Jinfeng in the face. Watching him turn green with anger was quite satisfying. Next, you Gu Bai Chen. Finally, it was Bai Chen's turn. Jang Wen Shuan nodded slightly to Bai Chen, while Zhou Shi and Fong, he both gave him a thumbs up. They were all encouraging him to relax and not be nervous. Bai Chen smiled at the few people and calmly walked towards the center. Elder Meng. He arrived at the center and bowed to Meng Chuan. Just as he stood up, he heard Meng Chuan say, "You are Bai Chen, right?" His tone was not a question, but a statement. Bai Chen looked at Meng Chuan in slight surprise. He saw that Meng Chuan's usually stern and serious face actually bore a hint of a faint smile. with the qualification of 5 spiritual roots being able to independently refine a perfect quality pill of abstinence after just 2 months of entry is quite impressive. Though this praise was not overly enthusiastic coming from the usually strict and harsh Meng Chuan, it was astonishing. It was even more surprising than praising Jang Wen Shuan. No matter how one looked at it, Jang Wen Shuan still had 4 spiritual roots while Bai Chen was a waste with 5 spiritual roots. How could he be so highly regarded by Meng Chuan? Is his talent in alchemy really that strong? The Bai Chen, who was the center of attention, felt no joy, only astonishment. He could not help but let out a bitter smile in his heart. Is there no secret in Hisu's sect? He had just submitted a perfect pill of abstinence yesterday afternoon, and today the elder responsible for the assessment already knew. This news spread too quickly. It seemed that in Hisu's sect it was hard to escape the eyes and ears of the upper-level cultivators. With this in mind, it would be difficult for him to secretly acquire methods or treasures that could long-term and stably hide his cultivation level within the sect. While his thoughts raced through his mind, Bai Chen dared not show any neglect on his face. He quickly lowered his head, making a shocked, yet slightly fearful appearance. Thank you for your praise, elder. I just had some luck and do not deserve such commendation. Meng Chuan looked at his humble demeanor and lightly hummed in response, seemingly satisfied with his attitude. No need for more courtesy. Step forward for the test. Yes. Bai Chen stepped towards the shimmering spirit-testing jade plate, placing his palm gently on the cool, smooth testing area in the center. In an instant, the jade plate erupted with brilliance. Meng Chuan's expression shifted between surprise and admiration. 5 spiritual roots peak of the second layer of qi refining. He stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. The qi induction technique requires practice to master. Your foundation has been well honed. Excellent. He paused for a moment and suddenly shot a glare toward the Yugu disciple who had just been scolded and was secretly glancing this way. Especially that Qian Fuguei, who had 3 spiritual roots, but was only at the first layer of qi refining. His voice suddenly turned harsh, filled with the anger of unfulfilled potential. Look at Bai Chen and then look at yourselves. A 5 spiritual root who reached the peak of the second layer in just 2 months, skillfully mastering the qi induction technique. And what about you? 3 spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots, with talent far superior to his, yet barely managing the first layer. You haven't even familiarized yourself with the qi induction technique. Your spiritual power is as scattered as a pile of loose sand. If your talent is lacking, then you must work harder. Weak willpower and a lazy disposition are your greatest obstacles. Think well and reflect on yourselves. Meng Chuan's rebuke struck like a whip across the faces of those disciples, causing them to lower their heads in shame. The other disciples around them fell silent, their gazes towards Bai Chen becoming increasingly complex. Bai Chen stood there bearing the weight of the attention focused on him, feeling inwardly distressed. He just wanted to pass the test quietly, but unexpectedly he was singled out as a diligent example. Wasn't Meng Chuan putting him on the hot seat? But what could he do? He could only endure. Touching his nose, he waited for Meng Chuan to speak and allow him to return, and only then did Bai Chen quickly return to the line. Fortunately, he had previously suppressed his realm and did not break through to the third layer of qi refining. Just being at the peak of the second layer was not too eye-catching. If someone asked, he would just say he had taken some pills, and that would cover it. After Bai Chen finished the test on the observation platform, Mo Henian, sitting beside Feng Yang, stroked his beard and leaned towards Feng Yang to whisper. Junior brother Feng, looking at it now, one must indeed admire the foresight of the founding ancestor in establishing the principle of accepting all disciples without discarding the humble. Who would have thought that a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots could perform so well? Setting aside his talent in alchemy, just this cultivation speed, reaching the peak of the second layer of qi refining in 2 months, and the qi induction technique is polished quite skillfully. Remarkable. Recalling the recruitment ceremony 2 months ago, he did not underestimate Bai Chen for having 5 spiritual roots, but he also never imagined that this child would progress so rapidly. Feng Yang's gaze fell upon the boy from Yugu who stood quietly in the distance, and upon hearing Mo Henian's words, he slightly furrowed his brows. What you say is true, senior brother. This child does possess exceptional temperament and resilience. However, his words carried a hint of worry. With the qualification of 5 spiritual roots, having such progress in just 2 months is indeed commendable, but it seems a bit too fast. If my guess is correct, he must have consumed quite a few spirit cultivation pills and similar elixirs. Mo Henian waved his hand dismissively. So what if he's taken pills? Which disciple from the main peaks hasn't had their cultivation aided by elixirs? Even those kids from my Xianding peak, I always give them elixirs to chew on like candy. Wouldn't it be foolish not to use resources? Feng Yang shook his head, gently sighing. Senior brother, not all elixirs are the same. The elixirs taken by the disciples of the main peaks are refined by the elders of my Dan Yuan peak, with little to no toxicity or side effects. But for this child, there are no records of him exchanging for those elixirs in the pharmacy. Instead, there are many records of him exchanging for refining materials, so if he has taken any, it is likely that he refined them himself. The alchemy skills he possesses are mostly self-taught. Even with exceptional talent, the quality of the pill's control over the fire and removal of impurities are bound to have shortcomings. The residual toxicity of the pills may be suppressed in the short term by his youthful vigor, allowing for accelerated cultivation, but over time the toxins will accumulate in the meridians and dantian. This could hinder breakthroughs at best and damage his foundation at worst, which would be greatly detrimental to long-term cultivation. Trying to rush growth could lead to harm. Feng Yang looked in the direction of Bai Chen, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. This child has potential in alchemy and a resilient spirit, making him a worthy candidate, though I cannot let him go down the wrong path without intervention. After this major examination, I must find him and inquire thoroughly. Mo Henian nodded slightly. If that is the case, it would be best for you to intervene early. While the two peak masters were whispering, 10 more individuals from Yugu were tested. Thus, all the new disciples from Yugu had completed their assessments. Meng Chuan handed the roster in his hand to the disciple behind him, who immediately stood up to replace it with another one. Meng Chuan looked at the roster and said in a deep voice, Dan Yuan Peak Chen Miao. Finally, it was time for the disciples of the various peaks to come forward for their assessments. Bai Chen quietly inched forward. Zhou Shi hurriedly followed up and asked softly, "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" Bai Chen replied quietly, "Get a bit closer and check out the excitement." "Oh, watching the excitement sounds good," so he followed along to take a look. As Bai Chen and Zhou Shi moved Fong, he and Jang Wen Shuan also shuffled forward. Fortunately, the disciples of Yugu were already standing scattered, and their original positions were relatively forward, so the four of them moving up was not too conspicuous. Bai Chen stopped when he was within 5 meters of the spirit-testing jade plate, and quietly began to conduct an attribute investigation. Name Chen Miao. Age 15 years. Spiritual root waterwood. Cultivation level initial stage of Qi refining 4th layer. Talent attributes peace of mind green diligence, can make up for deficiencies white affinity with plants white. Bai Chen frowned slightly. The talent attributes are quite average. After Chen Miao finished, he continued to look at several others. All of them have dual spiritual roots, yet their talent attributes are mediocre, and he hasn't seen a single blue one. These disciples from the main peak, aside from having slightly better spiritual root qualifications, are not much stronger than Zhou Shi and Fong He. But soon Bai Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He was muddled by the few good talents he had copied by chance earlier. A talent that is 1 in 10,000, how could it be as easily picked up as wild grass on the roadside? Understanding this, Bai Chen's slight disappointment quickly subsided. As long as he stays steady enough, lives long enough, and meets enough people, good talents will only increase. No need to rush. The cultivation tests are quick, taking less than a minute for each person. An hour later, nearly all the outer disciples from the main peaks had completed their tests. During this time, he indeed encountered 2 disciples with quite good talent attributes. One is Li Zhen from Qiankuan Peak. He has a soil attribute single spiritual root and possesses a purple attribute for the instinct of formation. The other is Lu Yun from Tianyan Peak. He has both water and lightning dual spiritual roots with a blue attribute that signifies understanding. In this context, Chen Jinbeo's quick understanding of patterns blue and Feng Linger's easy control of alchemy fire blue attributes are considered quite good among the main peaks. Bai Chen silently noted down the 2 individuals he had just seen. He placed more importance on Li Zhen's instinct for formations, not only because it was a purple attribute, but also due to its relevance in formation techniques. If he could copy this attribute, he would earn quite a bit in the future through engraving formation patterns. As the last disciple from Guiling Peak finished under Meng Chuan's brief comments, this year's assessment of the new disciples' cultivation and foundational skills officially concluded. The peak masters slightly relaxed their postures, engaging in quiet conversations with one another. Feng Yang turned slightly to look at Mo Henian beside him and whispered, "Mo Shixiang, it seems your Xianding Peak has made quite a harvest this year. Among this batch of new disciples, nearly 30% have reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, and most have solid foundations and abundant vitality. Your brother's eye for picking seedlings remains sharp." Mo Henian stroked his beard, and upon hearing this, a flicker of pride quickly passed through his bright eyes, but he feigned indifference and waved his hand. "You flatter me, shitty. It's just that their initial progress appears faster, but compared to your Dan Yuan Peak disciples' refined spiritual power and deep foundations, they still lack some maturity." He feigned modesty, but inside he felt quite pleased. "Hey, this year I really invested heavily, otherwise with your exceptionally talented niece and the 2 good seedlings from Qiankuan Peak and Tianyan Peak, wouldn't the spotlight be entirely on you?" He still remembered the Outer Gates major exam last year, where his new disciple's average cultivation level was overwhelmingly surpassed by Dan Yuan Peak, and Ling Xiao peak, leaving him quite frustrated for a while. But now, hey, Feng Yang was quite perceptive and could naturally see Mo Hinyan's barely concealed smugness. He chose not to expose it, simply smiling and shaking his head as he looked back toward the central testing area. On the observation platform, Wei Changgang looked around and asked with a smirk, "Shall we begin the drawing for the matches?" The other peak masters and elders nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Elder Wei, for presiding." Wei Changgang slightly nodded, seeing that all the disciples had retreated, and slowly stood up. He did not deliberately release any pressure, but the imposing presence of a golden core cultivator alone quelled the previously noisy testing area, making it silent enough to hear a pin drop. All the disciples looked up at the high platform with awe. Wei Changang's gaze was piercing as he slowly scanned the various expressions of the disciples below, his voice deep and resonant before the spirit appraisal jade by the cultivation foundations and diligence of all disciples have been revealed. 2 months since entering the sect is crucial for laying the foundation and establishing one's character. I hope you all remember what you have seen and felt today. Talent and spiritual roots may vary, but the long path of the Tao requires persistent diligence to ascend to immortality. Though many disciples in Yugu lack refined spiritual roots, there are also those with resolute will and unwavering diligence. In the future, they may achieve foundation establishment and choose a peak to enter, becoming pillars of our sect. The disciples accepted by each peak may have exceptional talent, but they must not become arrogant due to their gifts. They should remember the heavy expectations of sect cultivation and strive forward relentlessly, not wasting their talents. Facing the admonishments representing the sects will nearly 3,000 outer disciples all stood solemnly bowing and clasping their fists. "We will heed the elders' teachings. We disciples shall diligently cultivate and not betray the sect." Wei Changgang stroked his beard with satisfaction. The spirit appraisal for new disciples has concluded. The remaining disciples should proceed to their respective testing areas for assessment. He raised his sleeve slightly, his voice solemn. The rules remain as in previous years, evaluated based on performance counted towards assessment results. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the veteran disciples immediately became serious. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. So it turns out the only ones being publicly assessed and reprimanded were the new disciples. This was clearly a deliberate warning to them. After announcing the routine assessment arrangements, Elder Wei raised his voice a bit. "Next, we will commence this year's Outer Gate Grand Exam sword fighting competition. All outer disciples in the Qi refining stage will draw lots to determine the order battling on the stage. No intentional harm to life or destruction of the Path Foundation is allowed, beyond that rely on your own skills." His words ignited a fire among the many disciples below, especially those confident in their combat abilities, their eyes blazing with fervor. In this competition, the top 3 will receive generous rewards from the sect. The champion will be awarded a premium foundation establishment, pill 100 premium spirit stones, and a choice of 1 technique from the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion, along with 5,000 contribution points. The second place will receive a medium foundation establishment pill, 300 medium spirit stones, and a choice of 1 technique from the 2nd floor of the Scripture Pavilion, along with 3,000 contribution points. The third place will receive a medium foundation establishment pill, 500 inferior spirit stones, and a choice of 1 technique from the 1st floor of the Scripture Pavilion, along with 2,000 contribution points. Besides the top 3, those ranked in the top 20 will also receive contribution points ranging from 500 to 2,000 according to their rankings, along with corresponding spirit stones or pill rewards. I hope you all give your all. We disciples take our orders. As Elder Weiss' words fell, nearly 3,000 disciples below were already stirred, their fighting spirit ignited. Countless gazes sharpened. Among peers, they were both partners and instant rivals, needing to compete with all their might. Wei Changgang stroked his beard and waved his hand, "Draw lots." The 6 jade signing platforms, intricately inscribed with formation patterns at the edge of the testing area, suddenly burst forth with brilliance. The clouds on the platform churned and swirled, forming a soft light screen, within which starlight twinkled, flickering unpredictably. Several attendant disciples who had long been waiting at the edge of the testing area simultaneously announced loudly, their voices amplified by spiritual power, clearly covering the entire area. All outer disciples line up and proceed forward. Reach into the formation screen, and the signing lot will fly out. Those who draw lots should immediately infuse spiritual power, and the sign will display the sequence number and first-round matchup information. Those who finish drawing lots should quickly move to the waiting area on both sides and wait for battle, and must not linger. As the declaration of conclusion echoed, the disciples from the 7 main peaks lined up and proceeded towards the nearby jade sign platform. They approached the signing platform and reached out their hands to probe into the shimmering barrier of starlight. The starlight within seemed to be attracted, gathering towards their palms. In a flicker of sign, neither gold nor jade radiating a gentle white light fell into their hands. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, clear markings emerged on the sign, such as Jashu 76 and Bingzi 32, which then faded away, leaving only the holder aware of them. After drawing their lots, the disciples of the main peak tightly clutched their signs and moved towards the designated waiting area for battle. With nearly 2,000 people in the corner valley, it was somewhat noisy. However, under the guidance of the orderly disciples, they quickly divided into several streams and advanced in turn. Bai Chen and his 3 companions casually merged into a team and slowly moved forward. Tisk, this time the sect is really investing heavily. Suddenly, a light clicking sound came from beside him. Bai Chen turned his head to see the previously lean disciple who had been with them during their discussions had unknowingly approached. He had already investigated this person's attributes and knew that he had no entries related to cultivation, but he possessed 2 entries regarding information gathering, both marked in green. If this were the modern era, he would definitely be a renowned gossip reporter in the entertainment industry. Seeing Bai Chen and the others looking at him with curiosity, the lean disciple immediately cupped his hands and introduced himself with a smile. I haven't introduced myself, yet I am Lu Sherdong, and I entered 2 years earlier than you all. Zhou nodded and curiously asked, what did senior brother Lu just mean? Wasn't the reward for the outer sect's major examination like this in previous years? Lu Sherdong exaggeratedly shook his head. It's not just different, it's completely incomparable. He looked at Bai Chen and the others as he spoke. Think about it. Ordinary Peiyuan pills and Jiqi pills are merely supportive for daily cultivation, solidifying the foundation. However, the foundation establishment pill is the true key for us cultivators to open the gates of immortality. Bai Chen agreed with Lu Sherdong's words. To truly embark on the path of immortality, one must enter the foundation establishment stage. This is because the lifespan of a qi refining stage cultivator does not change significantly. Even if a qi refining stage cultivator reaches perfection, their lifespan would peak at around 120 years provided they remain free of illness and disaster. However, once they succeed in foundation establishment, their dantian transforms into a sea of true essence, immediately doubling their lifespan, allowing them to live for at least 250 years. Only by living longer can one have more chances to seek breakthroughs. Lu Sherdong clicked his tongue and continued to express his amazement. In previous years, there were foundation establishment pills, but only the first place could obtain them. This time, however, the top 3 can all receive them. Moreover, this time the foundation establishment pills are of medium and high quality. Such quality pills have fewer impurities, mild toxicity, and gentle medicinal power, making the success rate for breaking through bottlenecks at least 30% higher. In addition, one can also go to the scripture pavilion to choose techniques. There, all the unique insights and improved secret arts left by the sect's predecessors are available, including some powerful remnants of ancient techniques. Ordinary disciples, even if they have contributed enough points, cannot enter the scripture pavilion without the corresponding permissions or recommendations from an elder. However, this time it is directly open for selection for the top 3. Do you know what this means? Bai Chen and the others all shook their heads in response. Lu Sherdong quickly glanced around and leaned in closer to them, lowering his voice. This means they are very likely to choose a core technique that is most suitable for them and can be used all the way to the late foundation establishment stage or even the golden core stage. This is fundamental in establishing their Dao foundation, influencing their future achievement limits. He gestured to the nearby disciples whose auras were thick and had reached the qi refining late stage or even peak. Do you see that? Those senior brothers' eyes are almost turning red. For them, this is the most critical stepping stone on the path to greatness. What does it matter to fight for it? Once on the stage, they will fight with all their might. Fang He, listening, could not help but swallow. Do we really have to go on stage? We are only at the 3rd layer of qi refining, and we barely know any techniques. Wouldn't we just be beaten up if we went up? Is this martial arts even comparable? Lu Sherdong waved his hand and sighed. Going up is definitely required. I haven't seen anyone who could avoid participation after 2 years of being initiated. But while there's no need to worry too much, the rules of the arena are to stop at the point of contact, and lethal or crippling attacks are prohibited. If you really feel that you cannot win, or if the situation is not favorable, you can simply admit defeat. With so many elders and disciples watching from above, if there is real danger, they will definitely intervene. So rest assured, no one will die. Bai Chen suddenly thought of Lin Lie and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No one will die, but if he encounters someone like Lin Lie, getting beaten into a pig's head might be unavoidable. The team for drawing lots moved quickly as the few talked softly while following the flow of people unknowingly approaching the shimmering barrier of the signing array. Bai Chen was in front of the others, and when the person ahead finished drawing their lot and left, he was just about to reach in to draw his own when someone stopped him. You don't need to draw your lot. Bai Chen looked puzzled to the side and saw Ming Chuan had arrived for inspection walking towards him. Elder Meng Bai Chen hurriedly bowed and asked in confusion, "May I ask why?" Meng Chuan's gaze swept over Bai Chen, and the corners of his mouth, usually stern, turned downwards habitually. "You are only at the second layer of qi refining, and you haven't even practiced a proper attacking or defensive technique. Your spiritual energy is mixed, and although you have some talent in alchemy, if you go onto the arena and compete with these disciples who have practiced for a long time or mastered their techniques, what chance do you have? Rather than getting injured on the stage, it would be better to focus your thoughts on the right path. Your strengths do not lie in this area. You should devote yourself to studying your alchemy. You don't need to participate in this competition." As he spoke, Meng Chuan gestured to a nearby disciple to directly record. "You have achieved considerable results in the path of alchemy within 2 months of joining, and you should be rewarded. The Elder Hall will directly record 100 contributions for you as a reward for being among the top 100. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. 100 contributions without needing to compete. This was fantastic. Zhou Shi, following Bai Chen, also brightened upon hearing this. His head peeked out from behind Bai Chen's shoulder, and with a grin, he asked Elder Meng, "Can we also not participate in the competition? We are only at the 3rd layer of qi refining and don't know many techniques. Wouldn't we just be getting beaten up if we went up? Can we also skip the competition?" "Nonsense." Meng Chuan's cold gaze shot towards Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi immediately shivered all over, hurriedly lowering his head and standing straight. Meng Chuan's sharp gaze swept over the nearby disciples who were considering avoiding the fight due to Bai Chen's exemption, scolding, "Is the arena competition only for gaining fame and profit? It is to temper your will, hone your practical skills, and test the results of your cultivation. You cannot grow resilient pines and cypresses in a greenhouse. You cannot cultivate the skills to kill enemies in a quiet chamber. Fighting against others, risking life and death, is the fastest way to recognize your shortcomings and unleash your potential to adapt to the world of cultivation. Even if you go up and get beaten, that is still a valuable experience." Meng Chuan's gaze swept over the surroundings, landing back on Zhou Shi with an increasingly stern tone. "If you are afraid to stand on the relatively safe arena, how will you face strong enemies or demonic creatures when you leave the sect? Will you kneel and beg for mercy? If anyone shows cowardice before the battle, do not expect any rewards. Oh, I will first penalize you for your laziness and fear of battle." Meng Chuan's cold and severe words silenced the disciples in the corner valley immediately. With a snort, Meng Chuan turned and left. Zhou Shi had a bitter expression on his face, and when Meng Chuan walked far away, he finally raised his head and sighed in relief. Bai Chen patted his shoulder and then smiled, pushing him towards the signing array. "Stop dawdling, go draw your lot." Zhou Shi turned back and cast a resentful glance at Bai Chen. "You are really my good brother." Fong He glanced at the direction in which Meng Chuan had left, let out a heavy sigh of relief, and then raised a smile, waving at Zhou Shi. "Hurry up." Zhou Shi turned his head and shot Fong He a glare. "You little brat, still gloating? I was just taking the brunt of a scolding for you." "Hey, I didn't ask, Steward Meng. I'm not taking the blame for this." Fong He chuckled, raising an eyebrow mischievously. "What did you say?" Zhou Shi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he jumped up and grabbed Fong He by the neck. Jang Wen Shuan laughed with his eyes squinted. He said, "You lot. Are you still drawing lots?" The disciple responsible for maintaining order during the drawing scolded with a serious face. "This is the sacred ground for the sect's grand examination. Creating noise and chaos under the watchful eyes of all is utterly disgraceful. If you want to reminisce and chat, you can do so after the grand examination is over. If you continue to delay and disrupt the order of the drawing, don't blame me for recording your misconduct." Bai Chen had just been praised by Steward Meng, but that was a separate matter. Disrupting the order of the drawing will still lead to punishment. It won't matter who shows up. Jang Wen Shuan, who had just opened his mouth, quickly closed it and stood straight with Bai Chen and the others. Bai Chen was the first to bow and apologize. "The steward is right, we acknowledge our mistakes." Fong He was also perceptive and immediately stepped forward to reach into the shimmering array of lots, retrieving the slip that would determine his first opponent. Zhou Shi and Jang Wen Shuan hurriedly stepped forward to draw their lots and quickly turned to leave the drawing area. After a short distance, the four of them, as if by agreement, broke into a jog toward the nearest waiting area. Upon arriving at the waiting area, Bai Chen took a deep breath and turned to see Zhou Shi looking pale with fear. It was unclear who was the first to burst into laughter, but all four of them couldn't help but chuckle quietly as they looked at each other. As they laughed, a ripple of unexpected nostalgia suddenly surged within Bai Chen's heart. He had been working for many years in the modern world and was no longer young. Yet just now a kind of long-lost, almost unfamiliar light-hearted joy wrapped around him without warning, as if bringing him back to his youthful days. This feeling is truly wonderful. Calming his emotions, Bai Chen looked at the lots in their hands and asked, "What numbers did you draw?" "I didn't get a chance to look earlier." Zhou Shi infused his spiritual energy into the non-metallic, non-jade white lot and displayed it to Bai Chen, sighing, "Binging 78, and I still don't know who my opponent is." He clasped his hands together and prayed to the heavens, "Please, ancestor, don't match me against a senior brother or sister of too high a cultivation. I don't want to be a punching bag." Fong He also showed his lot, which glimmered slightly. "Mine is Cho 21. He then joined Zhou Shi in prayer. "Please let the cultivation not be too high." Jang Wen Shuan glanced at the information above and replied, "Jiazi 5, my opponent has already been revealed. Jiazi number 6, Zhao Yan from Xianding Peak." Zhao Yan from Xianding Peak. "I know him." A voice came from behind as Lu Shirtong approached. Zhou Shi looked at him speechlessly. "You don't need to know, we already know he is at the early stage of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, right? This Zhao Yan is also a new disciple and was just tested. Has it not been long since they all lost their memories?" Lu Shirtong sighed. "What I mean is you only know he is currently at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, but you're unaware that he has also practiced other arts, right?" Bai Chen asked in confusion. Lu Shixiang knows. Lu Shirtong proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course." He looked left and right, then leaned in and whispered, "Just now I was over at Xianding Peak and overheard some news. He has natural strength, and after entering the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he specializes in the sects, Ho Tu Ju, and a set of hammer techniques taking the path of brute force. He is quite well known among the new disciples at Xianding Peak." Bai Chen raised an eyebrow at Lu Shirtong, surprised that he had taken the time to inquire about news at Xianding Peak in such a short time. The key was that he had indeed gathered valuable information. This person truly has a talent for gathering information. Fong He furrowed his brows upon hearing this, 4th layer of Qi refinement. This. He looked at Jang Wen Shuan with some concern. Jang Wen Shuan was currently at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Even at the peak of the 3rd layer, there was still a small realm's difference from the 4th layer. Can he handle this? Zhou Shi also showed a worried expression and looked at Jang Wen Shuan, saying, "Wen Shuan, if it doesn't work out, let's just admit defeat right away. The opponent is a disciple from the main peak with teachers in the sect guiding them. We have nothing and cannot compete without losing face." Jang Wen Shuan shook his head. "It's all right, Steward Meng was right, battles are a whetstone. If one is afraid to try not even looking at their opponent before admitting defeat, then wouldn't the sword not even be drawn before it self-declared as scrap iron?" He patted Zhou Shi on the shoulder and looked at Fong He and Bai Chen. "Don't worry, if I try and find the gap too large, I won't force myself to take it, and will admit defeat." Bai Chen nodded slightly. "You'll definitely be fine. I trust your judgment." Jang Wen Shuan looked at Bai Chen, breaking into a smile, and nodded vigorously. "Ncha." Lu Shirtong cheerfully said, "Just now I heard you 3 drew Bingyin 78, Cho 21, and Jiazi 5 right." He voluntarily showed his lot to them. I am Wu Chen 103. It seems we are all lucky as none of us drew lots against each other in the 1st round." Bai Chen looked at Lu Shirtong, speechless once more. Truly worthy of being someone well-informed with sharp hearing, his ears are extraordinary. Zhou Shi glanced at Lu Shirtong and said helplessly, "Lu Shixiang, shouldn't we be the lucky ones? If we ran into you, we definitely wouldn't be your match. You're already at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. If we went up, you'd just knock us down." Lu Shirtong chuckled and waved his hand. "That can't be, can't be." Bai Chen suddenly pulled Lu Shirtong over and asked with an admiring tone, "Lu Shixiang, being so knowledgeable, could you enlighten us on what we need to pay attention to during the upcoming competition?" Since Lu Shirtong is well-informed, there's no need to waste this opportunity. He doesn't have to compete, but his brothers do. It's better to let them know some important points in advance for an easier response when it's their turn. Lu Shirtong, proud of his knowledge, stood up straight when he saw Bai Chen sincerely asking for advice and began speaking confidently. "Do you see over there?" He pointed at the sword testing platform. Bai Chen and the others followed his finger to look. There are 10 martial arts platforms set up by the sect. Each platform will be arranged with a spiritual energy barrier called the 5 Elements Spiritual Barrier when the competition begins, which is extremely difficult for the techniques of ordinary Qi refinement practitioners to penetrate. The barrier covers an area of about 20 zhang, sufficient for maneuvering and casting spells. He pointed to the high platforms beside the martial arts arenas. "Do you see those high platforms? When the competition starts, each high platform will have a foundation establishment elder brother or sister stationed there. They are responsible for monitoring the duel, and if there is a threat to life or someone violates the rules, they will intervene immediately." Over there, he pointed to the edge of the waiting area where a soft green light shimmered with the phantom of a medicinal cauldron appearing. The senior brothers and sisters from Danyuan Peak will be on standby there, where a simple healing formation is set up to treat any injuries sustained in the arena. Zhou Shi looked in the direction he pointed and exclaimed, "The sect is truly considerate in its planning." Lu Shirtong raised his chin and replied, "Of course. Don't be fooled by the stern appearances of the sect's stewards and elders. They are all looking out for our best interests. When the critical moment arrives, the sect will never casually abandon any disciple who is earnestly seeking the Tao." Bai Chen nodded slowly and asked, Then Senior Brother Lu, is there a time limit for the matches? Aside from the prohibition against causing death or permanent injury, are there any other taboos? For instance, can talismans, magical tools, or spirit pets be used? Is it allowed to take temporary enhancement pills? Lu Shirtong glanced at Bai Chen appreciatively. No wonder Junior Brother Bai was able to achieve success in alchemy so quickly after just entering. Your mind is quite meticulous. He stroked his chin and said, in principle, there is no time limit for the matches, but if they remain stalemated for too long, the responsible steward may urge a warning. As for determining victory or defeat, there are only a few methods. Either one party voluntarily concedes, or one party is knocked out of the ring or incapacitated. If one party shows clear signs of defeat and is unable to resist or concede to avoid unnecessary injury, the steward will actively terminate the match and declare a loss. Lu Shirtong looked at Bai Chen and the others, his chest puffing out with pride. The name of our Hisu sect comes from its principle of being steady and unified, merging with the Tao to return to the void. We emphasize inclusivity in teaching and adapting to the individual's needs. He gazed longingly at the opposing battle zone. You can see from the 7 major peaks, Ling Xiao Peak excels in swordsmanship, Dan Yuan Peak is unmatched in alchemy, Xian Ding Peak specializes in weapon crafting and body refinement, Gui Ling Peak is adept in beast mastery, Ling Zhu Peak transforms talismans into myriad forms, and Xian Kuan Peak delves into formations that unveil the mysteries of the heavens. He paused and looked at Bai Chen. Aside from the prohibitions against deliberate homicide or destroying foundations, the use of talismans, magical tools, spirit pets, and so on is permitted, as they are part of one's strength. However, the use of pills that significantly enhance one's cultivation temporarily, which may have serious repercussions, is strictly forbidden. If someone is found to have an abnormal surge of energy in the arena without a reasonable explanation, they will be directly declared the loser and face severe punishment. Zhou Shi scratched his head and asked, what if I accidentally hit too hard and injure my opponent? It is quite normal for a match to not end promptly, Lu Shirtong replied. As long as it is not intentional and does not violate any taboos, it generally won't be pursued. However, if deemed a case of severe injury due to negligence, one may face penalties such as a deduction of contribution points or confinement for reflection. So everyone usually leaves some leeway. Of course, when encountering those with old grudges or particularly ruthless temperaments, it's hard to say. Lu Shirtong finished speaking with a sigh and smiled to reassure them, but don't worry, there will definitely be no threat to your lives. Zhou Shi and Fong, he turned pale. This meant it all depended on luck. If they were unfortunate enough to face someone particularly aggressive, they could only resign themselves to being beaten up. At that moment, the tokens in Zhou Shi and Fong, his hands started to emit a slight warmth with spiritual light swirling on the surface. New characters appeared beside the originally simple serial numbers. Zhou Shi's Bing In 78 now displayed Gui Ling Peak Li Jin Feng. Fong He's Yi Chou 21 now displayed Dan Yuan Peak Chen Miao. Fong He rubbed his forehead. Chen Miao, is he the one who just tested with us? If I remember correctly, he seems to be at the early stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Sai, how am I supposed to fight him? Bai Chen comforted him by patting his shoulder. Don't worry, you might not be unable to defeat this person. This person has decent spiritual root aptitude, but lacks any attributes that could enhance his cultivation, so he should not be difficult to handle. Fong Yi did not know that Bai Chen could see other people's attributes. He thought Bai Chen was merely comforting him, forcing a smile as he said, I'll do my best. Zhou Shi contemplated the token in his hand. My opponent doesn't seem to be a new disciple. I haven't seen this person before. He hesitated for a moment and showed his token to Lu Shirtong. Senior Brother Lu, do you know this person? Lu Shirtong glanced at it, and his brows immediately furrowed. He looked at Zhou Shi and clicked his tongue. Junior Brother, show your luck in drawing lots. Tisk, how should I put it, you've drawn a tough one. Lu Shirtong chuckled. Li Jin Feng and I are both among the earlier entrants to Gui Ling Peak's outer sect. However, don't let his position in the main peak fool you. His cultivation level is about the same as mine, just muddling through in this corner. You must understand what kind of place Gui Ling Peak is. It is a mountain that deals with spirit beasts, and the methods of cultivation there are quite different from ours. They focus on coexisting and cultivating alongside their spirit pets, linking their minds. A portion of their spiritual energy and even some of their cultivation progress must be fed back to their original spirit pets. So do not underestimate Li Jinfeng, who appears to be at the 6th layer of qi refinement on the surface. The strength of his copper-boned monkey likely rivals that of the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement as well. Moreover, because of their mental connection, the synergy between a human and pet is seamless, equivalent to him having a powerful ally who shares his intentions while fighting. In this mutual growth, while his personal cultivation pace may not seem as quick as those who specialize solely in their own development, in terms of actual combat power, he is undoubtedly a challenging opponent among the same rank. Zhou Shi turned pale as he listened to Lu Shitong's explanation, his muscles tensing up all over. Bai Chen, watching Zhou Shi look as if he were facing a great enemy, suppressed his laughter and teased, "Just think of it as a chance to train your combat. Well, you'll be back down in no time." Zhou Shi was speechless. If he went up, he would just get beaten down, so wouldn't that mean he would come down quickly? The drawing process was efficient. In just a short time, all disciples had obtained their tokens. Wei Changgung on the high platform nodded slightly, and Meng Chuan received the order, soaring to the center of the test sword platform, his voice booming like a bell. "The drawing is complete. Seal the formations. All arena stewards, take your positions." With his command, the 6 drawing formations slowly retracted, and the jade stone drawing platforms were quickly cleared away by the steward disciples. Simultaneously, the 10 circular areas that had been reserved on the test sword platform lit up brilliantly. Visible barriers of semi-transparent spiritual light rose from the azure stone ground at the edges of each area. The spiritual light barriers, about 3 zhang high, swiftly closed in, forming 10 closed combat arenas with a diameter of approximately 20 zhang. The barrier's luminous membrane shimmered with colors, its runes appearing mysterious. Next to the combat arenas, on a slightly elevated stone platform, stood a steward disciple of at least foundation establishment stage. They would be responsible for presiding over the matches and deciding the outcomes, intervening in case of emergencies. The Jiazi Arena. First match. Contestant 1 Qin Qin Feng of Lingxiao Peak versus Contestant 2 Han Lingsu of Lingzuan Peak. Both disciples step onto the stage immediately. The Yichou Arena. First match. Contestant 1 Wang Hanyue of Xianding Peak versus Contestant 2 Su Qingwan of Danyuan Peak. In the Bingyin Arena. First match. Contestant 1 Qian Duobao of Qiankuan Peak versus Contestant 2 Li Feiyu of Lingxiao Peak. In the Dingmao Arena. First match. Contestant 1 Sun Xiaoguo of Guiling Peak versus Contestant 2 Wu Yuandao of Yogu. The Wuchen Arena. In disciples overseeing each arena called out names, in turn heralding the official commencement of the grand trial martial contest. Disciples whose names were announced, whether from the main peaks or the remote Yogu, instantly tensed, then swiftly darted into their designated luminous spirit barriers. In an instant, the 10 dueling platforms on the sword testing ground shimmered with radiant interwoven auras, silhouettes clashed within, while muffled roars and the deep thud of colliding spiritual energies seeped faintly through the barriers. Though the barriers muted sound and stifled clamor, a taut, razor-sharp battle intent permeated the air, drawing every spectator's gaze like iron to magnet. Even Bai Chen and his companions found their attention scattered, instinctively drawn to the fierce contests unfolding across other platforms. Noticing the martial contest had begun, Bai Chen saw many waiting disciples leaving the standby zone to gather near various arenas, and followed suit. The standby zone lay too far from the arenas to discern any attributes. "And let's move closer for a clearer look. And, Brother Chen, where are you off to?" Zhou Shi, glancing back, found Bai Chen already beyond the standby zone and called out in confusion. And Bai Chen waved casually over his shoulder, "Just going to watch the spectacle." "Oh, I'm coming too." Lu Shitong held Bai Chen in unusually high regard. "Nah." At last, someone who shared his passion. Lu Shitong trailed after Bai Chen toward the arenas. And Bai Chen headed straight for the nearest, the Yichou Arena. And he thought he'd just heard the name Su Qingwan. He remembered her well. The senior sister who'd accompanied Feng Linger, watching over her with quiet vigilance. And that Feng Yang entrusted her with the solemn duty of guarding his own niece spoke volumes. Su Qingwan was no ordinary disciple. He'd never had the chance to scrutinize her attributes before. Now was the time to observe. The Yichou Arena already drew a sizable crowd. Nas Bai Chen approached the duel inside, had reached its fever pitch. Through the semi-transparent, iridescent 5-element spirit barrier, the scene and sounds within appeared veiled, soft and distant, as if seen through gauze. The arena was simply too vast, and the combatants moved ceaselessly. Bai Chen couldn't yet lock onto Su Qingwan precisely enough to scan her attributes. Fine, not only Su Qingwan, but even her opponent eluded his focus. In glancing at the other arenas, he saw the same blurred motion, indistinct forms. He decided to stay. Turning back to Lu Shitong, who'd followed close behind, he asked, "Senior brother Lu, do you know anything about the disciple facing senior sister Su?" Lu Shitong glanced at the arena, then gave Bai Chen a knowing chuckle. "Brother Bai, truly destined for Danyuan Peak. You already recognize your own peak's senior sisters." With a sigh of admiration, Lu Shitong shook his head and launched into an introduction of Wang Hanyue. This is Wang Hanyue, a disciple of Xianding Peak, currently at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, likely in the late stage of cultivation. Xianding Peak specializes in artifact forging. Its disciples spend years immersed in metal, stone, and furnace flames, swinging massive hammers commanding earth-fire tempering spirit materials. In strength and physical fortitude are non-negotiable. Thus 8 out of 10 cultivate body-refining arts alongside their core practice, and Wang Hanyue stands among their finest. He cultivates the renowned Xianding Peak body-refining art, profound iron-tempering scripture. This scripture demands relentless self-forging, hammering one's sinews, bones, and skin as though shaping raw iron. Legends claim that at its zenith the practitioner's flesh and bone gleam with the luster and resilience of profound iron, impervious to ordinary artifacts. Rumors say he has already attained the state of profound integration. And look, he just withstood Senior Sister Su's fire arts Hedon. Though he took damage, his defensive prowess remains astonishing. He'll hold out for quite some time. Bai Chen followed Lu Shidong's words, focusing intently upon the barrier. Nind. Despite the exquisite incisive precision of Su Qingwan's pill-born flames, Wang Hanyue's defense surpassed that of any ordinary 8th-layer cultivator. Inside the barrier, light and shadow churned violently. Wang Hanyue did not retreat from the initial fireball barrage. Instead, the dark luster coating his body flared brilliantly upon impact, like forged steel struck by hammer showering sparks, yet unyielding beneath. Then, crossing his fists before his face, he condensed thick earthen yellow spiritual light around his form, and bore Su Qingwan's unrelenting barrage of flame arrows and explosive pills without yielding an inch. Like an unshakable reef against a raging current, he endured the torrent of spiritual energy, each deliberate step gouging a deep crater into the arena floor, slow, heavy, and utterly immovable as he advanced upon Su Qingwan. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. Truly the main peaks bred no idle hands. This senior brother Wang surely possessed exceptional innate talents. Ni's gaze remained locked on the duel, searching for the perfect moment to scan. At last that opportunity arrived. Su Qingwan's intricate, ceaseless fire tactics had ignited Wang Hanyue's primal ferocity. After enduring several flame arrows, his aura flickering wildly, he suddenly roared, abandoning cautious advance. Instead, he channeled most of his remaining spiritual energy into his legs, unleashing a terrain-traversing secret art akin to Earth Step. Earth and yellow light erupted beneath his feet. His massive frame blurred, accelerating beyond all prior speed, and shot forward as a streaking afterimage like a meteor, skimming the ground, unstoppable and fierce, hurtling straight towards Su Qingwan. The shift was lightning swift, clearly intended to disrupt Su Qingwan's rhythm and force her into direct confrontation or expose a fatal opening. Yet Su Qingwan reacted with equal swiftness, her robes fluttering as she retreated sharply. Simultaneously, a palm-sized azure jade tablet flew from her sleeve, expanding midair into a shield before her. Wang Hanyue's fist struck, and even before contact, the compressed pressure of his blow made the jade shield's aura tremble violently. Boom, crash. Wang Hanyue's crushing blow slammed into the jade shield. The impact sent both shield and Su Qingwan sliding backward. Yet the recoil and counterforce hurled Wang Hanyue himself staggering backward, directly toward the edge of the arena barrier. Scan Wang Hanyue's attributes. Name: Wang Hanyuan. Age: 17. In cultivation realm, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Late stage in spirit roots. Metal earth. Innate talents: bronze skin, iron bones, purple explosive strength, green artifact affinity, white unwavering courage. White. Bai Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. His physique-related talents are impressive indeed. Nance copied would he no longer fear being pummeled, and thus stand safer in battle. As he pondered, Su Qingwan, now steadied, seized the fleeting opening left by Wang Hanyue's spent momentum and launched her counterattack. Her slender hands wove rapidly, and several strands of refined pale green spiritual energy lashed forth, coiling with surgical precision around Wang Hanyue's unbalanced ankles and his stiff, overextended right elbow joint. Wang Hanyue bellowed. Earth and yellow light flared and shattered most of the binding strands. Yet the gap in cultivation level meant half remained intact. Still, his reflexes were sharp, unable to break the rest. He seized the strands and yanked hard, dragging Su Qingwan straight toward him. And now, not only did Wang Hanyue's eyes blaze, so did Bai Chen's. Scan Su Qingwan's attributes. Name: Su Qingwan. Age: 17. In cultivation realm, 10th layer of Qi refinement. Mid-stage in spirit roots. Fire and innate talents: pill spirit saint body, orange alchemical heart clarity, purple spiritual resonance perception, green serene mind state, green photographic memory, green. And damn, such a talent actually exists. System progression: tiers: novice, proficient, minor mastery, major mastery, perfection, pinnacle in cultivation, sect equivalence, first glimpse proficiency through practice, entry into the hall, profound integration, supreme refinement, pinnacle. Bai Chen looked at the dazzling orange entry for the medicine spirit sacred body on the system panel. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before nudging the arm of Lu Shidong, who was surveying the surroundings. Lu Shirtong turned his gaze from scanning the area to Bai Chen and asked, "What's up, Bai Shitty? I wanted to ask you how much do you know about senior sister Su Qingwan?" Lu Shirtong raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied, "Isn't she your senior sister from the Dan Yuan Peak? Why are you asking me?" Bai Chen had a slightly helpless expression and reminded him, "Lu Shixiang, I haven't even entered the Dan Yuan Peak yet." "Oh, right. Lu Shirtong suddenly realized, patting his forehead and smiling at Bai Chen. "However, with your talent, Bai Shitty, it's only a matter of time before you enter Dan Yuan Peak. You'll see senior sister Su often then. Asking about her now." "He, I understand. He chuckled a bit, lecherously leaning closer to Bai Chen with a grin. "Senior sister Su Qingwan is 17, exceptionally talented, and like you, well liked by the master of Fengyang Peak. Moreover, she currently doesn't have a Dao partner and hasn't been heard of socializing closely with other fellow disciples. Bai Shitty, if you put in the effort, there might be opportunities." Bai Chen listened with a dark expression and hurriedly interrupted, "Lu Shixiang, I'm not asking about that kind of thing." Lu Shirtong raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Then what do you want to know?" "I want to ask if senior sister Su has any special skills in alchemy. Or rather," Bai Chen organized his thoughts, "is there anything unusual or particularly outstanding about her?" "As for special aspects in alchemy," Lu Shirtong stroked his chin, pondering seriously. "Well, I've heard that she can successfully refine pills with a success rate of almost 10 out of 10, never missing a shot. Not to mention wasted pills, it's rare to even see one with slightly inferior quality. This is unheard of among our disciples in the qi refining stage. Oh, now you can do it too. But before you came, she was the only one. As for other particularly outstanding traits," he frowned in thought for a moment and shook his head. "Other than these, there doesn't seem to be any particularly strange or unique rumors about her. After all, she is a genius disciple from Dan Yuan Peak, so her high alchemy skills are quite normal." Lu Shirtong shrugged. "As for whether she has any unique alchemy techniques or has refined any astonishing pills, I'm not sure about those. I guess only the elders from Dan Yuan Peak would know." Bai Chen nodded slightly. "Oh, I see, thank you, Lu Shixiao." Bai Chen thought that the absence of any entries regarding her success rate in alchemy meant that her high success rate must be related to that medicine spirit sacred body entry. How can I approach her for a minute without being avoided? Should I go up and say, "Senior sister, you look unwell, let me check your pulse"? That might earn me a slap in return. As for drugging her, that would probably get me slapped to death by Fengyang. Bai Chen shook his head, realizing it might not be easy to obtain that entry. From what Lu Shirtong implied, it seems that Su Qingwan's entry could enhance her efficiency in alchemy and allow her to achieve high-quality pills without accumulating proficiency. It seems he doesn't need to rush to get it. His 100% success rate entry already guarantees that he can refine pills. As for quality, he could work hard with his heavens will rewards hard work entry to improve it. After all, it's just a matter of spending more time consuming more materials and refining thousands of times. Bai Chen sighed, deeply feeling dejected. It was merely a form of self-comfort. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi was engrossed in watching the battle. Bai Chen's deep sigh piqued his curiosity, and he turned to ask, "Guchen, what's wrong?" Bai Chen collected his thoughts and shook his head, nothing, just marveling at how intense the fight is. Zhou Shi sighed in agreement. "I expected the tournament to be fierce, but I didn't think it would be this intense. Just thinking about going up there to take a beating makes my whole body ache. I hope I won't get my bones broken." Bai Chen's gaze shifted towards the arena. Just as he was contemplating how to obtain that medicine spirit sacred body entry, the match was nearing its conclusion. Looking at Wang Hanyue, who was such a big fellow now being pressed under Su Qingwan's attacks, unable to lift his head. Zhou Shi's turn. "Well, that's hard to say." "Wow." Suddenly the crowd erupted in astonishment at the edge of the arena. Bai Chen quickly focused on the stage. At that moment, Su Qingwan unleashed a series of spiritual power attacks, causing the entire arena to shimmer with light, nearly blinding the onlookers. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Wang Hanyue was sent flying back as if struck by a mountain, crashing heavily onto the Qinggang stone arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. His chest heaved violently as he attempted to struggle to his feet, but ultimately failed, only able to emit labored gasps, clearly having lost all combat capability. Su Qingwan ceased her attacks, her chest heaving as well, indicating she had also expended considerable energy. In the first match of the Icho Arena Dan Yuan Peaks, Su Qingwan wins. The officiating disciple announced loudly, prompting cheers from the surrounding crowd. Guchen. Fang He quickly ran over from the other side. Bai Chen turned to him saying, "What's wrong?" Fang He pointed towards the Jiazi arena saying, "When Xian is about to take the stage, let's go over." Zhou Shi widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Why so fast? This side just finished the first match." Lu Shirtong, who had gone around and returned, clicked his tongue and said, "The gap in strength is too great. They get knocked out of the ring as soon as they go up. It's not surprising for battles to end in an instant." Fang He swallowed hard, his expression somewhat strange as he nodded, "Yeah, indeed. Then let's hurry over. Bai Chen glanced curiously at Fang He but didn't ask further and jogged towards the Jiazi arena. The area around the Jiazi arena was already bustling with noise. Bai Chen squeezed through the crowd, and just in time saw Jang Wen Shuan verifying his number tag with the officiating disciple preparing to take the stage. Wen Xian, Bai Chen called out waving at him. Jang Wen Shuan turned his head upon hearing the voice. Seeing Bai Chen and the others, a smile appeared on his face, and he waved back at them. Zhou Shi shouted loudly, Wen Xian, victory. Jang Wen Shuan couldn't help but laugh, replying, I'll do my best. This boisterous cheer from Zhou Shi reached Zhao Yin, who was preparing to take the stage without any hindrance. He paused, turning his head, his gaze crossing the edge of the arena to lock onto Zhou Shi, then sweeping towards Jang Wen Shuan, who was stepping onto the stage. TCH, he scoffed. A waste from you Valley dares to shout for victory. He stepped onto the stage with a black short-handled heavy hammer in hand. After coming to a stop, he scrutinized Jang Wen Shuan, who had just stepped onto the stage. Jang Wen Shuan moved to the center of the stage facing Zhao Yin, cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Jang Wen Shuan from Yu Valley, please guide me, Dao friend Zhao. Zhao Yin snorted dismissively, barely acknowledging him. Zhou Shi frowned in displeasure from below, muttering, what's he so proud about? Fang He pursed his lips and huffed, isn't he just a disciple from the main peak? Bai Chen shook his head at the two and glanced around, prompting Zhou Shi and Fang He to look at the other disciples from the main peak, who were also watching the battle, sealing their lips and stopping their complaints. It's not wise to stir up trouble on the day of the big exam. They could scold him once they returned to Yu Valley. The disciple in charge of overseeing the Jiazi arena stood on the specially designated observation platform at the edge of the arena, his gaze swiftly scanning Jang Wen Shuan and Zhao Yin. Confirming that there were no abnormalities in their conditions, he immediately pointed his fingers like a sword, flicking towards the center of the arena. A pure stream of spiritual energy shot from his fingertips and entered a certain rune embedded in the ground of the arena. In an instant, the barrier of the arena shimmered with light and was re-established. The disciple retracted his hand and concentrated his qi in his dantian, channeling his spiritual energy to loudly announce, his voice instantly overpowering the subtle noise from below, resonating around the Jiazi arena. Jiazi arena, third match, Yu Gus Zhang Wen Shuan versus Xianding Peaks, Zhao Yin. The match begins. Zhao Yin clearly did not take this duel seriously. After the disciple called for the match to start, he let out a low growl, unleashing the earth-type spiritual energy within him, charging forward like a raging bull. With his heavy hammer raised high without any embellishment, accompanied by a howling wind, he swung it down towards Zhang Wen Shuan's head. The immense force indicated his intention to strike decisively and quickly end this battle, which he deemed without suspense. However, at the moment the hammer's wind approached his body, Zhang Wen Shuan moved. He did not receive the blow as Zhao Yin had anticipated, nor did he panic and dodge. Instead, he agilely twisted his waist, sidestepping in a perilous distance that was almost brushing against the hammer's wind. The heavy hammer crashed down into empty space, causing the Qinggang stone ground to tremble slightly. Good. Zhou Shi immediately applauded enthusiastically from below the arena. The surrounding Yugu disciples also cheered loudly in response. Zhao Yin stumbled back a half step due to the excessive force of his missed strike. Though the cheers from the crowd were not entirely clear, the vague sounds of excitement still pierced into his ears like fine needles. He was slightly taken aback, then felt as if an invisible slap had struck his face, burning hot, and a surge of anger ignited within him. As a disciple of Xianding Peak, facing a mere waste from Yugu, how could his first strike fail to land, only to be laughed at instead? Seeking death. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Yan's eyes as he raised his heavy hammer. However, before he could change tactics, Zhang Wen Shuan's counterattack had already arrived. He pointed his fingers like a sword, condensing a light of pale blue water spiritual energy at his fingertips. Though the light was not blinding, it was extraordinarily concentrated, swiftly striking at the gap exposed under Zhao Yan's arm due to his hammer swing. Zhao Yan reacted quickly, hastily countering with his hammer. The water blue sword energy struck the hammer face, producing a series of ringing sounds. Although it did not inflict substantial damage, it caused Zhao Yan's arm to feel slightly numb, momentarily stalling his momentum. With two consecutive attacks failing to succeed, Zhao Yan's mood grew increasingly agitated. He roared, channeling the foundational thick earth technique of Xianding Peak's spiritual energy throughout his body. With his defense enhanced, he swung the heavy hammer violently. Layers of earthy yellow spiritual light stacked upon one another, and his offensive pressure resembled a continuous mountain, steady and full of oppressive force. He attempted to suppress Zhang Wen Shuan with sheer force, limiting his evasion options. Bai Chen and the others nearby were tense, their fists clenched. Zhang Wen Shuan seemed to transform into willow catkins in the wind or a fish swimming in water. He pushed his movement technique to its limits, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the arena. The technique Jang Wen Shuan executed was the 5-element step, which anyone could learn at the Yugu lecture hall. This footwork was originally meant to help disciples feel the 5 elements of spiritual energy combined with corresponding foundational techniques as an introductory movement method. It emphasized understanding rather than combat. However, Jang Wen Shuan always felt a sense of urgency, and from the moment he began learning techniques, he practiced tirelessly day and night. With an innate ability for efficient cultivation, he mastered this footwork in just a month. The 4 spiritual roots at this moment were not a limitation, but rather added more possibilities to this foundational footwork. With the gentleness of Wood's spiritual energy, he transformed into willow catkins swaying in the wind, redirecting and borrowing strength. With the continuity of water's spiritual energy, he mimicked the state of a fish playing in water, smoothly turning and pivoting. This allowed him to narrowly avoid the hammer's shadow at the last possible moment. He did not engage Zhao Yan in a direct competition of spiritual energy, but rather continuously utilized his agile movement and precise timing to execute the only techniques he knew: the water spiritual arrow and the wood vine entanglement. The pale blue water arrows shot towards Zhao Yan's eyes, wrists, and ankles, areas with relatively weak defenses or those that affected his striking power. Though their power was insufficient to break through Zhao Yan's thick earth-type protective spiritual light, they consistently disrupted his line of sight and delayed his movements. Occasionally, when a gap was found, the wood vine entanglement would silently sprout from the ground, tripping up Zhao Yan's steps. The more he fought, the more alarmed and frustrated he became. He felt as if he possessed great strength and a stronger spiritual energy, yet it was as if he were sinking into a quagmire. Every time he charged up for a powerful strike, it felt like hitting cotton, while his opponent's elusive movements and annoying disturbances caused his spiritual energy to deplete rapidly, with his blood surging. What infuriated him even more was that the other party was merely a Yugu disciple with lower cultivation than himself, yet he found it so difficult to deal with, unable to gain the upper hand, and his face grew increasingly difficult to maintain. Damn it! Is that all you can do? Just dodge and hide? Zhao Yan, unable to achieve a breakthrough, felt his anger surge. Seizing the moment Jang Wen Shuan landed after a dodge, he violently infused the majority of his spiritual energy into his heavy hammer. The hammerhead gleamed ominously, and with a powerful and heavy strike it came crashing down, blocking off a large area of evasion space for Jang Wen Shuan, forcing him to take it head-on. This strike indeed held tremendous power, the hammer wind causing Jang Wen Shuan's robes to flutter violently. Bai Chen and the others watching from below felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, a sharp glint flashed in Jang Wen Shuan's eyes, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He neither braced for impact nor dodged to the sides. Instead, at the moment the heavy hammer descended, he advanced rather than retreating, like a fish swimming against the current, slipping through the weakest angle of Zhao Yan's hammer strike at an oddly awkward yet exquisitely clever angle. At the same time, his left hand, which had been gathering power for a while, quietly pressed against the right ankle that Zhao Yan had slightly raised due to his full force swing. Got it. A pure and condensed stream of water spiritual energy surged in. This spiritual energy did not cause direct harm, but much like cold water dropped into boiling oil, it greatly disrupted the earth-type spiritual energy that had been smoothly circulating around Zhao Yan's ankle. With the crucial strike that Zhao Yan aimed for missing, he lost his center of gravity. The sluggish spiritual energy and muscle control issues at his right ankle added to his troubles, causing his massive frame to completely lose balance, stumbling forward involuntarily. He staggered a large step, exposing his vital chest completely, leaving a wide opening. Now's the time. Jang Wen Shuan seemed to have calculated all of this, his figure spinning like a whirlwind. Upon his right palm, which had remained hidden, pale blue and green spiritual energies condensed and compressed in an unprecedented manner, transforming into a spiral force that with a sharp shout accurately struck the exposed vital spot on Zhao Yan's back. Break. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Zhao Yan felt as if he had been struck hard, his protective spiritual light fluctuating violently, and he let out a muffled groan as he fell forward. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his hammer as he gasped for breath, unable to believe as he looked back at Jang Wen Shuan, who was merely breathing slightly harder, his gaze still bright. Although he had managed to avoid falling completely at the last moment with his strong physique and cultivation, he was clearly unable to organize an effective offensive in the short term due to his blood surging and spiritual energy in chaos. He had lost. The arena fell silent. The supervising disciple confirmed that Zhao Yan was no longer able to continue fighting and immediately announced loudly, in the third match of the Jiazi arena, Yu Gus Zhang Wen Shuan wins. As the announcement fell, the audience fell silent for a moment before the disciples of Yugu erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Zhou Shi shouted excitedly, "Well done. Bai Chen also let out a long sigh of relief, the corners of his lips slightly curling upwards as he gave Jang Wen Shuan a thumbs up. Standing in the center of the arena, Jang Wen Shuan slightly closed his eyes, quickly calming the spiritual power that had stirred within him from the previous full-force strike. When he opened his eyes again, he looked towards Zhao Yin, who was barely propping himself up with his hammer, trying to stand, but falling back down. With a calm expression, he cupped his hands towards him. Without lingering any longer, he turned around wearing a bright, yet restrained smile, and strode towards Bai Chen and the others at the foot of the stage. "Well done, Wen Shuan." Zhou Shi was the first to rush over and gave him a solid bear hug. "You won beautifully." Jang Wen Shuan almost gasped for breath as he was squeezed, quickly patting Zhou Shi's solid back. "Zhou Shi, you're going to choke me." Bai Chen stepped forward with a smile, handing him a pill bottle. "You've worked hard. This is a recovery pill. Take it to restore yourself." "Thanks, I was just feeling uncomfortable." Jang Wen Shuan was not polite and took the jade bottle, pouring a recovery pill into his mouth. As the medicine dissolved, a gentle warm current quickly spread through his limbs and bones, slowly restoring the considerable spiritual power he had consumed. He let out a long breath, finally feeling his tense nerves relax a bit. "Fong," he asked with concern, "Wen Shuan, when is the next match? Is the information about the opponent out yet?" Hearing this, Jang Wen Shuan took out his badge and infused a bit of spiritual energy into it. He saw the words Jiazi Wu flickering slightly, but no new match information appeared. "Not yet. I suppose we'll have to wait a while." At that moment, Lu Shirtong, who had somehow returned, happened to overhear their conversation and chimed in, "The information for the next round of battles won't come out that quickly." Bai Chen looked at him. "Senior brother Lu, why is that?" Lu Shirtong shook his head and explained, "In this first round, 10 arenas are fighting simultaneously with nearly 3,000 participants. Even if they fight quickly, it will still take a considerable amount of time to finish all the matches. According to past practices, we have to wait until all the first-round matches in all arenas are completed before the Hall of Disciples will uniformly record the results, redistribute the positions through the grand formation, and announce the opponents and times for the second round." He swept his gaze over the other arenas, which still shimmered with spiritual light, faint sounds of cheering echoing from them. "I estimate it will take at least another 2 or 3 hours before the first round is completely resolved." Bai Chen, hearing this, turned to Zhou Shi and the others, saying, "Wen Shuan won't be on stage for a while. Fong, he should be going up soon. Let's head over to the Icho arena now and prepare in advance." The others nodded in agreement and walked together towards the Icho arena. Upon arrival, they coincidentally caught the end of the previous match, with the disciples of the Hall of Disciples cleaning up the arena and announcing the next match. After waiting for a while, it was finally Fong He's turn. Icho arena match 11, Yugu Fong He versus Danyuan Peak Chen Miao. "Both disciples, please come to the stage." Fong He took a deep breath, nodded at Bai Chen and the others, and walked onto the stage. His opponent Chen Miao had already ascended. Upon seeing Fong He arrive, he greeted him with a friendly smile. The two exchanged polite gestures, appearing very calm. With a command from the disciple of the Hall of Disciples, the match began. Neither of them was a reckless fighter, and their exchanges were quite restrained. The two exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. Fong He quickly realized that although his opponent's aggression was not strong, his spiritual power was abundant. He himself had only learned 2 techniques, and continuing like this would ultimately lead to defeat. After testing a few more moves, Fong He took the initiative to leap back a distance and cupped his fists towards Chen Miao, saying, "I concede." Chen Miao let out a sigh of relief and quickly returned the gesture. "Daoist Fong, I appreciate it." The disciple of the Hall of Disciples announced Icho match 11, Danyuan Peak Chen Miao wins. Fong He stepped down from the stage. "What a pity. If you had persevered a bit longer, you might have won." Zhou Shi lamented. "I couldn't win." Fong He shook his head. "The opponent's spiritual power exceeds mine. There was no chance of victory by dragging it out, so it was better to concede." Bai Chen patted Fong He's shoulder, saying, "Knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding gains and losses, is part of cultivation. This time didn't work out, but we can fight again next time." At this moment, there was still a long time before Zhou Shi's binging match 78. Bai Chen looked at the sky and said to them, "I'm going to check out other arenas and broaden my horizons." Zhou Shi immediately said, "I'll go with you." Jang Wen Shuan shook his head and pressed him down. "You better not follow me. Binging match 78 seems far away, but who knows how quickly the matches ahead will go. It's safer to wait at your own arena." Zhou Shi thought about it and scratched his head, saying, "Then go ahead. I'll wait at the binging arena." Fong He said, "I'll go with Zhou Shi." Jang Wen Shuan accompanied by Chun. The two bid farewell to Zhou Shi and Fong He, merging into the crowd of spectators, and began to wander among the 10 arenas on the sword testing stage. There were quite a few people observing by the arena, making it much easier for Bai Chen to scout. Name Wu Feng. Level late stage of Qi, refining 5th layer. Root metal wood. Talent attributes: sharp sword sense green, agile movement white, strong body white. Name Sun Xiaohua. Level peak of Qi, refining 9th layer. Root water earth. Talent attributes: Beast Affinity Blue, Emotional Resonance Green, Good Stamina White. Name: Qianfeng. Level: Early Stage of Qi, Refining 6th Layer. Root: Metal Earth Fire. Talent attributes: Array, Intuition Green, Quick Calculation White, Acceptable Patience White. Bai Chen looked through it all and felt a bit of a headache. He found plenty of blue attributes, but not many that caught his eye. Should he try for the peak masters and elders instead? He glanced at the viewing platform and silently withdrew his gaze. Between the viewing platform and the nearest arena, there was at least a 20-meter vacuum zone with absolutely no one around. It would be too conspicuous for him to go over. Sigh. 5-meter scouting range is still too short. Bai Chen stroked his chin, realizing that the main target still had to be the Foundation establishment disciples from various peaks. As the sun tilted to the west, the spiritual lights of the 10 arenas on the sword testing stage gradually extinguished. The first round of matches had finally concluded. It was already too late. Wei Chang'ing announced loudly that the first day's matches were over and the remaining contests would continue the next day at dawn. As soon as he finished speaking, the various peak masters and elders at the viewing platform stood up first. One could see beams of rainbow light or sword shadows soaring into the sky, quickly disappearing into the depths of the sea of clouds. Soon after, the peaks released flying artifacts, and in just a short while the sword testing stage became empty. Those from Yugu who could ride swords left on their swords, while those who couldn't had to walk back on their own. Bai Chen and Zhou Shi walked along the path of trials. After walking a short distance, they heard a low curse behind them, followed by a chorus of complaints. Didn't they say that if you can't win, you can concede? Is this what conceding means? The elders are just deceiving us, sigh. Bai Chen was drawn in by the voices. When he turned around, he saw more than 10 Yugu disciples, each with swollen faces, nursing their arms and limping forward, groaning in pain. Unable to contain himself, Bai Chen let out a light laugh. But his expression changed immediately. Oh no, this is bad. Sure enough, the closest few disciples, despite their bruised faces that made it hard to open their eyes, were still straining to open their swollen eyelids. From the small slits they shot him a resentful glare indignantly, saying, "What are you laughing at?" To my friends in the south, happy little new year. Their voices were distorted due to their swollen cheeks. Yet the anger within them grew ever stronger. You think you can just stand there and say that without feeling the pain? Exactly. So you think you can avoid getting beat up by not stepping onto the stage? Look at what you've done to us. Are you laughing at our misfortune? Bai Chen quickly cupped his hands in apology. Everyone calmed down. His face was a mixture of pain and indignation, and his voice rose a few notches. It truly pains me to see you all suffer so gravely while fighting for me and Yugu. That sigh just now was a lament and expression of my anger. I would never mock you. The Yugu disciples, bruised and battered, squinted at Bai Chen, their expressions skeptical and silent. This cannot continue. Bai Chen glanced at Zhou Shi behind him, gritted his teeth, and pulled him forward to showcase to them. Everyone take a good look. Bai Chen pointed at Zhou Shi, his tone filled with deep sorrow. This is my good brother Zhou Shi. Just look at his condition. His opponent is utterly heartless. My brother is in this state. How could I possibly have any intention of laughing at you? As Bai Chen spoke, the limping Yugu disciples caught up from behind. Upon hearing that this person was Zhou Shi, they all strained their swollen eyes to look closely. Then they collectively gasped in shock. Is this Zhou Shi? Zhou Shi's left eye was completely bruised, while his right eye was so swollen it couldn't open. 2 dried blood streaks ran across his nose, his lips were cracked, and his chin was bruised. His exposed forearm was wrapped with makeshift bandages, faintly seeping blood. That face, which was once fairly handsome, now looked tragically horrific. His entire head was swollen, making it impossible to discern what he originally looked like. The injuries on him surpassed those of this group of indignant, wounded disciples. The few individuals who had been enraged by Bai Chen's laughter now saw that Zhou Shi was in just as miserable a state as they were, and their anger instantly dissipated. The first disciple to speak, with a torn mouth, had his swollen eyes filled with a bitter sense of shared suffering. He held his jaw and gasped, mumbling angrily, "The elders of the sect are all liars. They say to hold back, that if you can't win, you can surrender. All of it is nonsense." The disciple beside him, holding his hip, chimed in angrily, "I actually wanted to surrender when I saw the disciples from Xianding Peak, but that guy came up and started hitting me in the mouth before moving to my legs. I wanted to shout that I surrender, but I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't even run away, damn it." Exactly. I experienced the same thing. They wouldn't even let you speak. Those main peak disciples were ruthless. I had it worse. I didn't even want to go up after seeing you all getting beaten, but they wouldn't let me forfeit, and I had to go up and surrender. Boo-hoo. Clearly the sect allowed the elder brothers and sisters from Dan Yuan Peak to stand by to treat the wounded, but when I went over, they actually said they don't treat external injuries and told me to deal with it myself. What else could I do besides endure it? In an instant, several wounded disciples seemed to find a vent for their grievances, covering their injuries and expressing their complaints to one another. Zhou Shi suddenly scoffed. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at him in unison. Zhou Shi struggled to lift the eyelid of his only slightly open left eye, revealing a glimmer of light through the crack of his eyelashes. His lips were swollen like two sausages. The center of his lower lip had a gash from where his teeth had bitten it. The scab on the gash was dark, and every time he spoke it would pull and hurt, making him gasp in pain intermittently. You guys. HSS. What do you even have to complain about? Due to his swollen lips, his speech was slurred. At least you. Huff. At least you fought against one person. Look at me. He raised his arm, which was wrapped in blood-stained cloth, and shakily pointed at his disfigured face, unable to contain his anger and sorrow. I faced Li Jinfeng from Guiling Peak. Is that even a fair fight? He gestured with difficulty, his chest heaving with anger. I struggled desperately, but I couldn't break free. That creature's master was right beside me, pounding on my face like a blacksmith, hitting my left cheek, then my right cheek, and then my chest and ribs. I could only lie on the ground and get beaten up, damn it. Zhou Shi spoke while panting in pain and anger. He took a deep breath, blinked his barely open eyes, and forcibly suppressed the tears welling up, continuing to choke out his words. I could only watch in despair as the elder brother from the management hall ignored me, waiting until Li Jinfeng had finished before announcing that the match was over. When I was carried off, he even gave me a thumbs up, praising me for not surrendering despite being so badly beaten, saying I was a man. I also wanted to surrender, but how could I? Damn it. Someone sympathetically chimed in. You should have rolled over to the judges earlier. Maybe you could have been released sooner. I tried to roll. Halfway through, that monkey dragged me back. What could I do? There was a dead silence all around. The few Yugu disciples who had just been filled with indignation were now left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. You? The disciple with the torn mouth swallowed hard, and the anger in his swollen eyes had completely faded, replaced by a complex mix of astonishment and sympathy. He stammered for a while before managing to say, You are much worse off than us. The others nodded in agreement, their tones slightly dazed. It's one thing to be beaten, but to have your spirit beast seal your mouth. Is this a martial competition or venting anger? Did we offend the main peaks of Yugu? The others echoed in agreement. What's wrong with Guiling Peak? It's not just Guiling Peak. All the senior disciples are like this. Look at me, I was beaten by a brother from Yugu. I just looked around, and it seems like only we new disciples are getting beaten. This can't be intentional, can it? As soon as he said this, everyone paused, glancing around. Currently on the trial path, they were the only group, all of whom had joined the sect 2 months ago. They suddenly recalled Meng Chuan's earlier reprimand about making them step onto the stage to be beaten as a lesson. At that time they thought it was just a metaphor, but now, oh man, they really meant for them to get beaten up. Bai Chen felt a surge of fear as he patted his chest. He had thought Meng Chuan was deliberately keeping him off the stage to create enemies, but now it seemed like it was out of absolute kindness. Otherwise right now, tisk, it's too terrifying. Most of the disciples from Yugu were bruised and battered, but a few were in good shape. The few who were uninjured glanced at each other, still feeling a lingering fear as they patted their chests. Fortunately, I ran into a newly admitted disciple from the main peak. He probably doesn't know about this and didn't go too hard. I'm lucky too, what a stroke of fortune. Bai Chen, recovering from the shock, noticed the atmosphere and hurriedly took out healing Yuhen pills, distributing them among the injured disciples from Yugu. While distributing, he said, I'm a low-level cultivator and can't help much else. The only thing I can do well is refine a few batches of pills. Once he finished distributing, he looked at everyone gently and said, please use these healing pills first, senior brothers. If there's anything you want to refine later, like spirit recovery pills or chi gathering pills that are useful below the foundation establishment stage, just prepare the materials, and as long as I have time, I'll do my best to refine them for everyone. The disciples from Yugu were all stunned. Just moments ago, they had vented their anger on him, and now he not only held no grudges, but also distributed healing pills and offered to help them refine pills. They had indeed gone a bit too far just now. The first disciple who had mocked Bai Chen looked at him sincerely and said, Brother Bai, I will remember this kindness. But fair is fair, we can't let you help us refine pills for free. Let's stick to the rules regarding materials and costs. We can't let Brother Bai suffer a loss. The others quickly echoed in agreement. Right. We can't let Brother Bai pay out of pocket. Everyone. Bai Chen raised his hand to calm them down. Please listen to me for a moment. The crowd quieted down. Bai Chen said softly, I can't help with much else, I only have this skill in refining pills. If I were to charge you even for this small matter, what kind of fellow would I be among my peers? He paused, scratching his head awkwardly. However, if you truly feel indebted, then just prepare an extra portion of materials for me. 1 portion is all I need, anything more than that I won't accept. The common rule for pill refining is that the client must provide 3 portions of materials and an additional fee for labor. Regardless of success or failure, these 3 portions and the labor fee are non-refundable. This is an established convention, Even among fellow disciples it is the same. But what did Bai Chen say? He would only charge for one portion of materials. Didn't that mean he would not charge any labor fee at all, and he alone would bear the risk of failure in refining pills? The disciples who had just glared at him in anger were now holding cool pill bottles in their hands, feeling shame to the core. He was only at the second level of qi refining and was still a pill cultivator. What was wrong with not participating in the competition? Wasn't that expected? How could they think so poorly of him? Now he bore no grudges and even distributed pills willing to help refine for them. They truly should feel ashamed. The first disciple to speak up looked embarrassed and said, "How can we let Brother Bai suffer like this?" Bai Chen merely waved his hand, exuding a sense of generosity. "What loss or no loss? We are all brothers from the same sect. Today you help me, tomorrow I'll help you. Mutual assistance is what it's all about. If you truly feel indebted, just look out for me more in the future." Not knowing who started it, everyone clasped their fists in unison. Brother Bai is so magnanimous. We will remember this kindness. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Bai Chen also cupped his hands to the crowd, saying, "You are all too kind, too kind." The atmosphere on the trial road became lively as they helped each other along and continued forward. However, as injuries varied in severity, they gradually began to disperse again. Once most people had scattered, Bai Chen let out a deep breath. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, being the target of everyone's wrath would have made things difficult. However, this could also be seen as a blessing in disguise. He had planned to gather materials for his experience, and now he not only had no worries about materials, but also made connections. The road ahead was wider now. "Brother Chen, were you actually trying to laugh at me just now?" As they walked, Zhou Shi suddenly muttered this. Bai Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him and laughed without reservation. "How should I put it? I wanted to laugh the moment you came down from the platform. But thinking it might hurt your pride, I held back. But when I saw the crowd behind you all bruised and battered, I really couldn't hold it in any longer. To be precise, I almost got beaten up because of you. If you hadn't made me hold back my laughter, I wouldn't have been unable to control myself." Zhou Shi's eyes widened in shock. "Are you being serious?" "Ha!" Suddenly, not just Bai Chen, but also Fang He and Jang Wen Shuan burst into laughter. Accompanying Zhou Shi back to Yugu, Bai Chen returned to his room after sending him back. Just as he sat down at the edge of the bed, he hadn't even caught his breath. Bang! The wooden door was slammed open from the outside with a force so unreasonable that it was as if a mountain had been thrown against it. The door slammed against the inner wall, bouncing back half a foot, swaying precariously. Bai Chen hadn't even had time to turn his head. He was directly knocked in the stomach by a massive force. Uffed! Bai Chen felt as if his abdomen had been struck hard, his organs shifting upward. Then his whole body was suddenly propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the bed. The old wooden bed emitted a painful creaking sound, and all four legs slid half an inch toward the wall, colliding with it with a bang, nearly collapsing. Then that massive force settled firmly on top of him. Bai Chen. He felt like he was breathing out more than in, and stars began to flash before his eyes. Unable to endure, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Sure, foam." Shi Feng's round amber eyes were just 3 inches away from him, looking down at him with innocent excitement and no self-awareness. Hearing Bai Chen call its name, it became even more excited. That thick pink tongue, about the size of an adult's forearm, licked from the tip of Bai Chen's chin all the way to his hairline. Then it licked back down from the hairline to the chin. An indescribable, foul, complex odor enveloped Bai Chen completely. Ugh! Bai Chen's stomach churned violently. He desperately turned his head, gripping Shi Feng's cheeks with both hands, using all his strength to push it away. Shi Feng's eyes were squeezed into slits, but it still grinned widely, panting excitedly, wanting to lick Bai Chen again. Its tail wagged happily back and forth, the long strands of dark fur at the tip sweeping across the edge of the bed, making a swishing sound. "Shi Feng, do you know how heavy you are? And what on earth have you eaten? Ugh! It smells so bad." Bai Chen's furious shout was interrupted by another enthusiastic lick, making him feel nauseous to the point of nearly fainting. "Shi Feng, get down." Lu Yan's slightly breathless voice thundered at the entrance. "Get down now." Shi Feng reluctantly lifted itself off the bed, its 4 legs hitting the ground with a dull thud. It clearly looked unhappy, its tail no longer wagging, and it stared at Lu Yan with its round amber eyes. Bai Chen, not having time to deal with the silent confrontation between master and pet, climbed out of bed, rubbing his aching stomach, and took a handkerchief from his bag to wipe his face vigorously. It seemed he couldn't wipe it clean. Ugh! Bai Chen could only helplessly fetch water to wash his face. After a few attempts, feeling it had lost its flavor, he looked blankly at Lu Yan. "What exactly did you feed Shi Feng?" Lu Yan's gaze immediately drifted to the beam, mumbling, "I didn't feed it anything." Bai Chen replied in disbelief. "If you didn't feed it anything, how could it end up like this?" Soon Li Feiyu and his opponent took the stage. His opponent was a burly young man wearing a pair of metallic gloves. Even without the steward disciple calling out names, Bai Chen could tell that this was another disciple from the Xianding Peak. From a distance, Bai Chen couldn't see the opponent's attributes. The barrier rose quickly, and the match began. The fight appeared quite ordinary. If there was anything peculiar, it was perhaps Li Feiyu's keen battle awareness, as he always managed to evade before the opponent could attack. However, the disciples of Xianding Peak were not particularly fast, which didn't mean much. Just as Bai Chen was pondering, Chen Jinbao ran over. Brother Bai. Chen Jinbao called out to Bai Chen and hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting to Zhou Shi and the others. Brother Zhou, Brother Fong, Brother Zhang, good morning. The others smiled and clasped their hands back, saying, Brother Chen looks in a good mood today. Chen Jinbao grinned foolishly and replied, I made it to the second round yesterday and was praised by the Beastmaster, so am in a good mood. Hearing him mention yesterday's match, Bai Chen and the others looked a bit strange. Bai Chen couldn't help but ask, with how you performed yesterday, didn't Beastmaster say anything to you? Why would he say anything to me? Chen Jinbao looked puzzled. I didn't lose against the senior brother of the 8th layer of Qi Refinement. The Beastmaster was quite pleased. Bai Chen twitched his lips. So that's the nature of Mo Henian. Yesterday, Chen Jinbao faced a senior brother of the 8th layer of Qi Refinement from Tianyan Peak, and Bai Chen thought there was no chance he would win. He would surely be knocked off the stage immediately. Lu Shitong followed his gaze. There was a hint of subtle emotion in his tone. While his health is not that good, it is said that he has had a weak heart since he was in his mother's womb, and even the people on Qinquan Peak know about it. His body can still rely on elixirs for nurturing during the Qi refinement stage, but the foundation establishment phase to come. Sigh. He didn't finish his sentence, only shaking his head in regret. Bai Chen nodded understanding. It seems that the gray entry might indeed be negative. What about senior brother Li Feiyu? Does brother Lu know if this senior brother has any particularly outstanding talents? Lu Shitong's eyes brightened again. Oh, I know that very well. Li Feiyu is the chief of the outer sect of Lingxia Peak with a single gold spirit root. At just 17, he has already reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage, but that's not the main point. He paused for a moment to create suspense. Bai Chen immediately asked, so what is the main point? Lu Shitong continued with satisfaction. His true trump card is his innate sword bone. Bai Chen blinked. The innate sword bone, is it related to that Gingjin sword bone entry? Brother Lu, could you elaborate on what is so unusual about senior brother Li's innate sword bone? What is there that cannot be said? Lu Shitong's tone unexpectedly carried a hint of seriousness. I heard from a brother at Lingxia Peak that Li Feiyu's bones are far beyond ordinary people with meridians that naturally follow the path of sword veins. He does not need to deliberately practice any sword techniques, just by standing there he is akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Elder Xiao from Lingxia Peak has personally stated that Li Feiyu is a once-in-a-century sword talent slightly inferior to the innate sword heart. If he establishes a foundation in the future, he will certainly have a place among the core disciples of Lingxia Peak. After finishing, he smacked his lips, his tone tinged with uncontainable envy. Such talent is truly enviable. He had a knack for gathering intelligence. However, in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. He also hoped to cultivate rapidly or possess formidable combat power. Alas, sigh. Bai Chen slowly nodded. That Gingjin sword bone indeed meant he was akin to a sword himself. Looking at Lu Shitong, Bai Chen sincerely praised. Brother Lu is truly well informed, you know everything. Lu Shitong naturally said, Yuan Qing Dai from Lingzhuan Peak. Her talismans can be sold for 80 contribution points each in the sect, and there is still a shortage of them. However, when she first entered, just like Pei Yuanjing, she couldn't find a suitable direction in the outer sect, and almost regressed in her cultivation while trying to learn swordsmanship. When Su Qingzhou arrived, she said that Yuan Qing Dai was extremely focused and could multitask exceptionally while being a genius in the talisman path. Indeed, after she switched to talismans, she soared to great heights. There are many such cases. Otherwise, why do you think the sect spends a fortune inviting Su Qingzhou every 5 years? It's precisely to ensure that no potential talents are overlooked. Bai Chen felt not only tension in his mind, but also in his entire body. He asked awkwardly, when will Elder Su come again next time? Upon mentioning this, Lu Shitong clapped his hands joyfully and said, next year will be the time for the sect to invite him again. Perhaps I also have some hidden talent that has yet to be discovered, making me a great practitioner. Bai Chen glanced at Lu Shitong, thinking that he might be disappointed. Lu Shitong was happily contemplating the prospect of soaring to great heights in the future when he suddenly said, oh right. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of flattery on his face. I heard that you can now help the disciples of Yugu with alchemy, right? Can you refine the foundation establishment pill by Shidi? Bai Chen nodded, I can. Hee. Lu Shitong's smile became even more obsequious as he asked, I would like to ask Bai Shidi to help me refine 2 batches. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Bai Chen immediately nodded. What's inconvenient about it? Just give me the materials, Lu Shixiao. All right. Lu Shirtong beamed. Then I will bring the materials to you once we return. Sure, no problem. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Lu Shirtong ran off to gather more information. Watching him walk away, Bai Chen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Hearing about Su Qingzhou was entirely unexpected. He never imagined that someone could discern the talents of others. Without needing a medium or contact, just a glance could strip away everything from a person. It was terrifying. The thought of meeting Su Qingzhou a year later made Bai Chen's hair stand on end. In a year, he couldn't possibly avoid copying even a single attribute. He had no idea what Su Qingzhou would perceive in others' talents. What if she could also see the colors of talents? Since entering the sect, the best attributes he had seen were from Lin Lie. 1 gold and 1 purple, the rest were either blue or green. Next was Su Qingwan. 1 orange and 1 purple, all green. These two only had 1 golden or orange talent at best. If he ended up copying attributes that were all gold and orange, wouldn't Su Qingzhou explode upon seeing them? Bai Chen swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out. This Su Qingzhou visits Hushu sect every 5 years to help identify overlooked geniuses. It sounded quite nice, like a benefactor that all desperate disciples dream of. But let's not forget that he is getting paid to do this. What if this talent scout took the Hushu sect's money but then sold the information to others? Could there be someone coveting the opportunities he possessed? The feeling of being controlled by someone was just too terrible. No, he had to find something to conceal his talent and cultivation level first. If he couldn't get such an item within a month, he would have to focus on advancing. Was Su Qingzhou at the peak of foundation establishment? His diligent cultivation should yield twice the results with half the effort, and if he could bring over the affinity attributes of 5 spirit roots, he aimed to break through foundation establishment within 6 months. As for the golden core, Bai Chen narrowed his eyes. If things went as he hoped, achieving golden core in 1 step was not impossible. At that time, he would first subdue Su Qingzhou and copy her attributes. If he could copy her attributes and manage to conceal his own talents, that would be great. If not, Bai Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. After a moment, he sighed deeply. Ultimately, the cultivation world still prioritized cultivation levels. Survival was important, but if he couldn't survive, he must have the ability to strike back. He had to firmly grasp his own life to feel at ease. Next, Bai Chen continued to investigate the attributes of others, completely shifting his focus away from any cultivation attributes, always looking for something to conceal himself. Unfortunately, after searching for a whole day, he still couldn't find a single attribute related to concealment. With that, the Outer Sect's major examination also came to an end. In the Jiechen Year Outer Sect major examination, the sword testing competition, the top 3 have been determined. Wei Chonggang's voice resonated across the sword testing ground, bringing Bai Chen back to his scattered thoughts. He looked towards the observation platform. First place, Lingxia Peak Li Feiyu. Bai Chen wasn't surprised. Although Li Feiyu's talent attributes might not be the best, they were definitely the most suited for battle. His first place was quite reasonable. Second place, Qiankuan Peak Gu Shana. This caught Bai Chen a bit off guard. With such a weak physique, he surprisingly placed second. The attributes of the Eye of Heaven's calculation were also ridiculously strong. Third place. Wei Chonggang paused, then announced loudly, Yugu Ming Tsuanji. Bai Chen followed the gaze of the crowd and saw someone he had never noticed before. In his 40s, with an ordinary appearance, his temples already streaked with gray. Wearing a faded disciple's robe from Yugu, he sat at the edge of the waiting area completely alone. At that moment, he slowly stood up, opened his mouth, and then uncontrollably burst into tears. In the Jiechen Year Outer Sect major examination, this concludes the event. Wei Chonggang's voice rang out again across the sword testing ground. In this major examination, there are victors and losers. This is the norm. Bai Chen was taken aback. The Peak Master called for me. Su Qingwan nodded. Yes, let's go. We shouldn't keep the Peak Master waiting. Oh, all right. Bai Chen turned back to wave at Jang Wen Shuan and the others who were waiting not far away, saying, You all go back first. I need to make a trip to Dan Yuan Peak. All right. The others nodded and turned to leave. Bai Chen approached Su Qingwan, saying, Sister Su, let's go. Su Qingwan led him towards the flying boat. The flying boat of Dan Yuan Peak was not the usual shuttle or sparrow-tailed shape, but rather a 3-legged double-eared design resembling a cauldron made entirely of red copper. The belly of the boat was round with layers of cloud and fire patterns engraved on its exterior. Su Qingwan lightly tapped her toes and had already landed steadily inside the boat. She turned to Bai Chen and said, Come up. Bai Chen nodded, glanced at the half-height ship's railing, and pushed himself up. Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned, an apologetic expression crossing her face. I'm sorry, I forgot to lower the ladder. Outer disciples of Dan Yuan Peak must reach at least the 3rd level of Qi refinement within 2 months. At the 3rd level, one can learn lightness techniques, so the flying boat had a ladder but had never been lowered. She instinctively jumped up, but forgot that Bai Chen was only at the second level of Qi refinement and did not yet know the lightness technique. Bai Chen climbed up, patted his hands, and smiled, shaking his head. It's fine. He looked around. On the cauldron boat stood 50 to 60 outer disciples of Dan Yuan Peak, clustered in groups of 2 or 3. Upon seeing Bai Chen come up, their gazes unconsciously turned towards him. Is he Bai Chen who this year avoided the martial contest thanks to refining the Danwen pill? Someone whispered to their companion in a low voice. Thinking their voices were low, yet every word clearly drifted into Bai Chen's ears. His alchemy talent is so strong, but unfortunately, he has 5 spirit roots. Otherwise, he could go directly into Dan Yuan Peak. Who says otherwise? Bai Chen listened to their whispered gossip, his expression unchanged, quickly scanning the crowd until he spotted Feng Linger. She stood alone at the very edge of the ship's railing, several steps away from the other Dan Yuan Peak disciples. With her slightly raised chin and drooping mouth, she did not seem to be excluded, but rather as if she was excluding others. Her whole demeanor radiated dissatisfaction. Sensing Bai Chen's gaze sweep over her, she glanced over, snorted, and turned away. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, she said nothing. If this were before entering the sect, with just that glance he had cast, she would have immediately scolded him for staring and threatened to pluck out his eyes. It seemed that after being restrained by Feng Yang for 2 months, there was still some effect. Su Qingwan nodded slightly at the disciple steering the flying boat. Let's go. The attendant disciple responded with a hand gesture. The group of hazy red spiritual light beneath the belly of the cauldron boat suddenly brightened, as if the Dan fire had just risen. The boat gently trembled, then steadily lifted off the ground, slowly heading east towards the sword trial platform. Bai Chen held onto the railing, gazing down at the sword trial platform that gradually shrank below. This was not his first time riding a flying boat. His first time was 2 months ago on the day of entering the sect. He had swayed on the Qingzhou boat for 15 minutes from the Spirit Summoning Hall to Yugu. Its speed was roughly equivalent to the shared bicycles he rode in his past life. Now this one was different. He looked down at the rapidly retreating mountains and valleys beneath the boat. The speed of the cauldron boat was considerably faster than that of the Qingzhou boat. It felt similar to a car traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. The distance from the sword trial platform to Dan Yuan Peak was about 20 miles, and they should arrive in a little over 10 minutes. Retracting his gaze, Bai Chen looked at Su Qingwan beside him and asked, Sister Su, do you know why the Peak Master is looking for me? Su Qingwan turned to him, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Why the Peak Master is looking for you, I do not know. She paused, her gaze lightly sweeping across his face. However, I guess it should be related to your recent successful refinement of the perfect quality Danwen pill. Most likely he wants to assess your cultivation progress. Bai Chen nodded slightly, suddenly puzzled. Sister Su, why do you still refer to the Peak Master as such and not as Master? With her talent and being valued by Feng Yang, she should have been accepted as a disciple by now. Why did she still address Feng Yang as the Peak Master on both occasions he met her? Su Qingwan nodded slightly. Junior brother, Bai, you just entered the sect and may not know this rule. Our Hisu sect's rule is that one cannot take a master until reaching foundation establishment. She raised her hand to smooth her side hair. Although I am currently being guided by the Peak Master in my cultivation, I still have to wait until I succeed in foundation establishment before I can formally become his disciple and address him as master. Her gaze fell on Bai Chen's face, her brows curving slightly. The Peak Master has praised you to us disciples since you first entered the sect. He has always placed great importance on you. So you must cultivate diligently. I am looking forward to having another junior brother. Bai Chen lowered his head slightly and humbly replied, Sister, your encouragement I will surely remember in my heart. In the future, I will diligently cultivate and dare not slack off. While speaking humbly, he secretly mused, it's uncertain whether you will be my junior sister or I will be your junior brother. The flying boat entered the territory of Dan Yuan Peak and did not continue ascending. It gradually slowed down and finally stopped on a wide stone platform spanning several dozen feet. The Dan Yuan Peak disciples on the flying boat jumped off, some walking, some flying away on swords. Bai Chen saw Feng Linger jump off the boat and raise her chin, walking toward a side mountain path. She was alone, clearly not having many friends. This is the landing platform. Su Qingwan explained from the side as Bai Chen jumped off the boat and looked around. The flying boat stops here. To go further up, one must walk or use a sword. She summoned her flying sword and jumped on it, saying to Bai Chen, Come on, junior brother, I will take you to the Gathering Pill Pavilion. Otherwise it will take you at least a quarter of an hour to walk there. Thank you, sister. Bai Chen expressed his gratitude and jumped onto the flying sword. Su Qingwan activated the protective spiritual light to block the oncoming strong wind and took Bai Chen soaring into the sky. After 20 breaths, Su Qingwan retracted her sword power and gently landed in front of the Gathering Pill Pavilion. A disciple at the entrance saw them coming and quickly approached. Bai Chen was slightly puzzled. It wasn't Su Cheng. Wasn't he on duty today? The disciple politely saluted Su Qingwan and with a clear voice interrupted Bai Chen's thoughts. Sister Su. After greeting Su Qingwan, he turned to Bai Chen and bowed again, saying, Dao friend Bai. The peak master is waiting inside. You may enter on your own. Thank you for your trouble. He nodded in return. Su Qingwan bid farewell to Bai Chen, saying, Junior brother Bai, I will leave you here. Bai Chen cupped his hand, saying, Thank you, Sister Su, for accompanying me all the way. Su Qingwan waved her hand, her sword light, rising once more, disappearing in an instant into the evening glow. Bai Chen turned and entered the gathering pill pavilion. The lights inside had already been lit. Several red copper palace lanterns hung under the beams with wicks made from unknown materials that burned warmly, enveloping the entire pavilion in a soft, warm glow. Feng Yang sat by the window behind a low table, leisurely flipping through a scroll in his hands. Today he wore a moon-white deep robe, his hair casually pinned up with a plain white jade hairpin, his brows and eyes clear and elegant, exuding a gentle aura. Bai Chen silently approached within 5 meters of him and silently thought, query Feng Yang's attributes. Name Feng Yang. Age 49. Cultivation realm, late stage of golden core, 8th layer. Spirit roots, firewood. Talent attributes, limit break, purple focus, blue mastery of fire blue. Upon seeing these attributes, Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. He had always believed that Feng Yang, having become a peak master at such a young age, would possess exceptional attributes. Unexpectedly, he not only had dual spirit roots, but also only 1 purple and 2 blue attributes. These attributes are not particularly outstanding. So what is the use of this limit break? Does it help with cultivation? Feng Yang heard a sound and looked up, waving at Bai Chen, who was lost in thought not far away. Come here. Bai Chen came to his senses and obediently walked up to Feng Yang, standing with his hands at his sides. Feng Yang extended his hand, gently placing his index and middle fingers on Bai Chen's wrist. Bai Chen felt a warm and gentle spiritual energy flowing from his fingertips, slowly probing into his meridians. His heart skipped a beat. Was Feng Yang concerned that his progress was too rapid and wanted to assess his foundation? This probing shouldn't reveal any abnormalities in him, right? Oh, why not check a month later? That way he could conveniently copy the attributes. Feng Yang's spiritual energy circulated through his body, meticulously examining various acupoints, meridians, and dantian before slowly retracting like a receding tide. Bai Chen lowered his head, subtly raising an eyebrow. So soon to withdraw the spiritual energy. Even if he could copy it, there wasn't enough time. Peak of the 2nd layer of Qi, refinement, solid foundation, pure spiritual energy. Feng Yang retracted his hand, looking at Bai Chen with a slight frown. But you have only been practicing for 2 months. Have you consumed any foundation building pills or similar elixirs? Yes, master, I have taken foundation building pills. Bai Chen nodded. In reality, he had not taken any. But he couldn't admit that. Reaching the peak of the 2nd layer of Qi, refinement, with 5 spiritual roots in just 2 months without the aid of elixirs would be too conspicuous to others. Feng Yang frowned slightly. The faint crease in his brow made Bai Chen's heart lift slightly. Was he displeased with his answer? Before he could think of a way to deceive Feng Yang spoke again. How many have you taken? There's no residual poison from the pills in your body. Bai Chen's alarm bells rang. How could he answer this to dispel Feng Yang's doubts? I took a few. He mumbled vaguely, his mind racing to come up with an excuse. I understand your thoughts, Feng Yang said. Huh. Bai Chen hadn't even figured out how to deceive him, yet Feng Yang seemed to have already thought of a response. Feng Yang sighed. I understand you wish to quickly improve your cultivation, which is only natural. Back in my Qi refinement period, I secretly took several pills, as well, hoping to establish my foundation sooner and ascend to higher realms. But remember, unless the pills are of perfect quality, there will always be some residual poison. Once or twice it might not show any signs. However, as it accumulates over time, that poison will settle deep within your meridians and between the acupoints, and when you face a critical moment in the future, it will become an invisible obstacle. The reason you currently have no residual poison is that you are still young and have a good foundation. But this is not a long-term solution. Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. You must take steady steps to reach greater heights. If you rush to ascend, you risk stumbling halfway and falling harder than those who advance slowly. Should the cultivation world really be a place of deceit and intrigue where one can betray their brother for a mere chance? Yet the Heaven Gate sect seems entirely different. Though he has not been here long, all the feedback he received from the high-ranking members of various sects was that they exerted themselves to uplift their disciples. But could a sect truly be devoid of selfish motives? Having discussed so much, it's time to ask you about your main business. What insights have you gained in alchemy during this time? Feng Yang suddenly interrupted, breaking Bai Chen's thoughts. Responding to the Peak Master, I have been diligently practicing my alchemical skills over the past 2 months and have some shallow insights on producing first-grade elixirs. As for slightly more complex first-grade intermediate elixirs like the spirit pill, I have also attempted it a few times. The success rate is acceptable, mostly producing intermediate quality with occasional higher quality, though it is still not stable enough. Feng Yang nodded. In 2 months, you have stabilized the production of intermediate first-grade elixirs with occasional high-quality ones. This progress is indeed commendable. Afterward, Feng Yang kept Bai Chen in the pill-gathering pavilion for a little over half an hour, meticulously teaching him some important notes and techniques in alchemy. Half an hour later, a disciple knocked on the door to report. Peak Master Brother Su has arrived. The disciple's expression was somewhat peculiar, which piqued Bai Chen's curiosity. Su Cheng just arrived, so why this expression? Feng Yang nodded, adjusted his robe, and stood up. That will be all for today. Tomorrow you go find Su Qingwan. Oh, I will have her arrange your accommodation. Bai Chen stood up and deeply bowed to Feng Yang. Yes, I take my leave, master. Bai Chen stepped back 3 steps and turned towards the door. As he pushed the door open, he was stunned. He saw Su Cheng kneeling there straight and stiff just 3 steps outside the door. This was the first time Bai Chen had seen him since he had violently beaten Lin Lie. Su Cheng's complexion was not good. His face was pale with a hint of ashen yellow bloodshot eyes with an abnormal redness around the eye sockets. It seemed as if he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. No wonder that disciple had that expression. Seeing someone emerge, Su Cheng did not lift his head, and with a loud thud, he knocked his head on the ground, his voice hoarse, as he said, "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Bai Chen was startled and immediately jumped aside to avoid Su Cheng's head. He awkwardly reminded Brother Su, "It's me." Su Cheng slowly straightened up and looked at Bai Chen. In his bloodshot eyes there was no embarrassment of mistaking someone, only an extremely repressed emotion surging within. He hoarsely whispered, "Bai Shitty. Brother Su, are you all right?" Bai Chen's worried words were cut short as a furious reprimand suddenly echoed from the sky. "Su Cheng." The voice was sharp as ice, but wrapped in a raging fury, striking down from the horizon, causing the copper palace lantern under the pill-gathering pavilion to shake slightly. Bai Chen abruptly looked up. He saw a streak of rainbow light piercing through the sky, trailing a long tail of flames as it rushed from the depths of the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow light reached above the pill-gathering pavilion. As the rainbow light dissipated, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Wen Ruoheng, the Peak Master of Lingxiao Peak. Bai Chen was astonished as she had returned from Qingming Valley. He had only met Wen Ruoheng once in front of the Spirit Summoning Hall, and she had left a chilly and taciturn impression, her eyes always dull. But at this moment her eyes were burning with an uncontainable rage. Bai Chen didn't have time to react as Wen Ruoheng landed. The way she landed could hardly be described as a landing, it was more akin to a crash. With a thud, she strode up to Su Cheng. "Su Cheng, stop your nonsense." Wen Ruoheng's voice was filled with a piercing anger. "Do you even know where the soul-severing abyss is?" Su Cheng remained silent as he knelt, hoarsely speaking again to the pill-gathering pavilion. "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Wen Ruoheng was infuriated by his response, her voice rising several degrees. "Do you understand that the soul-severing abyss is the boundary between humans and demons? Every day there are battles with casualties. It is a battlefield of endless conflict between the two races. What chaos will you bring there?" Su Cheng still ignored Wen Ruoheng. "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." He merely hung his head, kneeling before the door of the pill-gathering pavilion, as if in another world, ignoring Wen Ruoheng's scolding, only persistently requesting to guard the soul-severing abyss. Wen Ruoheng looked at Su Cheng in such a state, trembling with anger. After scolding for so long, he remained kneeling with his head down, only knocking his head once for his request to guard the soul-severing abyss, the force of which seemed to want to embed himself into the ground. "You." Wen Ruoheng was extremely furious, gritting her teeth as she stepped forward and grabbed his collar, lifting him off the ground. "Look at me." Su Cheng did not resist. He merely hung limply, his head drooping, not even lifting his eyelids to look at Wen Ruoheng. Wen Ruoheng looked at his face. His bloodshot eyes were hollow, not knowing what they were staring at. His entire face was ashen, like a crumpled paper that had been unfolded again. She was instantly filled with anger and slapped Su Cheng across the face. "I am speaking to you, did you hear me?" Su Cheng's cheek turned, and he slowly returned to face her. This time he looked at Wen Ruoheng, but still said, "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Wen Ruoheng was so furious her body trembled slightly. She raised her hand and slapped Su Cheng again. "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Slap. "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Slap. "Please, master, allow me to guard the soul-severing abyss." Slap. With each slap, Su Cheng requested to go guard the soul-severing abyss. Bai Chen felt his teeth ache from watching his own cheeks stinging in sympathy. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Feng Yang standing at the door, watching Su Cheng get beaten, and couldn't help but whisper, "Peak Master, aren't you going to intervene?" Su Cheng was his disciple. How could he just watch another Peak Master beat his disciple without intervening? Feng Yang replied nonchalantly. Peakmaster when is someone I brought here. Bai Chen's eyes widened. Huh, you brought her here. To beat Su Cheng. Wen Ruohang slapped Su Cheng several times, yet he remained silent and did not look at her, causing her chest to heave with anger. She tossed him aside and coldly stated, no matter what you think, I do not agree to your guarding the soul-severing abyss. Su Cheng collapsed on the ground, his body trembling slightly, and suddenly laughed. Those repressed feelings that had been held back for too long finally began to surge forth. He glared at Wen Ruohang fiercely, words squeezing out from his throat, his voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Why can Lin Lie go but I cannot? Wen Ruohang's brows knitted tightly. Lin Lie is a swordsman. You, a pill cultivator, are just going there to die. A swordsman? Su Cheng laughed mockingly, his voice hoarse as he shouted, he is no swordsman at all. He is someone who changed his path to formation, someone who can't even protect the woman he loves. He's just a worthless fool. Wen Ruohang's expression changed as she angrily rebuked, stop talking nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? Su Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Wen Ruohang. What did I say wrong? Isn't it because of him that Ji Ning died? And you? Ji Ning had not even established her foundation and should not have gone to Qingming Valley. It was you who said you would protect her. And what happened? You couldn't even protect your own niece. You are also a worthless fool. Wen Ruohang's figure stiffened, her entire body's rage seemingly punctured by a sword, instantly deflating completely. The pill-gathering pavilion suddenly fell silent. Bai Chen swallowed hard, quietly moving 2 steps forward while touching the corridor pillar, silently thinking. Query attributes of Wen Ruohang and Su Cheng. Name Wen Ruohang. Age 35. Cultivation realm, early stage of nascent soul. Spiritual root water. Talent attributes guardian sword, heart orange, sword intent profound, purple, living towards death blue. Name Su Cheng. Age 24. Cultivation realm, mid stage of foundation establishment. Spiritual root fire. Talent attributes body of pill essence, purple, natural fire, blue, keen spiritual perception, green, strong physique, green. Bai Chen examined the attributes of the 2 individuals, his pupils slightly constricting. If he remembered correctly, Wen Ruohang should have been at the golden core stage before going to Qingming Valley, and upon returning, she had ascended to nascent soul. However, her attributes and talents were indeed remarkable. Both of her attributes were related to the sword path. No wonder she could become the master of Lingxiao Peak at such a young age. Su Cheng's attributes, 1 purple and 1 blue, were also impressive. Yet after seeing so many golden and orange attributes, Bai Chen found his own attributes rather mediocre. Tisk, indeed, it is easier to fall into extravagance from frugality than to return to frugality from extravagance. However, just now Su Cheng mentioned something about his niece. Wen Ruohang is his aunt. Su Cheng's words instantly deflated Wen Ruohang's anger. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes tightly, her entire body trembling slightly. After a long while, she opened her eyes to look at the stubbornly kneeling Su Cheng, slowly turning to gaze at Feng Yang in front of the pill-gathering pavilion. With a hoarse voice she spoke, I will take him back first and return him to you tomorrow. Feng Yang nodded, please, junior sister one. Wen Ruohang gave a slight nod of thanks and walked up to Su Cheng. She lifted the kneeling Su Cheng off the ground. Su Cheng resisted and struggled, still shouting to Feng Yang, please master, allow me to go to the soul-severing abyss. Before he finished speaking, Wen Ruohang struck him unconscious with a swift motion. His voice abruptly ceased. Su Cheng's body went limp, tilting to one side, caught by Wen Ruohang by the nape of his neck. His head drooped, resting against his chest, his limbs powerless, suspended in midair. Wen Ruohang nodded slightly to Feng Yang, then turned her gaze to Bai Chen, who was hiding behind a pillar, and surprisingly gave him a slight nod as well. Bai Chen was taken aback, quickly stepping out from behind the pillar to respectfully bow to Wen Ruohang. Wen Ruohang said no more and carried Su Cheng away into the air. Feng Yang watched her leave suddenly, letting out a deep sigh as he looked at Bai Chen. Don't hesitate to use the magical artifact I gave you. Nothing is more important than your life. Remember that. He spoke calmly. As usual, his tone was warm and gentle. Yet deep within his eyes something flickered by swiftly. It was too fast. So fast that Bai Chen nearly thought it was his imagination, leaving him no time to ponder. He quickly clasped his hands, saying, yes, disciple will remember. Feng Yang nodded slightly, waving to Bai Chen, you may leave. Yes. Bai Chen bowed, deeply stepping back 3 paces before turning to walk down the mountain. The lights of the pill-gathering pavilion gradually faded behind him. He walked slowly, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. He thought that Su Jining was gone and Lin Lie no longer needed the fruit-flavored qi-nourishing pills, so he hadn't seen him recently. It turned out he had gone to guard the soul-severing abyss. From Wen Ruohang's tone, the soul-severing abyss was a border between humans and demons, rife with danger and constant battles. Lin Lie going there could only mean he sought revenge for Su Jining. Su Cheng wanting to go as well must be for the same reason. However, when he heard about Su Jining's accident in Qingming Valley, he hadn't thought much of it. It was only now he was reacting. The task at Qingming Valley involved all Foundation establishment disciples, yet Su Jining had not yet established his foundation, so how could he have gone along? It must be due to Wen Ruhang's presence. After all, with a golden core powerhouse leading hiding behind her should not result in any issues. Yet unexpectedly issues arose. No one could have anticipated that Su Jining would secretly follow Lin Lie deep into Qingming Valley, resulting in his demise. And Feng Yang had just given him a protective artifact, stressing that he should not hesitate to use it. Could it be that Su Jining also had a similar protective artifact on him at that time? But for some unknown reason, she did not use it, leading to. And Wen Ruohong was likely enraged due to her niece's death, hence her furious rampage through Qingming Valley with a sword. Golden core going in, nascent soul coming out. Her talent was indeed formidable. One wonders if Su Cheng being dragged away by her will face any punishment tonight. Bai Chen's descent down the mountain suddenly halted. He looked up at the dark mountain path ahead, stunned. No way. Wasn't Feng Yang supposed to send him back? He couldn't fly, and walking back to Yugu from Dan Yuan Peak. How long would that take? By the time Bai Chen trudged back to Yugu, an hour had already passed. It was dark, making it hard to see, and he was walking much slower than during the day. Moreover, being at the second layer of Qi refinement, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. He had been stumbling through the darkness for an hour. Upon reaching Yugu, he still had a stretch of mountain path to traverse to reach his residence. He was truly at a loss. Bai Chen continued to trudge towards the low bamboo forest. He noticed that the houses of Zhou Shi and Feng He in front were pitch dark and felt puzzled. Although it was dark, it was still early. Were Zhou Shi and Feng He already asleep at such an early hour? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice emerge from the dark figure ahead. Bai Shidi. Bai Chen squinted in the moonlight to take a closer look and saw Lu Shitong standing in front of his wooden house, waving at him with a smile. Bai Chen paused for a moment, suddenly remembering he had made arrangements with Lu Shitong to refine Qi nourishing pills tonight. He quickly took a few steps forward and clasped his hands in apology, saying, Sorry for keeping senior brother Lu waiting. I truly apologize. Lu Shitong waved his hand with a smile that revealed his teeth. Not long, just over an hour, it's nothing. Bai Chen. It's nothing, but you shouldn't say that. I heard you will be going to Dan Yuan Peak tomorrow. Lu Shitong smiled as he sized up Bai Chen, giving him a nod of respect. Congratulations. Bai Chen marveled at Lu Shitong's information-gathering skills. They were remarkable. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Bai Chen opened the wooden door, turned on the light, and invited Lu Shitong inside. Lu Shitong entered, taking out 4 sets of materials from his storage bag and placing them on the table. Bai Shidi, this is the material for the Qi nourishing pills we agreed upon previously. There are 4 sets, please take care of it. Bai Chen glanced down at the 4 sets of materials, then reached into his storage bag and pulled out a pill bottle, presenting it to Lu Shitong. This is for you, senior brother Lu. What is this? Lu Shitong asked in confusion, opening it to find 20 Qi nourishing pills, his eyes immediately widening in surprise. A bottle containing 20 Qi nourishing pills, their appearance perfect and glowing faintly, indicating they were of at least mid-grade quality. Qi nourishing pills were only useful for those in the Qi refinement stage. Even Foundation establishment alchemists found them unworthy of refining. Previously, he could only find external disciples at Dan Yuan Peak to refine Qi nourishing pills. But few alchemists in the Qi refinement stage could properly control the refining of Qi nourishing pills. Most produced low-grade pills, and usually there would only be 4 or 5 pills per batch. If 7 or 8 pills came out, that would be a cause for celebration. Yet Bai Chen had directly given him 20. Moreover, they were all mid-grade. This. Junior brother, Bai, this is too much. Lu Shitong quickly pushed the pill bottle back, but Bai Chen gently pressed it down. Bai Chen looked at him earnestly and said, You know, I will be going to Dan Yuan Peak tomorrow. Once I enter the main peak, I fear I won't be able to assist with alchemy for the next few days. He pushed the pill bottle back into Lu Shitong's hands. This is what I refined and saved up earlier. Senior brother Lu, you can take it for now. Also, Bai Chen smiled sheepishly. I would like to ask senior brother Lu to explain to the other brothers in Yu Valley. It's not that I, Bai Chen, am unwilling to help, but I may need some time to recuperate. After obtaining the protective artifact from Feng Yang, Bai Chen decided to rush to the 3rd level of Qi refining first to learn a method of escape before going to Shun Hefang's market. He had glanced over there a few times before joining the sect, where many were selling cultivation manuals and various artifacts. Perhaps he could find what he needed. So the matter of assisting others with alchemy would have to be put on hold. Lu Shitong didn't understand Bai Chen's urgency, but he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. He looked at Bai Chen with a knowing expression. The master of Feng Yang has always favored you. Now that you are entering Dan Yuan Peak, he will surely personally supervise your cultivation. He patted his chest. Rest assured, junior brother, Bai, I will pass on your message to the others in Yu Valley. Bai Chen couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. Then thank you, senior brother Lu. No need for thanks. I'll take my leave now. Lu Shirtong put the pills into his mustard seed bag, cupped his hands to Bai Chen, and quickly departed. After seeing off Lu Shirtong, Bai Chen closed the door, secured his materials, and sat on the bed. Then he started pulling items out of the mustard seed bag one by one. The Xianlin shield heart-protecting pendant and void escape talismans. Not to mention the little shield given to him by Chen Jinbao. All these defensive treasures were laid out on the bed. With these treasures to protect him, he just needed to learn an escape technique. A trip to Shun, Hefeng should pose no threat to his life. The current issue was how to wear these protective items. He was afraid he wouldn't have time to retrieve them from the mustard seed bag, so he needed to carry them on his person. Bai Chen stroked his chin in thought and pulled out a bundle of thread from the mustard seed bag. He twisted a few strands together, threading the heart-protecting pendant to wear around his neck. Then he took off his disciple robe, turned it inside out, and frowned. This won't do. Although both shields are only palm-sized, the material is too heavy, and sewing them onto the outer garment would make them too obvious. After some consideration, Bai Chen pulled out a pair of underpants and compared the two shields back and forth. Where should I sew them on? He looked front and back, finally shaking his head in frustration. The underpants were also not suitable. If the shields fell off while escaping, it would be better to die instead. Bai Chen stroked his chin, glancing at these items on the bed. The outer garment wouldn't work, the underpants wouldn't either, so should he hang them around his neck? Suddenly his eyes brightened. He pulled out an old piece of clothing from the mustard seed bag, grabbed scissors, and snipped away, transforming it into a vest. He threaded the Xianlin shield onto the back, secured the Liuguang iron wall at the chest, then donned it, and slipped on his disciple robe, looking around. Not bad, not bad. Except it's a bit heavy, it doesn't hinder my movements, and its appearance is inconspicuous. Perfect. The Xianlin shield could automatically activate to defend against a full strike from a golden core, making it ideal for ambush protection. With the heart-protecting pendant and Liuguang iron wall in front, as long as he was careful, it would suffice for now. Brother Chun. While Bai Chen was trying on the defensive vest, a voice from outside the door called out to him. He took off the vest, stowed it in the mustard seed bag, and got up to open the door. Outside were Zhou Shifeng, he, and Jang Wen Shuan. Bai Chen glanced at the wine and roast chicken they were holding and asked, "Is this to celebrate Wen Shuan entering Tianyan Peak?" Zhou Shi was about to speak when he burst into laughter. "Brother Chen, you're quite well informed." Bai Chen looked at him, and Feng he with a smirk, "Then maybe you should celebrate me as well. I'll be going to Danyuan Peak tomorrow." Zhou Shi and Feng he were momentarily stunned, then both broke into smiles. "Really? Then tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." Bai Chen shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have to go to Danyuan Peak tomorrow, and drinking too much might not be good." Jang Wen Shuan also voiced his concern. "I feel the same way, but these two insist that I don't have to drink while they do, and they are determined to buy." Zhou Shi sighed. "You two can't drink, but what about Feng he and me?" Feng he chimed in. "Exactly. I thought only you would be taken by Tianyan Peak, but now Brother Chun has also been taken by Danyuan Peak. Good things come in pairs. We must drink until we drop." Bai Chun and Jang Wen Shuan could not dissuade the two, so they had to follow them to Feng He's small room. There was only one chair in the small room. If there were more people besides sitting on the bed, they could only sit on meditation cushions. The few of them were not too picky. As soon as they entered, Zhou Shi sat cross-legged on the floor. Come. Let's have a good drink tonight." He opened two dusty jars sealed with red cloth, and a faint aroma of Spirit Valley, mixed with a hint of herbal bitterness, immediately wafted out. Zhou Shi picked up a jar and poured some into each bowl in front of them. Bai Chen, sitting across from him, asked, "Where did you get this wine?" "I exchanged it behind the dining hall." Zhou Shi put down the wine jar, a hint of pride on his face. 15 contribution points for a jar. It's said to be brewed by the kitchen steward himself. "I thought today was a special day, so I exchanged for 2 jars. Feng he lifted his bowl and gently swirled it, smiling. "Speaking of which, this is our first time drinking together." "Indeed." Zhou Shi sighed, raising his bowl. "In the future, it might not be so easy." Bai Chen was going to Danyuan Peak. Jang Wen Shuan was going to Tianyan Peak. He and Feng he remained in Yu Valley. Although they were both in the same Hisu sect, each had their own tasks, making it more difficult to meet like before. The four fell silent. Zhou Shi forced a smile, raising his wine bowl. "This is our first gathering to drink together, and it may also be our last. Brother Chen Wen Shuan, let's have a toast." The four of them clinked their wine bowls together. "Cheers." Bai Chen raised his bowl to his lips. The wine was not as strong as he had imagined. First there was a slight chill, then a subtle sweetness. But as he swallowed, that sweetness suddenly transformed. Astringency flooded his throat. It felt like chewing on an unripe fruit, the astringency tightening his tongue and making his eyes feel a bit warm. Zhou Shi and Feng he tilted their heads back, pouring the wine from their bowls into their mouths, then exhaled deeply. Zhou Shi didn't fill Bai Chen and Zhang Wen Shuan's bowls, only pouring a little in. But both his and Feng He's bowls were full. Drinking down such a large bowl was indeed quite potent, causing both their eyes to redden instantly. Zhou side spirit wine is definitely stronger than ordinary wine. Wen Shuan and I merely went to the main peak, not left the sect entirely. You speak as though we'll never see each other again. And you welcome to seek me out anytime. There'll be plenty of chances to meet in the future. Exactly, Jang Wen Shuan added with a smile. Whenever you wish to find us, just come by. And if walking seems too far, simply cultivate to Qi Refinement 7th layer. Then flying on a sword will take no more than a cup of tea. Indeed, Zhou chuckled. In Fong, he also lifted his face into a bright smile, gazing at Bai Chen and Jang Wen Shuan. And both of you have been selected by the main peak. That's an extraordinary blessing. From now on, even within the sect, we'll be known as disciples who have brothers stationed at the main peak. And Zhou nodded vigorously, his grin so wide it revealed his molars. That's right. We'll be backed by main peak brothers, who wouldn't walk with head held high. Absolutely, with heads held high. Though if I'm ever bullied at Dan Yuan Peak, you'd better rush to my rescue. And Zhou blinked in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Rescue. Of course, I'll rescue you. I'll rescue you. Without fail. And the group chatted and laughed, their voices lively and unrestrained. And after a bout of mirth, silence suddenly fell over the room. And Zhou drained another cup of spirit wine, then for once spoke soberly and quietly. Brother Chen Yu and Wen Shuan have already found your Tao. Fong He and I must now seek ours as well. And I intend to delve deeply into the sword Tao, while Fong He wishes to cultivate talisman arts. And we discussed it and decided to undertake a long-term assignment jointly at Lingxiao Peak and Lingzuan Peak. Studying alongside main peak disciples may even refine our cultivation subtly. And Fong He nodded gently. If we go to the main peak, perhaps we'll even attend lectures by senior elders there. You'll surely succeed. Go forth without hesitation. You're bound to make your mark. Zhou possessed innate resonance with sword resonance. Fong, he had an intuitive mastery over minute spiritual energy manipulation, both rare talents though classified as green in rarity. Yet having chosen the right path, diligent study would assuredly yield profound achievement. Seeing their subdued expressions, Jang Wen Shuan softly consoled them. I truly believe your aptitudes guarantee entry to the main peak. It's only a matter of time. Don't burden yourselves with undue concern. What is there to fret about? And Zhou waved dismissively, then flashed another cheerful grin. It's simply that upon reaching Qi Refinement 3rd layer, one must consider which cultivation path to pursue. I'm drawn to the sword Tao of Fong. He prefers talisman arts. That's all there is to it. And he raised his wine bowl and clinked it against Fong. He's come. These two lack fortune. Let's drink, just the two of us. Spirit wine struck harder than ordinary liquor. And Zhou and Fong, he passed bowls back and forth, drinking cup after cup, until both collapsed sideways, utterly unconscious on the floor. Bai Chen and Jang Wen Shuan first carried Fong He to his bed, then hoisted Zhou and escorted him back to his own quarters. Not assured all was well, they slipped out silently. Standing outside the door, Bai Chen and Jang Wen Shuan exchanged glances and burst into quiet laughter. Bai Chen patted Jang Wen Shuan's arm. Brother, keep striving. Jang Wen Shuan nodded. Together we advance. And after seeing Jang Wen Shuan off, Bai Chen returned to his room, sat cross-legged upon his bed, and began circulating the harmonized void qi induction art. Defensive foundations were now secure. Only a swift evasion technique remained. And tonight he would break through to Qi Refinement 3rd layer. Tomorrow he'd journey to Dan Yuan Peak to learn the swiftest escape art available. He aimed to level up his experience within 3 days, then descend the mountain to seek methods enhancing concealment talent. He granted himself precisely 1 month. And should he fail to locate suitable techniques or artifacts within that time, he would commit fully to cultivation, ensuring he always retained the power to overturn the table. Dawn light seeped through the window crack, bathing Bai Chen in pale gold. Moments later he slowly opened his eyes, sharp brilliance flickering deep within their depths. In a single night, not only had he advanced to Qi Refinement 3rd layer 4,8100, but his mastery of the harmonized void qi induction art had also reached minor accomplishment 16100. Equivalent to the sect's standard of entering the hall. Previously, the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians resembled a narrow mountain stream, and now it surged like a broader, swifter brook. His conduction speed had increased by at least 1.5 times. Bai Chen glanced at the figure 4.8 and twitched his lips. Who knew that trailing 100 signified percentage before each practice session yielded 1 full point, now it granted only 0.3. And though absorption capacity had grown, overall volume had expanded proportionally, meaning cultivation progress wasn't quite as rapid as anticipated. Bai Chen shook his head. And no matter. He hadn't even taken pills yet and had cultivated steadily for 3 hours. That was already exceptional. He stretched lazily, rose from bed, and began packing. And there was little to gather. Merely a few changes of clothing, a well-worn alchemical furnace he'd grown accustomed to using, and a custom-made cabinet. He stowed everything into his spatial pouch. And glancing around the room, a faint smile touched his lips. And he hadn't expected to stay here for only 2 months. And he wondered whether his next abode might hold him longer. At the very least, he'd remain there for a full year. And he pushed open the door. And Bai Chen descended the mountain path toward Yu Valley's outer rim. And dawn light shimmered softly. Occasionally, early rising disciples emerged from their rooms. Each greeted him warmly. "In, Brother Bai, up early. In, heard you're heading to Dan Yuan Peak today. Congratulations." Bai Chen returned every greeting with a courteous bow, inwardly marveling at Lu Shirtong's uncanny speed, not only in gathering intelligence, but in spreading it. And news had already traveled far. Bai Chen smiled, genuinely bowing to every disciple he met along the way as he made his ascent toward Dan Yuan Peak. After nearly half an hour's walk, he arrived at its base. Bai Chen approached the peak's gatekeeper's identity token in hand, but before he could present it, they greeted him with familiar smiles. "In, Brother Bai has arrived. Senior Sister Su awaits you in Lin Lie Valley." Another gatekeeper nodded cheerfully, gesturing toward a side path ascending the mountain. "In, simply follow this trail upward. After passing the medicinal fields, you'll reach Lin Lie Valley." Bai Chen paused, startled. Had word of his arrival already spread across the entire Dan Yuan Peak? And he tucked away his token and bowed respectfully. "In, many thanks, senior brothers." After bidding them farewell, Bai Chen followed the stone path upward. In passing through a grove of low, graceful spirit trees, the vista suddenly opened before him. And to the right of the path sprawled a vast, orderly field of medicinal herbs. Neat furrows gleamed with shifting hues of spiritual radiance under the morning light. Disciples moved among them, wielding spirit hoes with practiced ease. And beyond the field's edge, a cluster of modest tile-roofed courtyards nestled gently upon the slope. Stone paths crisscrossed the grounds, the ivy climbed the walls. Not common creeping vines, but a spirit plant called moonlight vine, slender-leaved, silver-edged, thriving in shade and moisture. And by night it absorbed lunar essence to condense spirit dew, a common auxiliary ingredient in alchemy. At this moment, fine droplets clung to its silvery leaves, shimmering brilliantly beneath the rising sun. Bai Chen sighed inwardly. And truly, the main peak spared no detail. Even disciples' residences stood as secluded courtyards adorned not with mundane flora, but with refined spirit plants. "Brother Bai." Bai Chen turned toward the voice, and saw Su Qingwan standing at the entrance of a nearby courtyard, waving gently. "In, Senior Sister Su." And he quickened his pace toward her. He glanced at the courtyard behind her. "Will I reside here?" "In Su." Qingwan shook her head. "The Peak Master noted your preference for tranquility, so I secured a quieter residence for you farther back. Follow me." They continued along the stone path deeper into the valley. And the lanes between the earlier courtyards narrowed, and after a couple of days' walk, a solitary courtyard appeared at the end of the gentle slope. It nestled against a verdant bamboo grove at its rear and faced a shallow, crystal-clear stream ahead. And within the water, several unnamed silver-scaled fish darted playfully among smooth stones. Su Qingwan halted and turned to him. "This is it. What do you think? Is it to your liking?" Bai Chen was quite satisfied and quickly cupped his hands to thank her, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister Su." Su Qingwan smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you like it. Write your name on the plaque at the entrance. This will be your residence from now on." Bai Chen followed her instruction and immediately stepped forward to carve his name on the wooden plaque. Turning back, he looked at Su Qingwan and said, "Senior Sister, I'm done. Come in." Su Qingwan pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped aside to let him in. Bai Chen followed her into the yard, which was not large and had a ground paved with blue stone slabs. Against the wall grew a cluster of low spiritual bamboo, its green leaves rustling gently in the wind. In front of the bamboo stood a stone table and stone stools with a few bamboo leaves resting on the tabletop. Deeper inside was a small house with blue tiles. The door was slightly ajar, making it impossible to see the furnishings inside. "Junior Brother Bai, take a look at this place." Su Qingwan led Bai Chen into the yard, but did not rush to let him enter the house. Instead, she directed him to look at the inner side of the courtyard gate. Bai Chen turned with her, following her hand, to look at the top of the doorframe. Embedded in the inner side of the doorframe was a palm-sized jade plate, with several shallow engravings on its surface resembling a simple formation. The jade plate was a bluish-gray color similar to that of the doorframe, making it easy to overlook. "This formation plate is present in every courtyard," Su Qingwan softly explained. "If you are refining pills or in seclusion and do not wish to be disturbed, you only need to inject a trace of spiritual energy into this formation plate, and the formation will activate." She raised her hand and lightly tapped the formation plate with her fingertip. A faint spiritual light illuminated the formation plate, which quickly transformed into a light milky white curtain enveloping the entire courtyard. Once the formation is activated, those outside will see this curtain and know you are busy, so they won't dare to knock on the door. Bai Chen curiously observed the thin curtain and asked, does this formation block people from entering? Not at all. Su Qingwan stepped out of the light curtain and then walked back in. This formation is not defensive. It can only obscure sight, but cannot stop people. It merely informs those outside that the owner of the courtyard is currently unavailable to receive guests. When we are refining pills, we fear being interrupted the most. At a crucial moment in pill refinement, if someone suddenly disturbs us, the materials may be wasted. She glanced at the main peak of Dan Yuan Peak, Jiao Yun Peak, with a hint of narrow amusement in her eyes. That kind of disaster is no less formidable than low-level spells. Bai Chen followed her gaze and looked in that direction. Seeing Su Qingwan like this, it was likely that a certain elder on Dan Yuan Peak had blown up their furnace again. This had become a joke among the disciples of the peak. Su Qingwan tapped the formation plate again, and the enveloping curtain instantly vanished. When you want to deactivate the formation after it has been activated, simply inject another trace of spiritual energy into the plate, and you can try it out later. Bai Chen nodded. Although it could not truly block people from entering, preventing others from spying was also quite good. In the future, if he wanted to do something in the courtyard that could not be revealed, he wouldn't have to worry about being easily discovered. Very good. Seeing Bai Chen nodding in acknowledgement, Su Qingwan turned and walked toward the small house. She pushed open the ajar door and entered, taking out bedding and covers from her mustard seed bag and placing them on the bed along with a set of new disciple robes. I picked up the bedding and covers this morning along with the disciple robes and identity plate. Su Qingwan turned back to Bai Chen with a smile and said, you are now a disciple of Dan Yuan Peak, so the identity plate from Yugu is no longer needed. Bai Chen glanced at the wooden disciple plate at his waist and asked, do I need to return this to the service hall? No need. You can handle the original one as you see fit. There's no need to return it. Su Qingwan walked toward the door and stood at the entrance, saying to him, you should change into the disciple robes, tidy up a bit, and then we should go meet the Peak Master. These 2 days every month are when he teaches the disciples. Today you just happened to catch it. It's perfect timing to go with you to listen to the lecture. All right, thank you, Senior Sister Su. Su Qingwan smiled, gently closed the door behind her, and went to wait in the courtyard. Bai Chen turned toward the room and looked around. The house had a blue brick floor which was larger than the wooden house in Yugu by about 8 or 9 square meters. By the window was a wooden bed, and beside the bed stood a bamboo wardrobe. Next to the window was a low table on which sat a brass lamp. Simple and clean, it looked quite nice. After surveying the surroundings, Bai Chen walked to the bed, picked up the disciple robes of Dan Yuan Peak, and shook them out. The material was not any different from that of the Yugu disciples. However, the collar and cuffs were embroidered with silver threads into pill patterns. Just this little embellishment instantly elevated the garment's quality. Bai Chen shook his head. The sect indeed spared no effort in urging the disciples to work hard. Even such small matters as clothing were not overlooked. After changing into the disciple robes of Dan Yuan Peak, Bai Chen then picked up the identity plate. The identity plate of Dan Yuan Peak was no longer the wooden one from Yugu, but had been replaced with a jade plate. This jade plate was warm to the touch and faintly glowed with a dull blue color. The front was engraved with the words Dan Yuan Peak Outer Sect Bai Chen, while the back had a small pattern of a pill furnace. Holding it in his hand, it felt heavy and warm. It doesn't record the contribution points anywhere. How are the contribution points documented? Bai Chen flipped it over and overthought for a moment, and then bound the identity plate to his spiritual sense. He then discovered that the contribution points could be checked using his thoughts. That was quite nice. Finally, he could keep his wealth hidden. He transferred the contribution points from the Yugu identity plate to the Dan Yuan Peak identity plate. Look, he said with satisfaction, chuckling softly at the over 3,000 contribution points inside. Now he could be considered to have some assets, not bad at all. After taking out the wooden wardrobe and stuffing in the things he had changed out of, Bai Chen did not do anything else and pushed the door open. Although Feng Yang's disciples are few in number, each possesses a unique talent for alchemy. Yet their attributes cannot compare to Su Qingwan's impressive orange attribute. Tang Yunjia, 30 years old, late stage of foundation establishment, possesses dual fire and wood spiritual roots with a blue attribute of medicinal resonance. Jiang Yin, 27 years old, early stage of foundation establishment, fire spiritual root, has a blue attribute for antidote. Li Jin, 26 years old, mid stage of foundation establishment, possesses dual fire and wood spiritual roots with a blue attribute for fire control. Su Ran, also 26 years old, mid stage of foundation establishment, has dual fire and with spiritual roots with 2 blue attributes, one for pill affinity and the other for spring rain physique. Literally speaking, Su Ran's spring rain physique should reflect in his farming skills right. It is likely that the spirit plants he cultivates will be of significantly higher quality than others. Bai Chen sighed softly. When will the system be upgraded again to provide explanations for the attributes? Guessing is just too difficult. Before long, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Everyone stood up. Bai Chen also got up. Feng Yang walked in from outside. Today he still wore a moon-white robe with a jade hairpin holding his hair back and came in with his hands clasped behind his back. After entering the hall, his gaze slowly swept over the faces of those inside, finally landing on Bai Chen. He paused. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Has he reached the third layer of chi refinement in just one night? This kid is truly hardworking. Fortunately, I gave him 2 bottles of chi refining pills yesterday, who otherwise the pills he refined himself might have left quite a bit of poison. With such rapid progress, he must have consumed a lot. I'll give him another 2 bottles later. Feng Yang shook his head with a smile and walked slowly to sit down at a low table. In recent days of cultivation, have there been any areas of confusion? Su Ran stood up and bowed. Disciple yesterday, senior brother Feng. Su Ran's words were abruptly interrupted by Wen Ruoheng, who suddenly entered. Su Cheng followed her in with his head bowed. After greeting Feng Yang, he directly walked to the empty cushion and sat down without a word. Bai Chen secretly glanced over. He had a bruised face, clearly having been beaten up again last night. From his obedient return, does that mean he has been subdued? Feng Yang looked at Wen Ruoheng with confusion. What brings you here, junior sister one? Su Cheng looks like he has been fixed by her. Why did she come along just to let him return by himself? Wen Ruoheng glanced at Bai Chen and turned to Feng Yang saying, Senior brother Feng, I would like to borrow Bai Chen for a moment. Bai Chen was still observing Su Cheng and suddenly heard his name mentioned, turning in surprise towards the doorway. Borrow him. What does that mean? Feng Yang seemed to have realized something and nodded, turning to Bai Chen and raising his hand. Go ahead. Bai Chen. Where to? Aren't you going to ask what the Peak Master wants to borrow me for? Yes. Bai Chen thought to himself, but he had already properly bowed and walked towards Wen Ruoheng. Wen Ruoheng nodded to Feng Yang again and led the way out of the side hall. Bai Chen hurriedly followed. By the time he exited the side hall, Wen Ruoheng had already walked several meters ahead, stopping at the cliff's edge, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Chen jogged to catch up. Peak Master 1. Wen Ruoheng responded lightly, reaching out to grab his arm. In the next moment, his feet suddenly left the ground. Just like that, he was lifted by Wen Ruoheng, soaring straight into the sky like a little chick. Bai Chen's eyes widened in shock. Wait, no warning before flying up. The fierce wind blew his hair wildly, making it impossible for him to even open his eyes. Bai Chen wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was filled with wind, nearly choking him. Well, actually, even without speaking, he would still be gasping for breath. With such strong winds, it was impossible to catch a breath. Bai Chen had no choice but to use all his strength to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve, barely managing to breathe some air. This was his first time flying without a sword, and aside from being uncomfortable, there was nothing else to feel. Bai Chen squinted his eyes and silently complained. You don't care about others' well-being at all. Wen Ruoheng, you should change your last name to Long. After an unknown amount of time, the wind suddenly lessened. Bai Chen felt the grip on his arm tighten, and his feet abruptly landed on the ground. Suddenly landing, he didn't react in time and almost knelt down due to the sudden softness in his legs. It was still Wen Ruoheng who helped him a bit, preventing him from truly kneeling down. Sorry, I forgot to block the wind for you just now. Bai Chen stood firm and heard Wen Ruoheng apologize to him. He looked at her in surprise through the hair covering his face, suddenly taken aback. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to her from a distance at the gathering in the Alchemy Pavilion. Now that he saw her up close, he noticed the fine blood vessels in Wen Ruoheng's eyes. Her face showed signs of exhaustion. It's known that she is currently at the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul cultivators have undergone a complete transformation, reshaping their physical bodies. At this stage, cultivators can go months without sleep and still be spirited, able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Ordinary fatigue does not leave any traces on their faces. Those physical burdens, injuries, and aging have long been irrelevant to them. Yet now Wen Ruoheng looks so haggard. It seems the matter regarding Su Jining has greatly affected her. Bai Chen quickly tidied his hair covering his face and bowed, saying, Peak Master, you are overestimating me. I am fine. Wen Ruoheng slightly nodded. Keep up. She turned and walked into the stone house behind her, signaling for Bai Chen to follow her inside. Bai Chen hurriedly jogged to keep up. He quickly scanned the surroundings. This should be the main peak of Lingxiao Peak, Sangjin Peak, where Wen Ruoheng resides. There were no grand halls or courtyards around. It was just a small stone house, similar to the residence of outer disciples at Danyuan Peak, except this place had no courtyard. In front of the house was a vast expanse of flat ground. In the center of the open space stood several posts of varying heights and thicknesses. They were covered with crisscrossing sword marks. It was unclear what material they were made of, capable of withstanding the strikes of a peak master. As he stepped in front of the house he entered. The stone house was small and square. A stone bed leaned against the wall covered with a thin mat made of rushes. The mat had been worn shiny with a slight dip in the center. On the other side, there was a square table against the wall with 2 wooden chairs. On the floor lay a cushion. Aside from that, there was nothing else. After letting Bai Chen in when Rawhung raised her hand and waved, a streak of spiritual light darted out from her sleeve, and an alchemical furnace materialized in midair, landing in the center of the open space in the house. The furnace was about half a person tall, its entire body a calm dark red. The surface of the furnace was covered with intricate cloud and flame patterns, and within the depths of the patterns golden spiritual light faintly flowed. It had 3 sturdy legs, and on the lid was a mythical creature, holding a smooth jade pearl. Bai Chen marveled at the fine artifact. When Ruhang's voice was calm as she said, "This is the Guiyuan furnace crafted by Master Mo in his early years, a mid-grade 2nd tier, which should be suitable until the golden core stage." Suitable until the golden core stage. Does this mean the furnace is for him? Before Bai Chen could ask, he saw Wen Rawhung wave her hand again. 10 baskets of lychees appeared with a loud clattering sound, looking to weigh at least 1,000 jin. Following that, piles of medicinal materials were brought out beside the baskets of lychees. In an instant, the previously empty stone house was filled to the brim.